Japanese fleet bringing reinforcements to Guadalcanal. In a night battle fought not by aircraft but by surface ships, 1 Japanese heavy cruiser, the Furutaka, and 3 Japanese destroyers were sunk, for the cost of a single American destroyer. But during the battle, 48 sailors were killed on the American destroyer Duncan when she was caught in Japanese and American crossfire, and more than 100 American sailors were killed when their light cruiser Boise was hit by Japanese shell fire after she had turned on a searchlight to illuminate a Japanese target. To the amazement of the Americans, when the battle was over, many of the Japanese sailors whose ships had been sunk refused to be rescued by the American ships, preferring to be devoured by the sharks that infested the waters of the battlefield. In the Atlantic, on October the 12th, a convoy with 44 merchant ships, SC-104, was attacked by a pack of 13 German submarines at the very point known as the Black Gap, where no air escort could be provided. As the merchant ships continued on their course, the warship escort gave battle. During 5 days of continuous action, 8 merchant ships were sunk, but 3 German submarines were also destroyed. Among the Allied warships were 2 Norwegian corvettes, whose captains, the British senior officer reported, pounced like terriers whenever opportunity arose. At Stalingrad on October the 11th, after 51 days of continuous fighting, no German infantry or tank assaults took place. Germans were preparing one final and, as they hoped, devastating assault. Meanwhile, on the Moscow front, 2 days later, Soviet partisans blew 178 gaps in the Bryansk-Lvov railway. This had been done by demolition experts specially trained at Tula and parachuted behind the lines for the operation. It was on October the 14th that the renewed German assault on Stalingrad came, with an attack aimed at driving the defenders from every nook and cranny, from every cellar and ruin, from the fortified shells of factories and from the river bank. 300 German tanks took part in the onslaught, but still the Traktor factory did not fall, although it was completely surrounded, and between the Traktor and Barricadi factories, buildings were captured by the Germans, then recaptured and captured again. Fighting took place in every attic, on every floor, on the ruins of floors, and in the cellars. That night, 3,500 wounded Soviet soldiers were ferried across the Volga to the safety of the eastern bank. Driven almost into the ground, pounded from the air, overrun by wave after wave of German infantrymen, still the defenders of Stalingrad refused to give up. They were still defending their ruins on October the 15th. The German push, for all its fury and despite its many successes, had failed. But it was renewed 3 days later with equal intensity, drawing forth a defence of unprecedented tenacity. As the battle for Stalingrad moved into its 3rd month, resistance and terror were everywhere in evidence behind the German lines. On October the 14th, from the Polish city of Piotrków, the Germans began the deportation of 22,000 Jews to Treblinka. The deportation took 7 days. One of these who was deported that week and killed was a young girl, Lucia Miller, who wrote to a friend a few days before the deportation, "It's true that it's terrible, terribly sad that young people die, because everything wants to live in me, and yet at such a young age, at 13, one is only beginning to discover life, and perhaps it's just as well that it is so early. I don't know, but I really don't want to die." In German-occupied Warsaw, 50 Polish communists, members of an underground resistance group, were hanged in public on October the 16th, their bodies left hanging as a warning to others who might wish to rebel. On October the 17th, more than 10,000 Jews, then in Buchenwald, and 7,000 in Sachsenhausen, some of whom had been prisoners there for 4 years, were deported to Auschwitz. From Norway, 209 Jews were sent first by sea and then by train to Auschwitz. From Holland, 5 trains that month brought nearly 5,000 Jews to the same camp. Also in October at Belzec, 49,000 Jews were killed. At Sobibor, 11,000, and at Treblinka, more than 100,000, drawn from towns and villages throughout central Poland. On October the 18th at Auschwitz, on a day during which 1,594 Dutch Jews were gassed, Dr. Kramer noted in his diary, "Terrible scenes when 3 women begged to have their lives spared. They were young and healthy women," Kramer later recalled, "but their begging was to no avail. The SS men, taking the action, shot them on the spot." Thousands of people were killed each day at Auschwitz, where human life had been declared of no value. Elsewhere, the value of each human life was clearly recognized, and individuals were rescued in daring and courageous acts. When, that same October the 18th, squadron leader Tony Hill, a much-decorated British reconnaissance pilot, was shot down over Le Creusot in southeastern France, breaking his back, he was not only rescued and hidden by the French resistance, but a special aircraft was flown from England to land at a clandestine airstrip in France and then to take him back to England. On November the 12th, as he was being carried to the plane, he died. 2 days after squadron leader Hill's crash, an Englishwoman, Mary Lindell, was parachuted into France to establish an escape line for Allied airmen and escaped prisoners of war. Herself a much-decorated Red Cross officer in the First World War, who had won the Croix de Guerre in 1916, she had escaped from France only 3 months earlier. Hundreds were to owe her their freedom. At Stalingrad, German and Russian forces now battled in the ruins in heavy rain. The tractor factory could hold out no longer, although Soviet troops in the Barrikady and Krasny Oktyabr factories beat off all attempt to overrun them. By October the 20th, however, the Russians held no more than 1,000 yards of the western bank. "The Führer is convinced the Russians are collapsing," Field Marshal Keitel noted on October the 21st, and he added, "He says that 20 million will have to starve." That day, far behind the lines, a German police company uncovered a Jewish family camp deep in the forest. Such camps were a wonderful attempt at humanitarianism in a brutalized world. Not only did armed men guard hundreds of women, children, and old people in the inhospitable forest, but they also foraged for food and were ever vigilant against those who sought to destroy the sanctuary. In the attack on October the 21st, however, the Germans found the camp and killed 461 people. Only a dozen managed to escape. 2 Polish peasant families were also killed for maintaining contact with the partisans in the region. Far to the south, at Elista, now the Germans' most easterly outpost, 2 partisans were captured on October the 22nd. They had been parachuted from Ostrakhan at the mouth of the Volga. In the weeks that followed, many more partisans were to be parachuted into this region. A Cossack cavalry squadron supported the Germans in trying to hunt them down, but a German report admitted frequently the bands withdrew temporarily only to make new sallies from their hideouts. In North Africa, the Western Allies were a mere 2 weeks away from Operation Torch, the first Anglo-American amphibious landing of the war. To help prepare it, on October the 22nd, the American general, Mark W. Clark, together with some of his staff, landed secretly by submarine in Algiers for talks with those senior French officers who supported the Allies and with the resistance leaders. On the following day, in the Western Desert, General Montgomery launched an attack at El Alamein on the German and Italian forces. It was a brave battle on both sides, but also an unequal one. The Germans' own top-secret Enigma messages had revealed to the British every German position and every German weakness, especially fuel oil. They had also enabled every essential German supply ship to be shadowed and sunk, including 2 which reached Tobruk harbour on the 2nd day of the battle. In addition to this advantage, derived from signals intelligence, Montgomery's tanks included many of the new American Shermans, more than 1,000 tanks in all, against his opponent's 480. In manpower, aircraft, and guns, he was also superior. Rommel, whose presence on the battlefield might also have made a difference, was in Germany on sick leave. The battle in Egypt began tonight at 8 p.m. With these words, Churchill announced in a telegram to Roosevelt on October the 23rd the opening of the desert offensive on which so much depended. The whole force of the army will be engaged, Churchill added. That same day, General Stumm, Rommel's replacement, died of a heart attack, and Rommel was recalled to Egypt, reaching the battlefield on October the 25th. On the first day of battle, October the 23rd, General Montgomery had under his command, along a 40-mile front, 150,000 men, including Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans, and British, 2,182 pieces of artillery, and the use of 500 fighter aircraft and 200 bombers, in addition to his 1,000 tanks. The battle opened with a simultaneous firing of nearly 1,000 of his artillery pieces, an unprecedented barrage of fire on so narrow a front. There were many moments in the Battle of El Alamein when the precious advantage gained by prior intelligence had to be supplemented on the battlefield by the skills and courage of soldiers and airmen. Throughout October the 26th, the Allied forces were exposed to a series of cleverly planned German counterattacks. These, however, were dispersed by Royal Air Force bombing before they could be put fully into operation. That night, a series of Allied advances along the whole front secured the strategic heights of Kidney Ridge, a geographic feature described by General Alexander to Churchill as a small but important spur in this featureless plain. Montgomery's method of attack, the infantry moving forward to open a path for the tanks, was novel and effective. The Battle of El Alamein lasted for 5 days. When it was over, the German and Italian forces were in swift retreat. The Italian and German losses were 2,300 killed and 27,900 taken prisoner. On October the 26th, as Montgomery drove to victory at El Alamein, Japanese troops under General Kawaguchi launched a fierce attack on the American positions at Guadalcanal, but were driven off, bringing Japanese losses since the American landing began to more than 4,000. In this most recent attack, more than 100 Japanese aircraft were shot down for 15 American planes. That day, off the Santa Cruz Islands, 2 small American naval task forces tried to stop a far stronger Japanese fleet, including 5 aircraft carriers on its way to Guadalcanal with reinforcements. Once again, as in the Coral Sea 5 months earlier, the battle was fought entirely by the aircraft of the opposing fleets, neither of which even came within firing range of each other. During the battle, the Americans lost the aircraft carrier Hornet. No Japanese carriers were lost, though 100 Japanese aircraft were shot down. The American aircraft losses, 74 in all, were also heavy, but the Japanese air losses effectively impeded their ability to reinforce Guadalcanal. This was in itself a victory for the United States. On October the 26th, the British had tried by an unorthodox means to sink the Turbits, then in a Norwegian fjord, sending a Norwegian naval officer, Leif Larsen, across the North Sea with 2 manned torpedoes known as chariots, slung beneath his fishing boat. Larsen reached a point near Trondheim from which his attack could have succeeded, but lost his chariots in an unlucky squall. It was also on October the 26th that a second deportation took place of Jews in the Theresienstadt ghetto. Already uprooted a year earlier from their homes in Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia, they were now forced to move again, this time to an unknown destination said to be somewhere in the east. That destination was Auschwitz. In this second Theresienstadt deportation, 1,866 Jews were sent east. On arrival, 350 men under 50 years of age were chosen for forced labor. All the other deportees, the old men, all the women, and all the children, were gassed. Of the 350 men chosen for the barracks and forced labor, only 28 were to survive the war. In the next 2 years, a further 25 trains were to leave Theresienstadt for Auschwitz, Of more than 44,000 deportees, less than 4,000 were still alive when the war ended. On the day after the first deportation of Jews from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz, a 17-year-old member of the Hitler Youth, Helmut Günther Hubener, was executed in Germany. He had been charged with listening to foreign broadcasts and spreading the news which he had heard. German severity was everywhere in evidence. On October the 28th, the commander of the German forces in the Balkans, General Löhr, instructed his troops to treat all captured partisans with the most brutal hardness. That same day, a top-secret SS directive sent from Berlin ordered all children's stockings and children's mittens stored in the death camps to be sent to SS families. At a public meeting held in London on October the 29th, leading British churchmen and public figures protested against the persecution of the Jews, and in a message to the meeting, Churchill declared, "The systematic cruelties to which the Jewish people, men, women and children, have been exposed under the Nazi regime are amongst the most terrible events of history and place an indelible stain upon all who perpetrate and instigate them." Free men and women, Churchill added, denounce these vile crimes, and when this world struggle ends with the enthronement of human rights, racial persecution will be ended. Every day and every region under German rule had its quota of persecution. In the Polish village of Suchozbry, a monument records the death in a prisoner of war camp just outside the village of 60,000 Soviet prisoners of war who perished there between July 1941 and October 1942. Most of them died of starvation and sickness. There were times when men who were badly ill were stripped of what clothes they wore and flung, still alive, into ditches where they died. In another Polish village, Ostrowicz, 10,000 Soviet prisoners of war likewise perished. Ostrowicz was less than 15 miles from Treblinka by rail, Suchozbry less than 20 miles. Resistance was growing throughout German-occupied Europe, but reprisals were harsh. In Norway, on October the 30th, a 20-year-old seaman, engaged in anti-German sabotage and wounded in the legs by his captors, was executed on Hitler's orders. So too was an Englishman captured during the attempted sabotage of the power station at Glomfjord. In Trondheim, 10 prominent Norwegian citizens were shot as atonement for sabotage. A further 24 Norwegians were later shot for transport of weapons and assistance to saboteurs. The bravery of individuals could also lead to the saving of lives. On October the 30th, the Gestapo seized more than 100 Jewish orphan children from a children's home in Brussels. The staff refused to leave the children and were taken with them to the deportation camp at Malines. There were immediate protests, including one by L.C. Plateau, Secretary-General of the Belgian Ministry of Justice. The protest was successful. The children and staff were sent back to the home. That October in Hamburg, a 17-year-old German student, Helmut Hülmuth, was charged with listening to British radio broadcasts and distributing anti-Nazi leaflets. He was found guilty and executed. Were unaware that assault convoys carrying troops for the North African landings were at that very moment leaving Scotland for the Atlantic and for the long southward journey to Gibraltar. There was another British naval achievement on October the 30th, when, after a 16-hour hunt, 4 British destroyers caught the German submarine U-559 some 70 miles north of the Nile Delta. As the submarine was being scuttled, Lieutenant Tony Fasson, able seaman Colin Grazier, and a young canteen assistant, Tommy Brown, entered the submarine and succeeded in extracting its Enigma machine, together with documents which were to enable Bletchley Park to break once again into the U-boat Enigma, which had eluded them for more than 9 months. A few seconds after Fasson and Grazier had handed this precious booty to Brown, they went down with the submarine. Both were posthumously awarded the George Cross. Brown, who survived, received the George Medal. It subsequently emerged that he was only 16 years old, having lied about his age to join the Navy. He was immediately discharged and sent home. 2 years later he was killed while trying to rescue his two sisters who had been trapped in their slum tenement during a fire. The first days of November 1942 saw the conclusion of 3 decisive battles. At Stalingrad, the Russian defenders continued to cling to the city against a massive German assault. West of El Alamein, British and Commonwealth forces continued to drive the Germans and Italians from their Egyptian conquests. On Guadalcanal, the Americans continued to force the Japanese to cede land over which their conqueror's flag had flown. All 3 victories were being achieved at a high cost in lives and material, but they represented a decisive turning of the tide. Germany, Italy, and Japan were suffering their first serious setbacks of the war. For the Germans, there was also the mystery of some Allied initiative which their intelligence services knew to be imminent, but the direction of which was not known. From the moment on November the 2nd that the Germans sighted the invasion shipping assembling at Gibraltar, and surmised that it might be either for another and major Malta convoy or for the invasion of Sardinia, they began to move long-range bomber units from northern Norway, Russia, France, Holland, Belgium, Germany, Greece, and Crete. From the German Air Force's own Enigma messages, these movements were at once made known to British intelligence, which was thus able to confirm that the Germans knew nothing whatsoever about the Torch landings on the French North African coastline, planned for November the 8th. On November the 3rd, from his headquarters at Vinica, Hitler ordered Rommel to stand fast in the Western Desert. It would not be the first time in history, Hitler declared, that a strong will has triumphed over the biggest battalions. As to your troops, you can show them no other road than to victory or death. This order, Rommel later commented, demanded the impossible. Even the most devoted soldier can be killed by a bomb. It was issued nevertheless, and as Rommel later wrote, had a powerful effect on the troops. At the Führer's command, they were ready to sacrifice themselves to the last man. No such sacrifice was to be asked of them, however. Within 24 hours of receiving Hitler's order not to retreat, Rommel had obtained his permission to withdraw. A victory at last, King George VI wrote in his diary on November the 4th, and he added, "How good it is for the nerves." There was also good news for the Allied nerves in the messages coming from the Far East, where the Australians had been driving northwards along the Kokoda Trail, denying the Japanese all chance of seizing Port Moresby, and on November the 3rd retaking Kokoda itself. 4 days later, on the Kokoda-Gona Trail, Japanese defenders sought in vain to hold up the Australians with a bayonet charge, in which 580 Japanese were killed. On November the 5th, the United States landed 800 Sten guns, 800 grenades, 400 revolvers, and 50 radio sets on the Algerian coast, for use by the Algerian resistance during the Allied landings in 3 days' time. These arms were to be used to prevent any effective Vichy challenge to the landings. On the following day, in Operation Minerva, General Giraud, who had earlier escaped after 2 years in German captivity, was rescued from the coast of southern France by a British submarine, taken to Gibraltar, and briefed about the imminent invasion of French North Africa. In the Caucasus, on November the 6th, the Germans made one last attempt to break through to Grozny, but they were halted at the town of Ordzhonikidze, where they were repulsed. Hitler had already made plans 2 days earlier for a switch of strategy if the Caucasus oil fields could not be reached. If occupying Baku were to prove impossible, he would bomb it, denying Russia the use of its own oil. Churchill learned of this decision on November the 7th from the Germans' own Enigma messages. He at once passed it on to Stalin. "Many thanks for your warnings concerning Baku," Stalin replied. "We are taking the necessary measures to combat the dangers." On the afternoon of November the 7th, Hitler left the Eastern Front by train for Munich. In the early hours of the morning, the train was halted by a signal at a small railway station. There was an urgent message for the Führer from the German Foreign Ministry in Berlin. According to British radio, an American invasion force was disembarking at Algiers, Oran, and Casablanca. The Allied forces which now sought to drive the Germans from French North Africa, Operation Torch, constituted the largest amphibious invasion force thus far in the history of warfare. 300 warships, 370 merchant ships, and 107,000 men. As soon as the beaches were secure, the American officers whose task was to make use of the German Air Force Enigma messages went in. "Snipers took pot shots at us," their senior officer Lewis F. Powell later recalled, "and one of my people was killed the first night we were there." From a captured senior German intelligence officer, Powell later learned that the Germans had regarded this landing as a feint, believing even after November the 8th that the real effort was either to be against Malta or Sicily, or perhaps the reinforcement of Montgomery in the eastern desert. Hence the Germans' initial failure to attack the landing convoys off Algiers and Oran. The invasion of French North Africa was swiftly successful. Within 76 hours of the first landings, Allied troops were in undisputed control of 1,300 miles of the African coast, from Safi to Algiers. That evening, when Hitler made his annual speech in the Munich Beer Hall, he focused his attention on Stalingrad, of which he said, "That was what I wanted to capture, and you know, modest as we are, we got it too. There are only a few more tiny pockets." Hitler also spoke about the Jews, and of his 1939 prophecy that the war would lead to their annihilation. "Of those who laughed then," he said, "countless already laugh no longer today, and those who still laugh today will probably not laugh much longer either." From France and Holland, thousands were being deported to Auschwitz that November. In central Poland, tens of thousands more were being deported to Sobibor, Belzec, and Treblinka. In the Bialystok region, 110,000 Jews had been seized on November the 2nd from 65 towns and villages. Taken to special camps, they were held there for a few days before being deported to Auschwitz and Treblinka. In one small village, Machinkanche, all 360 Jews resisted deportation. They were shot down and killed in the village itself. On November the 9th, a new name entered the vocabulary of evil, Majdanek, a camp just outside the Polish city of Lublin, where on that day 4,000 Lublin Jews were brought, the first of several 100,000, to be incarcerated and murdered. At Majdanek, as at Auschwitz, up to half the deportees in each transport could be taken to the barracks, but the rest were taken to the gas chambers. In French North Africa, such resistance as there was had been swiftly overcome by the Allied troops. Where the soldiers of Vichy France decided to fight, they were treated as the enemy. At Casablanca and Oran, 115 of the French defenders were killed. At Algiers, Admiral Darlan, the commander-in-chief of the Vichy forces, who happened to be in the city visiting his sick son, ordered the defenders to cease firing. Hitler, fearful of an Allied drive to Tunis, hurried German troops to Bizerta on November the 9th. 3 days later, British troops landed at Bougne. The struggle for Tunisia had begun. Retaining his grip on Tunisia would enable Hitler to deny the Allies the short sea route to Egypt and India, and compel them to continue to use the very much longer route round the Cape. The shipping thus tied down could not then be used by the Allies to make up for the losses in the major Atlantic U-boat offensive then being planned for early 1943. In the western desert, Rommel was being pushed steadily back. On November the 9th, he was defending Sidi Barrani, 200 miles west of El Alamein. "Now this is not the end," Churchill declared in London at the annual Lord Mayor's luncheon on November the 10th. "It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning." From his daily reading of the Germans' own top-secret Enigma signals, Churchill knew that his words were more than mere rhetoric. Not only Britain, but the Soviet Union was proving to be the beneficiary of the North African landings. 400 of the 500 German aircraft moved to Tunisia in the immediate aftermath of the landings on November the 2nd were brought from Russia, as were several hundred transport aircraft which had been supplying the German forces surrounded at Stalingrad. As a result of the precipitate transfer of these transport aircraft, German bombers had to be pressed into service for Stalingrad in their stead. Goering later commented of this unforeseen switch of aircraft at Stalingrad, "There died the core of the German bomber fleet." In moving air units from southern Russia, tentatively in the days before Operation Torch, and then massively after it, the Germans also sent to the Mediterranean their torpedo bomber units based at Banak in northern Norway. These were the very units which had been proving such a threat to the Arctic convoys. The relief afforded to the Russian forces at Stalingrad by the transfer of German aircraft to Tunisia ought to have been short-lived. The Western Allies had expected to overrun Tunisia within a few weeks. Because the German resistance in Tunisia was far more tenacious than expected, lasting not 6 weeks but 6 months, the German need to keep their air forces in the central Mediterranean continued to be a drain on the Russian front for much longer than would have been the case had the Allies succeeded in their initial plan. On November the 11th, in the Western Desert, the British forces re-entered Libya, having been driven out for the second time 5 months earlier. The Germans and Italians were in full retreat. That day in France, Hitler ordered the occupation of the unoccupied zone. Henceforth, all France, including Vichy France, was under German rule, except for those eastern areas which had been annexed by Italy in July 1940. Even amid the turmoil and danger caused by Torch, Hitler found time to discuss the Jewish question, doing so on November the 11th with Arthur Greiser, ruler of the Wortgau. "In our most recent discussion about the Jews," Greiser told Himmler 10 days later, "the Führer has told me to proceed against them in whatever manner I judge best." On the Eastern Front, Hitler's soldiers struggled to fulfill his Munich boast that Stalingrad would soon be German. On November the 11th, German infantry and tanks, driving forward under the protection of massive artillery and air bombardment, reached the river Volga on a 500-yard front, capturing most of the Krasny Oktyabar factory and, for the second time, virtually cutting it off from the defenders in the Barricadi. That same day, as the Volga began to freeze, floating ice made the evacuation of the wounded almost impossible. When Soviet aircraft dropped food and ammunition, most of it either fell on the German lines or went into the river. But the Russian defenders, their forces now cut in two and under intense bombardment, would not surrender. In the Far East, the Americans were being put to one of their most severe tests, a Japanese attempt to land more than 10,000 men on Guadalcanal, in order to create a total Japanese force of 30,000 against the 23,000 Americans already on the island. But the Japanese attempt was foiled. For the cost of 2 light cruisers, Atlanta and Juno, and 7 destroyers, the Americans sank 2 Japanese battleships, Hiei and Kirishima, the heavy cruiser Kinugasa, 2 destroyers, and most importantly 7 of the 11 troop transports bound for Guadalcanal. In the end, after 2,000 Japanese troops had been killed while trying to land, only 2,000 lived to join their troops already in action, effectively making the island's capture by the Americans a certainty. American losses in the naval battle had been severe, however. 172 of the crew of the Atlanta were killed when the warship was struck, first by a torpedo and then by gunfire, which totally demolished the bridge superstructure and most of the gun turrets. After 470 unwounded survivors of the Atlanta had been taken off without incident, the crippled cruiser was blown up by a demolition party and sank beneath the waves. In the Western Desert, British and Commonwealth forces entered Tobruk on November the 13th. "There's a long road still to tread," Churchill told the Emir of Transjordan that day, "but the end is sure." On November the 14th, the German and Italian forces in Libya had been pushed back to Gazala. "What will become of the war if we lost North Africa? How will it finish?" Rommel asked that day in a letter to his wife, and he added, "I wish I could get free of these terrible thoughts." On November the 15th, church bells were ringing throughout England to celebrate the victory in Egypt. That same day, on the French North African coast, British forces occupied Tabarka inside Tunisia, to be followed within 24 hours by an American parachute landing at Souk El Arba, while French troops, hitherto loyal to Vichy, now found themselves in action against the Germans at Béja. Even as the Germans prepared to defend Tunisia and to keep their hold in Africa, the Japanese pushed northward in New Guinea back along the Kokoda Trail, prepared to defend the northern coastal towns of Buna and Gona against Australian and American troops. In New Guinea, as in Tunisia, it was to be no easy victory for the Allies. Both wars were beginning to witness what was to become a main feature of the turning of the tide, that both the Japanese and the Germans would fight for every town and for every mile, reinforcing wherever they could, retaking positions whenever advantage could be won. At Stalingrad, this obdurate German refusal to give up ground, even when it was clear that the Russians couldn't be dislodged, was a costly feature of the struggle for both sides. Another emerging feature of the war was the relentless air bombardment by the Allies of every facet of Axis war power. On the eve of Torch, it had been the Italian port city of Genoa that had suffered most. On November the 17th, it was the German submarine base on the French coast at Saint-Nazaire which was attacked. Saint-Nazaire was one of the first Atlantic coast targets of the United States 8th Air Force based in Britain. So fierce were the German anti-aircraft defences at Saint-Nazaire that the port was dubbed Flak City by the bomber crews who were sent against it. The Japanese were also beginning to feel the impact of air bombardment on their own cities, so much so that on November the 16th, Japanese newspapers announced that the crew of any aircraft raiding Japan will be punished with death. As part of the Allied effort to weaken the German war effort, on November the 17th, a British agent, Michael Trotobas, was parachuted into France. His aim was to set up, on what was his second mission into German-occupied territory, a sabotage circuit based on Lille. Given the code name Farmer, this circuit could draw on the growing local hatred of occupation in the one area of France, which had also been occupied by the Germans in the First World War. It wasn't only in German-occupied lands that the evils of the new order held sway. On November the 17th, at a secret conference in Munich, the Bavarian State Commissioner for Health, Walter Schulz, explained to the directors of the mental hospitals throughout Bavaria the special diet being introduced for all hopelessly ill patients. This diet, according to Dr. Valentin Feldhauser, director of the Kaufbeuren Mental Asylum, would lead to a slow death which should ensue in about 3 months. Another expert on euthanasia, Dr. van Müller, proudly told the meeting how he had once grabbed a slice of bread from a nurse who had wanted to give it to a patient. In Germany itself, the euthanasia program was revived that winter by a new method, not gassing, but deliberate starvation. This was made clear in a secret directive to all mental homes, dated November the 30th, issued from Berlin, which set out that in view of the war-related food situation and the health of the working asylum inmates, It was no longer justified to feed all inmates equally. Those who were being cared for in the asylums without accomplishing any useful work worth mentioning must now be subjected to the special diet without delay. The scale of the euthanasia killings may never be known. The names of many of the victims are likewise lost to history. Even the locations of these killings are forgotten. No plaques marking the sites of such enormities. Elsewhere in German-occupied Europe, where the murder of civilians and civilian hostages never ceased, many thousand monuments have been set up to remember those who were killed. On November the 18th, for example, 200 Poles were murdered in the Gestapo prison at Kazimierz-Dolny. Today, a monument marks the spot and tells of their fate. On October the 18th, the British had launched Operation Swallow, dropping 4 Norwegian parachutists near Vemork in Norway, with instructions to prepare the ground for the destruction of the German heavy water plant at Rjukan. A month later, on November the 19th, Swallow was expanded to Grouse, and 34 men were towed across the North Sea in 2 gliders. Both gliders crashed on landing. 17 men were killed in these 3 crashes. 4 more, severely injured, were killed by the Gestapo when it was realized that they were too badly injured to be interrogated. A further 15 were captured shortly after landing and shot that same day. 4 others, who were severely injured during the crash, were taken by the Germans to Stavanger Hospital. Too badly injured to be interrogated, they were given lethal injections and their bodies disposed of at sea. On every German front, the fate of captured commandos, partisans, and resistance fighters was execution. Yet the tide of war was turning. Pressure on the Germans was growing as Allied bombing increased and partisan and commando operations gathered momentum. The German failure to take Stalingrad had brought hope to captive peoples everywhere. Chapter 28. The Turn of the Tide for the Allies. Winter, 1942. On the 19th of November 1942, the Red Army launched a counter-offensive north of Stalingrad, preceded by one of the most intense artillery bombardments of the war, when to the call sign Siren, more than 3,500 guns and mortars opened fire on a 14-mile front, followed on one sector of the front by Soviet martial music blared out by the 90-strong divisional band. As part of the Russian plan, a particularly fierce assault was made on the Romanian troops holding part of the line, troops with no previous experience of battle. Within 24 hours, 65,000 Romanian soldiers had been taken prisoner. From London, at Churchill's personal insistence, the Russians were sent operational intelligence overheard by the British through Enigma about German Army and Air Force intentions. Not only Romanian but also Hungarian and Italian forces fought alongside the Germans during the Russian assault on November the 19th. All were driven back. Then, on November the 20th, the Russians attacked south of Stalingrad. Their aim was a bold and dramatic one, to encircle the German forces inside the very city which the Germans themselves were encircling. A sensible German response would have been to break off the siege and withdraw towards the River Don. This proposal was made by General von Paulus on November the 21st, but Hitler wouldn't allow any withdrawal whatsoever, issuing an order from Berchtesgaden that same day that von Paulus's Sixth Army must stand firm despite the danger of its temporary encirclement. On November the 22nd, the Russian pincer closed south of Kalach on the Don, trapping well over 250,000 men inside a circle that was to be drawn tighter every day. For the defenders of Stalingrad, so nearly driven into the Volga, the Soviet winter offensive brought the first relief for 2 months. The city, devastated and almost entirely overrun, had not succumbed, and would not now be lost. "Hold on," Hitler broadcast that day to the Sixth Army. But von Paulus saw no hope in holding on, and that same night asked for Hitler's permission to break out of the trap. Hitler didn't reply. He was already in his train, on his way from Berchtesgaden to Leipzig, from where he flew to Rastenburg. There he assumed personal command of the German army, and on November the 24th answered Paulus's request to break out of the encirclement with an emphatic refusal. Stalingrad must not be abandoned. In the Mediterranean, the Allies had begun to experience for the first time the sweet taste of success. On November the 20th, a convoy of merchant ships, Operation Stone Age, reached Malta from Egypt under the protective umbrella of British aircraft. The siege of Malta was over. As the ships entered Valletta, the islanders lined every vantage point to cheer, while naval bands played in the ships with welcoming music. In the western desert, following the loss of Benghazi on November the 20th, Rommel fell back to El Agheila, more than 500 miles from the Egyptian frontier across which he had so recently stood in triumph. In Tunisia, British, Free French, and American troops had taken control of the western half of the country, and on November the 25th, American troops raiding the airport of Jeddah destroyed 30 German and Italian aircraft on the ground. But the Allies were not to occupy Tunis, which they had hoped to reach within a month, until the following May. Thus Hitler was able to maintain his formidable pressure on Allied shipping, still forced to use the long and costly Cape of Good Hope route. In Toulon harbour, 58 French warships now awaited the arrival of the German forces sent to occupy Vichy, France. For the Germans, this was a major prize. The seizure of the ships had even been given a code name, Operation Lila. But on the morning of November the 27th, as SS troops began to take over the naval base, the commander of the French fleet, Admiral Jean de Laborde, gave orders for the ships to be scuttled. His orders were obeyed, and 2 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, 4 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, an aircraft transport, 30 destroyers, and 16 submarines were sunk. 3 more submarines managed to put to sea, and avoiding the Germans to join the Allied forces at Algiers. A 4th, also escaping, was interned by the Germans at Carthage. The scuttling of the French fleet at Toulon fulfilled the promise made to the British by Admiral Darlan in June 1940, and partly broken at Oran that same July, that the French Navy would never be allowed to fall into German hands. On November the 28th at Rastenburg, Rommel urged upon Hitler the need to abandon the African theatre of war altogether, as no improvement in the shipping situation could now be expected. If the army remained in North Africa, Rommel insisted, it would be destroyed. Hitler refused to accept Rommel's advice or even to discuss it. It was a political necessity, he said, to hold a major bridgehead in North Africa. Hitler now proposed not to allow von Paulus to break out of the Stalingrad trap, but to break into the trap from outside. This was Operation Winter Storm. Its planning coincided with yet another Russian counterattack, this time in the Terek region of the Caucasus. Soviet partisans were also active in this region, as in the area north of Novorossiysk, where on November the 29th the Germans murdered 107 villagers at Verkhneye Bakanskaya for direct or indirect connections with the partisans. The partisans themselves, however, escaped. Much further behind the German lines, to the west of the river Dnieper, the end of November saw the establishment of 2 partisan bands, one led by Sidor Kovbak, the other by Alexander Suvorov, who, uniting their forces and operating from the region of the Pripet marshes, began to cause havoc to the German lines of communication passing through the Ukraine. The Germans reacted, however, with frequent and savage sweeps, one of which, Operation Munich II, was launched that December against Soviet partisans in the Radoshkovichi region of White Russia, just north of the area of Kovpaks and Saburov's hideaway. In the Pacific, throughout the last 10 days of November, the Japanese tried to reinforce their isolated and besieged garrison on the island of Guadalcanal. In a series of violent clashes with American warships, there were moments when it looked as if the Japanese attempt would succeed. On November the 22nd, the American warship Juno was sunk, and more than 600 men were drowned. 100 more clung to the wreckage. All but 10 of them were eaten by sharks or went mad as a result of the privation and drowned. The Japanese tried once more on November the 30th to reinforce their now struggling garrison on Guadalcanal. Intercepted by the Americans during a night battle off Tassafaronga, the Japanese transports were forced to turn back, but the battle itself was a blow to the Americans, seriously damaging 3 heavy cruisers, Pensacola, New Orleans, and Minneapolis, and sinking a 4th, the Northampton, 58 crew members of which were killed. In New Guinea, the Australians reached the northern shore, recapturing Buna, but the Japanese, withdrawing to Buna Mission, continued their resistance, nor could the Americans dislodge them from the Soputa-Sunananda track. Thus, 15,000 Australians and 15,000 Americans, despite complete mastery of the air and virtual mastery of the sea, found themselves in vicious combat with less than half of their number of Japanese. Far from the swamps and jungles of New Guinea, December the 2nd saw a decisive moment of the war take place in strictest secrecy in a rackets court on the campus of the University of Chicago. Here, at 10 o'clock that morning, the Italian émigré scientist Enrico Fermi gave the order for an experiment to begin, which by mid-afternoon had produced the first self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. All was now set to find and process the necessary uranium for the manufacture of an atomic bomb. On December the 4th, in Brussels, members of the Belgian resistance shot dead a Belgian member of the Germanic SS, a unit created by the Germans from fascist-inclined Belgians. That same day in Warsaw, a group of Christian Poles, led by 2 women, Zofio Kosak and Wanda Filipowicz, set up a council for the assistance of the Jews. Their task was one filled with danger. Only 2 days later, at Stary Cipelo, the SS locked 13 Poles, men, women and children, into a cottage, and 10 more into a barn, and then burned them alive on suspicion of harbouring Jews. That same day, in the Part3 forest, the Germans launched a 4-day manhunt against more than 1,000 Jews in hiding. We fled round and round in terror, one of those in hiding, Arie Korin later recalled, as Germans with machine guns, 4 small cannon and armoured vehicles penetrated the forest. We thought we'd run 20 kilometres, but actually we circled an area of half a kilometre. In the village of Bialka, near Parcho, Jews found refuge with the villagers, but on the 2nd day of the hunt, December the 7th, the Germans entered the village and shot 96 Poles for helping Jews. 3 days later, in the village of Wola Przybylawska, 7 Poles were executed by the Germans for hiding Jews. Over Italy, British bombers had continued to strike at naval installations. In a raid on Naples on December the 4th, a light cruiser, Muzio Attendolo, was sunk and 159 Italians killed. That day, however, in the Tunisian battle, which these air strikes were intended to help, the Germans counterattacked, destroying 25 British tanks and taking 400 prisoners. 2 days later, on December the 6th, German armoured forces broke through the American positions at El Guetar. The Italians, Germany's ally in the Tunisian battle, sought unusual means to advance the Axis cause. On the night of December the 7th, 3 Italian manned torpedoes, known as chariots, tried to enter Gibraltar harbour. Of the 6 men who made up the crews, 3 were killed in action, 2 taken prisoner, and 1 returned to the support ship. No damage was done to Gibraltar harbour or to the ships in it. 4 days later, however, another 3 chariots entered Algiers harbour, sinking 4 Allied supply ships. In the Far East, the Japanese made 2 further unsuccessful attempts to reinforce their troops, both on Guadalcanal and New Guinea. Both attempts were repulsed on December the 8th. On the following day, the Australians overcame the last Japanese resistance in the Gona area. When the final battle ended, more than 500 Japanese dead lay on the battlefield. Once more, they had refused to surrender. On the Russian front, German efforts to regain the initiative around Stalingrad, on the Don and in the Caucasus, came to nothing. The German Air Force Enigma messages made it clear that there had been such heavy losses in transport aircraft sent to the Tunisian front that there were no longer enough to satisfy the needs of the Stalingrad defenders. Reading these Enigma messages in London, Churchill asked his Chief of Intelligence, Sir Stuart Menzies, "Is any of this being sent to Joe?" It was. Stalin was kept well informed by London of deficiencies and setbacks in the German reinforcements being sent for Stalingrad. In the Caucasus, on December the 11th, the Germans withdrew to the Mozdok-Elista line, accepting that their bid to reach the Caspian Sea had finally failed. On the following day, in the Kotelnikovo area, less than 100 miles southwest of Stalingrad, the Germans launched Operation Winter Storm, hoping to break through to the trapped Sixth Army. For 2 days it seemed as if the link-up might be made, but then Russian reinforcements hurried forward to check the German thrust, while other Russian troops attacked along the River Don northwest of Stalingrad, wiping out the whole of the Italian Eighth Army and part of the Romanian Third Army. The Germans, rushing reinforcements to this weakened sector of the front, were forced to take troops away from Winter Storm, itself under threat. The Stalingrad trap remained closed. Far from the battleheads of the Volga and the Don, in the quiet waters of the river Gironde, December the 12th saw the culmination of a daring commando raid, when 12 British commandos, brought to the river estuary by submarine, went upriver by canoe, and during 5 consecutive days and nights in enemy waters, placed limpet mines on 8 ships. All 8 ships were blown up, to Hitler's intense anger and Britain's delight. There was an even greater British triumph on the following day, although it had to be kept secret from all but a dozen or so of those at the centre of war direction. This was the breaking of the German U-boat Enigma key, known to the British as Shark, which had been unreadable for more than a year. In November 1942, the Allies had lost 721,700 tons of merchant shipping to German submarine attack, the highest figure for any month of the war. The success of mid-December came none too soon. Whereas in November 83 Allied ships had been torpedoed, in December the figure fell to 44, and in January 1943 to 33. It was a triumph of cryptography, and also a testimony to the bravery of the 2 British seamen, Tony Fasson and Colin Grazier, who at the end of October had lost their lives while retrieving an Enigma machine and highly prized signal documents off the Nile Delta. In Tunisia, the Germans were confronted by one aspect of Italian rule which they did not like. "The Italians are extremely lax in their treatment of Jews," Goebbels wrote in his diary on December the 13th, and he went on to explain, "They protect Italian Jews both in Tunis and in occupied France, and won't permit their being drafted for work or compelled to wear the Star of David." Nor would the Italians agree to deport to Auschwitz either the Jews in Italian-occupied France and Croatia or those in Italy itself. The Germans could only deport Jews from those countries where the local police force was prepared to cooperate, at least in the roundups and initial incarceration in holding camps. Thus, from Westerbork camp in Holland, 3 trains with a total of 2,500 Jews on board were sent eastward to Auschwitz that December. From German-occupied Poland, however, the deportations were almost over. Nearly 3 million Polish Jews had been murdered in the previous 12 months at Chelmno, Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka. During December, the Germans began to liquidate the various labour camps which had been set up at the time of the deportations, killing in each camp the few hundred Jews who had been kept alive to service a factory or a farm. At a camp near Kruzina, 557 Jews were killed on December the 17th. A week later, 218 slave labourers at Minsk Mazowiecki were done to death, and a week after that the 400 at Karachow. Nor was it the Jews alone who continued to be rounded up and deported. On December the 16th, Himmler issued an order whereby all individuals of mixed gypsy blood should be sent to Auschwitz. The only exceptions to this order were gypsies who agreed to be sterilized. By a cruel coincidence, December the 16th was also the day on which, at Auschwitz, 90 castration experiments were made on Polish non-Jewish prisoners in the camp who were subjected to experiments so painful that many of them, as one eyewitness has recalled, often crawled on the floor in their pain. After a long period of suffering, those on whom the experiments were made were sent to the gas chamber. December the 16th also saw the publication of an order issued by the German Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal Keitel, at Hitler's instigation, intended to curb partisan activity both in Russia and in Yugoslavia. If the fight against the partisans in the East, as well as in the Balkans, is not waged with the most brutal means, the order read, we shall shortly reach the point where the available forces are insufficient to control this area. It's therefore not only justified, but it's the duty of the troops to use all means without restriction, even against women and children, so long as it ensures success. Any consideration for the partisans, the order ended, is a crime against the German people. On December the 17th, the 3 principal allies, Britain, the Soviet Union, and the United States, issued a declaration in each of their capitals announcing that the German authorities, not content with denying to persons of Jewish race in all the territories over which their barbarous rule has been extended the most elementary human rights, are now carrying into effect Hitler's oft-repeated intention to exterminate the Jewish people in Europe. From all the occupied countries, the Allied declaration continued, Jews are being transported in conditions of appalling horror and brutality to Eastern Europe. In Poland, which has been made the principal Nazi slaughterhouse, the ghettos established by the German invaders are being systematically emptied of all Jews, except a few highly skilled workers required for war industries. None of these taken away are ever heard of again. The able-bodied are slowly worked to death in labour camps. The infirm are left to die of exposure and starvation, or are deliberately massacred in mass executions. The number of victims of these bloody cruelties is reckoned in many hundreds of thousands of entirely innocent men, women, and children. The Allied declaration went on to state that the British, Soviet, and American governments, and also General de Gaulle's French National Committee, condemn in the strongest possible terms this bestial policy of cold-blooded extermination. I wish to associate with you in all your grief, Churchill's wife Clementine wrote that day to a meeting of Jewish women Zionists in London. And I pray your meeting may help to keep the attention of the British people focused upon the terrible events which have occurred and are impending in Nazi Europe. On the field of battle, the Allies continued everywhere in the ascendant, except in Tunisia, where they were bogged down by wintry conditions and unexpected opposition. On Guadalcanal and in New Guinea, the Japanese were being pushed steadily back. Around Stalingrad, the Russians continued to widen the gap between the encircled German armies and those seeking to break through to them. In Libya, the German and Italian forces were retreating westward. We're in heavy fighting again, Rommel wrote to his wife on December the 18th, with little hope of success, for we're short of everything. Petrol in particular was short, he added, and without petrol, there's nothing to be done. On December the 19th, German forces, which had come to within 40 miles of Stalingrad, made yet another attempt to link up with the trapped troops under von Paulus. But despite a massive effort, they were checked by the Russians, and on the following day at Rustenburg, even Hitler accepted that von Paulus could not be reached. Nor, it seemed, could he now break out. His tanks had fuel for less than 15 miles. In the Caucasus, the Russians had succeeded by late December in infiltrating as many as 800 partisans behind the German lines near Budyonovsk. These partisans were active in mining railroads and bridges, destroying fuel oil depots, seizing control of small settlements, recruiting new partisans, and killing collaborators. "We've destroyed about 50 Germans and Cossacks," one partisan noted in his diary on December the 21st. When, 6 days later, Cossack and Kalmyk units working for the Germans raided the partisan base, the partisans had already moved elsewhere. On December the 22nd, an act of defiance was carried out in the very centre of German-occupied Europe, in the Polish city of Krakow, where 6 members of the Jewish fighting organization, which had been set up in Poland 5 months earlier, attacked a café frequented by the SS and the Gestapo. Armed only with pistols, their attack was bound to fail. The aim of the attack, one of them later wrote, was to save what could be saved, at least of honour. Their leader, Adolf Liebeskind, was killed by German machine gun fire. "We are fighting," he had remarked a few weeks before the attack, "for 3 lines in the history books." Outside Stalingrad, a German armoured column managed on December the 23rd to come within 30 miles of the besieged 6th Army. But with tank fuel for only a 15-mile movement, von Paulus could no longer plan a breakout with any serious chance of success. Fuel oil was also the cause of Rommel's failure that week to do anything but slowly withdraw to the west. On Christmas Eve, at his headquarters company's Christmas party, Rommel was given as a present a miniature petrol drum, containing, instead of petrol, a pound or 2 of captured British coffee. Thus proper homage was paid, Rommel noted, to our most serious problem, even on that day. On Christmas Eve, on the Eastern Front, the besieged von Paulus learned ominous news. Because of a swift Russian advance against the German forces already driven south of the Don, towards Milerovo, the 6th Panzer Division was being taken away from the armoured units still seeking to break through to Stalingrad and transferred to the Don. The only German success that day was a secret one, the successful test launching of the first flying bomb, a jet-propelled, pilotless aircraft, which flew 1.5 miles at the test site at Peenemünde. At least a year's more testing and developing would need to be done, as well as the building of suitable sites in northwestern France, but at least a German secret weapon now existed, from which a great deal was hoped. As with the American atomic pile at Chicago, so with the German flying bomb at Peenemünde, the most fanciful ideas of pre-war science were being turned into reality in order to meet the demands of total war. As science made its slow experimental progress in laboratory and testing ground, terror advanced with no delays or hesitations. On December the 24th, in the Part3 forest, the Germans launched a second manhunt. Several hundred Jews in hiding in a family camp were seized and slaughtered. The survivors, unarmed, frightened, freezing, and without food, were fortunate. They found a protector, the 24-year-old Jekiel Greenspan, from a family of local horse traders, who that winter built up a partisan unit of 30 to 40 Jews, foraged for food, acquired arms from the local Polish peasants whom his family had known before the war, and when German soldiers entered the forest, fought them off. Also on December the 24th, the day of the Part3 sweep, the Germans entered the Polish village of Bielowice and executed 300 Poles for partisan activity. Today a monument stands in silent testimony on the site of their mass grave. In Tunisia, throughout December the 24th, the Allies battled in vain to break through the Axis defences. There was excitement throughout North Africa that day as news spread that Admiral Darlan had been assassinated by a French student in Algiers. Darlan's murder, Churchill later wrote, however criminal, relieved the Allies of their embarrassment at working with him, and at the same time left them with all the advantages he'd been able to bestow during the vital hours of the Allied landings. In Darlan's place, as High Commissioner and Commander-in-Chief of the French forces in Morocco and Algeria, the Allies appointed General Giraud. On December the 27th at Rastenburg, Hitler listened as General Zeitzler advised him that German forces should withdraw from the Caucasus. If not, Zeitzler warned, you will have a second Stalingrad on your hands. Hitler accepted this advice. 2 days later, on December the 29th, the Russians retook Kotelnikovo, from which the Germans had begun their attempt to spring the Stalingrad trap. Outwardly, one has to be optimistic about the future in 1943, King George VI noted in his diary that day, but inwardly I am depressed at the present prospect. As 1942 came to an end, the Axis powers were in retreat in Libya, on Guadalcanal and New Guinea, and at Stalingrad and in the Caucasus. Partisan activity, though savagely suppressed, was also proving more and more effective. Yet, at the same time, as well as maintaining its position in Tunisia, the Axis was still in full control of vast expanses of territory and of hundreds of millions of captive people throughout Europe and Asia. In Southeast Asia and the Pacific, the forces of Japan were installed over an enormous area, from the borders of India to the islands of Alaska. In Europe, the Germans were masters from the Pyrenees to the North Cape, and from Cape Finisterre to Cape Matapan. Tyranny, too, was uncurbed. On December the 29th, 69 villagers in tiny Bielowola in central Poland had been driven into the schoolhouse and shot. But this massacre, terrible as it was, paled into insignificance when seen in the context of the death that December at nearby Pianotowa of a total of 18,000 Soviet prisoners of war. They had died of starvation, prisoners in a camp in which they had been denied all food. On December the 31st at Rastenburg, Hitler was shown a report signed by Himmler, giving a precise statistic of the number of Jews executed for the 4 months, August to November. The figure given was 363,211. That New Year's Eve, British bombers dropped their bombs on Düsseldorf. They did so on a cloudy night, but with a new device, oboe, a radio beam, which enabled bombs to be dropped on target, or as near to target as possible, without anything of the towns being visible from the air. Science, no longer neutral, had come to the aid of deliberate destruction. Chapter 29. Casablanca, Blueprint for Victory. January 1943. For the Germans, the year 1943 opened badly. In both Tunisia and Libya, the Allies were clearly poised for the destruction of all Axis forces in North Africa. On the Eastern Front, amid the rigours of winter, partisan bands were so active and prolific that 3 separate operations were about to be launched against them. Polar Bear II, between Bryansk and Dmitriev, Winter Magic in Lithuania, and Burdock around Kletnya. On the Eastern Front itself, despite reinforcements brought hurriedly from France, the German forces, which had so recently come to within 30 miles of their colleagues trapped in Stalingrad, were now pushed back 120 miles southwest of the city, while in the northern sector of the front, despite a tenacious defence, the Germans were driven from Velikiye Luki. Despite the setbacks on the battlefield, the final solution went on without interruption. At 4 concentration camps in Yugoslavia, Labograd, Jasenovac, Stara Gadiska, and Jakovo, more than 30,000 Jews, men, women, and children, had been starved to death or shot by the opening days of 1943. Some were able to escape the roundups. Of more than 4,000 who did so, and who then joined the partisans, 1,318 were killed in battle. In France that January, a Frenchman, Joseph Darnard, set up a police force of 25,000 men. Known as the Milice, this force worked in close collaboration with the Gestapo, helping to arrest any Frenchman suspected of resistance activities and to round up Jews. Repression was only one facet of Nazi racial policy. Confidence in the race was such that Himmler envisaged replenishing German stock by deliberate means. 7 years earlier, in December 1935, he had established the Lebensborn organization, its literal meaning was spring of life, to pursue his racial theories. The idea was to replenish SS stock lost as a result of the fighting in the East, and to do so by organizing extramarital procreation between SS men and suitable partners. By January 1943, there were more than 20 Lebensborn houses throughout German-occupied Europe, several of them in Norway, which Himmler felt had special merit as an Aryan Nordic breeding ground. In Eastern Europe, children from Slavic backgrounds who were thought to have suitably Germanic traits were taken forcibly from their parents, transported to Germany and offered for adoption to childless SS and Nazi Party couples. An estimated 70,000 mothers and children had passed through the Lebensborn houses or adoption centres by 1945. Racial purity was the Nazi ideal. Setbacks at Stalingrad and in North Africa were the German reality. In the Far East, 1943 also opened badly for the Japanese, with the decision to evacuate the island of Guadalcanal. All hope of holding the Solomon Islands was now lost, and with it all chance of controlling the approaches to Australia. In New Guinea, the Japanese now gave up their last defensive stronghold at Buna Mission, with many of the defenders swimming out to sea in order to die rather than be taken prisoner. The garrison commander, a colonel, committed suicide rather than bear the disgrace of surrender. Even on the Indian frontier with Burma, the British felt confident enough to begin to attempt a reconquest of Burma, launching Operation Cannibal on January the 1st, from Chittagong towards Don Baig. In the Philippines, an American Army officer, Captain Ralph B. Prager, who had escaped into the interior of Luzon when Corregidor fell, transmitted a radio message on January the 3rd to General MacArthur. He had managed to get together 5,000 Filipinos and needed only an airdrop of arms to begin a massive sabotage campaign. MacArthur refused Captain Prager's request, partly because his own resources were being strained to the utmost by the campaign in New Guinea, and partly for fear of Japanese reprisals against Filipino civilians. Instead, he instructed Prager to confine his activities to intelligence gathering. But for many of the Filipinos in Prager's area, the ambush of Japanese soldiers became a way of life, despite the savage reprisals which each ambush provoked. On January the 4th, the Germans were driven from Mozdok in the Caucasus, the most eastern important town captured during their advance the previous August. The mountain town of Nalchik, 50 miles to the west, was lost on the following day. A swift advance was being replaced by an even swifter retreat. In German-occupied Europe, the pace of deportation and killing was relentless, often marked by bizarre and effective deception. On January the 5th, all Jews in the Polish town of Opoczno were told that those with relatives in Palestine would be allowed to leave as part of an official exchange scheme. Palestine Jews for German nationals caught in Palestine at the outbreak of war. 500 Jews registered for the exchange. They were taken away by train, not to Palestine, but to Treblinka, and to their death. On the following day, the first of 15 trains to reach Auschwitz that January arrived from Belgium, to be followed by trains from Holland, Berlin, Grodno, and the Bialystok region. Of the 24,000 deportees on these trains, all but 4,000 were gassed on their arrival at Auschwitz. On January the 8th, the commander of the Russian Don Front, General Rokossovsky, sent General von Paulus an ultimatum with terms for the surrender of his forces trapped in Stalingrad. Von Paulus, unwilling to disobey Hitler's orders against any surrender, rejected the Russian demand. On the following morning, Rokossovsky gave the orders to begin Operation Ring, the direct assault on the trapped German forces. As Soviet troops renewed their assault, the Germans had to continue to fight with less and less chance of airborne supplies reaching them. 490 transport and bomber transport aircraft were shot down trying to fly in supplies to the 2 remaining airfields under German control. Inside the trap, 12,000 wounded men were without medical supplies. As the Red Army's ring closed around Stalingrad, the siege of Leningrad was about to come to an end, as on January the 13th, Soviet troops launched Operation Spark, breaking through the German lines and opening a narrow corridor only 10 miles wide south of Lake Ladoga. Through this corridor, supplies could travel by land. Within a week of the corridor being opened, men, arms, munitions, and food were entering the city. But so narrow was the strip over which these supplies could pass, and so ferocious the German artillery bombardment against it, lasting for another year, that it soon became known as the Corridor of Death. On January the 14th, Roosevelt and Churchill met at Casablanca, in newly liberated French North Africa, to coordinate the next stage of their joint war policy. During their meeting, they publicly reaffirmed that the unconditional surrender of Germany and Japan was their unalterable policy. Also reached at Casablanca was an Anglo-American agreement made as a result of a clear warning by the combined chiefs of staff of the many problems of supply and preparation, not to launch the cross-channel liberation of German-occupied Europe until the early summer of 1944. Even the Sicily landing would not take place until later than originally intended. Stalin was not alone in being disappointed at the time lags, especially for the cross-channel attack. An American observer, the diplomat Avril Harriman, noted during the conference that Churchill and Roosevelt, while much pleased with the meeting, were both disappointed by the slowness of the new moves. As the Casablanca conference continued, Soviet forces, driving toward Stalingrad from the northwest, overran the principal German supply airfield at Pitominik. Only one airfield, the much smaller Gumrak, now linked the Germans with the outside forces which could no longer come to their aid by land. Behind German lines, on January the 15th, the German army launched its 4th offensive against Tito's partisans in Yugoslavia. The campaign, Operation White, was commanded by General Alexander von Löhr and was the largest military operation conducted by the German forces in Yugoslavia since their invasion in April 1941. Joining the German forces were a considerable number of Italian troops, as well as the Croat-Chetnik forces of Ante Pavelic, who had earlier been flown to see Hitler at Vinica in order to stiffen his resolve. Forcing the partisans from their headquarters at Bihać, on the border of Croatia and Bosnia, the troops of Operation White drove them more than 200 miles southward to the inhospitable slopes of the 8,290-foot Mount Durmitor in Montenegro. That same day, in German-occupied Russia, during an anti-partisan sweep near Kletnya, 441 partisans were killed. Also on January the 15th in Paris, the 33-year-old Kurt Lischka was appointed commander of the German security police, responsible for planning and supervising the continuing deportation of Jews from France to Auschwitz. That same day, in Brussels, the Gestapo began a series of arrests, which was soon to break the Comet escape line from Belgium, Holland, and France to the Pyrenees, through which more than 100 Allied airmen had been brought to safety, and in most cases returned to their Air Force tasks. Several hundred of those who had helped organize or guard the escape route were arrested, Many of them were killed in captivity or died of ill treatment. A few escaped through Spain to Britain. One who stayed behind, Jean Grinder, whose code name was Nemo, tried to protect those few still in hiding from arrest, but he himself was arrested 3 weeks later and condemned to death. Before the death sentence could be carried out, however, Grindel was killed by an Allied bomb in an air raid. Air raids were a principal theme of the continuing discussions at Casablanca, where Roosevelt and Churchill agreed that the bombing of Germany, both by day and by night, and on a massive scale, should be intensified in order to achieve not only the progressive destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial, and economic system, but also, as their secret directive explained, the undermining of the morale of the German people to a point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened. On January the 16th, 5 days before this directive was finalized, British bombers carried out their first heavy raid on Berlin for more than 14 months. In the Far East, in New Guinea, January the 16th saw a combined American and Australian attack on Sanananda. After 9 days of battle, the Japanese forces were destroyed and 3,000 killed, but still the Japanese refused to give up their dwindling hold. Nor would they do so on Guadalcanal, where despite a decision in Tokyo to withdraw from the island in February, the fighting went on, and an American call by loudspeaker inviting the Japanese to surrender was rejected. It had been nearly 4 months since the Germans had stopped their daily deportations from Warsaw to Treblinka, but on January the 18th, a German unit entered the ghetto to start up the deportation again. 600 Jews were killed in the streets as the brutal roundup began, and 6,000 were deported to Treblinka and to their deaths. As the renewed deportations began, a group of Jews who had managed to acquire arms fired back. Several Germans fell. Then the Germans began to return the fire, the machine gun bullets of the conqueror challenging the pistol shots of the Jews. 9 of the Jewish fighters were killed. For the first time since the occupation, one young Jew, Tuvio Borzikowski, later recalled, "We saw Germans clinging to walls, crawling on the ground, running for cover, hesitating before taking a step in the fear of being hit by a Jewish bullet." The cries of the wounded Germans, Borzikowski added, caused us joy and increased our thirst for battle. That battle came on the following day, and again on January the 21st, when grenades were thrown at the buildings in which Jews sought to resist. All through the day, Borzikowski recalled, the ghetto resounded to the explosions in which hundreds of Jews perished. But the resistance continued, and 40 Jews going from house to house and rooftop to rooftop, not all of them armed, but taking arms from the Germans, kept up the firing. Then, to the amazement of the fighters, the Germans withdrew from the ghetto. At the time, Borzikowski later wrote, we had only 10 pistols. Had the Germans known this, they would probably have continued the raids, and Jewish resistance would have been nipped in the bud as a minor, insignificant episode. We obtained faith, another of the Jewish fighters, Yitzhak Zuckerman, later recalled, that we can fight, we know how to fight. 12 Germans had been killed in battle with the Jews. The German units withdrew to leave the ghetto for a later time. On January the 18th, west of Osipovici, Operation Harvest Home was launched against Soviet partisans. That same day in Norway, 5 Englishmen who had been captured during the glider raid the previous November were taken to a forest outside Oslo and shot. Inside Germany itself, the effect of the recent setbacks in North Africa and Russia was beginning to be felt. The times have grown very grave. In the East also, Rommel wrote to his wife from Tunisia on January the 19th, and he added, there's going to be total mobilization for every single German without regard for place of residence, status, property, or age. The supply position, Rommel wrote on January the 20th, is making our situation more difficult every day. During a meeting that day between Rommel and the Italian commander-in-chief, Marshal Cavallero, the bad news came in, Rommel later recalled, that British torpedo boats had sunk 10 out of 14 petrol barges west of Tripoli. Unknown to Rommel or Cavallero, it was their own top-secret Enigma and C-38-meter radio messages decrypted at Bletchley, which were enabling the British to locate and then destroy almost every supply ship or barge which set off from Italy carrying fuel and ammunition. In the Far East, the British launched Operation Bunkum on January the 19th, landing 6 men by submarine on the west coast of the Japanese-occupied Middle Andaman Island, 1,000 miles southeast of Calcutta. Working their way through dense jungle and mangrove swamps, 3 of the 6, led by Major D. McCarthy, former commandant of the Andaman's police, reached the capital, Port Blair, and made a detailed study of the defences. For 32 days they moved through enemy territory, covering a total of 130 miles. Returning to Ceylon, Major McCarthy reported that Japanese brutality, which consists of public beating and limb-breaking at the smallest provocation, made the Andaman Islands a fertile ground for subversion, but it was to be more than a year before their efforts could be followed up. In reprisal for the 2 bombing raids on Berlin, German bombers now returned to Britain in force for the first time in almost 2 years. In a single week of renewed aerial bombardment, 328 British civilians were killed, including 39 schoolchildren, on January the 20th, when a school was hit at Lewisham in South London. It was also on January the 20th, from his desk in Berlin, that Himmler sent the German Minister of Transport a top-secret letter about the removal of Jews from the general government, the Eastern Territories, and the West. For this purpose, Himmler wrote, "I need your help and support. If I'm to wind things up quickly, I must have more trains for transports. I know very well," Himmler added, "how difficult the situation is for the railways and what demands are constantly made of you. Just the same, I must make this request of you. Help me get more trains." That same day, the deportations from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz were renewed, with 2,000 deportees sent to the east. On reaching Auschwitz, 1,760 were gassed. In a train which left Holland on the day after Himmler wrote his letter on the need for more trains, the deportees included several hundred mental patients from the Jewish mental hospital at Apeldoorn. Before the train left Apeldoorn, the commander of the German security police in Holland, Ferdinand Ausch de Wunten, called for volunteers among the hospital nurses to accompany the train. 20 came forward. He himself chose a further 30. The volunteers travelled in a separate wagon at the back of the train. All were offered the choice of returning home immediately after the journey or working in a really modern mental home. On reaching Auschwitz, nurses and patients alike were sent to the gas chambers. Not one survived, neither the sick nor those who had been devoted to their care. On the day after the deportation from Apeldoorn to Auschwitz, 30 Jewish orphans were seized from their orphanage in Marseille, together with their guardian, Alice Salomon, who insisted upon going wherever they were going. It was to Sobibor and to their deaths. That week, 80 miles east of Marseille, the Germans tried to round up Jews living in the Italian zone of occupation, but on January the 23rd, the Italian authorities refused to cooperate, and no deportations took place. On January the 22nd, a German top-secret report gave details of the success of Operation Hamburg, an anti-partisan sweep behind the German lines in Russia, in the area of Slonim. In all, 1,676 partisans had been killed, as well as 1,510 civilians, on the grounds that they belonged to the gangs. 4 armoured cars and 8 machine guns had also been captured, as well as cattle and grain. Later that month in Yugoslavia, during the German anti-partisan sweep, Operation White, Tito's partisans agreed to a German request for a limited exchange of prisoners. Among the partisans returned under the exchange was Tito's wife, Herta. As the partisan retreat continued, Tito appealed to Stalin for material help, but Stalin replied that there were insurmountable technical difficulties. When, a few days later, Moscow complained about the partisan German agreement for the prisoner exchange, Tito replied, "If you can't understand what a hard time we're having, and if you can't help us, then at least do not hinder us." On January the 21st, as Soviet forces continued to drive forward towards Stalingrad, and on the Caucasus front, captured the main German Air Force base and supply centre at Salsk, the British eavesdroppers at Bletchley broke yet another of the Enigma keys known to them as Porcupine, which provided the Allies for the next crucial month with all German Air Force messages relating to ground-air cooperation in South Russia. On January the 22nd, in the Pacific, off the northeastern tip of Australia, a Japanese seaplane dive-bombed a boat sailing off Lower Wessel Island. The boat was sunk, and 6 of those on board were killed. Moments later, the seaplane landed and its crew seized one of the surviving Australians, Leonard Kentish, a missionary. Kentish was taken away in the seaplane. Later, on one of the Japanese-held islands in New Guinea, he was beheaded. By an extraordinary chance, an eyewitness to his death survived, and in August 1948, his executioner, Lieutenant Sagajima Mangan, was brought to trial in Hong Kong and executed. In the Far East, both on Guadalcanal and in New Guinea, the Japanese forces were facing the possibility of a defeat on land. It came on January the 22nd, when the American and Australian forces on New Guinea overran the last pockets of Japanese resistance west and south of Sanananda. An estimated 7,000 Japanese soldiers had been killed during the campaign. The American and Australian forces lost 3,000. Almost no Japanese had allowed themselves to be taken prisoner. Most of the 350 prisoners taken were Chinese or Korean labourers attached to the Japanese forces. Even as the Japanese were driven for the first time from one of their principal land conquests, the German and Italian forces in North Africa were driven from Tripoli, in which they had been so powerful less than a year earlier. Falling back towards Tunisia, they were constantly pursued and harassed by Montgomery's forces. At Casablanca, Roosevelt and Churchill held their final plenary meeting on January the 23rd. Speaking of assistance to Russia in relation to the other commitments of Britain and the United States, Roosevelt suggested retaining in the next round of supply negotiations the sentence in the combined Chiefs of Staff report that supply to Russia will not be continued at prohibitive cost to the United Nations efforts. But Churchill replied that aid to Russia must be pushed, and no investment could pay a better dividend. The United Nations, Churchill insisted, cannot let Russia down. In the discussions which followed, however, 2 of the American Chiefs of Staff, Admiral King and General Marshall, stressed the extent of the shipping losses to the northern convoys. Such losses, Marshall warned, made it impossible for us to attack on other fronts and thus eliminate the possibility of forcing the Germans to withdraw ground and air troops from the Russian front. It must be made certain, Marshall added, that by continuing the convoys to Russia, we do not hazard the success of the Sicily landing. If passage of convoys on the northern route were prohibitive in cost, Churchill agreed, they must be stopped. Whatever was decided, Churchill added, Stalin must be told the facts. The convoys would be stopped if the losses are too great. The conference then discussed the timing for the Sicily landings. Churchill pressed for the earliest possible date, telling Roosevelt that he feared the gap of perhaps 4 months during the summer when no United States or British troops would be in contact with the Germans. Roosevelt accepted this argument, commenting that such a gap might have a serious effect all over the world. Churchill then pressed for a June date for the landings in Sicily, but after General Marshall warned of the need to avoid any timing which would be at the expense of adequate preparation, it was agreed that the July date should stand, subject to an instruction that in the next 3 weeks, without prejudice to the July date, there would be an intense effort made to try and achieve the favourable June moon as the date of the operation. The 8 days of discussions, almost continuously at Casablanca, of every facet of Anglo-American war policy had been, Churchill reported in his telegram that day to the War Cabinet in London, from one point of view very remarkable. The priority of Hitler's extinction as against the defeat of Japan had been re-established. Priority had been secured for the Mediterranean as against the cross-channel assault that summer, but without prejudice to the maximum development of the build-up in Britain of the forces that would be needed for an eventual cross-channel landing in 1944. On the Eastern Front, on the 24th of January 1943, the Germans were driven from Voronezh, and in the North Caucasus from Amarvir. From Stalingrad that day, von Paulus asked Hitler for permission to surrender. The Sixth Army, Hitler replied, will hold its positions to the last man and the last round. That day the Russians overran von Paulus's last airfield at Gumrak. In North Africa, Rommel's troops, retreating continually westward, crossed into Tunisia at Ben Gardan and began to prepare a defensive line just west of Medellin. In Germany, from January the 26th, because of the urgent need on the front line for more men, anti-aircraft batteries in the Reich itself were manned by members of the Hitler Youth from the age of 15 and upward. On the following day, the United States 8th Air Force, based in Britain, carried out its first bombing raid over Germany against warehouses and factories at Wilhelmshaven. In the air battle above the port, 22 German aircraft were shot down, for the loss of only 3 of the 64 American bombers which took part in the attack. British aircraft were about to be used on an increased scale for yet another task, support for the French resistance. On January the 27th in London, de Gaulle's Minister of the Interior, General Dastier de la Vigerie, warned Churchill and his principal advisers that if the Maquis, the bands of patriots now hiding out in the French countryside, were not given arms, there was danger of their disappearance. At present, he explained, for every 2 Germans who were killed by the resistance, one of their own number was also killed. They couldn't go on very much longer without help, especially as they were being attacked not only by the German occupying forces in France, but by those French elements who had been seduced by the Germans to do their handiwork. With the Casablanca Conference having confirmed that there would be a cross-channel landing in the early summer of 1944, Churchill was keen to see the French resistance forces built up into an effective arm of the invasion. He therefore asked the Royal Air Force to make as many aircraft as possible available to drop supplies to the Maquis, telling his colleagues at the meeting of January the 27th that he wished and believed it possible to bring about a situation in the whole area between the Rhone and the Italian frontier and between the Lake of Geneva and the Mediterranean, comparable to the situation in Yugoslavia. Churchill added, brave and desperate men could cause the most acute embarrassment to the enemy, and it was right that we should do all in our power to foster and stimulate so valuable an aid to Allied strategy. Partisan activities were indeed becoming an embarrassment to the Germans throughout German-occupied Europe. On January the 28th, as the battles raged west of Voronezh, Stalingrad and Amarvir, German armed forces launched Operation Harvest Home II against Soviet partisan forces west of the Minsk-Slutsk road, 200 miles behind the front line. Further behind the lines, far from the battlefield or the partisans, death still came for acts of courage. On January the 29th, in Wierzbice, near Radom, 3 Polish families who had been hiding Jews were shot. Among the 15 Poles who were killed that day was a 2-year-old girl. Even further west, as several hundred French volunteers left Paris to fight for Germany on the Eastern Front, the words, "Death to the Jews," were scrawled on their railway carriages. That same day, also by train, 869 Jews were taken from Westerbork in Holland, and 1,000 Jews from Berlin for Auschwitz. To ensure that the process of destruction could run efficiently, on January the 30th, the 10th anniversary of his coming to power in Germany, Hitler appointed his fellow Austrian, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, as head of the Reich Central Security Office, in charge of coordinating the roundups and deportations. Under him, it was Heinrich Müller who signed the orders whereby the Jews were actually deported. One such order required the delivery to Auschwitz of 45,000 Jews by January the 31st. Above Germany, British bombers carrying out the Casablanca directive of Roosevelt and Churchill attacked Berlin during the daylight hours of January the 30th and Hamburg that same night. The raid on Berlin had been timed to coincide with radio broadcasts by both Goering and Goebbels on the 10th anniversary of Nazi rule. During his broadcast, Goebbels declared, "1,000 years hence, every German will speak with awe of Stalingrad, and remember that it was there that Germany put the seal on her victory." Also, on January the 31st, Hitler appointed von Paulus to be a field marshal. It was the very day on which von Paulus surrendered. The German Sixth Army, victors in May 1940 in Holland and Belgium, had now been cut into two separate pockets. 48 hours after von Paulus in one pocket surrendered, those in the second pocket also gave up. Of the 284,000 German soldiers originally caught in the Stalingrad trap, 160,000 had been killed in action by January the 31st. A further 34,000 had been evacuated by air. The survivors, 90,000 frost-bitten and wounded men, were marched eastward on foot to Siberia. Tens of thousands died during the march, and tens of thousands more in captivity. Goebbels' boasting and Hitler's confidence had for the first time been held up to mockery. The news of the surrender of so vast a German force and of Stalingrad's liberation brought renewed hope to the armies struggling against Germany and to the captive peoples suffering so cruelly throughout German-occupied Europe. After nearly 3.5 years of victories, conquests, advances, and the exhilaration of creating fear and uncertainty, the Germans appeared vulnerable. The inevitability of triumph was gone. That day, determined not to lose a single hour of advantage, Allied bombers struck at German airfields and military installations in Sicily. In the Far East, Japanese troops on New Guinea, with the defeats of Bonar and Gonar behind them, had tried to reach Port Moresby on January the 28th by an attack on the Australian garrison at Wau, but they were beaten off. Near Rennell Island, however, as American reinforcements sailed towards Guadalcanal, Japanese aircraft mounted an attack, sinking the American heavy cruiser Chicago on January the 30th. 21 Americans were killed, but more than 1,000 were taken off safely before the ship went down. On February the 1st, in Burma, the Japanese successfully repulsed an attack by Indian troops on the garrison at Don Baik. Unknown to the Japanese, February the 1st was also the day on which, at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, ground was broken for the first ever manufacturing plant for the uranium-235 needed to build an atomic bomb. To ensure secrecy and seclusion for the 92-acre site, 1,000 local families were forced to move away. In their place came engineers and scientists, whose number was in due course to reach 82,000, as their deadly work drew closer and closer to completion. As an earnest of the struggle that still lay ahead on the Eastern Front, on February the 2nd, the Soviet government announced in Moscow the creation of a new medal to a partisan of the war for the fatherland, to be awarded by commanders of partisan headquarters to members of their units. On the following day in Berlin, German radio announced a 2-day period of mourning for the Stalingrad disaster. Seizing the advantage of the Germans' discomfiture, on February the 3rd, the Red Army entered Kushchevskaya, south of Rostov, and Kupiansk, east of Kharkov. Then, on February the 4th, in an amphibious assault, Soviet forces landed behind the German lines near Novorossiysk, where for 6 days a small force headed by Major Cesar Kunikov held the beachhead until Soviet forces further along the shore could link up with it. Mortally wounded during the battle, Kunikov was posthumously created a hero of the Soviet Union. The day of the Novorossiysk landing, February the 4th, was, for the Germans, a day of revenge in distant Kovno, when 45 Jews, men and women, were seized in their various workplaces outside the ghetto and killed. The Germans dubbed these killings the Stalingrad Action. On February the 5th, the Germans were driven from Stary Oshkyol and Izium, while a Soviet advance to Yeysk, on the Sea of Azov, cut off the German forces around Novorossiysk from the main body of troops retreating towards Rostov. As the retreats continued, the Germans had to face an intensification of partisan action as far behind the lines as Gomel. It was against these partisans that Operation Hare Chase was launched on February the 6th, 250 miles behind the front line. It was on February the 6th in Berlin that Himmler received a detailed report on the quantity of old garments collected from Auschwitz and the death camps in the Lublin region. The list included, amongst many other items, 22,000 pairs of children's shoes, 155,000 women's coats, and 3,000 kilograms of women's hair. The women's hair filled a large railway wagon. The clothing of the victims was to be distributed in Germany, some of it to the Hitler Youth leadership. The question had also been raised 3 weeks earlier by Himmler personally after a visit to Warsaw as to what to do with spectacles and eyeglasses, of which hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, were lying in warehouses in Warsaw. The Jewish clothing sent to the Reich filled 825 railway wagons. In addition, the amount of foreign currency, gold and silver listed, was considerable, including $500,000 United States dollars and $116,420 in gold. Clothes, valuables, hair. These were among the spoils of the German war against the Jews. Children and their parents were stripped of the very last of their possessions at the entrance to the gas chamber. On February the 11th, in a deportation from Paris to Auschwitz, many of the 123 children under 12 were deported without their parents. All of them were killed. 6 days later in London, Churchill was told that leaflets setting out German atrocities had already been dropped over Germany and would be dropped again when next we raid Berlin. As the deportation trains travelled from west to east, the Red Army was advancing steadily from east to west, taking both Azov and Kramatorsk on February the 7th. Reflecting that day on Stalingrad, Hitler told his Gauleiters gathered to hear him in secret conclave at Rastenburg, "What you are witnessing is a catastrophe of unheard-of magnitude." And he added, "The Russians broke through. The Romanians gave up. The Hungarians didn't even put up a fight." Hitler then declared, "If the German people fails, then it doesn't deserve that we fight for its future. Then we can write it off with equanimity." For some of his Gauleiters, faithful and senior Nazi party men, the governors of the provinces of Greater Germany, Hitler's declaration was one which caused a certain unease. "Not the right attitude of mind," one of them, Herbert Backe, noted, "for his wife's eyes only." On February the 8th, the Germans were driven from Kursk, a principal centre of north-south communications and a strong point on their winter line. On the following day they were forced from Belgorod. It was a black moment for those who 5 months earlier had reached the western bank of the Volga and stood in triumph on the highest mountain of the Caucasus. Nor was there any comfort for Germany in the performance of her Japanese ally. On February the 9th, at 4:25 in the afternoon, all organized resistance on Guadalcanal came to an end. More than 9,000 Japanese troops had been killed for the loss of 2,000 Americans. Stalingrad and Guadalcanal had shown the Allies that the Axis could be defeated in battle, but both places stood on the periphery of the areas under Axis control. the continent of Europe and the vast island expanses of Southeast Asia were still under the military rule of those who had chosen to make war. The Allies, for all their recent triumphs, stood at the edge of immense regions confronted by hugely powerful forces still to be overthrown and still capable of prodigious efforts not only of defence but also of attack. Chapter 30. The German Armies in Danger. February 1943. On the 12th of February 1943, British forces crossed into Tunisia from the south. Throughout the length of western Tunisia, American and British forces already held a line well inside the frontier. But the initial failure to take Tunis at the time of the Operation Torch landings 3 months earlier was to cost the Allies dear, as Rommel prepared to send his experienced tank crews and battle-tested tanks against the inexperienced American forces holding the Kasserine Pass. That same day, on the Eastern Front, the Red Army entered Lozovaya, an important junction south of Kharkov. Nor had the Soviet partisan impetus slackened. On the 12th of February, in the Rogachev region, more than 200 miles behind the front line, the Germans were forced to launch a 4-day military sweep, Operation Ursula. Then, on February the 14th, the Russians retook Rostov, and the city, which had twice been held by Germany, was now lost forever. So, too, that day was the industrial city of Voroshilovgrad. Only in North Africa was there a brief turn of fortune in favour of Germany on February the 14th, an attack devised by Rommel against the British and American forces in western Tunisia. But on the following day, in eastern Tunisia, British forces entered Ben Gardan. Rommel now began to fortify the Mareth line. Those of Rommel's forces which attacked westward on February the 14th had, however, an immediate success, driving the inexperienced American forces which faced them back across the Kasserine Pass. But Rommel's object, to drive far back across the Algerian border, failed. His troops were halted before Tebessa and could make no further progress. The Allied armies in North Africa still had to face the prospect of a long campaign against two generals, Rommel and von Arnim, who, under orders from Hitler, would cling to Tunisia with skill and tenacity. Unknown to Rommel or von Arnim, however, the most sensitive element of any general's ability to fight, his system of top-secret communications to the High Command, had been almost totally undermined. The very Enigma machine which gave both Rommel and von Arnim the welcome knowledge that aircraft reinforcements were on the way, and which transmitted to them their tactical directives, enabled their adversaries from their signals intelligence centre in Britain to monitor their strength and intentions and to reduce and impede them until the day would come when neither general could hope even to hold a defensive line. In Burma, on February the 14th, 3,000 British and Gurkha troops of the 77th Indian Brigade, known as the Chindits, set off from Imphal towards the inhospitable jungles of Burma, on a mission of sabotage against the Myitkyina-Mandalay Railway. Crossing into Burma at Tammu and moving more than 500 miles into Japanese-held territory, this expedition, code-named Loincloth, the brainchild of Brigadier Ord Wingate, blew up the railway between Wuntho and Indore. 3 bridges were cut, and a Japanese force which tried to stop the demolitions was driven off. After 4 weeks of determined marching and of continued sabotage, 5 of Wingate's columns crossed the Irrawaddy River. Once over the Irrawaddy, however, and at the limit of air supply, the expedition was forced to return. Before it did so, an ambush was set for the Japanese, in which 100 Japanese were killed for the loss of a single Gurkha. The aim of Operation Loincloth, to stir up a hornet's nest in Japanese-occupied Burma, had been successful, so much so that the Japanese were later to launch their own imitative attack against India in the region of Imphal. Wingate, too, was to try again on a far more substantial scale. On February the 16th, the Red Army reached the outskirts of Kharkov. That day, over France, an American airman, Lieutenant T.P. Mayo, was shot down on his way back from an air raid over Saint-Nazaire. As he landed, several French women came up to him, some of them already carrying plain clothes for him to change into so that he would all the more easily be able to evade capture. Slowly but surely, the forces of resistance and rescue were gaining in strength and organization. Even an Allied airman lost over France could now expect to be helped, hidden and sent southward to the Pyrenees and Spain. That same night, over Norway, 6 specially trained Norwegians were parachuted onto a frozen lake 30 miles northwest of Vermork in a second Allied attempt to destroy the high-concentration heavy water plant on which a German atomic bomb would depend. This time, the mission, code-named Operation Gunnercide, was a success. 9 days after the landing, having been joined by 4 men from the earlier Swallow mission, the Norwegians blew up the high-concentration plant at the factory. None of the saboteurs was caught. One of them, fully armed and in uniform, went across the snow on skis to neutral Sweden. The other 9 remained in Norway, and despite repeated German searches, avoided capture. In Munich that day, stunned citizens saw the words "Freedom" and "Down with Hitler" painted in large white letters on a wall in one of the city's main streets. 2 days later, at Munich University, anti-Nazi leaflets were scattered in the main entrance hall. "Germany's name will remain disgraced forever," one sentence in the leaflet read, "unless German youth rises up immediately, takes revenge and atones, smashes its torturers, and builds a new, spiritual Europe." Those responsible for the leaflet, the 24-year-old Hans Scholl, his 21-year-old sister Sophie, and their friend Christoph Probst, were members of a small group which called itself the White Rose, a rare dissenting voice in Nazi Germany. They were soon arrested and brought to trial. Their judge was Roland Freisler, president of the People's Court. The 3 were sentenced to death by decapitation and guillotined. Before putting his head under the guillotine, Hans Scholl called out with a cry that was heard throughout the prison, "Long live liberty!" Within Munich University, the White Rose had been encouraged by Kurt Huber, a professor who shared its anti-Nazi views. Later, he too was arrested and executed, together with 2 other members of the group, Willy Graf and Alexander Schmorell, both of whom had served on the Eastern Front in 1942 and been shocked at what they had seen there of the barbarity against the Jews, as Hans Scholl had been. Scholl, as a gesture of protest, had shaken the hands of Jews in cattle trucks at railway stations in eastern Poland. On February the 18th, the day of the arrest of Hans and Sophie Scholl in Munich, Goebbels spoke in Berlin of the need for total war. "Do you want total war?" he asked, and he went on, "Do you want it, if it has to be more total, more radical than we can possibly imagine today?" The crowd roared in unison, "Yes." Goebbels then asked, "Is your confidence in the Führer greater, surer, more unshakable than ever?" "Yes," came the echoing cry. Goebbels also spoke that day about the Jews. "The Jews are the root of evil in the world," he declared. "They are the devil who pushes the West towards its downfall. They are the carrier of ruin and destruction within the body of Western civilization. They are the instigators of chaos in the world." And he went on to warn, "The crocodile tears shed abroad over the treatment of Jews in German-occupied territories will not deter Germany from carrying out its plans and ideas. On the contrary, Germany will pursue its course with more vigor, by lawful means if necessary, in order to implement its plan which provides for the total elimination of Jewry. Hitler was at the front on February the 18th at Field Marshal von Manstein's headquarters at Zaporozhye, within sound of the Soviet artillery. On the following day he told Manstein's soldiers and airmen shortly to launch Germany's third offensive against Russia. "The outcome of a crucial battle depends on you. 1,000 kilometers away from the Reich frontiers, the fate of Germany's present and future is in the balance." The youth of Germany, Hitler told his listeners, was manning the anti-aircraft defenses around Germany's cities. More and more divisions were on their way to the east. Weapons unique and hitherto unknown are on the way to your front. He had come to see them, he said, to do everything he could to convert their hitherto defensive battle into ultimate victory. Immediately after his speech, Hitler flew back to his werewolf headquarters at Vinitsa. His troops were ready to launch their new offensive, but even as they made their final preparations, the Russians continued to push forward, retaking Pavlograd, less than 60 miles from the German headquarters at Zaporozhye, on February the 20th. For the Dutch living under German occupation, February the 20th saw the execution near Schiphol airport of several members of the resistance. It was also the day on which a Dutch member of the Germanic SS, Gerardus Moyman, became the first foreign volunteer in the SS to be awarded the Knight's Cross to his already awarded Iron Cross First Class. He had knocked out 17 Soviet tanks in only 2 days. February the 21st was Red Army Day, the anniversary of the foundation in 1918 of the Soviet Armed Forces. That day it was announced in London that King George VI would present a Sword of Honour to the city of Stalingrad. It was the unyielding resistance of Stalingrad, the king declared, that turned the tide and heralded the crushing blows which have struck dismay into the foes of civilization and freedom. Red Army Day was not to pass, however, without drama of its own on the battlefield, for this was the day chosen by Hitler to launch his third Russian offensive. The aim was no longer the ambitious previous targets of Leningrad, Moscow, Stalingrad, or Baku, but in seeking to recapture control of Kharkov, Hitler hoped not only to halt the Soviet advances of the previous 3 months, but to regain the initiative and to recapture as much ground in southern Russia as possible. His visit to the troops at Zaporozhye had underlined the importance of the new offensive. Within 24 hours of the renewed German onslaught in the south, however, the Red Army was able to open a counter-offensive towards Rzhev in the central sector of the front, and against Sumy in the Ukraine, which was recaptured. In Tunisia, Rommel was forced that day to break off his attacks on the Allied armies as British reinforcements began to arrive, but his own fuel supply ships could not get through to Tunis. As British signals intelligence was listening into their instructions, action against the ships was swift and sure. The setbacks to Germany on the battlefield didn't affect her behavior as an occupying power, nor the behavior of her agents. On February the 22nd in Oslo, Vidkun Quisling ordered a general mobilization of the whole civilian population. Anyone not registering could lose their ration cards. The first project, road and railway building works, and the construction of military installations being undertaken by the Todt organization, called for 35,000 men. When 2 senior church leaders protested, they were arrested and imprisoned at Grini concentration camp, one of them, Bishop Hulsby, until the end of the war. Also on February the 22nd, the Bulgarian government agreed to a German request to deport the 11,000 Jews living in those areas of Yugoslavia and Greece which Bulgaria had occupied in 1941. 20 trains were allocated for those deportations. Within a month of the agreement being signed, all 11,000 Jews had been taken the length of Europe, some from the Aegean coast and even from the Aegean islands, through Belgrade and Vienna, to their deaths at Treblinka. No Jewish community, however small, escaped the net. A memorial in Greece records the deportation and death of the 3 Jews who lived on the remote and beautiful island of Samothrace. In the Polish town of Zamość, an act of barbarity took place on February the 23rd, the day after the German-Bulgarian deportation agreement, when 39 Jewish boys who had been in hiding were murdered by phenol injections. A further 8 were killed by the same method a week later. For the Jews, a sense of powerlessness was combined with the determination to fight back whenever opportunity arose. Throughout February, a division of the Red Army, the 16th Division, had been training for combat. Many of its 12,000 men were Jews from Lithuania. On February the 23rd, the division attacked the Germans at Alexeyevka in the Ukraine, Jewish riflemen and machine gunners charging on foot across the snow-covered plain. For 2 days the division struggled against superior German firepower. Until its ammunition gone, it was ordered to withdraw. Several hundred Jews lay dead. Hitler himself broadcast over German radio on February the 24th, telling his listeners, "We shall smash and break the might of the Jewish world coalition, and mankind, struggling for its freedom, will win the final victory in this struggle." As the German armies struggled to regain the initiative in the east, a sense of hope in victory was renewed. Communiques from the east now sound a little better again, Rommel wrote to his wife on February the 24th, and he added, "That's a ray of light after such bad times." On February the 23rd, Stalin issued a second partisan order, urging that the flame of partisan warfare shall be kindled and spread. 14 partisans had already been created hero of the Soviet Union, among them Ivan Nikitin, who in the course of 50 reconnaissance missions enabled his unit to attack and kill several thousand Germans. Nikitin himself blew up several bridges and motor vehicles, killing in all more than 350 German soldiers. The struggle on the Eastern Front was also aided by further British successes in breaking the various German Enigma keys. On February the 25th, the Ermin key, used by one of the main German Air Force combat units in the East, was broken, followed 4 days later by the breaking of yet another Enigma key, that of the German Air Force administrative area in the southern Ukraine. This key was known to the British as Orchid. The day of the breaking of the Ermin key was also the day on which, as a result of the decisions made at the Casablanca Conference, a round-the-clock air offensive was launched against Germany, with British bombers attacking by night and American bombers by day. A daylight raid on February the 25th against Nuremberg, marking the start of this intensification of the air war. Within 48 hours, 2,000 Allied bombers had dropped their bombs. In Berlin on February the 27th, the Germans rounded up 8,000 Jews, the last remaining Jews in the capital, most of them factory workers, hitherto exempt from deportations, hence the roundup's name, the Factory Action. Within 24 hours, all were deported to the east, including several Jews who, as converts to Christianity, had married Christian wives. It was this deportation of Christians which led to a protest by the Archbishop of Breslau, Cardinal Bertram. As a result of this protest, a few of the converts were exempted from deportation. Most, however, were sent, like the other deportees, to Auschwitz. 8 of those rounded up on February the 27th had earlier been brought to Berlin from Helsinki as a result of pressure by Himmler on the Finnish government. Only one was to survive the war. Following protests by churchmen and politicians in Finland against the deportations, the Finnish cabinet refused to deport any more of its 2,000 Jews, several hundred of whom were themselves Germans or Austrians who had fled to Finland as refugees before the war. Now they were safe. Even in Berlin there had been protest at the deportations. Unfortunately, Goebbels noted in his diary on March the 2nd, our better circles, especially the intellectuals, once again have failed to understand our policy about the Jews, and in some cases have even taken their part. These protests didn't affect the deportations from France. That day, of 1,000 Jewish deportees sent from Paris to Auschwitz, 300 were more than 70 years old. They too were gassed. Also on March the 2nd in France, the Allied escape line, PAT, was destroyed when a British Army deserter, Herbert Cole, betrayed its leader, the Belgian doctor, Captain Jaris, known as Lieutenant Commander Pat O'Leary RN, in Toulouse. On March the 3rd, on the Eastern Front, the Red Army recaptured Reserve. That night, British bombers struck at Hamburg. In London, in an area where no bombs were falling, panic struck those entering a tube shelter at Bethnal Green after an alert had sounded. 173 were killed by suffocation as they fell and were crushed on the steps leading to the shelter. In the Far East, Operation Cannibal, a British offensive designed to recapture the Burmese port of Akiab by an overland advance from India, came to an unsuccessful end on March the 4th, when the Japanese forces facing it went over to the offensive. But in the Pacific, in the Bismarck Sea, a Japanese attempt to send 7,000 reinforcements as well as aircraft fuel and spare parts to Lae and Salamoa in New Guinea was routed that day when 137 American bombers, protected by American and Australian fighters, destroyed all 8 of the Japanese troop transports and 4 Japanese destroyers. 3,500 Japanese troops were drowned. The aircraft fuel and spare parts, both desperately needed by the Japanese at Lae and Salamoa, were also sunk, and 102 of the 150 Japanese aircraft involved in the battle were shot down. It was exactly 10 years since Roosevelt had been inaugurated president for the first time. "Accept my warmest congratulations," Churchill telegraphed to him that day, "on your brilliant victory in the Pacific, which fitly salutes the end of your first 10 years. That night, 442 British bombers struck at Essen in the Ruhr, destroying more than 160 acres of industrial property and continuing their work of gradual erosion of the German war economy. Even as the Germans struggled to regain territory in the east, being checked again and again by the tenacity of the Russian defense, the Nazi governor of the Ukraine, Erich Koch, was speaking with contempt of the Russians under his control. In a speech in Kiev on March the 5th, he declared, "We are a master race, which must remember that the lowliest German worker is racially and biologically 1,000 times more valuable than the population here. As to the Russians, they, said Koch, will have to work and go on working." In fact, the Russians went on fighting in partisan actions throughout Koch's own empire, as well as at the front. On March the 6th, the Red Army took Gazatsk on the railway line from Moscow to Smolensk, pushing the Germans yet further away from Moscow. In North Africa, the British ability to eavesdrop on Rommel's most secret messages now reaped one of its most important dividends, with the decrypting on February the 28th of Rommel's plan, after his failure to break through against the Americans in western Tunisia, to attack the British Eighth Army instead, driving southward on Medellin with 3 panzer divisions in order to encircle the British forces in front of the Mareth line. Between February the 28th and March the 4th, as Rommel moved troops and tanks from the one front to the other, further decrypts gave the exact size of the forces which he intended to throw into battle. Learning of this through his own secret link with Bletchley, Montgomery was able to rush extra troops, including the New Zealand Division, as well as 400 tanks and 470 anti-tank guns, 200 miles along the single-surfaced road to match and exceed the forces being gathered against him. By the morning of March the 6th, when Rommel launched his attack, the German and Italian forces had lost both the element of surprise and the advantage of superior numbers. Within a few hours, it was clear that the British tanks and artillery would overwhelm any assaulting force. Nor could the German tanks make progress against the British anti-tank gunfire. At 7 o'clock that evening, Rommel ordered an immediate cessation of the battle. In Berlin, there was a minor setback to the final solution, when Goebbels was forced to postpone the last deportation of Jews from the German capital. Unfortunately, he wrote in his diary on March the 6th, there have been some regrettable scenes at a home for aged Jews, when a large number of people gathered and some of them even sided with the Jews. That same day, in Zagreb, the Catholic churchman Archbishop Stepinac protested to the Croat leader Ante Pavelic against the killing of Jews who were married to Christians. How could the Christian member of the marriage, he asked, be expected to remain silent while their beloved are being violently exterminated and their children exposed to an unknown fate? Pavelic agreed to halt the killing of Jews who were married to Christians, but the killing of the remaining Croat Jews went on. The Archbishop's protective hand did not extend to them. On the night of March the 6th, as Churchill and Roosevelt's Casablanca directive was brought into full effect, British bombers returned to Essen. The city of the Krupps has been hard hit, Goebbels noted in his diary on the following day, and he added, the number of dead, too, is considerable. If the English continue their raids on this scale, they'll make things exceedingly difficult for us. While Goebbels was in Berlin, receiving reports of the increasing severity of the air raids over Germany, Hitler was at his werewolf headquarters at Vinica, to which Goebbels flew on March the 9th. It was by no means impossible, Hitler told him, that the Russians might collapse sooner or later. The vision of a defeated Russia could not be dislodged from Hitler's mind. That evening, news was telephoned to Vinica that Nuremberg had suffered a heavy air raid. The Führer is very much worried about the fate of this city, Goebbels noted in his diary. I telephoned to Nuremberg twice and asked for reports. The damage was not so great as we at first thought. For Rommel, who had also arrived at Vinica that day, there was the award of the highest of all orders of the Iron Cross, the oak leaves with swords and diamonds. There was also advice from Hitler that he go on sick leave, with the aim, Rommel recalled, that I could take command again later for operations against Casablanca. Rommel added, it simply never occurred to him that things could go wrong in Tunisia, nor would he hear of the front being shortened, for then it would be impossible to take the offensive again. On the morning of March the 10th, German troops began a massive assault on the centre of Kharkov. As Rommel and Goebbels flew back to Germany, Hitler flew eastward once more to Manstein's headquarters at Zaporozhe. Since the start of Manstein's offensive on February the 21st, more than 23,000 Soviet soldiers had been killed and 634 Russian tanks destroyed. Now Kharkov lay once more within the German grasp. That night, British bombers struck at Munich. Again one asks, how is this to go on? Goebbels wrote in his diary on March the 11th, and he added, if the English are in a position night after night to attack some German city, one can easily imagine how Germany will look after about 3 months unless we take effective countermeasures. Goebbels was also angry because, he wrote, the scheduled arrest of all Jews on one day failed because of the short-sighted behaviour of industrialists who warned the Jews in time. Now, on Goebbels' instructions, those Jews were being hunted down. In the defence of the city of Kharkov, the Russians had as allies 1,000 Czechoslovak troops. 400 of the soldiers were Czechs who had fled from Czechoslovakia to Poland in March 1939 and from Poland to Russia in September 1939. 600 were Czech Jews who had sought refuge on Soviet soil in 1939, been sent by the Soviets to labour camps in 1940, and in 1942 released to join this Czechoslovak division. These Czech troops were first in action between March the 8th and 11th at Sokolovo. By the end of the battle, 140 of the Jewish soldiers had been killed in action. On March the 12th, Soviet forces liberated Vyazma. In Italy, 100,000 workers in Turin and Genoa went on strike, bringing war production to a halt. Nor could Mussolini assert sufficient authority to get the men back to work. "If you show the least weakness in cases like this," Hitler told his staff, "you're finished." Since the surrender at Stalingrad, Hitler's own confidence had been shaken. He seemed very depressed and upset about the Stalingrad disaster, Rommel recalled of his conversation at Vinica on March the 9th. He said that one is always liable to look on the black side of things after a defeat, a tendency which can lead one into dangerous and false conclusions. Not only Hitler, but several senior army officers had also been upset by Stalingrad, not so much by the defeat as by Hitler's part in it. As they saw it, his refusal to allow von Paulus to retreat was typical of interference in military matters, leading to disaster. There were also officers who had come to dislike other facets of the regime, its tyranny, the ostentation and dominance of the Nazi party officials, and Hitler's willingness to fight both Russia, whom most of them feared, and the Western Allies, whom some of them would have liked to see outside the conflict. To these officers, the appeal by Goebbels for total war was a call to suicide. The nucleus of a military conspiracy had begun. On March the 13th, Hitler was at Vinica, preparing to return to Rastenburg. He had let it be known that during the flight he would land briefly at Smolensk to visit the headquarters of Army Group Center. At Smolensk, Major General Henning von Treschow and his staff officer, Lieutenant Fabian von Schlabrendorf, leaders of the disaffected officers, had planned to kill Hitler with a parcel bomb. The bomb was given to one of the officers accompanying Hitler during the flight on to Rastenburg. This officer, who was not in the plot, had been told that it was a gift of 2 bottles of liqueur for a senior officer at Rastenburg. The parcel was taken on the plane, and Hitler flew westward. In Berlin, other conspirators, among them Colonel Hans Oster, Chief of Staff of the German Armed Forces Counterintelligence Service, and his deputy Hans von Dohnanyi, waited for the code word flash to indicate that they should take control in the capital. The bomb had been timed to go off in the region of Minsk, but 2 hours after leaving Smolensk, the plane reached Rastenburg without incident. The conspirators, recovering the parcel, discovered that the detonator had been defective. Operation Flash had failed. Not only German army officers and aristocrats, but students and liberals had been spurred after Stalingrad to protest against the Nazi regime. In Düsseldorf, 61 people were arrested that March for distributing anti-Nazi leaflets. Other arrests were made in Dortmund, Görlitz, Chemnitz, Nuremberg, Saarbrücken and Weimar. The local population, a German security police report of March the 15th complained, were no longer meeting such manifestations as before by, for instance, the prompt removal of the inflammatory writings or the handing over of leaflets, but instead reads the contents and hands them on. On March the 13th, the United States Treasury agreed to a request from Colonel Donovan to make $5 million available for Polish resistance behind the German lines. The money, in small denomination bills, was flown from Britain in an aeroplane which landed at night on Polish soil, left the money with members of the Polish resistance, and flew back safely. A further $15 million was to be sent to Poland during the next 14 months. 24 hours after this American decision to help Polish resistance activity, German troops re-entered Kharkov. "We have shown the Ivans we can withstand their terrible winter," one SS officer wrote in triumph, and he added, "It can hold no fear for us again." Not winter, however, but the coming of spring hampered further German advance, as the thawing steppes were turned once again into bogs, across which tanks and men could move only with considerable difficulty. On March the 15th, Goebbels noted in his diary that he had told Hitler that I deemed it essential to force the Jews out of the entire Reich as quickly as possible. Goebbels added, he approved and ordered me not to cease or pause until not a single Jew is left anywhere in Germany. That day, more than 900 miles from Berlin, the deportations began of the Jews of Salonika, an ancient Sephardic community established shortly after 1492 by Jews who had been expelled from Spain. 10,000 Salonika Jews had been deported from the Aegean port by the end of March, a further 25,000 in April, and 10,000 more in May. They had no idea of their destination, having been told that it was a resettlement area in Poland. Each deportee from Salonika was allowed to take a food parcel for the journey and up to 15 kilograms of clothing for the resettlement area. In fact, their destination was Auschwitz. For many generations, the Jews of Salonika had served in the port as stevedores and dock workers. The smooth working of the docks depended upon them. But the Nazi design would allow no exceptions, no logic, no special pleading. Jews from the villages around Salonika were also deported, except from Katorini, where the local Greek head of police gave the Jews 3 hours to flee after receipt of the deportation order. 33 Jews fled and were hidden by Greek villagers. 3 who were unable to leave were shot by the Gestapo. On March the 18th, American bombers based in Britain struck at German submarine yards at Vegesack near Bremen. The bombardier on the lead aircraft, First Lieutenant Jack W. Mathis, despite being severely wounded by anti-aircraft fire when directly over the target, released his bombs on time. Posthumously, he was awarded the Medal of Honor, the first 8th Air Force recipient. In Warsaw, on March the 18th, 3 Polish resistance fighters were in a battle with the Germans. One of them, Hanka Sawiczka, was seriously wounded in the fight. All 3, after being captured, were tortured to death in Powiat prison. On the Eastern Front, the Germans captured Belgorod on March the 19th, but north of Belgorod, the Russians had created a bulge in the German line west of Kursk, which threatened all the German gains in the south. Hitler ordered this Kursk salient to be eliminated. The plan of attack was given the code name Operation Citadel. In the Atlantic, the British and Americans, whose grip on the U-boat Enigma had become temporarily intermittent, were confronted by a sudden resurgence of German submarine activity. In the 3 weeks leading up to March the 20th, a total of 107 Allied merchant ships had been sunk in the North Atlantic, most of them in the mid-ocean gap between the maximum range of effective air cover from either Canada or Britain. In the first 10 days of March, 41 ships had been sunk, and in the 10 days up to March the 20th, a further 56. The British naval staff later recorded that the Germans never came so near to disrupting communications between the New World and the Old. So much so, the naval staff added, that it appeared possible that we shouldn't be able to continue convoy as an effective form of defence. On March the 20th, the Royal Air Force launched Operation Enclose to try to catch the German submarines while they were in the Bay of Biscay. But despite 28 sightings in 8 days, only a single submarine was sunk. The crisis of the German submarine successes, which had arisen from the problems of decrypting the new German naval Enigma key, was about to be resolved by an outstanding intelligence success at Bletchley, the successful overcoming of the recent setbacks in reading the U-boat Enigma. Within 2 months, a mortal danger had passed. On March the 21st, on the Eastern Front, the Russians advanced further into the Kursk salient. They were also able that day to push the Germans back further north, capturing Durovo, only 56 miles northeast of Smolensk. That day in Berlin, Hitler was to attend the annual memorial dedication to the dead of the First World War. After the ceremony, he'd also be shown a collection of weapons captured from the Russians. The military conspirators, despite their setback at Smolensk, decided to try once more to kill Hitler. One of their number, Major General Baron von Gersdorf, was to be on duty at the exhibition. He proposed the following suicide mission. Putting a bomb into his greatcoat pocket, he would detonate it as Hitler passed him. Briefed by General von Tresckow, von Schlabrendorf searched for a bomb with a specially devised short time fuse which would go off after 10 minutes, but he couldn't find one, and the attempt was called off. Ironically, Hitler only stayed at the exhibition for 8 minutes after the dedication ceremony ended. As during the Munich beer hall assassination attempt in November 1939, he would have left the building just in time. On March the 22nd, the Germans completed the retreat from a salient in the central sector of the Russian front, giving up a 100-mile stretch of the Vyazma-Moscow-Smolensk railway. The retreat, given the code name Operation Buffalo, considerably shortened the line, as well as giving up areas in which Soviet partisans had been particularly active. That same day, in the village of Katyn, near Minsk, not to be confused with Katyn, near Smolensk, an SS unit formed from German criminals who had hitherto been imprisoned in Sachsenhausen concentration camp north of Berlin, murdered 149 villagers and burned the village to the ground. The aim of this action had been to deter villagers from giving help to partisans, but by the end of the year partisans were in control of half the countryside. On March the 23rd, a German statistician, Dr. Richard Korher, submitted to Himmler a report on the number of Jews who had been subjected to total evacuation and special treatment. The figure he gave was 1,274, 166 in the camps, in the general government, and a further 145,301 in the Warthegau. Although Korher had no reason to say so, further deportations were continuing that very day from the Bulgarian provinces of Thrace and Macedonia, and from the Greek city of Salonika. These latter deportations had led to a protest also on March the 23rd from Archbishop Damaskinos of Athens to the Greek collaborationist government in Athens. Archbishop Damaskinos' protest was to no avail. A week earlier, however, on March the 17th, the Bulgarian parliament had voted unanimously against any deportation of Jews from pre-war Bulgaria, and this protest was successful, having, as it did, the support not only of the King of Bulgaria, but also of the papal nuncio in Turkey, Angelo Roncalli, who was godfather to the king's son. 15 years later, Roncalli was to be elected pope as John the 23rd. On March the 25th, a protest against the treatment of the Jews, written in German, was forwarded by Hans Frank in Krakow to Hitler's chancellery in Berlin. The letter was anonymous. In it, the writer described his disgust at what he had seen during the liquidation of an eastern ghetto. Jewish children, he wrote, had been thrown to the ground and had then had their heads deliberately trampled on with boots. This was no exaggeration, but a single anonymous protest could lead to no change in the pattern of destruction. On March the 25th, 2,000 Jews from the town of Zolkiw in eastern Galicia were driven to a nearby forest and killed. The remnants of Jewish communities throughout Poland, most of whom had been deported to their deaths 6 months or a year earlier, were now being searched out or taken from the labor camps to which they had been sent in 1942 and killed. In the Far East, a Japanese naval squadron, seeking to supply the Japanese garrisons on Kiska and Attu Islands in the Aleutians, was intercepted by a smaller American naval force which courageously engaged it. No capital ships were sunk, but in the last major naval battle fought with naval guns, The Japanese heavy cruiser Nachi and the American heavy cruiser Salt Lake City were both badly damaged. The Japanese, however, never again broke the American naval blockade of the Aleutians. The Battle of the Komandorsky Islands, as it became known, was a strategic victory for the United States. In North Africa, with Rommel still recuperating in Germany, his successor, the Italian General Mese, had stood for 7 days against a continuous onslaught by the British Eighth Army against the Mareth line. In scale and ferocity, the Battle of Mareth was comparable with El Alamein. By March the 27th, Mese could hold the line no longer and made preparations to withdraw 25 miles northward to El Hama. "I hope we'll now be able to break and defeat the enemy and completely drive him out of Tunis," Stalin telegraphed to Churchill from the Kremlin. "I hope also," Stalin added, "that the air offensive against Germany will go on inexorably increasing." That night, the Royal Air Force again raided Germany. 395 heavy bombers, as Churchill telegraphed to Stalin, flung 1,050 tons on Berlin in 50 minutes. The sky was clear over the target, and the raid was highly successful. This is the best Berlin has yet got. Our loss is 9 only. Twice as many bombs were dropped on Berlin that night as had been dropped by the Germans on London during their heaviest raid, that of 18th of April, 1941. From Tunisia, on March the 28th, Churchill received the first signal of victory. "After 7 days of continuous and heavy fighting," Montgomery telegraphed, "Eighth Army has inflicted severe defeat on enemy." Enemy resistance was disintegrating. The Eighth Army was in possession of the whole Mareth Line defences, occupying Gabez and El Hama on March the 29th, after a fierce German resistance which was largely overcome by the New Zealand forces. Hitler's thoughts were not on retreat, but retaliation. On March the 29th, he approved a blueprint submitted to him by Albert Speer for a massive reinforced concrete missile silo on the Channel coast, from which London could be bombarded. The British were not unaware of this missile development. On March the 27th, the War Cabinet's rocket expert, Dr. R.V. Jones, had been shown the translation of a conversation listened into by British intelligence between 2 German prisoners of war, General Cruel and General von Thoma, both of whom had been captured at El Alamein. During one of their discussions, which had taken place on March the 23rd, von Thoma told his fellow captive that, knowing as he did that their prison was somewhere near London, and hearing no large explosions, he knew that there must have been a hold-up in the rocket program. "No progress whatsoever," Thoma said, "can have been made in this rocket business," and he added in describing a visit he had once made to an experimental rocket station, "The major there was full of hope. He said, 'Wait until next year and the fun will start.' As to the rocket's range," Thoma added, "there's no limit." Germany's much-vaunted secret weapon was on its slow way to reality. But thanks to a hidden microphone and vigilant eavesdroppers, it was no longer secret. Chapter 31. Drive the Enemy into the Sea. Montgomery. Spring, 1943. In the Far East, Allied prisoners of war continued to suffer in camps without proper medical care and amid terrible punishments. In the Thailand railway camps, such as his own camp at Cornillu, Colonel Dunlop noted in his diary on March the 19th that the Japanese intention was of just breaking men on this job with not the faintest consideration for either life or health. This, Dunlop added, can only be regarded as a cold-blooded, merciless crime against mankind, obviously premeditated. In the nearby prisoner-of-war camp for Dutch soldiers at Kinsayok, 6 men had died in 6 days. For the Japanese, all that mattered was to complete the railway. On March the 29th, at Salamaua, on New Guinea, a 23-year-old American flight lieutenant who had been shot down by Japanese anti-aircraft fire was sentenced to be decapitated. The unit commander has drawn his favorite sword, a Japanese officer noted in his diary. He taps the prisoner's neck lightly with the back of the blade, then raises it above his head with both arms and brings it down with a sweep. The head was severed with one blow. All is over. The head is dead white like a doll's. The savageness which I felt only a while ago is gone, and now I feel nothing but the true compassion of Japanese Bushido. A senior corporal laughs loudly. Well, he'll enter nirvana now. Then a superior seaman of the medical unit takes the chief medical officer's sword and, intent on paying off old scores, turns the headless body over on its back and cuts the abdomen open with one clean stroke. 50 miles southeast of Salamaua, at Morobe, American infantry units landed and began to prepare a defensive position. These were part of the Mackenzie Force, named after the officer commanding it, which was charged with advancing along the coastline towards Salamaua and Lae. Over Europe, Allied bombing was now a daily and nightly feature of civilian life. On April the 2nd, a decree issued by Goering made air raid patrol duty compulsory for every able-bodied German, men and women alike. On the 3rd of April, the British had dropped 900 tons of bombs on the Krupp factory at Essen, and on April the 5th, a further 1,400 bombs on Kiel, one of the heaviest discharges, Churchill told Stalin, we have ever made. Also on April the 5th, by day, American bombers had attacked the Renault tank assembly lines near Paris. 228 French civilians were killed. An air raid on port installations at Naples on April the 4th left 221 Italians dead. One of the American bombers on the Naples raid was a Liberator, which had recently reached North Africa from the United States and was on its first wartime mission. Known to its 9-man crew as the Lady Be Good, it had taken off from Saluch airfield 30 miles south of Benghazi. On its return flight, it lost its bearings and flew on 200 miles into the Libyan desert before its crew, their fuel almost gone, bailed out, still believing that they were over the sea. And it was over the sea, 200 miles away, that the search for the lost bomber took place. The crew of the Lady Be Good set off across the desert. 2 of them kept diaries. Each day, using their parachute harnesses and large stones, they set out arrow markers in the sand. Still having prayer meetings for help, the co-pilot, 2nd Lieutenant Robert F. Toner, noted in his diary during their 5th day in the desert. No signs of anything, a couple of birds, good winds from north, really weak now, can't walk, pains all over, still all want to die. Nights very cold, no sleep. On the following day, 5 of the crewmen could go no further. Only 3 were able to continue. That night, one of the 3, the engineer, Technical Sergeant Harold S. Risplinger, noted in his diary, Palm Sunday, still struggling to get out of dunes and find water. The 3 surviving airmen had walked for more than 80 miles across the desert. One by one, they collapsed. The last to be able to walk was one of the gunners, the 26-year-old Staff Sergeant Guy E. Shelley. He walked on a further 7 miles, having covered a total distance of 90 miles, the last 2 or 3 days without water. None of this saga was known at the air base from which the Lady Be Good had set out, and to which she had failed to return. First reported as missing on April the 4th, the status of the crew was amended on April the 5th, with the added words, presumed dead. That at least was true, but it was to be more than 15 years before any knowledge or trace of their fate was found. On April the 5th, as the crew of Lady Be Good was still struggling across the Libyan desert, American bombers based in Britain launched a daylight raid on Antwerp, intending to destroy the Minerva aircraft factory, plans of which had been smuggled to London by 2 Belgian resistance agents. Only a few bombs hit the target, doing far less damage than had been intended. Owing to a navigational error, most of the bombers dropped their bombs on a built-up area of the city, killing 936 civilians, including 209 schoolchildren who were at their school. Within a few weeks, the Minerva factory was back to almost full production. Only the Nazi leaders rejoiced. An imposing funeral has been arranged, Goebbels noted in his diary on April the 11th, and he added that the British and American silence on the raid supports our idea of making a first-class propaganda matter of the Antwerp incident. In Berlin, the Gestapo had begun to search out critics of the regime at the highest level. On April the 5th, the Protestant pastor and theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who had earlier contacted the British in Sweden, was arrested, charged with subverting the armed forces, and imprisoned. Also arrested that day in his office in German military counterintelligence was Hans von Dohnanyi, who had been involved in the attempt to kill Hitler at Smolensk on March 13th. Von Dohnanyi revealed nothing, betrayed nobody, and, for lack of evidence, was released. 2 days after these arrests in Berlin, Lieutenant Klaus von Stauffenberg, one of the leading figures of the discontented German officer corps, was gravely wounded by a mine on the Tunisian front, losing his left eye, his right hand, half of his left hand, and part of his leg. Flown to a hospital in Munich, his life and the sight of his right eye were saved. As he recovered, he resolved to put all his efforts and abilities at the disposal of those Germans, mostly among his fellow officers, who wished to remove Hitler at all costs. It was on April the 7th, the day on which von Stauffenberg was wounded in Tunisia, that Hitler met Mussolini at Salzburg. "I guarantee you that Africa will be defended," Hitler assured his guest, and he added, "Verdun stood out against the attack of the best German regiments. I don't see why we shouldn't stand out as well in Africa. With your help, Duce, my troops will make Tunis the Verdun of the Mediterranean." As Hitler gave Mussolini this pledge, Italian troops in Tunisia were once again falling back under a further heavy assault from the Eighth Army. During a 2-day battle, more than half of the Italian Centauro division were killed or captured before reaching the safety of a new defense line at Enfidaville, less than 50 miles south of Tunis. In the Far East, on April the 7th, the Americans were confronted with the largest Japanese attacking air force since Pearl Harbor. The force struck in the area of the recently lost Guadalcanal and in particular at Tulagi. A total of 188 Japanese warplanes took part, sinking the American destroyer Aaron Ward, a New Zealand corvette, the Moa, and a single merchant ship beneath what had become known as Iron Bottom Bay, because of such a large tonnage of destroyed Japanese and American shipping now lying on the seabed. 4 days later, the Japanese renewed their attack, sinking 2 more Allied merchant ships, but posing no threat to the American forces on Guadalcanal. A Japanese aerial attack on Port Moresby on April the 12th, made with 177 warplanes, did little serious damage, and was likewise no threat to the Australians in New Guinea. In Tunisia, German and Italian resistance continued, but in desperation. When, on April the 10th, the Eighth Army occupied Sfax, General Montgomery told his troops, "Forward to Tunis and drive the enemy into the sea." Sousse fell 2 days later, and Enfidaville on April the 13th. The Axis forces in Tunisia were trapped in a small and vulnerable pocket, their supply links with Sicily and Italy exposed through Enigma to devastating attack, their air cover virtually destroyed, and all hope of reinforcements gone. It could only be a matter of weeks before they would have to surrender. Like the trap at Stalingrad, that at Tunis was without hope of relief or rescue. On April the 13th, the Axis suffered yet another disaster. This was the successful decrypting by the American Pacific Fleet's radio unit of a Japanese message giving the exact timing and itinerary of a visit being made 4 days later by the Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, Admiral Yamamoto, to the Japanese bases at Balal and Buin on Bougainville Island. It was decided by the American Chiefs of Staff to shoot down Yamamoto's aeroplane. Thus was launched Operation Peacock, the successful killing of the most illustrious of Japan's war leaders. To protect their secret code-breaking exercise, the Americans made no mention after the attack of Yamamoto's death, treating it as merely another aircraft crash. Only when the Japanese had brought Yamamoto's ashes back to Tokyo on May the 21st and publicly mourned his death did the Americans announce it, but not their deliberate part in it. That April, a series of lectures by the nuclear scientist Robert Serber, given to a secret circle of chemists and physicists at Los Alamos in the United States, described the Manhattan Project in detail. Serber described the aim of the project as to produce a practical military weapon in the form of a bomb in which the energy is released by a fast neutron chain reaction in one or more of the materials known to show nuclear fission. Such an outcome, Serber believed, was obtainable within the next 2 years. The project would therefore go ahead. Unknown to the Americans, a meeting of Japanese physicists in Tokyo a month earlier had come to the conclusion that while an atomic bomb was possible, it couldn't in practice be produced by any of the warring powers in time to be of use to them in the present war. The Germans' own Enigma messages now revealed to the Allies considerable German activity on the northern side of the Kursk salient. One such message was decrypted on April 15th, the very day on which Hitler explained to his commanders his detailed plans for Operation Citadel. The attack on the Kursk salient, Hitler wrote, must succeed rapidly and totally in order to give the Germans the initiative for the spring and summer. The victory at Kursk, Hitler urged, must be a beacon to the world. On April the 16th, Churchill was told that the impending German operation involved launching an attack against the Kursk salient from the Smolensk-Orel area, although British intelligence was still uncertain whether this was to be a full military offensive or one confined to air attack. It was an uncertainty soon cleared up, however, as more and more of the German orders were decrypted in Britain within a few hours of their reaching those in Smolensk, who had to act on them. At Smolensk itself, it was still Soviet partisan activity behind the lines that was causing the Germans considerable concern. On April the 17th, in order to curb this activity, the Germans launched Operation Magic Flute, a week-long sweep against partisans who, operating near Minsk, were disrupting the movement of men and supplies to Army Group Center. It was the task of Army Group Center to strike at Kursk from the north, as its own top-secret Enigma messages were revealing to the British with the greatest precision each day. Hitler was angered that April by the large number of Jews still alive beyond his grasp. The Italian, Finnish and Bulgarian governments had each rejected Germany's requests to deport Jews to German camps. Yet the statistics presented to the Wannsee Conference in January 1942 had made it clear that the plans for the final solution included the several million Jews who lived scattered throughout Europe in countries over which Germany had no direct control. On April 17th, Hitler personally took up this point with the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, when the two leaders met at Kleisheim Castle near Salzburg. The Jews, Hitler told Horthy, were pure parasites. In Poland, however, this state of affairs had been fundamentally cleared up. If the Jews there didn't want to work, they were shot. If they couldn't work, they had to succumb. They had to be treated, Hitler added, like tuberculosis bacilli, with which a healthy body may become infected. This was not cruel, if only it was remembered that even innocent creatures of nature such as hares and deers have to be killed, so that no harm is caused by them. Nations, Hitler warned, which didn't rid themselves of Jews, perished. Horthy resisted these arguments and pressures, telling Hitler, "The Jews cannot be exterminated or beaten to death." 2 days later, unknown to Horthy, 1,400 Jews were deported from Brussels to Auschwitz, followed on April the 20th by 1,166 from Holland. But the Jews themselves, despite tyranny, brute force, and deception, had twice that month already resisted deportation, first from the eastern Galician town of Skalat, and then, on April the 18th, from Jawaro, where 3,489 Jews had been shot during a ferocious German reprisal. But it was on April the 19th, 2 days after Hitler's exhortation to Horthy about the need to destroy the Jews like animals, that the most prolonged Jewish revolt of all took place in the Warsaw Ghetto, when the Germans tried to renew yet again the deportations to Treblinka. With a courage which impressed all who learned of it, 1,200 Jewish fighters battled in the streets, apartments, cellars, and sewers of the Warsaw Ghetto. Against these Jews, who possessed only 17 rifles, the Germans brought in 2,100 troops armed with machine guns, howitzers, and 1,358 rifles. Even so, 300 German soldiers were killed, many by hand-made grenades, before the revolt was crushed 3 weeks later. As the German soldiers moved through the Warsaw Ghetto street by street, 7,000 Jews were killed, and a further 7,000 deported to Treblinka. More than 10,000 Jews found refuge in the Christian section of Warsaw, though as many as a third of these were later hunted down or betrayed. During April 1943, the Germans accelerated the roundup and deportation of forced labourers throughout German-occupied Western Europe. By the beginning of the month, 248,000 labourers were at work constructing the Atlantic Wall. Others were deported to work in Germany, where they were forced to work, on average, for 11 hours a day, even 12 hours a day, in one of the Krupp factories. For breaches of work discipline, the deportees could face up to a 4-week deprivation of their ration cards. By the end of April 1943, a total of 1,293,000 forced labourers from the West were working in factories in Germany. Also deported to Germany were those considered actual or potential enemies of the occupation regimes. They were sent to concentration camps. Of 250,000 Frenchmen deported to such camps, only 35,000 survived the war. Also deported to concentration camps were 37,000 Belgians, 12,000 Dutchmen, 6,000 Luxembourgers, 5,400 Norwegians, and 5,200 Danes. Many of them also died as a result of the terrible conditions in the camps and the brutal treatment. Inside France, the arrest of members of the resistance was sometimes only possible because they were betrayed by fellow Frenchmen. One resistance fighter, Olivier Guérin, was executed on April the 16th. On the day of his death, he wrote to his parents, "Men are cowards, traitors, rotters, but France is pure, clean, vital. I am happy. I am not dying for any faction or man. I'm dying for my own idea of serving her, my country, and for you too, whom I adore. I am happy I love you. The door is opening. Adieu." In the Atlantic, the Allies now began to reap the benefit of their resumed breaking of the revised German U-boat Enigma key. In mid-April, a convoy of merchant ships being guarded by a combined Anglo-American naval escort force was attacked by a German submarine pack. Only a single merchantman was sunk, but one of the attackers, U-176, was destroyed by depth charges. On April the 18th, the war diary of the U-boat command noted, "Meagre success, achieved generally at the cost of heavy losses, renders operations in these areas undesirable. It was a major victory for signals intelligence, the hidden arm and secret ear of war. In Tunisia, British signals intelligence was given clear warning of the German and Italian defence plans. Even so, each strong point had to be fought for. On April the 19th at Tokruna, a small New Zealand force, consisting mostly of Maoris, overran a fortified hill which dominated the battlefield. The final assault on the hill was made by 13 men. One of them, Private H. Grant, took 60 Italian prisoners single-handed. Elsewhere, a Maori soldier, Private T. Haker, advancing alone with 2 tanks as support at long range, captured an anti-tank gun and 3 machine guns, killed several Italians and took 14 prisoners. Having carried the position, Haker held it until reinforcements arrived. For his bravery, he was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal. In the struggle between sovereign states, many national minorities, such as the Maoris, were enlisted to fight or to work. In Thailand, it was Tamils, whom the Japanese took not as volunteer soldiers but as forced labourers. It was said by the local Siamese, Colonel Dunlop noted in his diary at Konyu Camp on April the 22nd, that the Tamils require a lot of care and die like flies of pneumonia if exposed to wet. Dunlop added, it was a sad sight to see these poor wretches trudging their way up the deep slushy mud of our road, guarded by Japanese troops, and he commented, just another of those dreary, homeless mass migrations of war along a road of sickness and death. In Europe, resistance activity was met with swift reprisals. On April the 24th, one of the organizers of the recently established French milice, Paul de Gassovsky, was killed in Marseille. Less than 3 weeks earlier, on April the 7th, a pro-Nazi journalist, Paul Collin, had been killed in Brussels. Collin's killer and his 2 accomplices were arrested on May the 3rd, tried on May the 6th, and hanged on May the 12th. Witnesses of the execution recall that their final agony was increased because the German hangmen used a thick rope so that one of those executed took 8 minutes to die after the trap had opened. At their place of execution, Fort Brindonck, one of the forts surrounding Antwerp, at least 187 resistance fighters and their accomplices were executed during the course of the war, many after prolonged and agonizing torture. In Holland and Norway, resistance fighters were likewise active, risking torture and execution if caught. Allied commandos took the same risk. On April the 29th, 6 British commandos, led by John Godwin, a sub-lieutenant in the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, were taken by motor torpedo boat across the North Sea to Norway, where in Haugesund Fjord, north of Stavanger, they placed limpet mines on several German ships. After being caught, all 6 commandos were sent to Grini concentration camp near Oslo, and then to Sachsenhausen, north of Berlin. One of their number, by name of Meyer, was presumed by the Germans to be Jewish, and taken away, never to be seen or heard of again. The other 5 were forced to walk 30 miles a day, 7 days a week, around a closed, cobbled track, testing boots for the German army. They cracked jokes with each other, the historians of their fate have written, despised their gloomy guards, knew their own side was going to win the war, and didn't brood about their own fate. It was on April the 26th that in the Indian Ocean southeast of Madagascar, a German submarine transferred to a Japanese submarine the Indian National Army leader Subhas Chandra Bose. Within a year, 25,000 Indian prisoners of war in Japanese camps had volunteered to serve alongside the Japanese army against the British. When I appear in Bengal, Bose told his Japanese sponsors that November, everyone will rise up in revolt. On April the 30th, in an attempt to deceive the Germans as to where they would strike once Tunis fell, the British launched Operation Mincemeat. floating ashore the body of a man who had recently died. The body was floated ashore from a submarine off the coast of Spain. On it were documents purporting to show that the build-up of activity against Sicily, such as the recent intensified Allied air attacks on Sicilian airfields, was a cover plan to disguise the real Allied intention, a landing in Greece. The Germans, believing the body to be that of an officer shot down during a flight to North Africa, fell into the trap. Only 2 weeks after the body floated ashore at Huelva, the German High Command in Berlin sent a most secret message to the German admiral commanding in Greek waters with information from what it described as an absolutely reliable source that the objective of an Allied landing in the eastern Mediterranean was Kalamata and Cape Araxos in Greece. Both these locations had been mentioned in letters found on the body. The German admiral was also asked to reinforce rapidly the defensive strength of the areas which are specifically threatened, including the laying of minefields off Kalamata. He was even given the supposed Allied code name for the Greek landings, Husky, which was in fact the code name of the landings in Sicily. The deception had encompassed even the code name. On account of its extreme secrecy, the message to the German admiral in Greece was sent by enigma. Solely because it was sent by enigma, it was decrypted in Britain, and on May the 14th, a telegram sent to Churchill, who was then in Washington, informing him, "Mincemeat swallowed, rod, line, and sinker by the right people, and from best information, they look like acting on it." To prepare for the non-existent assault on Greece, Rommel was asked to cut short his recuperative leave in Germany in order to revitalize the Greek defences. A few weeks later, a full-strength armoured division, the 1st Panzer Division, was transferred from France to Greece, and a group of German motor torpedo boats was ordered to proceed from Sicily to the Aegean. The enigma messages giving these facts were likewise read in Britain, confirming that the deception had succeeded. An enigma message at the end of April also confirmed that the German intention on the Eastern Front was to cut off the Soviet forces in the Kursk salient by means of a pincer movement. From Orel in the north and Kharkov in the south, together with a third attack against Kursk itself from the west. These facts were passed from London to Moscow on April 30th, together with estimates also based on the German army's own enigma orders of the strength of the German divisions deployed around the salient. On the last day of April, the Germans deported 2,000 Polish Jews from Włodawa to Sobibor. On reaching the camp, the Jews, alarmed at what suddenly seemed to be a danger, attacked the SS guards with pieces of wood torn from the carriages. All were shot down by machine gun fire or blown up with grenades. Like the revolt of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto and in hundreds of other ghettos throughout Eastern Europe, it was a desperate and also a hopeless act of resistance. The machinery of tyranny, deception, and mass murder was by now perfected and overwhelming. The murderers were far too many, their forces far too well armed, and their determination to destroy far too deeply rooted for them to be overcome. There continued to be enormous profit, too, in this massive destruction of human life. In the 3 months to April the 30th, Hans Frank reported to Himmler from Krakow, a huge amount of personal belongings had been delivered to Germany, including 94,000 men's watches, 33,000 women's watches, 25,000 fountain pens, 14,000 propelling pencils, and 14,000 pairs of scissors. The men's watches were being distributed to the combat troops, to the men of the submarine service, and to the guards in concentration camps. The 5,000 most expensive watches, as well as those in gold or platinum cases or partly filled with precious stones, were either to go to the Reichsbank in Berlin for melting down, or were to be retained by the SS for special use. On May the 3rd, in Croatia, a final manhunt was launched against Jews who had escaped earlier roundups or been exempted from them. Among those seized was Dr. Hugo Kohn, the president of the Jewish community of Zagreb, and Dr. Freiberger, the chief rabbi of Zagreb, a personal friend of Archbishop Stepinac. Despite church protests, however, all those who were seized that day were sent to Auschwitz. In nearby Bosnia, the month of May saw the launching of a double sweep against Yugoslav partisans, Black 1 and Black 2. This sweep, which lasted until mid-June, led to the deaths of several hundred partisans. The Allied bombing offensive over Europe now combined massive raids using several hundred bombers with raids against specific single targets. One such special raid took place on May the 3rd, when a New Zealand pilot, squadron leader Leonard Henry Trent, led 12 bombers of a New Zealand squadron on a mission to bomb a power station on the outskirts of Amsterdam. Trent's aircraft was the only one to reach the target. 9 of the bombers were shot down, and 2 others were forced to return to England. Trent made a solo attack on the power station before he was himself shot down. He and his navigator survived and were taken prisoner. The full story of the raid didn't emerge until after the war, when in 1946 Trent was awarded the Victoria Cross for his determined leadership and devotion to duty. In the Atlantic, the fortitude of the Allied merchant seamen and the increasing effectiveness of their naval escorts was at last to be rewarded that May. Success came as a result of the British cryptographers' success in the resumed breaking of the German U-boat Enigma key. Convoy ONS-5 had begun its transatlantic journey on April the 22nd, its escort commanded by Captain Peter Gretton. Tempests beset the convoy's path. By April the 30th it was sailing through a full gale. Then, on May the 4th, the German submarine U-630, about to attack the convoy, was sunk by the depth charges of a Canadian Royal Air Force aircraft. On the following day, a second submarine, the U-192, was destroyed. As more than 30 German submarines gathered for the attack, it seemed that even prior knowledge couldn't help. By the evening of May the 6th, 11 merchant ships had been sunk. One officer of the escort, who knew nothing of the Enigma window on German submarine movements, noted in his log, "The convoy seemed doomed to certain annihilation. But then 4 U-boats were sunk in quick succession, and as a further 25 gathered for the kill, local radio direction finding, combat skill and courage combined to frustrate them. Only 1 more merchant ship was sunk." For Grand Admiral Dönitz, the loss of 4 U-boats in a single attack was a disaster. It was compounded when 2 more U-boats collided and sank. But worse was to come. On Gretton's next convoy, not a single ship was sunk, but 5 more U-boats were destroyed, in one of which Dönitz's son was killed. The Battle of the Atlantic had become a disaster for Germany. So too had the battle for Tunis. On May the 4th, as a result of the precise details sent and read in an Enigma decrypt, British destroyers were able to find and sink a large Italian merchant ship, the Campobasso, taking fuel and military supplies to the Axis forces. On the following day, also as a result of an Enigma decrypt, American bombers sank a second merchant ship on its way to Tunis, the San Antonio. These were the last 2 merchant ships of any size to attempt to bring supplies to the beleaguered and virtually besieged Axis forces. On May the 6th at dawn, the British First Army began the final assault on Tunis. To the south and north, French and American troops joined in the attack. That same day, Allied bombers attacked the principal harbours in Sicily, as well as the Italian port of Reggio di Calabria, the mainland terminal of the ferry system to Sicily. That day, in an attempt to show the Russians that Britain too had suffered in human terms in the fighting, the British Chiefs of Staff sent the Russian General Staff a note of British deaths between the 3rd of September 1939 and the 31st of March 1943. These included 38,894 soldiers, 30,540 sailors, 23,588 airmen, and more than 20,000 merchant seamen, a total war dead of more than 103,000. This did not include those servicemen who had been reported missing, and made no mention of more than 45,000 civilian dead in air raids over Britain itself. On May the 7th, Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and Bizerta, its principal port, were both taken by the Allies after desperate German and Italian resistance. Such Axis troops as could escape capture withdrew into the Cape Bon Peninsula, known to the Allies as the Tunisian Tip. On May the 8th, 3 Italian supply ships hurrying from Sicily to Hammamet with essential fuel were sunk before they could unload. That day, the German Air Force abandoned its remaining North African airfields and withdrew to Sicily. In Berlin, however, Goebbels noted in his diary, "The Führer expresses his unshakable conviction that the Reich will one day rule all of Europe. We will have to survive a great many conflicts, but they will doubtless lead to the most glorious triumphs. And from then on, the road to world domination is practically spread out before us. For whoever rules Europe will be able to seize the leadership of the world." Such was Hitler's confident belief on the 8th of May, 1943, 2 years to the day before his defeated armies were to surrender unconditionally amid the ruins of the Reich. On the 9th of May 1943, the German forces in the Tunisia Tip surrendered unconditionally to the Allies. That same day, the now triumphant Allied forces began to plan Operation Corkscrew for the capture of the Italian island of Pantelleria, the stepping stone for Sicily. In Berlin, Rommel, when asked for an explanation for the defeat in North Africa, noted in his diary, "I stressed to both the Führer and Goebbels the meagre fighting quality of the Italians and their reluctance to fight." The last pockets of Axis forces between Hammamet and Calabria, having ignored the surrender 2 days earlier, capitulated to the Allies on May the 11th and 12th. In all, in the Tunisian Tip, 238,243 unwounded Germans and Italians were taken prisoner. On May the 12th, Churchill and Roosevelt met in Washington to discuss future Allied strategy. That day, on the Aleutian island of Attu, the American force of 11,000 landed in the face of the determined defense of a mere 2,500 Japanese. Fighting, as in every Japanese encounter, was severe, as Operation Land Grab sought to drive the Japanese from American soil. 2 days later, on May the 14th in the Pacific, a Japanese submarine torpedoed and sank the Centaur, an American ship clearly marked as a hospital ship and brightly lit up. 268 of those on board, including many men badly wounded in action, were drowned. In Washington, Roosevelt and Churchill agreed that the sequence of Allied war moves should be, first, the invasion of Sicily, second, the invasion of Italy, and third, however the situation in Italy might develop, the cross-channel invasion of Northern Europe. It was clear that much planning and much hard fighting remained to be done, but a sense of triumph was nevertheless in the air. "It's my duty to report that the Tunis campaign is over," General Alexander telegraphed to Churchill in Washington on May the 13th. "All enemy resistance has ceased. We are masters of the North African shores." That night, British bombers dropped 1,000 tons of bombs on Bochum in the Ruhr in 45 minutes. These devastating air raids had not found the Germans without responses, among them the labour mobilization and the forced labour system, whereby hundreds of thousands of Frenchmen, Dutchmen, Danes, Belgians, Norwegians, Poles, Slovaks and Jews were brought to factory sites throughout Greater Germany and put to work in conditions of considerable severity. On May the 13th, when Hitler was back at Rastenburg awaiting the start of Operation Citadel, the German attack into the Kursk salient, his armaments minister, Albert Speer, flew from Berlin to report a substantial increase in German armaments production in spite of Allied bombing. In the previous 4 months, German tank production had doubled. In the autumn, Speer told Hitler, "You instructed us to deliver specific quantities of arms by May the 12th. Today we can report that we have met every one of those figures and in some cases far exceeded them." There was another report on May the 13th, which Goebbels noted in his diary. It was from Croatia, where in the latest action against partisans, more than 13,000 rebels were killed, among them a great many intellectuals. On May the 14th, in Washington, the British and American chiefs of staff, meeting as a single body, approved Operation Point Blank, a combined Anglo-American bomber offensive from air bases in Britain. Its aim was set out as the progressive destruction and dislocation of the German military and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to a point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened, in order, and this was a step forward from previous bombing aims, to permit initiation of final combined operations on the continent. 6 German systems were to be attacked under Operation Point Blank: submarine construction yards and bases, aircraft factories, ball bearing factories, oil production and storage plants, synthetic rubber and tire factories, and military transport vehicle factories and stores. Nor would the new targets have to wait for any complex procedure of planning or implementation. On the very night that Point Blank was agreed to, British bombers struck at the Skoda munitions factory near Pilsen, deep inside Greater Germany. Among other targets, the drafting room was destroyed, Goebbels wrote in his diary on the following morning, and he added, "This is quite a setback for us. However, the number of planes we shot down is colossal. Within 48 hours, the English lost 78 4-engined bombers." For Hitler, the greatest danger now lay in the defeat of Italy, or in Italy's defection from the Axis. "Europe must be defended at its margin," he told his generals on May the 15th. "We can't allow a second front to emerge on the Reich's frontiers." To ensure that the Allies were resisted in Italy, German troops would have to be taken away from Operation Citadel in Russia. Slowly and almost imperceptibly, Hitler's successful war and conquest were giving way to defence and withdrawal. Nor was Germany to be given any respite from the now virtually daily air bombardment. On May the 16th, the day after Hitler's speech to his generals, the British launched Operation Chastise against the Möhne, Eder and Sorpe dams, which controlled the water level in the Ruhr area. Led by Wing Commander Guy Gibson, one of the Royal Air Force's outstanding bomber pilots, and using special bouncing bombs developed by Dr. Barnes Wallis, the raid succeeded in breaching 2 of the 3 dams, and in causing considerable damage, though not the widespread devastation that had been expected. 18 bombers took part, flying at low altitude across the North Sea and Holland. During the raid, 6 of the bombers were shot down while crossing the Dutch coast, and 2 at the dams, killing 56 of the 133 crew members who had set out. "If only I'd known," Barnes Wallis remarked when this death toll was known, "I'd never have started this." In the flood caused by the breaching of the 2 dams, 1,268 people were killed, including 700 Russian inmates in a slave labor camp. For planning and leading the raid, Gibson was awarded the Victoria Cross. "The Führer is exceedingly impatient and angry about the lack of preparedness on the part of our air forces," Goebbels noted in his diary on May the 18th, and he added, "Damage to production was more than normal." To make good the damage, 50,000 workers were brought to the Ruhr from the Todt organization's force working on the Atlantic Wall, while anti-aircraft guns needed elsewhere were brought to protect dams not only in the Ruhr, but throughout Germany, though none were in fact endangered. Behind the lines on the Eastern Front, in the Bryansk area, May the 16th saw the launching by the German army of Operation Gypsy Baron, a 3-week anti-partisan sweep involving 5 infantry divisions, 1 armoured division, and aircraft which dropped not only bombs, but 840,000 leaflets calling on the partisans to surrender. Of the 6,000 partisans in the area, 1,584 were killed and a further 1,568 were captured. 21 heavy guns and 3 tanks were also captured. But within a few weeks of the end of the sweep, German intelligence estimated that there were at least 4,000 partisans still in the area, including the undestroyed partisan command staffs. The launching of Operation Gypsy Baron in Russia took place on the very day when SS Brigadier Jürgen Stroop reported to his superiors, "The Warsaw Ghetto is no longer in existence." The Jewish revolt, which had begun on April the 18th, had ended that evening, Stroop wrote, by blowing up the Warsaw Synagogue. As well as the 14,000 Jews killed in the fighting or sent to their deaths at Treblinka, a further 42,000 were sent to labour camps in the Lublin district. In recognition of his services, Stroop was awarded the Iron Cross First Class. Nearly 6 months had passed since one of the first American bombers based in Britain, the Memphis Belle, had flown her initial sortie over German-occupied Europe. On May the 15th, she flew on a bombing mission against Wilhelmshaven. Then, 2 days later, in a raid on the German submarine base at Lorient, on the French Atlantic coast, she became the first British-based American bomber to complete 25 operational missions. As the Memphis Belle prepared to return to the United States, her crew were filmed, receiving combat medals. The filming was part of an exercise in producing a color feature film of a day in the life of a bomber to be shown in the United States. The raid on Wilhelmshaven on May the 15th was used as the focal point of the film, which included a dramatic sequence showing another bomber hit by German anti-aircraft fire falling out of the sky as one of its crew, though not all its crew, parachuted out. Included in the film was a sequence showing a bomber returning from what was presumably a combat mission, with much of its tail fin apparently shot away. In fact, the damage had been caused not by German anti-aircraft fire, but in a collision with another American bomber over the English Channel. Powerful though the film was, as an indication of the risks and perils facing bomber crews and how they met them, it was to be another 11 months before the Memphis Belle was ready for release. Its final message was that the risks and perils would continue, so we can bomb the enemy again and again and again until he has had enough. On May the 17th, the day on which the Memphis Belle completed her 25th bombing mission, the higher direction of the Allied war effort was significantly enhanced by an Anglo-American agreement on the full exchange and distribution of signals intelligence. To bring the German Enigma, Italian C-38-meter and Japanese purple decrypts into a standard form, the code name Ultra was adopted. Rapid progress had also been made by May 1943 and would continue to be made in the breaking of many of the signal circuits using the German Geheimschreiber, or secret teleprinter. The task in breaking this vital communications link was in some ways more formidable than breaking the Enigma. Because the teleprinter was used between German military authorities at the highest level, the results for the Allies in reading it were no less important than those of the Enigma. For the most secret messages sent to and from German army headquarters at Zossen and the Mediterranean and Eastern fronts, it was even more important. With Enigma as its first triumph, Ultra was now a potent weapon in the Allied ability to make war and to anticipate danger. As a result of the agreement of May the 17th, American cryptographers came to Bletchley to study the British methods and how to operate them, while British cryptographers went to Washington to help with the decrypting of Japanese ciphers. More than 5,000 people were now working at Bletchley. The naval section, which before the war had a staff of 24, now had 1,000. Many thousands more were working at intercept stations throughout the British Isles, where the top-secret signals were intercepted in the form in which they were being transmitted by Axis radio stations. There were also several intercept stations overseas, including those at Socotra and Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, at Brisbane in Australia, and at Abbottabad in northern India, which picked up Japanese signals. Drawn into this most secret work were professors, linguists, classicists, historians, mathematicians, men and women, British-born and refugees from Germany, a secret army through whose daily intellectual exertions almost the whole pattern of Axis preparations and activities was made known to those who had to direct Allied strategy and tactics. In the third week of May, Hitler gave instructions to start an anti-Bolshevik legion made up of British prisoners of war. These are to take part, Goebbels noted in his diary on May the 18th, in the fight against the Soviet Union as volunteers. The prisoner of war camps were combed, but the number of volunteers, most of whom merely hoped to exchange their lives as prisoners of war for something less onerous, was small. 1,500 had been hoped for. Less than 50 came forward to fight against Russia. Not the Russian front, however, but the imminent danger of the opening of an Italian front was much on Hitler's mind that week. On May the 18th, he gave orders in such strict secrecy that he couldn't even sign a top-secret directive to that effect for Operation Alaric, the German occupation of Italy, in the event that his Axis partner either collapsed or defected. To command the troops of Alaric, he appointed Rommel, instructing him to assemble 11 divisions for the task. In May, Churchill was once again in the United States to coordinate Anglo-American war policy for its decisive moment, the cross-channel invasion of German-occupied Northern Europe. Speaking to a joint session of Congress on May the 19th, he warned, "The enemy is still proud and powerful. He's hard to get at. He still possesses enormous armies, vast resources, and invaluable strategic territories. There was," Churchill said, "one grave danger, the undue prolongation of the war." And he went on to explain, "No one can tell what new complications and perils might arise in 4 or 5 more years of war. And it is in the dragging out of the war at enormous expense until the democracies are tired or bored or split that the main hopes of Germany and Japan must now reside." On May the 19th, Churchill and Roosevelt fixed a date for the cross-channel landing. It was to take place no later than the 1st of May 1944, whatever problems or opportunities might be created by the invasion of Italy, and was to be carried out by 29 divisions, with the possibility of a free French division being added. At that moment of Anglo-American decision, Tito's partisan forces in Yugoslavia were holding down 34 German and Italian divisions. It was to encourage him in his struggle and to undertake joint acts of sabotage in order to continue to keep the German and Italian forces tied down that Britain launched Operation Typical on May the 22nd, parachuting into Tito's mountain headquarters a small British mission headed by 2 officers, Captain Stewart and Captain Deakin, and 2 wireless operators, Sergeant Wroughton and Sergeant Rosenberg. Deakin had been Churchill's literary assistant before the war. Rosenberg was a Jewish volunteer from Palestine. Later he recalled how the mission arrived in the middle of a battle, the whole area being surrounded by German troops, who had explicit orders that all partisan forces to be found within were to be destroyed, including civilians, animals, whatever's found within must be destroyed. This German partisan sweep was Operation Black I and II, the fifth sweep in Yugoslavia since November 1941. In it, the Germans sent 67,000 German troops, 43,000 Italians, and 11,000 Croats against 16,000 partisans. The troops must move against the hostile population, their operational order stated, without consideration and with brutal severity, and must deny the enemy any possibility of existence by destroying abandoned villages and securing existing supplies. Despite considerable losses, the Yugoslav partisans fought a tenacious battle. German brutality against the civilians in the villages through which the partisans had found shelter during their marches served only to strengthen the resolve, not only of the partisans themselves, but of the local population. The brutality was indeed fearful. 8 days after Operation Black was launched, one of the German combat groups involved issued the order, "Now that encirclement is complete, let no able-bodied man leave the circle alive." Of the 498 prisoners whom the Germans took during one particular sweep, 411 were shot. In the fighting itself and in the slaughter carried out in several hundred villages and hamlets, 16,000 Yugoslavs were killed. On May the 22nd, as the British mission joined Tito's partisans who were struggling to escape the net of Operation Black in Yugoslavia, the Germans in White Russia launched Operation Cormorant, a month-long sweep to try to clear Soviet partisans from the area of the Minsk-Borisov section of the Warsaw-Moscow Railway. So effective had the partisans been in reducing the volume of supplies reaching German frontline formations that combat troops were having to be taken out of the line in order to undertake security duties along the roads and railways. In the North Atlantic, German submarine attacks on Allied merchant ships had continued, but the Allies were now masters of the German naval enigma, including that used between the German U-boats and their command. During the first 22 days of May, 31 U-boats had been destroyed. On May the 23rd, aircraft from the American aircraft carrier Bogue and the British aircraft carrier Archer drove off an attack on convoy HX-239, sinking 2 more U-boats. For Grand Admiral Dönitz, these 2 sinkings were the end of what had so recently been Germany's most successful and, for the Allies, most dangerous war zone. On May the 24th, he ordered the U-boats to be withdrawn from the North Atlantic convoy routes. Even as the last U-boat packs were recalled to the less dangerous and less fruitful waters of the South Atlantic and to their Atlantic coast bases in France, 8 more were sunk, 6 of them in the Bay of Biscay, as they made for the shelter of their bases. No setback at sea could halt the relentless momentum of the Nazi new order. It was on May the 24th, the day on which Dönitz accepted failure in the North Atlantic, that a new SS doctor reached Auschwitz. His name was Josef Mengele, and he had just celebrated his 32nd birthday. Driven by the desire to advance his medical career by scientific publications, Dr. Mengele began to conduct medical experiments on living Jews whom he took from the barracks and brought to his hospital block. Mengele used the pretext of medical treatment to kill several thousand prisoners, personally injecting them with phenol, petrol, chloroform, or air, or by ordering SS medical orderlies to do so. From the moment of his arrival at Auschwitz, Mengele joined the other SS officers and SS doctors, among them Dr. Klauberg and Dr. Kramer, in the selection of Jews reaching the railway junction from all over Europe. With a movement of the hand or a wave of a stick, he indicated as unfit for work, and thus destined for immediate death in the gas chambers, all children, old people, sick, crippled and weak Jews, and all pregnant women. Between May 1943 and November 1944, Mengele took part in at least 74 such selections. He also took an equally decisive part in at least 31 selections in the camp infirmary, pointing out for death by shooting, injection or gassing those Jews whose strength had been sapped by starvation, forced labour, untreated illness or ill treatment by the guards. Always immaculately dressed in a white medical coat and wearing white gloves at each murderous selection, Mengele was known to the Jews at Auschwitz as the Angel of Death. On May the 25th, the day after Dr. Mengele reached Auschwitz, a further 2,862 Dutch Jews were deported there from Holland. By the end of the month, the camp had received a total of just over 8,000 Dutch Jews, more than 2,000 Croat Jews from Zagreb, and 10,000 Greek Jews from Salonika, as well as 395 Jews from Berlin. On May the 26th, it was the turn of the gypsies to suffer death at Auschwitz. They had been brought to the camp from Bialystok 2 months earlier, and now there was a typhoid epidemic in their barracks. For Dr. Mengele, typhoid was not an illness to be cured, but one to be eliminated. That day, all 1,042 gypsies were dragged out of their barracks and driven to the gas chambers. Against their names in the camp register were put the letters SB, Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. The Casablanca and Washington decisions to bomb Germany with increased weight and frequency of bombs continued to be put into effect. On the night of May the 24th, British bombers attacked Dortmund, probably the worst ever raid directed against a German city, Goebbels noted in his diary on the following day. Industrial and munitions factories, Goebbels wrote, have been hit very hard, and he commented, "One can only repeat about air warfare. We are in a position of almost hopeless inferiority and must grin and bear it as we take the blows from the English and the Americans." Those Germans living in the western regions, Goebbels added, are gradually beginning to lose courage. Hell like that is hard to bear for any length of time, especially since the inhabitants along the Rhine and Ruhr see no prospect of improvement. On May the 25th, in Washington, Roosevelt and Churchill gave a joint press conference at which Roosevelt told the assembled newspaper men that the combination of the day and night bombing of Germany by United States and British aircraft was achieving a more and more satisfactory result. The air weapon, Churchill told the assembled journalists, was the weapon these people chose to subjugate the world. This was the weapon with which they struck at Pearl Harbor. This was the weapon with which they boasted, the Germans boasted, they would terrorize all the countries of the world. And it is an example of poetic justice that this should be the weapon in which they should find themselves most outmatched and first outmatched in the ensuing struggle. Chapter 32. The First Crack in the Axis. Roosevelt. Summer 1943. In the scientific air war, 26th of May 1943 was a double landmark. In Washington, Roosevelt agreed to Churchill's request that the Anglo-American exchange of information on the atomic bomb, suspended for more than a year because of mutual suspicions, should be resumed, and that henceforth the enterprise should be considered a joint one, to which both countries would contribute their best endeavours. That same day, at Peenemünde, on the Baltic coast, Albert Speer, again witnessing a series of demonstrations, agreed that work should go ahead on two different types of long-range missile, the pilotless plane, later known as the V-1, and the rocket bomb, the V-2. Both the Anglo-American and German secret weapons were still at the experimental stage. On May the 27th, however, the air war took another step forward along its existing path, when British Bomber Command instructed its planners and pilots to prepare for Operation Gomorrah, the total destruction of Hamburg by sustained attack. Meanwhile, during a British night raid on Wuppertal on May the 29th, in which the centre of the city was engulfed in a firestorm, a total of 2,450 German civilians were killed and 118,000 people left homeless. On the 28th of May 1943, the American attempt to recapture Attu Island from the Japanese reached a bloody climax when the Japanese forces, reduced to 1,000 men, launched a suicide attack on the Americans. First, 100 Japanese were killed. Then, early on May the 30th, the survivors committed mass suicide with hand grenades, leaving the Americans in possession of the island, and with only 28 wounded prisoners. On May the 31st, American troops combed the island in search of Japanese survivors. They found only corpses. In 3 weeks of fighting, 600 Americans and 2,500 Japanese had been killed. The American victory on Attu Island came at a moment when, in German-occupied France, strenuous efforts were being made to bring together all the resistance groups under a single leadership. It was to achieve this that Jean Moulin had been parachuted into France more than a year before. On May the 27th, he was finally successful. At a secret meeting in Paris, 14 resistance leaders representing 8 separate movements agreed to accept the overall leadership by General de Gaulle. A month later, however, Jean Moulin was among a number of resistance leaders arrested by the Gestapo in Lyon. Under terrible torture, he betrayed nobody. Broken in body, he died 11 days later, while being taken eastward, already unconscious, to a concentration camp in Germany. All over the world, total war had dragged hundreds of thousands of human beings into camps where the guards and administrators participated in the torture and death of the inmates. Notorious in this regard were the camps on the Thailand Railway. Recording the first death in Hin Tok camp, that of a private soldier, E.L. Edwards, on June the 2nd, Colonel Dunlop noted in his diary, "God knows the angels' wings must have been over us in view of the terrible mortality in all other camps up and down this line, which seemed to be being built in bones." As for Konyu camp, Dunlop noted, "It was a real camp of death these days, at least an average of 1 death a day, and 5 in 1 day recently. The prisoners of war were being made to get up in pitch dark and wet, leave with the first light after boiling their morning rice, and return again in darkness after a grueling day in the rain and mud." On June the 2nd, the German Air Force launched a series of attacks on Kursk. On the following day, the Russian Air Force struck at German formations in Orel. In Algiers, June the 3rd saw the final day of the conference between Churchill and the Anglo-American service chiefs, at which it was agreed to launch Operation Tidal Wave, the bombing of the Romanian oil fields at Ploiești. Approval was also given for the bombing of the Italian railway marshalling yards in Rome. The bombing of these yards, advised General Marshall, should be executed by a large force of aircraft. For the Germans, the problems behind the lines continued. On June the 3rd, they launched Operation Cottbus against Soviet partisans in the Polotsk-Lepel-Borisov region. At Clermont-Ferrand in France, a resistance unit struck that day at the Michelin tire factory, destroying more than 300 tons of tires. The Germans fought against their enemy behind the lines with the same energy as at the front. During Operation Cottbus, 5,000 Russian villagers, including many women and children, were killed because partisans had found shelter in or near their villages. Yet only 492 rifles had been captured in an area in which several thousand partisans were operating. On June the 5th, a German report noted with alarm that in the largest partisan centres there were airstrips on which it was possible to land 2-engined aircraft, to fly in men and arms, and to evacuate 15 to 20 wounded men on each flight. The final solution also continued to be put into effect day by day. In Warsaw, on June the 3rd, German troops discovered 150 Jews hiding in a bunker under the ruins of the ghetto. The bunker was destroyed. In the town of Mihajlowiec, 2 Polish farmers, Stefan Kazmarski and Stanislav Stośka, were shot on June the 3rd for hiding 3 Jews. 2 days later, in a slave labor camp at Minsk-Mazowiecki, near Warsaw, all 150 Jewish slave laborers were shot dead, and the camp closed. In German-occupied Western Europe, the escape lines for Allied airmen shot down were ensuring that hundreds of aircrew never fell into German hands, but returned to Britain and flew again, some of them within a few weeks of being shot down or bailing out. On June the 7th, however, final disaster struck one of the main escape routes, the Comet Line, as 5 English airmen and 1 American were being met in Paris by 2 members of the line, Frédéric de Jong and Robert Hale. Betrayed by a young Frenchman, the 22-year-old Jacques Desoubry, the 6 airmen were taken to prisoner-of-war camps and the 2 couriers to a Gestapo prison where they were shot. In all, Jacques Desoubry was to be responsible for the arrest of 50 French and Belgian members of the resistance, almost all of whom were then executed. On June the 7th, the day of the betrayal of the airmen in Paris, Professor Klauberg informed Himmler that the method on which he had been experimenting in Auschwitz for the large-scale sterilization of women by X-rays was as good as ready. Klauberg added, "I can now see the answer to the question you put to me almost a year ago about how long it would take to sterilize 1,000 women in this way. The time is not far distant when I shall be able to say that one doctor with perhaps 10 assistants can probably effect several hundred, if not 1,000 sterilizations on a single day." There was no shortage of victims for these experiments. On June the 8th, more than 800 Greek Jews were deported from Salonika to Auschwitz, to be followed before the end of the month by 1,000 Jews from Paris and 2,000 from the upper Silesian city of Dębowa and Gornica. From Germany, too, the few surviving Jews were being rounded up. That June, 70 Jews from Nuremberg, 57 from Würzburg, and 18 from Bamberg were sent to Auschwitz. Also deported to Auschwitz that month were all the residents of the Jewish Old People's Home in the Czechoslovak city of Moravska Ostrava. In Lyon, on June the 6th, the head of the Gestapo there, Klaus Barbie, began the 5-day interrogation and torture of a 13-year-old girl, Simone Legrange, whose family had been denounced by a neighbor as Jews in hiding. The whole family were then sent to Auschwitz, where Simone Legrange's father was shot in front of her and her mother sent to the gas chamber after being caught stealing a few discarded cabbage leaves. "Shot or deported," Barbie told a local Jewish leader about the Jews whom he had arrested. "There's no difference." Nor was there any difference as far as the fate of members of the French resistance was concerned. On June the 9th in Paris, the Gestapo arrested Alexander Rochet, the 56-year-old head of the 6th section of the Paris resistance. Deported to Buchenwald, he was killed there 3 months later. Today, in the Rue Saint-André-des-Arts in Paris, a wall plaque marks the house in which Rochet was seized. In German-occupied Yugoslavia, on June the 9th, one of the 2 British officers on the mission to the Yugoslav partisans, Captain Stewart, was killed during an air attack on Tito's headquarters. On the following night, the forces of Operation Black encircled Tito, his staff, an escort battalion, and the 3 surviving members of the British mission. In the breakout, both Tito and the other British officer, Bill Deakin, were wounded, and more than 100 partisans killed. But Operation Black had failed. Tito's forces, mauled and scattered, regrouped and fought on. On June the 11th, after 10 days of air and sea bombardment, British troops based in Tunis launched Operation Corkscrew, landing on the small Italian island of Pantelleria. The Italian garrison at once surrendered. On the following afternoon, after an intense naval and air bombardment, the Italian garrison on the island of Lampedusa surrendered unconditionally. A third Italian island, Linosa, surrendered on June the 13th, while an uninhabited island, Lampione, was occupied by the Royal Navy that same day. No military obstacle now stood between the Allies in Tunisia and the invasion of Sicily, planned for the second week of July. In the prisoner of war labour camps along the Burma-Thailand railway, the arrival of cholera added to the hardships and perils. "I have just received news," noted Colonel Dunlop on June the 13th, "that 130 British soldiers in the camp across the road died yesterday." And he commented, "The cholera only hastened the end for these death-masked men. Dehydration in a black coat is taking the victims painfully away." Hitler's confidence that he could retain the mastery of Europe was not entirely shared by his subordinates. Even in the SS, whose leader, Himmler, decided in the summer of 1943 to begin the total destruction of the evidence of the mass murder of Jews and Soviet prisoners of war. The method chosen was to send special squads to every mass murder site, to dig up the bodies and to burn them. In charge of this massive operation, which was to take more than a year of intense activity, was an SS colonel, Paul Blobel, who had earlier been in command of one of the SS killing squads in German-occupied Russia. Blobel's Special Commando Group No. 1005, also known as the Blobel Commando, began work at the death pits near Lvov on June the 15th, when several hundred Jewish slave labourers at the adjacent Janowska concentration camp were taken to the pits and forced to dig up the putrefying corpses. Before burning them, the Jews were ordered to extract gold teeth and pull gold rings from the corpses. Every day, one of the few survivors of a Blobel commando, Leon Velichka, later recalled, "We collected about 8 kilograms of gold." On the day on which the Blobel Commando began its gruesome work at Lvov, the head of the German concentration camp inspectorate, SS Major General Richard Glux, visited Auschwitz. He wasn't entirely satisfied with what he saw, noting that the gas chambers, which he described in his report as the special buildings, were not well located, and ordered them to be relocated, where it wouldn't be possible for all kinds of people to gaze at them. One result of this complaint was the planting of a green belt of fast-growing trees around the 2 crematoria nearest the camp entrance. On the day of Glucks's report, a new labour camp was opened in the Auschwitz region at the coal mines of Jaworzno. On the following day, Himmler's permission was given for 8 Jews in Auschwitz to be sent to the concentration camp at Sachsenhausen, near Berlin, for experiments investigating jaundice. 5 days later, in what Himmler called the interest of medical science, 73 Jews and 30 Jewesses were sent alive from Auschwitz to the concentration camp at Natzweiler in Alsace. On reaching Natzweiler, their vital statistics were taken. They were then killed, and their skeletons sent as exhibits to the Anatomical Museum in Strasbourg. 250 miles west of Natzweiler, in the triangle Orléans-Étampes-Chartres, just south of Paris, a member of the French resistance was preparing to sabotage German railway and telephone targets. On June the 16th, a wireless operator was sent into France to join him. Her name was Noor Inayat, and she was an Indian princess, a direct descendant of Tipu Sultan. Bilingual in French and English, given the code name Madeleine, she did invaluable work until, arrested as a result of a betrayal, she was shot at Dachau in September 1944. A sense of urgency now gripped the German racial plan. Even as the Blobel Commando began its task of destroying the physical evidence of mass murder, the process of murder was accelerated. Responding to my briefing on the Jewish question, Himmler noted at Obersalzberg on June the 19th, the Führer declared that the evacuation of the Jews, regardless of the disturbance it will provoke in the next 3 to 4 months, must be ruthlessly implemented and endured to the end. In eastern Galicia, more than 20,000 Jews were murdered in fields and ditches that June, the gas chambers at Belzec having stopped their work to enable a Blobel commander to burn the bodies, crush their bones with a special machine, and scatter the ashes. When this particular commando, made up entirely of Jewish slave labourers, was sent on to Sobibor, its members, fearing that they were about to be gassed, tried to flee from the station. They were all shot down. On June the 20th, British bombers launched Operation Bellicose, the first shuttle bombing raid of the war. Leaving air bases in Britain, the bombers struck at the steel construction works at Friedrichshafen in southern Germany before flying on to air bases in Algeria. Then, on their return flight to Britain, they bombed the Italian naval base at La Spezia. Unknown to the British, the Friedrichshafen works also contained the assembly factory for the V-2 rockets, with an intended rate of assembly of 300 rockets a month. So effective was the bombing that the assembly line was abandoned. Between the Friedrichshafen and La Spezia flights, a second air raid had been launched against the German industrial city of Wuppertal in the Ruhr. Not only was enormous damage done to factories in the city, holding up industrial production for nearly 2 months, but in a second firestorm within 2 months, a further 3,000 of its citizens were killed. Even British newspapers commented on the comparison with the German raid on Coventry, where 568 civilians had been killed, and Coventry's factory production halted for a month. Each day saw a further Allied bombing attack on Germany. On June the 22nd, the United States 8th Air Force attacked a synthetic rubber factory at Hüls in the Ruhr, putting it out of action for several months. In the Pacific, American Marines were slowly extending the range of their operations, landing on June the 22nd on Woodlock Island in the Trobriand Island group, and also on June the 22nd reinforcing the existing units which had landed on New Georgia Island. Following up their success on Woodlock Island, American units landed on Kiriwina Island, the largest in the Trobriand group, on the night of June the 23rd. A week later, General MacArthur launched Operation Cartwheel, a series of amphibious assaults with the object of regaining Rabaul. That day, American troops landed on Rendova Island. Beach by beach, island by island, the reconquest of the Pacific had begun. In almost every instance, the Japanese resisted as if they were on their own soil of Japan, but by the end of June, the Allies had secured the domination of the Solomon Sea. In the third week of June, Churchill gave orders for air supplies to Tito's partisans to have priority even over the bombing of Germany. The air resources needed to send up to 500 tons of arms and equipment a month to the Yugoslav partisans would, he told the British Chiefs of Staff on June the 23rd, be a small price to pay for the diversion of German and Italian forces caused by resistance in Yugoslavia. It is essential to keep this movement going, Churchill insisted. On June the 23rd, as Churchill put his authority behind increased help to Tito's partisans in Yugoslavia, Hitler at Obersalzberg was justifying the deportation of Jews following a protest from Henrietta von Schirach, daughter of his photographer Heinrich Hoffmann and wife of the governor of Vienna, Baldur von Schirach, who on a recent visit to Amsterdam had seen Jews being loaded into railway wagons. The sight, she told Hitler, was horrifying, and she went on to ask him, "Do you know about it? Do you permit it?" In reply, Hitler told Schirach's wife, "They're being driven off to work, so you needn't pity them. Meantime, our soldiers are fighting and dying on the battlefields." Hitler added, "Let me tell you something. This is a set of scales," and he put up a hand on each side to signify the pans. "Germany has lost 500,000 of her finest manhood on the battlefield. Am I to preserve and minister to these others? I want something of our race to survive 1,000 years from now." Hitler's final injunction was, "You must learn how to hate." 2 days later, 1,000 Jews were deported from Częstochowa to Auschwitz. As the deportation began, members of the Jewish Fighting Organization, led by Mordecai Zilberberg and Lutek Glickstein, distributed their few weapons and sent their members to pre-arranged position in the cellars. But the Germans stormed the cellars, and most of the fighters were killed. The Jews had been poorly armed. The Germans captured 30 grenades, 18 pistols, and 2 rifles. 6 fighters, commanded by Rivka Glack, were cut off by the Germans. They had only 2 pistols and a single grenade. All 6 were killed. Also on June the 25th, the Germans launched Operation Seydlitz against Soviet partisans near Dorogobuj, a vital communication center for German reinforcements immediately behind the front line. That night, in German-occupied France, the British agent Michael Trotobas, known as Captain Michael, led a raid on the German locomotive works at Fives on the outskirts of Lille. "This job will be done with finesse and not with force," was Trotobas's advice to the small resistance group which he assembled, and which, after bluffing its way into the works, managed to plant and detonate 24 powerful explosive charges. In triumph, Trotobas signalled back to London, "Mission completed." That month, in what had become known as the Battle of the Ruhr, British bombers dropped 15,000 bombs in 20 nights. On June the 27th, Australia's representative on the British War Cabinet, Richard Casey, one of Churchill's weekend guests, noted in his diary how, in the course of a film showing the bombing of German towns from the air, made up from films taken during actual bombing raids, very well and dramatically done, Churchill suddenly sat bolt upright and said to me, "Are we beasts? Are we taking this too far?" Casey himself had no doubt as to the answer. "I said that we hadn't started it," he wrote, "and that it was them or us." On the following night, British bombers struck at Cologne, as well as the Italian cities of Livorno and Messina. It was the raids in Italy and Sicily, not those on the Ruhr, which were to have an immediate impact on German strategy. Fearful of Italy's defeat or defection, the German Air Force moved 2 operational command stations from southern Russia to Italy. This fact was made known to the British by an Enigma message. The Russians themselves were now making inroads into Germany's Enigma system, having captured that June a code used by the German Air Force for air-to-ground signalling, and also a German naval Enigma machine. In Murmansk, British and Soviet naval intelligence experts met to discuss how best to use the German air and naval messages thus procured. Shortly afterwards, the British presented the Russians with a captured Enigma machine and a book of instructions for its use. In a broadcast on June the 30th, Churchill spoke of the impending assault on Italy, and of Italian speculation as to where the assault would come. "It's no part of our business," he said, "to relive their anxieties or uncertainties." Churchill also spoke of the frightful tyrannies and cruelties with which the German armies, their Gauleiters and subordinate tormentors, were now afflicting so much of Europe. And he declared, "When we read every week of the mass executions of Poles, Norwegians, Dutchmen, Czechoslovaks, Frenchmen, Yugoslavs, and Greeks, when we see these ancient and honored countries of whose deeds and traditions Europe is the heir, writhing under this merciless alien yoke, and when we see their patriots striking back with every week a fiercer and more furious desperation, we may feel sure that we bear the sword of justice, and we resolve to use that sword with the utmost severity to the full and to the end." On July the 1st, Hitler returned to his Wolf's Lair headquarters at Rustenburg, where in a briefing to the commanders of Operation Citadel, he set July the 4th as the date for the start of the attack on the Kursk salient. "Greater Germany," he explained, "must be defended far beyond our frontiers." The principle on which this could be achieved was a simple one. Where we are, we stay. whether in Russia, Sicily, Greece, or Crete. In one last attempt before the Kursk attack to cut down Soviet partisan activity behind the lines, on July the 2nd, the Germans launched Operation Gunther in the region of Smolensk. 2 days later, Hitler sent a personal message to the soldiers around the Kursk salient. "This day," it read, "you are to take part in an offensive of such importance that the whole future of the war may depend on its outcome. More than anything else, your victory will show the whole world that resistance to the power of the German army is hopeless." Then, in the very early hours of July the 5th, at 1:10 a.m., 2 hours and 20 minutes before the German offensive against Kursk was due to begin, the Russians opened an artillery bombardment on the German forming up positions and artillery lines. Considerable damage was done, blunting the edge of the German attack and ending all the intended element of surprise. Then at 3:30 a.m., exactly on schedule, the German offensive began. Along a 200-mile front, the battle for the Kursk salient now absorbed the military energies, materials, willpower, and hopes of each side. 6,000 tanks, the biggest tank battle in history, and 4,000 aircraft were in combat. For Hitler, a relatively small bulge in the line had to be straightened. For Stalin, that same line had to be held and Kursk retained. The heroism of individuals was once more a feature of bloody, sordid war. On July the 6th, a Soviet pilot, Lieutenant Alexei Gorovets, found himself alone in the sky above the salient, facing 20 German aircraft. He decided to attack, and having shot down the leader, shot down 8 more. Then, unseen by Gorovets, 4 German fighters attacked him from above, and he himself was shot down. He was posthumously awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. At dawn on July the 10th, 5 days after the start of the Battle of Kursk, and while its outcome was still undecided, Allied forces landed on the coast of Sicily, 160,000 men and 600 tanks putting ashore under the cover of an intense naval bombardment. Once again, the heroism of individuals was remarkable. One British officer, Major General Lonsdale, who was parachuted with his men too far inland because of high winds, nevertheless remained where he was, and with his men fought off successive German attacks, until it was the Germans who withdrew. For his tenacity, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Order. That night, British units entered Syracuse, the first Italian city to be wrested from Italian rule. Inside German-occupied Europe, the news of this first Allied success in Europe was a cause for rejoicing and for hope. On July the 11th, in the Kovno ghetto, Avraham Golub, who had been a lawyer in pre-war Lithuania, noted in his diary, "Yesterday afternoon, the mood in the ghetto was excellent. The British radio had just broadcast the news about the invasion of Sicily by the Allied armies. This news had been brought by workers returning from the city. In no time it spread throughout the ghetto. Everyone was certain that the end is near. Deep in our hearts, we were very glad. Everyone regarded the invasion of Sicily as a most unusual event which might bring our own liberation closer. Optimists spoke about the surrender of Italy in the near future, about clashes between units of the Italian and German armies, and about the fiasco of the new German offensive in Russia. The Jews, of course," Golub added, "were busy drawing up plans for the Allied armies." On July the 12th, in the Kursk salient, the Russians faced their most serious test of the battle, when at the village of Prokhorovka they pitted 900 tanks against an attack by 900 on the German side. The German tanks included 100 Tiger tanks, which were in many ways superior to the Russian T-34. The Russian officer responsible for holding the line, General P.A. Rotmistrov, later recalled, "The earth was black and scorched with tanks like burning torches. At one moment in the battle, Rotmistrov wrote, "The commander of a Soviet T-34 had been so badly injured by a shell that penetrated the tank and set it on fire that he had to be taken out and laid in the cover of a crater. At that moment a German Tiger bore down on the already stricken T-34, whereupon Alexander Nikolaev, the driver, clambered back into his damaged and smouldering tank, started up, and charged towards the German tank. The T-34 hurtled across the ground like a fireball. The Tiger halted, but it was too late. The blazing T-34 hit the German tank at full speed, and the explosion made the ground shake." At nightfall, the slaughter of Prokhorovka ended. 300 German tanks, among them 70 Tigers, were strewn over the battlefield. Even more Russian tanks had been destroyed, but the German thrust had been halted. That same day, north of the salient battle, the Russians launched Operation Kutuzov against Orel to force the Germans to dissipate their strength and to deny them the chance of sending reinforcements from Orel to the Kursk salient. Although slow progress was made on the ground, this new Soviet attack showed the extent to which the ability to take strategic and tactical initiatives had now passed, after 2 years' war in the East, from the attacker to the defender. Henceforth, it was to be the defender, the Red Army, which would go over most frequently to the attack. Far behind the lines, the German slaughters continued. On July the 12th, in the Polish village of Michniau, German police and army units killed all 200 villagers, including babies and expectant mothers, in yet another attempt to try to stamp out Polish patriotic feeling. On the following day, at the village of Sikory Tomkoyeta, near Bialystok, a German military detachment executed 48 villagers, including 14 children, for non-delivery of the agricultural produce which each village was obliged to hand over. In the Pacific, 30,000 American troops were now ashore in the Solomon Islands, battling against the fanaticism of the Japanese defenders. In Sicily, American, British, and Canadian troops advanced northward across the island against strong German and Italian opposition. In the Atlantic, British and American air and sea searches led to the sinking of 7 German submarines in 36 hours. The record killing of U-boats yet achieved in so short a time, Churchill informed Roosevelt on July the 14th. By July the 14th it was clear that the Germans attacking towards Kursk were to be cheated of their prize. More than 3,000 German soldiers had been killed and 3,000 German tanks destroyed. The Russians had also captured an astonishing total of 5,000 motor vehicles, 1,392 aircraft, and 844 field guns. Several thousand Russian soldiers had also been killed, but by holding Kursk, the Red Army had shown that even a relatively limited German aim could now be stopped. Summoning Field Marshals von Kluge and von Manstein to Rastenburg, Hitler told them that Operation Citadel was to be called off. As Hitler decided for the first time to abandon a planned advance after only 8 days, the Russians took yet another initiative, with a proclamation by the Soviet Supreme Command on July the 14th that a rail war had been declared on the whole German rail system behind the lines. 6 days later, on the Gomel-Bryansk-Orel railway, hundreds of miles of railway track were made impassable. Not only resistance, but also retribution now came into prominence, with the opening in Krasnodar on July the 14th of the first Russian war crimes trial. 11 Germans were accused of the mass murder of Soviet civilians during the German occupation of the region. 8 Germans were sentenced to death and shot. Their trial, which was attended by several Allied journalists, did much to establish in Western minds the scale and nature of Nazi atrocities, and in particular the use of murder vans, inside which the victims were locked and then gassed. Evidence was produced during the trial to show that some 7,000 civilians had been killed in this way in Krasnodar alone. Men, women and children, the court was told, were bundled into the van without discrimination, including most of the patients in the municipal hospital. The gravely sick patients, one witness stated, were brought out on stretchers, and the Germans flung them in the van too. The van was then driven to a specially dug anti-tank ditch on the outskirts of the city. By the time it arrived, all those in it had been gassed. Their bodies had then been dumped into the ditch. Even as the Krasnodar trial was in progress, killings such as it was revealing to the shocked Western observers continued to be carried out. On July the 18th, 200 Jewish slave labourers were killed in the Polish town of Miedzirec, Podlaski, followed 2 days later by a further 500 in Czestochowa. That month also 200 Jews were deported from Paris to Auschwitz, and a further 1,500 from the camp at Malines in Belgium, where several thousand Belgian Jews were interned. In the German war against Soviet partisans, during which so many local villagers were also killed as a warning and a reprisal, July the 15th saw the launching of Operation Hermann, a month-long sweep between Vilna and Polotsk. In Sicily, German forces defending Biscari airfield had for 3 days inflicted heavy casualties on the attacking Americans, before being forced to withdraw. In a final skirmish on July the 14th, after 12 American infantrymen had been wounded by sniper fire, a group of 36 Italians, some of them in civilian clothes, surrendered. On the order of the American company commander, they were lined up along the edge of a nearby ravine and shot. That same day, another American infantry company ordered 45 Italian and 3 German prisoners of war to be sent back to the rear for interrogation. After they had gone about a mile, the sergeant of the escort ordered them to halt, declared that he was going to kill the sons of bitches, borrowed a submachine gun, and shot the prisoners down. When General Bradley heard of this incident and reported it to General Patton, it was Patton who instructed him to tell the officer responsible for the shootings to certify that the dead men were snipers or had attempted to escape or something, as it would make a stink in the press and also would make the civilians mad. Anyhow, they're dead, so nothing can be done about it. Bradley refused, and the 2 men were court-martialed, the sergeant, Horace T. West, being found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. The officer, Captain John T. Compton, being found not guilty. Because of a sustained outcry about unfair discrimination between officers and men, Sergeant West was released from confinement after a year and returned to active service. Captain Compton had already been killed in action. In the air above the Kursk salient, the bravery of the Soviet pilots included several whose exploits have entered into legend. One, Alexei Maresiev, had earlier had both his legs amputated as a result of injuries incurred when he had been shot down over German-held territory. He had managed to crawl back in 18 days to the Soviet lines. Also in action at Kursk were the French pilots of the Normandy squadron, several of whom were killed in action, and whose commander, Major Jean-Louis Toulane, shot down a total of 33 German planes. On July the 16th, the Germans began their withdrawal in the Kursk salient. In Sicily, German forces began to fall back towards Catania. That day, Roosevelt and Churchill issued a joint appeal to the Italian people, urging them to decide whether they want to die for Mussolini and Hitler or live for Italy and civilization. 3 days later, on July the 19th, as American bombers attacked the railway marshalling yards in Rome, Hitler travelled to Italy to meet Mussolini at Treviso and to lecture him for 2 hours on how to fight wars and battles. Ducci, unable to act as he would wish, Rommel noted in his diary after a talk with Hitler on July the 20th, and he added, "I am to take over Greece including the islands for the time being, so that I can pounce on Italy later." Rommel's Greek assignment had an urgent purpose. German army counterintelligence still believed that Greece, not Sicily, was the principal and imminent target of the Allied strategists. In Sicily, a major political objective was secured on July the 22nd, when American troops entered Palermo, the principal town on the northern coast. 2 days later, in Rome, the fascist Grand Council, in a gesture of defiance against Mussolini, asked King Victor Emmanuel to assume effective command of Italy's armed forces, and called for the responsibilities of Crown and Parliament to be immediately restored. The oldest of the Axis dictatorships was being undermined. Within 24 hours, Mussolini had been informed by the king that the government of Italy had been placed in the hands of Marshal Badoglio. Benito Mussolini, ruler of Italy since 1922, was suddenly, and with no apparent means of redress, shorn of his powers. Not only that, in an ignominious end to his authority, an ambulance hurried him from Rome to the island of Ponza to safeguard his person against public hostility. That July the 24th, as Italy was in the throes of a sudden, bloodless revolution, Leningrad received the heaviest German shelling of the war. 210 people were killed, including several dozen in a tram on the Lutieni Bridge. In Britain, the civilian death toll from German bombing that July was 167. But on the night of July the 24th, British bombers set out on the first raid of Operation Gomorrah against Hamburg, dropping 2,300 tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs in a few hours, as much as the combined tonnage of the 5 heaviest German air raids on London. "All Hamburg seems to be in flames," Berlin radio announced on the following morning. More than 1,500 German civilians had been killed. Nor was that the end of Hamburg's troubles that July. In conjunction with Operation Gomorrah, which continued to pound Hamburg night after night, the American 8th Air Force launched Blitz Week, flying 1,672 sorties over northern Germany, including 2 raids against Hamburg, 2 against Kassel, and 2 against Kiel. In the first of the Gomorrah raids on Hamburg, the British had used a hitherto secret radar jamming device, Window, bales of 10.5-inch strips of aluminium foil, which were pushed out of the bombers as they flew to their target, and as they returned from it, to confuse the German radar watchers by a veritable snowstorm of aircraft on their screens. As a result of the use of Window on July the 24th, only 12 of the 791 bombers sent on the mission were shot down. On past averages, the new device had saved between 70 and 80 aircraft and several hundred lives. For Hitler, this Allied bombing success was part and parcel of a sudden worsening of the war. First, he'd been cheated of victory at Kursk. Then he had seen in quick succession the invasion of Sicily, the fall of his fellow dictator in Rome, and now the massive destruction of a German city. On July the 26th, he was forced, in order to prepare for the transfer of troops to Italy, to order Marshal von Kluge to begin the evacuation of his troops from the Orel salient. The fact is, General Jodl told Hitler that day, the whole fascist movement went pop, like a soap bubble. Both the King of Italy and Marshal Badoglio, the successor to Mussolini, had declared that Italy would continue to fight the war at Germany's side, but their promise gave no comfort to those at Rastenburg. In spite of the King's and Badoglio's proclamation, Rommel wrote in his diary on July the 26th, "We can expect Italy to get out of the war, or at the very least, the British to undertake further major landings in northern Italy." As for the war itself, Rommel noted, the Americans have meanwhile occupied the western half of Sicily and have broken through. Hitler had now to plan for military operations in Italy, in the most unfavourable circumstances, effectively calling a halt to to any further advances on the Eastern Front, where he had so hoped to reverse the humiliation of Stalingrad. Suddenly it was in Western Europe, at his own back door, that the danger threatened. At Rustenburg on July the 27th, he therefore approved Operation Oak Tree for the personal liberation of Mussolini, and Operation Student for the German occupation of Rome and the restoration of a Mussolini government, hoping to forestall an Allied landing as far north, so Rommel feared, as Livorno or even Genoa. For the Allies, the events of the last week of July were an auspicious omen. The massed, angered forces of common humanity, Roosevelt told the American people during his fireside chat broadcast on July the 28th, are on the march. They're going forward on the Russian front, in the vast Pacific area, and into Europe, converging upon their ultimate objectives, Berlin and Tokyo. As for the events in Italy, Roosevelt declared, the first crack in the Axis has come. The criminal, corrupt, fascist regime in Italy is going to pieces. On the night of July the 27th, the last Japanese forces in Kiska Island in the Aleutians had slipped away. They had decided not to do battle. On New Georgia Island in the Pacific, however, the Japanese, determined not to yield except at the highest possible cost, continued to fight for every position, forcing the Americans to call for reinforcements on July the 28th. Nevertheless, everywhere that they were in action, the Japanese were in retreat. Over Germany, the early hours of July the 28th saw the climax of Operation Gomorrah against Hamburg, which had already lost 1,500 of its citizens during the British air raid 4 days earlier. The raid of July the 28th, although it lasted only 43 minutes, was different from any that had preceded it in more than 3 years of aerial bombardment. The burning of Hamburg that night, one flight lieutenant later recalled, was remarkable in that I saw not many fires, but one. Set in the darkness was a turbulent dome of bright red fire, lighted and ignited like the glowing heart of a vast brazier. I saw no flames, no outlines of buildings, only brighter fires which flared like yellow torches against a background of bright red ash. Above the city was a misty red haze. I looked down, fascinated, but aghast, satisfied yet horrified. I had never seen a fire like that before, and was never to see its like again. A lethal predominance of incendiary bombs in the 2,326 tons of bombs dropped, combined with a warm night with low humidity and a firefighting service which had not recovered from its efforts 4 days earlier, led to a new phenomenon in the history of aerial warfare, described by the Hamburg Fire Department that night in the single word, firestorm. One factory worker engaged in trying to save his factory from the flames later recalled, "Then a storm started, a shrill howling in the street. It grew into a hurricane, so that we had to abandon all hope of fighting the fire. It was as though we were doing no more than throwing a drop of water onto a hot stone. The whole yard, the canal, in fact, as far as we could see, was just a whole great massive sea of fire." At the center of the firestorm, a hurricane-style wind was created, which uprooted trees. Flames, driven by the wind, burned out 8 square miles of the city during an 8-hour inferno. By morning, more than 42,000 German civilians were dead. This was more than the total British civilian deaths for the whole of the Blitz. More than 35,000 residential buildings, a third of those in Hamburg, were totally destroyed. Remarkably, however, within a few weeks, Hamburg's war production began to exceed that of the pre-firestorm levels. In the early hours of July the 29th, Churchill and Roosevelt spoke on the telephone about their imminent armistice negotiations with Italy, secret contacts for which had already been made. "We don't wish," Churchill told Roosevelt, to come forward with any specific armistice terms before we're asked in so many words, to which Roosevelt replied, "That's right." "We can wait 1 or 2 days, Churchill said, to which Roosevelt answered, "Right." The two leaders then discussed the problem of British prisoners of war in Italy in order to forestall their transfer to what Churchill described as the land of the Hun. He would communicate on this directly to the King of Italy, Churchill explained. Roosevelt agreed to do likewise. This telephone conversation, revealing how close the Allies must be to taking Italy out of the war, was intercepted by German intelligence and shown to Hitler on the morning of July the 29th. Then, on the morning of July the 30th, he was shown a message from the German security police chief in Zagreb, Siegfried Rasch, reporting that the chief of the Italian General Staff, General Roata, had confided to a senior Croat general that Badoglio's assurances are designed merely to gain time for the conclusion of negotiations with the enemy. There was further distressing news for Hitler on the morning of July the 30th. In the third of the Gomorrah raids on Hamburg, mostly on suburban areas, a further 800 civilians had been killed, including 370 asphyxiated in a bomb shelter underneath a department store where the reserves of coke kept there caught fire. If 3 or 4 more cities were bombed, as Hamburg had been, Albert Speer told Hitler, it could lead to the end of the war. Blow after blow seemed now to fall on Germany's war-making effort. On July the 31st, Churchill informed Roosevelt that 85 German submarines had been sunk in the previous 91 days of battle in the Atlantic. In Russia, behind German lines, the War of the Rails intensified in the first days of August 1943, with Soviet partisans placing 8,600 explosive charges on the railway lines of Army Group Center. On August the 1st, as part of Operation Tidal Wave, 177 American bombers flew from bases at Benghazi to the Romanian city of Ploiești, putting 40% of the oil refining plants out of action. For Hitler, the loss of this oil, not too serious in itself, as it took only a few days to restore production to the level needed by Germany, was nevertheless an ill omen of things to come. For the Americans, there was little comfort in a mission which resulted in the loss of 54 bombers and 532 aircrew, but a further 20 raids were to go ahead until Tidal Wave brought production to a halt 12 months later. In the Pacific, on August the 1st, Japanese aircraft bombed the American PT Fast Patrol boat base at Rendover Island, one of the Solomon Island chain, killing 2 men. The aim of the raid had been to deter PT activity against a force of 4 Japanese destroyers which were taking essential war supplies to the Japanese forces at Villa, on the southern tip of Kolombangara Island. Undeterred, 15 PT boats set out from Rendover that evening, but failed to halt or harm the destroyers, despite a series of torpedo attacks upon them. During the engagement, one of the PT boats, PT-109, was rammed by the Japanese destroyer Amakiri and cut into 2 pieces. So violent was the explosion at the moment of impact that the other PT boats assumed that PT-109 had been destroyed, and returning to Rendover, prepared to hold a memorial service for the lost crew. The crew had, however, survived, and during a 5-hour ordeal, clinging to some heavy timber from the boat, made for the shore of a small coral island. That evening, one of the 11 surviving crew members decided to swim out to sea in the hope of being able to flag down any of the PT boats that might pass that way during the night. His name was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. When no PT boats came by, he began to swim back to the coral island, but was swept off course by the current. Returning with difficulty to the island, Kennedy was taken ill. 2 days later, he and his fellow crewmen decided to swim to a larger island, in fact, Cross Island, which they believed to be Nauru Island. There, 2 native Solomon Islanders agreed to take a message southward. Kennedy scratched it on a coconut shell. The message read, "Nauru Island, native knows position. He can pilot, 11 alive, need small boat." Kennedy hoped that the coconut message would be taken to one of the Australian coast watchers who, working for Allied intelligence and amid daily risk and danger, kept a vigilant eye along the enormous and predominantly unguarded island coastlines in the Solomons and New Guinea island chains, and who were themselves largely dependent for their survival on the goodwill of the native islanders. His hope was fulfilled. The coconut was handed to Lieutenant Arthur Evans, a coast watcher on the unoccupied Gomu Island next to the Japanese-held island of Wanawana. Evans at once replied, "Have just learned of your presence on Nauru Island and also that 2 natives have taken news to Rendova. I strongly advise you return immediately to here in this canoe, and by the time you arrive here I will be in radio communication with authorities at Rendova, and we can finalize plans to collect balance of your party." This message reached Kennedy on August the 7th. That afternoon, a Solomon Islander, Benjamin Kevu, paddled him and his crewmen to Gomu Island. From there, a PT boat took them back to Rendova. Later, Lieutenant Kennedy was awarded the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for gallantry in action. Later still, when President of the United States, he welcomed both Arthur Evans and Benjamin Kevu to the White House, where the coconut, with its scratched message and Evans's reply, had pride of place among his trophies and souvenirs. In German-occupied Europe, the destruction of the evidence of mass murder had become a priority, but its gruesome course was not always easy. At the death camp of Treblinka, August the 2nd saw a revolt by those Jews who were being forced to dig up the corpses and to burn them, men who knew that once their task was done, they too would be killed. Of the 700 Jewish slave laborers in the camp, more than 500 were shot down during the revolt by the SS and Ukrainian guards, but more than 150 managed to escape. Some were subsequently hunted down by German and Ukrainian units and shot. Others found safety in Polish homes or went into hiding. As they did so, the Red Army launched an offensive against the German forces withdrawing from Orel, breaking into the city on August the 4th. Then, to the south, Soviet forces drove towards Kharkov, retaking Belgorod on August the 5th. In Sicily, British troops entered Catania on August the 5th. On the following day, off Kolombangara Island, the Americans sank 3 Japanese destroyers bringing reinforcements to the island, drowning 1,500 soldiers and seamen. There were no American losses. Over Italy, throughout the second week of August, British bombers dropped more than 6,000 tons of bombs on Milan, Turin, and Genoa, killing several hundred Italian civilians. In Germany, a small group of officers, academicians, churchmen, and professional men, about 20 in all, shocked by both the military setbacks and the moral turpitude of Hitler's regime, drafted a document on August the 9th in which they dedicated themselves to the overthrow of Nazism and to its replacement by a new political and social ethic. Led by 2 members of the old German military aristocracy, Count Helmut von Moltke and Count Peter York von Wartenberg, the group met at Moltke's family estate in Kreisau, Silesia, hence its name, the Kreisau Circle. German hopes of victory are completely dwindling, the Swiss newspaper Neue Zürcher Zeitung commented on August the 10th. They've been replaced by a deep anxiety, as the people are convinced that the party will not give in, even if more towns like Hamburg are erased. It wasn't only the Nazi party that had set its heart against surrender. On August the 9th, Rommel had written to his wife, "The casualties in Hamburg must have been very high. This must simply make us harder." Such hardness was seen not only in internal reaction to Allied bombing, but in external action against the continuing efforts of partisans and resistance fighters. On August the 10th in Yugoslavia, General Löhr ordered retaliation with shooting or hanging of hostages to each partisan attack, as well as the destruction of the surrounding localities. Against Greek partisans, a similar severity was to be shown. When on August the 12th, German troops found an arms cache in the village of Kuklesi, 10 civilians were shot in reprisal, and the village burned down. 2 days later, in a so-called cleansing operation in the Paramithia-Parga region, 80 partisans were caught and killed, in reprisal for the death of a single German soldier. In the Pacific, Japanese propaganda had begun to undermine the faith of the Filipinos that the Americans would ever be able to liberate them. On August the 10th, General MacArthur was asked to agree to a proposal to send into the Philippines packets of cigarettes, matches, chewing gum, sewing kits, and pencils, individually wrapped with the American and Philippine flags, and with MacArthur's facsimile signature below the words, "I shall return." MacArthur noted on this suggestion, "No objections, I shall return." Several million victory packages were made up and sent in by submarine. On August the 11th, the German army began the evacuation of its forces in Sicily. For 6 days, a total of 17 naval vessels and a further 50 rubber boats took 60,000 German troops across the Straits of Messina, together with a high proportion of their vehicles and weapons. The Allies, although warned by Ultra of the German withdrawal, no longer had the necessary reserve strength to stop this movement. As a result, the Allied army's task was to be the more difficult when less than a month later they invaded the Italian mainland. On the Eastern Front, Hitler gave permission for the start of work on the construction of the Panther Line, a defence line to run from Narva on the Gulf of Finland to the Sea of Azov near Melitopol. Not only German army engineers and rare echelon troops, but slave labourers drawn from all over Europe were to be used for the task, a massive bulwark of earthworks, concrete, barbed wire, and mines. For the Germans, the sense of ever-impinging Allied activity was heightened on August the 13th, when American bombers struck at the industrial city of Wiener Neustadt, 27 miles from Vienna. This was the first Allied air raid over Austria. That same day, under conditions of strictest secrecy, a United States physicist, Norman F. Ramsey, organized the dropping of a scale model of the atomic bomb at the Dahlgren Naval Proving Ground in Virginia. Known as the sewer pipe bomb, its test was a failure, but it wasn't long before the problem, stability in descent, was mastered. In the Pacific, 6,000 Americans landed on August the 15th on Vella La Vella Island. There were not enough Japanese troops to impede their landing or seriously to hold up their advance. That same day, landing on the Aleutian island of Kiska, 29,000 Americans and 5,300 Canadians, supported by 100 ships specially designed for the transport of tanks and armoured vehicles, landed at dawn, only to discover that the Japanese had gone. That week, Churchill was Roosevelt's guest for 2 nights at the President's Hyde Park home. On August the 13th, using the code name Boniface to disguise Enigma, he gave Roosevelt a document about the daily German killings of Yugoslav civilians. "I'm not sure that your people have quite realized all that's going on in the Balkans and the hopes and horrors centered there. You might find it convenient to keep it by you. Much of it is taken from the Boniface sources, and it certainly makes one's blood boil. I must add," Churchill continued, "that I'm not in any way making a case for the employment of an Allied army in the Balkans, but only for aiding them with supplies, agents, and commandos. Once the Adriatic is open, we should be able to get into close contact with these people and give them aid sufficient to make it worth their while to follow our guidance." It was while Churchill was at Hyde Park that he and Roosevelt reached agreement on the full sharing of all work being done by British and American scientists on the atomic bomb. This agreement, signed by both men and shown to no one outside their most secret circle, placed the research and manufacture of the bomb in the United States, but as a joint project with no secrets withheld from either side. The first of the 4 articles of agreement laid down that Britain and the United States will never use this agency against each other. The second article stated, we will not use it against third parties without each other's consent. The third, that we will not industrial and commercial aspects beyond what may be considered by the President of the United States to be fair and just in harmony with the economic welfare of the world. From Hyde Park, Roosevelt and Churchill travelled to Quebec, where they and their most senior advisers, including the combined chiefs of staff, agreed to allow General Eisenhower to negotiate with the Italian government for the unconditional surrender of Italy. Then, on August the 19th, the combined chiefs of staff presented Roosevelt and Churchill with their conclusions, which the two leaders accepted. Germany was to be defeated before Japan. The cross-channel landing, Operation Overlord, was to constitute the primary United States-British ground and air effort against the Axis in Europe, with its D-Day set for the 1st of May, 1944. Its aim was not only to be a landing in northern France, but the undertaking of further operations from northern France, designed to strike at the heart of Germany and to destroy her military forces. One condition was set in the planning of Operation Overlord. If there were more than 12 German mobile divisions in France at the intended moment of the Allied landing, it would not take place. Nor would there be a landing if the Germans were thought to be capable of a build-up of more than 15 extra divisions in the 2 months following the landing. It was also decided at Quebec that the invasion of Italy would take place before the end of the month, with Naples as its objective. In the Balkans, Allied activity would be limited to sending supplies by air and sea to the partisans, to minor commando raids, and to the bombing of strategic objectives. On the morning of August the 17th, American forces entered Messina. After only 39 days of fighting, the whole island of Sicily was under Allied control, and mainland Europe was within sight of the soldiers who crowded on the cliffs overlooking the Straits of Messina. That same day, American bombers based in Britain carried out heavy raids on the German ball-bearing factory at Schweinfurt and the Messerschmitt works at Regensburg. In the 2 raids, 60 of the 500 attacking aircraft were shot down and more than 100 aircrew killed, but both factories were badly damaged. During the bombing raid on Schweinfurt, 565 Germans and 86 forced labourers of 6 different nationalities were killed. At the Regensburg, there were 402 civilian dead, of whom 78 were foreign workers, most of them from Belgium, others from France, Russia, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. The total Allied aircrew deaths in the 2 air raids were 112 Americans, 1 Englishman, and 1 Canadian. That night, nearly 600 British bombers carried out Operation Hydra, a long-planned raid on the German rocket and flying bomb construction centre at Peenemünde. During the raid, as a result of a deliberate decision by its planners, 130 German scientists, engineers and technical staff were killed in the housing estate on which they lived, among them Dr. Thiel, who was responsible for the design of the rocket's propulsion unit. Owing, however, to a mistake in the dropping of 2 of the marker bombs, a substantial proportion of the actual bombs fell on a nearby camp housing the foreign labourers. 600 of them were also killed. Technically, the raid was a success, setting back production of the rocket by at least 2 months, forcing its production to be transferred to an underground factory being constructed by foreign labourers at Nordhausen, southwest of Berlin, and leading to the majority of the launching trials being moved to Blizna in Poland. Goebbels was particularly angered by the Peenemünde raid, as a result of which he wrote, "We can't possibly count on reprisals before the end of January." That night, the chief of the German air staff, General Hans Jesonik, already under fire from Hitler for the Schweinfurt and Regensburg raids, committed suicide. Despite the destruction at Peenemünde, one more rocket test was made from the Baltic coast. It took place on August the 22nd, with a rocket which had been fitted with a dummy concrete warhead. The rocket came down, not in the sea, where it would have sunk without trace, but on the Danish island of Bornholm. There, the Danish naval officer in charge on the island, Lieutenant Commander Hassager Christiansen, immediately photographed the rocket and managed to smuggle the photograph to Britain, together with some sketches which he had made. 2 weeks later, Christiansen was arrested by the German occupation forces on Bornholm, and so severely tortured that he had to be transferred to hospital. After 2 weeks in hospital, a Danish resistance group smuggled him to Sweden. He was subsequently awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. On August the 18th, one of the more bizarre operations of the war took place. This was Plan Bunbury, the destruction of an electricity generating station at Bury St Edmunds in East Anglia. A news item in The Times gave a brief description of this act of sabotage, which a German radio broadcast claimed to have resulted in the deaths of more than 150 workmen. In fact, there had been no sabotage and no deaths. The news item had been a plant by British military intelligence to give credence for their German masters to 2 German agents, Jack and O.K., who had long before agreed to work for Britain and with whom their British masters knew as Mutt and Jeff, after the popular comedians. On August the 22nd, after several days of stubborn fighting, German forces withdrew from Kharkov, and for the 4th time in 2 years, the Ukrainian city changed hands. On the following evening, in Moscow, 224 guns each fired 20 salvos to salute the troops who had liberated the city. In a further discussion with Churchill at Quebec on August the 23rd, Roosevelt seemed to take alarm at the turn of the tide in Eastern Europe, telling Churchill that he desired the troops of the Western Allies to be ready to get to Berlin as soon as did the Russians. On that day, the American and Russian troops were almost identical distances from Berlin. The Americans at Messina were 1,000 miles from Berlin, the Russians at Orel 950 miles away. Yet, despite these great distances, which could surely not be covered for more than a year, Roosevelt showed concern about an eventual conflict of goals between the Soviet Union and the West. Churchill did not disagree. Berlin was not merely a talking point that August the 23rd, following the destruction of Hamburg and the death of 44,000 of its citizens at the end of July. British bombers had planned a new series of attacks, this time on Berlin, which were intended to wreak similar havoc. The first of these raids, in what the British were to call the Battle of Berlin, took place on the night of August the 23rd, carried out by more than 700 bombers. When the raid was over, 854 people were dead, 102 of whom were foreign workers, and 2 of whom were Allied prisoners of war. British losses among the bomber crews were also high, with 298 airmen killed and a further 117 taken prisoner and sent to prisoner-of-war camps. More fortunate than those shot down over Berlin was Staff Sergeant Claude Sharpless, shot down near Toulouse on August the 24th. As he landed, 30 or more Frenchmen surrounded him, spirited away his telltale flying suit, and produced a suit of civilian clothes for him to change into so that he could go into hiding and be guided southward to the Pyrenees, Spain, and safety. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army followed up the recapture of Kharkov by continuing its advance, capturing Kotelva, 60 miles west of Kharkov, on August the 27th, and west of Kursk, entering Svetsk that same day. Also on August the 27th, a total of 185 American bombers made a massive raid on the German rocket launching site at Eperklerk on the Channel coast. The moment chosen for the raid was after the concrete had been poured, but before it had time to set. As a result, it was a mass of twisted steel reinforcing girders which hardened within a few days into a useless, distorted mass. The Germans had therefore to begin the construction all over again, and to do so at a new site. Following a meeting between Hitler and Albert Speer a month after the raid, the chief engineer of the Todt organization, Xavier Dorsch, was authorized to build a 1,000,000-ton concrete dome at nearby Vizerne. This project, embarked on when the strain of German resources was mounting to a climax, epitomized the hopes which Hitler placed in his novel weapons. In Yugoslavia, Tito's partisans, driven from Durmitor, had set up their headquarters at Jajce, 200 miles to the north. There, on the night of August the 27th, they held their first National Assembly in the presence of Soviet, American, and British officers. The session was held at night because of the danger of German air attack. On the morning of August the 28th, a Yugoslav partisan leader, Ivo Lolo Hribar, and two British officers, Major Robin Weatherly and Captain Donald Knight, were about to fly from partisan headquarters to Cairo when a single German reconnaissance plane flew over the airstrip and dropped 2 bombs. The 3 men were killed. A month earlier, Hribar's younger brother, Jurica, an artist, had been killed fighting the Chetniks in Montenegro. Their mother was later murdered by the Germans for refusing to betray the men who had earlier helped her to flee from Belgrade. Ivo Lolo Hribar's fiancée, Sloboda Rajkovic, who had refused to betray his whereabouts, had already been murdered by the Germans, together with her mother, her sister, and her brother, at the Banjica concentration camp, just outside Belgrade. Since the fall of Mussolini in the last week of July 1943, the people of Denmark had felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of an eventual end to the tyranny of occupation. Resistance, especially strikes and sabotage, had increased since the defeat of von Paulus at Stalingrad. Now it accelerated. On August the 28th, Hitler's representative in Denmark, Dr. Karl Rudolf Werner Best, presented an ultimatum to the Danish government demanding an end to strikes and meetings, as well as to the introduction of a curfew, press censorship, and the death penalty for harbouring arms and for sabotage. The Danish government, supported by the king, refused the German demands. The Danish government, supported by the king, refused the German demands. On August the 29th, without further negotiation, the German army reoccupied Copenhagen, disarmed the Danish army, and confined the king to his palace. For those Danes who had been active in the resistance, the German move provided a welcome end to Denmark's existence as what they called Hitler's little canary. But there were hardships too, which would now have to be borne, and evils to be combated. On August the 30th, the Red Army, advancing towards Smolensk, reoccupied Yelnya. In the south, on the Sea of Azov, the city of Taganrog was recaptured. On the following day, south of Bryansk, after 4 days of fighting, 200 villages and hamlets were liberated. That night, above the German capital, 613 British aircraft carried out the second raid of the Battle of Berlin. A total of 225 air crew were shot down and killed, and a further 108 taken prisoners of war. The German deaths were only 87, a tenth the number of those killed in the city a week earlier, and a third of the British deaths. This reversal of the order of casualties was not, however, to impede or to delay the bombing of Berlin. 4 years had passed since the German invasion of Poland, the first military step of the Second World War. On that day, the war had been a conflict limited to 2 states. Within 3 days, Britain and France had joined as Poland's allies. Now Poland was approaching a 5th terrible year of German occupation, and France had known more than 3 years of occupation. Yet Italy, which had joined in the war against France only when it was clear that France would fall, was now herself on the verge of defeat and disaster. On September the 1st, the Italian government replied to an Allied demand that its armistice terms should be accepted. The answer is affirmative. Repeat, affirmative. Known person will arrive Thursday morning, 2 September, time and place arranged. In the Pacific, after a year and 9 months of war, the United States was steadily regaining the ground which had been so swiftly and decisively lost. On September the 1st, American units landed on Baker Island, intent on transforming it into a base for air operations against the Japanese in the Central Pacific. That same day, in an air attack launched from the decks of an aircraft carrier, American aircraft bombed Marcus Island, severely damaging Japanese military installations. All this was accomplished despite the priority given by the Americans to the war in Europe. On the following day, on the Eastern Front, the Red Army occupied the important railway junction of Sumi, which, although recaptured from the Germans earlier, had then been lost. Hitler didn't intend to give up the struggle against any of his enemies. He was hoping to retrieve German fortunes through the tenacity of his soldiers, the disunity of the Allies, and the impact of various untried but novel weapons, which included not only the V-1 flying bomb and the V-2 rocket, but also jet aircraft and 2 revolutionary types of ocean-going submarines, one designed for high underwater speeds using conventional battery diesel propulsion, the other powered by hydrogen peroxide, and both designed for operations against Atlantic convoys. Smaller versions of these submarines were also designed for operating nearer home against potential invasion forces. On September the 2nd, in an attempt to recover from the effect of the Anglo-American bombing raids on German industrial targets, Hitler appointed Albert Speer to be the head of a single controlling authority for industrial production, with authority even over the Minister of Economics, Walter Funk, who had hitherto controlled Germany's raw material supply. On September the 3rd, the 4th anniversary of Britain's declaration of war on Germany, the Western Allies launched Operation Baytown, the invasion of mainland Italy. At 4:30 that morning, formations of the British 8th Army, commanded by General Montgomery, crossed the Straits of Messina to land at Reggio di Calabria. As British and Canadian troops came ashore, the Italian government adhered to the terms of the armistice conditions that no Italian troops would go into action against the invading forces. The armistice itself was signed in Sicily that afternoon, to come into public and formal effect in 5 days' time. The German army was now committed to defending a second front on the continent of Europe. Chapter 33. Germany and Japan in Retreat. Autumn, 1943. August 1943 had seen many setbacks for Germany's war-making machine. September was to see many more. The first of them that month was particularly of Germany's own making, the mutiny of Muslim volunteers in the 13th SS Division. These Muslims, living in Sarajevo and its surrounding villages and valleys, wished to further their own aspirations by fighting alongside Germany in the Balkans. But they were belittled and maltreated by their German officers, who despised them, and during the mutiny several Germans were killed. From Berlin, the Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj Amin el-Hazaini, who had cast his lot with the Germans against Britain, hurried to Bosnia, where with some difficulty he helped to restore order among the mutineers. Similar discontent in the Ukraine couldn't be so easily quelled. Many Ukrainian nationalists had looked to the Germans to create an independent Ukraine, protected by German arms from a return of Soviet rule. Hundreds had volunteered to serve in SS and police units and as concentration camp guards and tormentors. But once again the scorn in which Slavs were held, and by some Germans even the hatred, turned a potential ally into a cowed, sullen, but vengeful foe. The military situation in the east was now turning seriously against Germany. On September the 3rd, with the 800,000 German soldiers of Army Group South outnumbered 2 to 1 in manpower, and even more in tanks and guns, both Field Marshal von Manstein and Field Marshal von Kluge protested to Hitler about the neglect of the Eastern Front, now that German forces were also in daily action and retreat in southern Italy. That night the British launched their third bomber raid against Berlin in 11 nights, sending just over 300 bombers to drop 965 tons of bombs. The German death toll was 346. The British lost 130 air crew killed during the mission. The only German victories were those forecast on the radio. On September the 4th, William Joyce, Lord Haw-Haw, broadcasting to Britain from Hamburg, declared, "Now that we have arrived in the 5th year of the war, I will only say that German victory is certain. The German people know that while many blows are yet to be struck, the final blow will be struck by Adolf Hitler." On September the 5th, in the Pacific, nearly 2,000 American and Australian parachutists seized Nasdab in New Guinea, at which an airstrip was quickly built for the continuing assault on Lae. Among those jumping successfully at Nasdab were 34 Australian field gunners, together with their 25-pounder guns. They had only been added to the assault a week before, and hadn't had time for more than a single practice jump. The Japanese fell back towards Lae. On the Eastern Front in Europe, the Germans were also in retreat. On September the 6th, the Red Army seized Konotop, an important railway junction. The Germans, now forced to give up the Don Basin, instituted a policy of scorched earth, destroying coal mines, factories and industrial installations. On September the 7th, Stalino was evacuated, its mines left in ruins. On September the 7th, Allied bombers struck at German military targets in the Brussels area. One bomb, falling on an artillery barracks, hit the cell in which Jean Grindel, organizer of one of the Allied escape routes, was awaiting execution. He was killed at once. That same day, from Westerbork camp in Holland, a further 987 Jews were deported eastward to an unknown destination. One of the deportees, a teenage girl, Etty Hilversum, managed to write a postcard to a friend and throw it out of the train while it was still on Dutch soil. "We left the camp singing," she wrote, "father and mother firmly and calmly, Misha too. We shall be travelling for 3 days." The train's destination was Auschwitz, where most of the deportees were gassed on arrival. Etty Hilversum, sent to the barracks in the women's camp, died there on the last day of November. In 5 further deportations that month, 2,000 more Dutch Jews, 1,400 Belgian Jews, and 1,000 French Jews were sent to their deaths. Early on the morning of September the 8th, Hitler flew from Rustenburg to the headquarters of Army Group South at Zaporozhye. There, Field Marshal von Manstein gave him a grim account of the numerical superiority of the Soviet forces and of the pace and pattern of their advance. Shortly after midday, Hitler flew back to Rustenburg. He was never again to be on Russian soil. On his return, he emulated Churchill's habit of a late afternoon sleep, only to be woken up with the news that, according to the BBC, Italy had surrendered. That evening, Hitler issued orders for Operation Axis, the German occupation of Italy. At the same time, the Allies gave orders for the launching of Operation Avalanche, a landing on the Italian coastline at Salerno. That night, German forces entered Rome. As they did so, Marshal Badoglio and the Italian royal family drove across Italy to the Adriatic port of Pescara, where they were taken by sea to Brindisi, and at once set up an anti-fascist Italian government. There were no plans, however, for a general Italian uprising against the Germans. The Allies were therefore forced to cancel a plan, Operation Giant, devised by General Eisenhower for an airborne assault near Rome, as no arrangement for its reception has been made by the Italians. General Alexander explained to Churchill, and we have reason to believe the Germans are in occupation of airfields. Throughout southern Europe and the Aegean, Italian soldiers surrendered to their German allies of the previous week. Where Italian troops resisted German efforts to disarm them, there was bloodshed. On Cephalonia, in Greece, in a vicious massacre, 1,646 Italian soldiers were killed. The remaining 5,000 then surrendered. After laying down their arms on September the 22nd, they were shot. 3,000 more, sent by ship to prisoner-of-war camps in Germany, drowned when the ships taking them were sunk by the Allies, who had no knowledge of their human cargo. At La Spezia and Genoa, the Italian naval forces, under the command of Admiral Carlo Bergamini, so recently the object of Allied air attack, set sail on September the 8th for the Allied ports of North Africa. German bombers attacked them, sinking the battleship Roma with a novel type of radio-controlled bomb. 1,552 of the 2,000 crewmen of the Roma were drowned, including Bergamini and his staff. The rest of his squadron, 28 ships in all, reached Malta, where they joined the Allies. Now, wrote one of the historians of Malta's wartime struggle, the bulk of the large and strong Italian fleet nestled within the waters of the small island it had once sought to subdue. Elsewhere, 100 Italian merchant ships sought sanctuary in Allied ports, while a further 168 were scuttled to avoid capture by the Germans. With Italy's defection, the Germans removed 50,000 Allied prisoners from Italy. They also took 268,000 Italian soldiers back to Germany as prisoners of war to work in labour camps throughout Germany. Some British and American prisoners of war managed to flee southward as German forces moved into Italy. A special British unit, commanded by Captain Christopher Soames, was set up with instructions to utilize all known available means to produce a network of helpers behind the enemy lines and make local plans for the early rescue of ground troops and air crews at large within enemy territory. At least 1,000 prisoners of war were brought to the Allied lines by this means. Several hundred more stayed in Italy to join the local partisan units which quickly formed in northern Italy. It was against partisans in Russia that the Germans were forced that October the 8th to divert still more troops from the fighting front in launching yet another anti-partisan sweep, Operation Jacob, in the area north of Uzda. On the morning of September the 9th, German troops in Athens seized the docks and railway yards hitherto guarded by the Italians. All Italian troops in the Greek capital were seized, disarmed, and deported to Germany. That morning the Allied troops of Operation Avalanche landed near Salerno, while British airborne troops carried out Operation Slapstick, seizing the southern Italian port of Taranto. On September the 10th, after a brief skirmish with Italian troops, the Germans occupied Rome. In Germany itself, a group of Germans, led by a Protestant teacher, Elizabeth von Taden, met to discuss the evils of the Nazi regime. They were betrayed to the Gestapo and arrested. The German regime remained as vigilant as ever, both inside and outside Germany. At Kiev, when 355 Soviet prisoners of war and Jews tried to escape from a unit whose task was to dig up the corpses of the victims of Nazi armies and burn them, all but 14 were hunted down and shot. That same week, 5,000 German, Austrian and Czech Jews reached Auschwitz from the Theresienstadt ghetto. A further 15,000 Jews had already reached Auschwitz that month from the Czech city of Moravska Ostrava and from several cities in western Galicia. On September the 11th, as the impact of the Italian surrender continued to be felt, the French launched Operation Vesuvius for the recapture of Corsica. Hitler, unwilling to become embroiled on the island, ordered all 27,347 German troops to be evacuated. But in the eastern Mediterranean it was Hitler who went over to the offensive, ordering his 7,000 troops on the island of Rhodes to seize control from the much larger Italian garrison. This they did, thereby forestalling a British plan, Operation Handcuff, to seize the island. On September the 12th, the Germans were sufficiently well recovered in Italy to make their first attack on the Allied bridgehead at Salerno, cutting off the bridgehead from the forces battling towards it from the south. But it was only to be a short setback, nor were the German troops holding the islands around the Bay of Naples able to resist for long the Allied efforts to dislodge them. On September the 12th, the German garrison on the island of Capri surrendered without firing a shot. The Anglo-American Island Hopping Force, which had already taken the island of Ventotene, included a United States lieutenant, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., who before joining the Navy had been a leading Hollywood film star. For his part in these island operations, he was awarded the Silver Star. For Germany, the loss of Capri on September the 12th was offset, at least in terms of morale, by the spectacular success of Operation Oak, the seizure of Mussolini from the isolated mountain hotel on the 9,000-foot-high Gran Sasso d'Italia in the Abruzzi Mountains, where he was being held by Italians loyal to the king. Using 90 soldiers in gliders and a small plane, the German commando leader, Captain Otto Skorzeny, landed on the mountain, outwitted the Italian garrison of 250 men, and flew off with a bewildered Mussolini to a small hamlet in the Rome province, whence Mussolini was flown northward, first to Vienna, then to Munich, and finally to Hitler's headquarters at Rastenburg. Over France, the night of September the 12th was the night of Operation Battering Ram, when 3 British pilots flew 8 members of the French resistance to a rendezvous between Saumur and Chinon, and took off with 8 more back to Britain. The passengers brought to France included Colonel Marchal, who was arrested 10 days later and who avoided interrogation by taking his cyanide pill. Another of the passengers, Colonel Jarry, was later arrested, tortured, and shot. In a further clandestine operation on September the 14th, the British parachuted Major Philip Worrell into the Pindus mountain area of Greece to make contact with Greek partisans. There he found himself protecting Italian soldiers, both from the Greeks who wanted revenge on them and from the Germans who wanted to capture them. By the end of the month, 100,000 Italian soldiers had been deported from Greece to labor camps in Germany. At one point, Worrell was forced to leave behind 90 sick Italians whom he was protecting. He put them for safety in a makeshift hospital, assuming that Red Cross conventions would apply to them and would protect them. The Germans, reaching the hospital, took out all 90 Italians and shot them dead. Partisans were now active against the Germans in Italy, Greece, Yugoslavia, and Russia. In the general government of Poland also, so Goebbels noted in his diary on September the 17th, acts of sabotage and terrorism have increased enormously. In Yugoslavia, on September the 17th, the British parachuted Brigadier Fitzroy Maclean to Tito's headquarters to command the Allied mission and to coordinate Allied help to the partisans. In France, resistance groups had begun to embark on acts of sabotage, including the execution of collaborators and members of the milice, 4 of whom were killed that September. On the Eastern Front, following a further meeting with von Manstein and von Kluge on September the 14th, Hitler agreed to a substantial withdrawal, involving the imminent loss of Smolensk, Roslavel, and Klintsy, and to the strengthening of the Panther Line defence between Vitebsk and Kiev. The area to be given up was almost half the territory captured by Army Group Centre since July 1941. On September the 15th, the day after this German decision to withdraw, Soviet forces captured Nezhin, less than 60 miles northeast of Kiev. The daily budget of news reaching Hitler at Rastenburg made it clear that the massive bloodletting and sacrifice of his 1941 and 1942 offensives had been in vain. On September the 16th, Soviet forces entered the Black Sea port of Novorossiysk, as the remnants of the German forces which a year earlier had raised the swastika flag on the highest mountain of the Caucasus now crossed the Kerch Strait for the comparative safety of the Crimea. That same day, September the 16th, the Germans evacuated Bryansk. Only Nazi racial plans seemed to be rolling forward, unimpeded. Indeed, with the German occupation of Italy, new areas of deportation were opened up, where under Mussolini no Jews had been deported or killed. Now, on September the 16th, the first 24 Jews were deported by the Germans from the northern Italian town of Merano, direct to Auschwitz. One of them was a child of 6. He was gassed on arrival. In the Pacific, September the 16th saw the Japanese garrison of 7,500 men abandon the town of Lae in New Guinea and slip away to the north. In a year's fighting on New Guinea, 12,161 Australians had been killed, nearly 10% of the total Australian population of New Guinea. On the following day, determined to drive the Japanese from the northern coast, further Australian troops prepared to land at Finschhaven. Port by port, and beach by beach, New Guinea was to be reconquered. As they assembled for the assault, Japanese bombers struck at Western Australia, missing the Allied airstrip, which was their target, but destroying the Drysdale River Mission a mile away. On the Thailand to Burma Railway, a case of cholera had broken out at the Kinsayok camp. The Japanese decided to deal with the case by shooting, as in target practice, at the sick man from outside the tent, hoping to hit him in due course. To spare the soldier this cruel end, the British adjutant of his battalion, Lieutenant Primrose, killed him with a single shot. In Italy, the Allied forces advancing northward linked up on September the 19th with the troops at the Salerno beachhead. Italy had now become a source of constant strain for the German forces and a persistent claimant for men, munitions, and fuel. Meanwhile, at Split, on the Adriatic, it took the Germans 7 days of attack, including the use of dive bombers, to drive the partisan forces of General Mihailovich out of the port, which they had seized on September the 20th. It was on the evening of September the 20th that the British launched Operation Source, a submarine attack against the German battleship Tirpitz, then in the apparent safety of Norwegian waters at Altafjord. This powerful ship not only threatened the movement of urgently needed stores to Russia through Arctic waters, but tied down large British naval forces which the British government wished to send to the Pacific. In an attempt to destroy the Tirpitz, 6 midget submarines, each with a 4-man crew, were towed to northern Norway by submarines and released. One disappeared on the way and was never seen again. A second, becoming unserviceable, was scuttled. A third was damaged, and 2 of its crew drowned. 3 of the submarines reached their objective, and their crews went into action. The Tirpitz, although not sunk, was severely disabled by explosive charges laid on the seabed underneath her keel and put out of action for at least 6 months. 2 of the submarine commanders, Lieutenant Place and Lieutenant Cameron, were awarded the Victoria Cross. Both had been captured, and with the 4 other survivors spent the rest of the war in captivity. The 2 drowned crewmen, whose bodies were recovered, were buried at Tromsø by the Germans with full military honours. It was on September the 20th that senior German government officials received details of German losses on the Eastern Front. Since the start of the war until the last day of August 1943, a total of 548,480 German soldiers had been killed, and almost 2 million wounded. It's a curious thing, Goebbels noted that day in his diary, that although every individual soldier returning from the Eastern Front considers himself personally superior to the Bolshevik soldier, we're still retreating and retreating. The Soviets are able to publish new and justified reports of victories every day. The front had not actually broken down, Goebbels added, nor torn up, but that's meagre comfort considering the extremely valuable industrial and agricultural terrain and the tremendous quantities of supplies which we've had to abandon. On September the 21st, the Red Army entered Chernigov, less than 40 miles from the river Dnieper and the Panther Line. On the following day, the Germans evacuated Poltava, one of the principal industrial cities of the Ukraine. In Italy, partisans prepared to take control of rural and mountain areas throughout the northern region, proclaimed by Mussolini on September the 23rd as the Italian Social Republic. Direct German administration was set up in the Trieste, Istria, and Trentino regions. On the Channel coast, September the 23rd marked the near completion of 58 flying bomb sites. But a British agent, the Frenchman Michel Hollard, who had already reported on several of the new constructions, was able to send in a recently qualified engineer, André Caen, to work as a draftsman at one of the sites. Caen made copies of the site design blueprints, which Hollard then smuggled back to Britain, crossing with it into Switzerland on one of his 48 clandestine wartime crossings. As soon as the design reached Dr. R.V. Jones in Britain, models were prepared from which it was possible to make detailed plans of the buildings, although it was still not known precisely what weapons the sites were intended to house or to launch. After the war, Hollard was awarded the Distinguished Service Order, the highest British military decoration for which a non-British subject is eligible. In the First World War, having joined the French army at the age of 16, he had won the Croix de Guerre. Now his efforts were to engage the detailed scrutiny of Britain's scientists, searching for Hitler's secret weapon, and determined to find, and if possible, to destroy it. On September the 24th, German forces withdrew from Smolensk after bitter fighting. On the following day, Stalin announced the city's recapture. In southern Russia, Red Army units crossed the river Dnieper between Kremenchug and Dnipropetrovsk. In Italy, Allied troops were advancing northwards towards Naples. On September the 27th, after German soldiers began to loot a shop in the centre of Naples, its citizens rose in revolt. In Paris, on September the 27th, resistance fighters shot and killed Dr. Julius Ritter, the German official responsible for rounding up Frenchmen for forced labour in Germany. "We shall have to take extremely severe measures," Goebbels wrote in his diary 2 days later, "to make the French de Gaullist population understand there's a limit to German patience, even in our present military situation." The measures chosen were indeed severe. 50 Parisians were arrested in reprisal, held for a while as hostages, and then shot. In Naples, the Germans fought throughout September the 28th to regain control. On the Adriatic side of Italy, the Allies captured Foggia, by far the most important airport in the region, giving the possibility of eventual air attacks on targets in the Balkans, the Danube Basin, southern Italy, and even Silesia. They hoped to use it, Goebbels noted disconsolately in his diary on September the 29th, as a jumping-off place for targets in southern Germany. In Denmark, there were rumours that the Germans intended to arrest and deport all Denmark's 7,000 Jews. One of these Jews was the atomic scientist Niels Bohr. He and his wife escaped to Sweden by boat on the night of September the 29th. Bohr went at once to Stockholm to plead with the Swedish government to help the Jews. The Swedes had already decided to do so. 24 hours before the roundup was to begin, almost all Denmark's Jews were smuggled by Danish fishermen across the water to the safety of neutral Sweden. Already safe from deportation were the 3,000 Jewish refugees from Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia who had reached Sweden as refugees before the outbreak of war. At Auschwitz, the tortures continued. On October the 3rd, an SS doctor, as part of a regular inspection in the camp's barracks, selected 139 Jewish labourers whom he judged too sick to work. They were taken away and gassed. October the 3rd was also the day on which the Gestapo in Athens issued an order for all Athenian Jews to register. In response, a Greek underground newspaper called on the local population to ridicule the German measures and to offer asylum to the Jews. 3,000 Athenian Jews fled from their homes and were given shelter. Among those who hid Jews in her home was Princess Andrew of Greece, a great-great-granddaughter of Queen Victoria. Princess Andrew's son, Prince Philip, was then serving in the Royal Navy. Among the Greek Jews who left Athens that October was the chief rabbi of Athens, Elias Barzalai. He went to Thessaly, where he joined the Greek partisans, as did hundreds of other Jews. Many Jews were also smuggled by the partisans by boat across the Aegean Sea to the coast of Turkey, from where they could make their way to Palestine. Greece was also a focal point of Allied concern during the first week of October as German troops launched Operation Polar Bear. Since the defection of Italy from the Axis nearly a month earlier, British troops had been in occupation of several of the Dodecanese islands. One by one, the Germans now attacked them, landing their first parachute troops on the island of Kos on October the 3rd. Within 24 hours, the British were beaten. Of the garrison of 1,500, only 100 men were brought off to safety. The rest had either been killed or taken prisoner. The Germans, who had shown a remarkable and unexpected power to hit back, lost only 85 men. On October the 2nd, in New Guinea, after the Australian capture of Finschhaven, a Japanese counterattack was driven off, with the loss of 1,000 Japanese lives. On the Russian front, 2 days later, the leader of the Spanish volunteer Blue Division, Esteban Infantes, was awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. In all, 4,500 Spanish volunteers were to die on the Eastern Front, and several thousand more taken prisoner. Also on October the 4th at Poznan, Heinrich Himmler spoke to the SS group leaders, many of whose special squads had in the second half of 1941 and throughout 1942 murdered more than 1 million Jews in the ditches of German-occupied Russia. "Most of you know what it means," he said, "to see 100 corpses lying together, 500 or 1,000, to have stuck it out and at the same time, apart from exceptions caused by human weakness, to have remained decent fellows. That's what has made us hard. This is a page of glory in our history which has never been written and shall never be written." Himmler went on to tell his listeners, "We have fulfilled this most difficult duty for the love of our people, and our spirit, our soul, our character hasn't suffered injury from it." This abuse of language, the proud boastings of spirit, soul, and character, was one of the tools of tyranny, creating a state of mind which made possible unimaginable horrors. On the day after Himmler's speech in Poznan, 1,260 children, who had been sent in August from the Bialystok ghetto to Theresienstadt, together with the 53 doctors and nurses who had accompanied them, were sent from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz. They had been told that their destination was Palestine or Switzerland. In his speech at Poznan, Himmler didn't limit his reflections and exhortations to the mass murder of Jews. He also spoke of other civilian victims of the SS. "What happens to the Russians, what happens to the Czechs," he said, "is a matter of utter indifference to me." And he added, "Such good blood of our own kind as there may be among the nations we shall acquire for ourselves, if necessary, by taking away the children and bringing them up among us. Whether the other peoples live in comfort or perish of hunger interests me only insofar as we need them as slaves for our kultur. Whether or not 10,000 Russian women collapse from exhaustion while digging a tank ditch interests me only insofar as the tank ditch is completed for Germany." Himmler spoke of decency. "We shall never be rough or heartless," he said, "where it's not necessary. That is clear. We Germans, who are the only people in the world who have a decent attitude to animals, will also adopt a decent attitude to these human animals. But it's a crime against our own blood to worry about them and to bring them ideals." On October the 6th, Himmler once more addressed the senior SS men gathered at Poznan. Once more he spoke of the mass murder of the Jews. "Then the question arose," he said, "what about the women and children?" And he went on to explain. "I decided to find a perfectly clear-cut solution to this too, for I didn't feel justified in exterminating the men, that is, to kill them or have them killed, while allowing the avengers, in the form of their children, to grow up in the midst of our sons and grandsons." As Himmler spoke, the 1,260 Jewish children who had just reached Auschwitz from Bialystok were being taken to their deaths. In the Pacific on October the 6th, the Americans landed unopposed on the central Solomon Island of Kolombangara. Once more the Japanese had chosen not to fight, but they still held out on Vella la Vella, forcing the Solomon Islands battle, in which 1,100 Americans and 2,483 Japanese had already been killed, to continue. On October the 7th, on Wake Island, which the Americans had decided not to invade, but to leave its Japanese garrison to its own devices and starvation, all 96 Allied prisoners of war on the island were made to sit down in a long line with their backs to the sea. Blindfolded and with their hands tied behind their backs, they were then shot. In Norway, October the 7th saw an act of sabotage by a Norwegian communist resistance group. 2 Germans and a large number of Norwegians were killed when a mainline train was attacked. In reprisal, the Gestapo executed 5 hostages. In Italy, in reprisal for the capture of 2 German soldiers, the Gestapo killed 30 Italian civilians at the Boves. That same week, it was the roundup of Italian Jews which dominated much of the Gestapo's work. On October the 9th, the Day of Atonement in the Jewish calendar, and the holiest day in the Jewish year, 100 Jews were deported by train from Trieste to Auschwitz. None survived the war. That same day, however, in Ancona, a Catholic priest, Don Bernardino, warned the local rabbi Elio Tuf of the impending deportation. The Jews went into hiding, most of them with Christian families. Only 10 were caught and deported, one of whom survived the war. At Auschwitz, on that Day of Atonement, 1,000 men and women, judged too sick to work any more, were taken from the barracks and gassed. 2 days later, in the Polish villages of Sokolka and Laznie, 56 villagers, including women and children, were shot. The villagers had been accused of sheltering Soviet partisans. Those who lived under terror had no alternative but to submit to it, if they were to avoid reprisals and the murder of hostages. Yet for the slave labor gangs now being used at several hundred mass murder sites to dig up the bodies of those who had been killed and to burn them, death was also to be their end. Revolt, however hopeless, represented at least an outside chance of survival. So it was at the former Sobibor death camp that the 600 Jewish slave labourers being forced to dig up and burn the bodies of those killed there in 1942 decided on October the 13th to attack their armed guards with such knives and hatchets as they could find beforehand. Led by a Soviet prisoner of war, Alexander Pechersky, and a Polish Jew, Leon Felhendler, they turned on their guards on the following day, killing 9 SS men and 2 Ukrainians, and then breaking through the camp wire. 300 of the prisoners managed to get beyond the wire. 200 of them were shot down as they ran. The 300 who could not get beyond the wire were killed by German military and police units hurried to the camp from the nearby town of Chelm. The 100 who escaped took their chances in the forests and swamps of eastern Poland. Many were able to reach Soviet partisan units and fight with them against their former tormentors. Some joined the Red Army, among them Semyon Rosenfeld, who was in Berlin on the day of victory. On October the 13th, the government of Italy, based in Brindisi, declared war on Germany. On the battlefield, Italian soldiers joined the Allied forces in trying to break through towards Rome. But Hitler ordered his troops to hold the line. As they did so, 228 American bombers, flying in tight formation without fighter protection, carried out a daylight raid on October the 14th on the German ball-bearing factory at Schweinfurt. Little damage was done to the factory, but 62 of the attacking aircraft were shot down and more than 100 American airmen killed. The American commanders realized that such a scale of loss was unacceptable both in human and in material terms. No further such raids could therefore take place until adequate fighter escorts became available. Thus Schweinfurt obtained a 3-month reprieve, and German ball-bearing production, vital to the construction of many different types of weapons, was brought up to full capacity. In Italy, Allied troops were engaged in a daily battle to try to force the Germans northward. By October the 16th, they were only 90 miles from Rome. That day in Rome, SS troops seized more than 1,000 of Rome's 7,000 Jews. 2 days later, those who had been rounded up were deported to Auschwitz. 800 of the deportees were gassed on arrival, among them a baby born after the roundup. Of the 300 deportees who were tattooed on the forearm and taken to the barracks, only 16 survived the war. But in Rome, more than 4,000 Jews had been given shelter in private homes, monasteries, and convents, 477 of them in the Vatican itself. Thus the Germans were cheated of most of their would-be victims. The same happened also in Milan, where 200 Jews were arrested by the SS on the evening of October the 16th, and a further 600 a few days later. They too were deported to Auschwitz, but more than 6,000 other Jews, both Italian-born and pre-war refugees from Central Europe, found shelter in Christian homes in Milan and survived. The night of October the 16th also saw the rescue by a British aircraft of 7 Frenchmen picked up from a large meadow near Mâcon. They were one of 3 groups picked up that night on what had become regular rescue sorties from the Royal Air Force Base at Tangmere. Among the 7 taken off that night was General de Lattre de Dassigny, who had escaped 6 weeks earlier from a German prison at Riom, having been condemned to 10 years' imprisonment for trying to resist the German occupation of Vichy France in November 1942. These acts of rescue brought out several hundred resistance fighters, soldiers, administrators, and agents. The future of France was much thought of on October the 17th, when a British naval, air and army exercise Pirate, was carried out at Studland Bay in southern England. The aim of the assaulting force was to make use of naval gunfire, including rocket fire from special vessels and self-propelled artillery fire from the tank landing craft, during the actual run-in to the beach. Slowly but surely, the preparations for a cross-channel invasion were advancing. Earlier that month, the code name Mulberry had been chosen for the huge artificial harbour made of concrete, which was to be an essential part of the invasion plan. On the eastern front, the Russians attacked yet again east of Vitebsk, driving a deep salient into the German lines, behind which, as a German army report noted on October the 18th, Soviet partisans were carrying out strong disruptive activities, so much so that the destruction of road and rail bridges has occurred in assembly line fashion. That same day, far to the south, in the fighting for Melitopol, a 19-year-old Red Army lieutenant, Abram Zindels, led his men into one sector of the town, destroying 23 machine gun points. As Zindels ran out of ammunition, the Germans called on him to surrender. "A Soviet officer will not be taken prisoner," he replied, blowing up himself and the Germans near him with his last grenade. Zindels was posthumously created Hero of the Soviet Union. In Moscow, the three principal Allied foreign ministers, Cordell-Hull, Eden, and Molotov, met on October the 18th to confirm that America, Britain, and Russia would not consider any separate peace negotiations with Germany. On the following day, in Washington, agreement was reached on the scale of American aid to Russia over the next 8 months. 2,700,000 tons of supplies would be sent through the Russian Pacific ports, and a further 2,400,000 tons through the Persian Gulf, in addition to nearly 1 million tons sent through the Arctic route. In a final session with Cordell-Hull, at which a film was shown, which included scenes of the defeat of Japan at Khalkhin Gol in August 1939, Stalin made it clear that the Soviet Union also considered Japan as an enemy. "Now I see, Marshal Stalin," said Hull, "that you have accounts to settle with the Japanese, which you will undoubtedly present in good time. I understand you, and am confident of success." It was on October the 19th, at Stanley Jail in Hong Kong, that the Japanese executed without trial a British prisoner of war, Douglas Waterman, a member of the clandestine British Army Aid Group, which encouraged prisoners to escape and tried to smuggle medical supplies into the various prisoner of war camps in the colony. That same day, in the North Borneo capital, Jesselton, local Chinese and native Suluks rose up in revolt against the Japanese occupation. 40 Japanese were killed. In reprisal, the Japanese razed many Suluk villages to the ground, arrested and tortured thousands of civilians, and on one occasion put 189 suspects to death without trial. In a further execution, several dozen Suluk women and children, their hands tied behind their backs, were then attached by a rope to the pillars of a mosque. A machine gun was then set up, and the captives shot down in cold blood. Knowledge of such atrocities culminated in the Allies setting up on October the 20th a United Nations War Crimes Commission to investigate and bring to trial all individuals responsible for war crimes. Among the members of the commission were the governments in exile of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Greece, and Yugoslavia, on whose soil the murder of civilians had become the daily practice of occupation and reprisal. Over Germany, on the night of October the 22nd, a British bomber raid on the industrial city of Kassel destroyed essential German aircraft and rocket production facilities. In the ensuing firestorm, 5,300 of Kassel's citizens died. On October the 23rd, 6 British destroyers, accompanied by the new light cruiser Charybdis, embarked upon Operation Tunnel, hoping to catch a German merchant ship on its way from Brest to the English Channel. They were surprised, however, by the merchant ship's escorts. Charybdis, struck by 2 torpedoes, sank with the loss of 462 men, while on one of the destroyers, the Limborn, 42 men were killed. Many of the bodies washed up on the beaches of the Channel Islands were buried by the Germans with full military honours. 5,000 Channel Islanders also made their way to the cemetery to pay their respects, as a mark of passive defiance. Another act of defiance took place on October the 23rd at Auschwitz, following the arrival there of 1,750 Polish Jews, holders of South American passports, who had been told that they were being sent out of Europe altogether to the safety of South America. On reaching Auschwitz, the women among the deportees were ordered to undress. As they did so, the German guards, as usual, seized rings from fingers and watches from wrists. During this activity, an SS Sergeant Major, Josef Schillinger, ordered one of the women to undress completely. This woman, who according to some reports was a former Warsaw dancer by the name of Horowitz, threw her shoe in Schillinger's face, seized his revolver, and shot him in the stomach. She also wounded another SS man, Sergeant Emmerich. The shooting of Schillinger served as a signal for the other women to attack the SS men at the entrance to the gas chamber. One SS man had his nose torn off. Another was scalped. Schillinger died on the way to the camp hospital. The other SS men fled. Shortly afterwards, the camp commandant, Rudolf Heuss, entered the chamber, accompanied by other SS men carrying machine guns and grenades. They then removed the women one by one and shot them outside. The revolt of the Jewish women at Auschwitz was recorded by two prisoners who worked in the camp. One of them, a Jew, Stanislaw Jankowski, remembered only one other such attempt, when a Soviet prisoner of war, who was about to be shot with 4 of his comrades, snatched the gun of an SS man, but didn't manage to make use of it and was overpowered. The second prisoner, a Polish medical student, Jerzy Tabor, who later escaped from Auschwitz and passed news of the episode to the West, noted that after October the 23rd, the extermination of Jews continued relentlessly. On October the 25th, it was the turn of 2,500 Jewish women and girls, including 800 from Salonika, who had been locked in a barrack without food and with almost no water for 3 days and nights, to be taken to the gas chamber and killed. One of those Jewish girls from Salonika was the 11-year-old Lilian Menashe. Her father, who survived Auschwitz, was later to recall that cursed day. But for most of the victims of that particular killing, no one was to know or mourn their fate. All but a tiny minority of Hitler's victims went to their deaths behind a fog of anonymity. They were numbers, not names, a part of the daily and anonymous statistics of death. On October the 25th, the Japanese celebrated the completion of the Burma-Thailand Railway. Of the 46,000 Allied prisoners of war who had been forced to build it, 16,000 had died of starvation, brutality, and disease. Also dying on the railroad of death, in conditions even worse than those imposed upon the prisoners of war, were more than 50,000 Burmese labourers, for whom neither their race nor their lowly status had been any protection against the imperial ambitions of Japan. Chapter 34. Bleeding to Death in the East, Goebbels. Winter, 1943. On the 25th of October, 1943, Soviet forces, crossing the lower Dnieper in a surprise attack, entered Dnipropetrovsk, one of the largest and most important cities of southern Russia. That same day, Dnipropetrovsk, another of the cities on the western bank of the Dnieper, fell to the advancing Russians. From Berlin came a radio broadcast admitting that the German military position in Russia was extremely grave. On the following day, Field Marshal von Kleist, on his own initiative, ordered the evacuation of the Crimea. Hitler had not been consulted. That evening, at Hitler's insistence, the order was cancelled. In the Pacific, the Japanese were less reluctant to accept the need to withdraw. When New Zealand troops landed on Sterling Island in the Central Solomons on October the 27th, they found the island undefended. Landing that same day on nearby Mono Island, the New Zealanders did discover a small Japanese garrison, but it was soon overcome, 200 Japanese defenders being killed for the loss of 52 New Zealanders and Americans. On Choiseul Island, however, an American force, despite a surprise landing, met strong resistance. Not every island was to be given up without a struggle. Choiseul's 6 airfields were to be defended literally to the end. During a diversionary attack, Lieutenant John F. Kennedy's PT boat was among those sent to bring American troops away from their beachhead. When one of the boats, hitting a coral reef, began to sink, he rescued 8 of those on board, including 3 wounded men, one of whom, Corporal Schnell, died before he could be brought to safety. 3 days later, Kennedy and his boat were in action against Japanese barges off Mole Island. On October the 28th, the 61st such train in less than a year and a half left Paris for Auschwitz. Among those deported on it and killed at Auschwitz was the 39-year-old Romanian-born Arno Klaasfeld. In 1939, he had volunteered to fight with the French army. Taken prisoner by the Germans, he had escaped. Reaching Nice, he had joined the resistance group Combat. Arrested by the Gestapo, he had been sent to Auschwitz with 1,000 other Jews, of whom only 42 survived the war. Of the 125 children of 17 years and under on this train, including a 5-month-old girl, Michelle Nathan, not one survived. German forces on the Eastern Front succeeded in the last week of October in halting the Red Army's westward thrust. In one German counterattack north of Krivoy Rog, 300 Soviet tanks and 5,000 soldiers were captured, and the Russians driven back halfway to the Dnieper. Further north, a tenacious German defense was preventing Vitebsk from falling into Soviet hands. On October the 28th, Field Marshal von Rundstedt gave Hitler an assessment of the danger in Western Europe, indicating the Channel coast, the French Riviera, and the Bay of Biscay as 3 possible areas for an Allied landing. Hitler, realizing that the presence of Allied troops on Italian soil marked only the first stage of Anglo-American endeavour on European soil, issued on November the 3rd his Directive No. 51, stating that Germany was now in greater danger from the west than from the east, that the German forces in the west should not be reduced, and that more tanks and artillery should be sent to the armies in the west. In Italy, meanwhile, the Allies struggled in vain to break through to Rome. The Germans gave up even the smallest sector of the line only after the most furious of battles. In the eastern Mediterranean, German aircraft based on Rhodes disrupted British attempts to reinforce the 2 smaller islands of Samos and Leros, seized by Britain after Italy's surrender. On October the 30th, in the Aegean, 43 British sailors were killed during a German dive-bomber attack on the cruiser Aurora. One of the ship's officers, Lieutenant Kenneth Moore, an actor and film star in civilian life, later recalled how that night my term came round to be on watch, and I had the dreadful melancholy job of probing the shattered decks with a torch, retrieving torn-off limbs from corners, and even from the rigging. Behind German lines, the power of partisan and anti-Nazi forces was growing. In German-occupied Poland, November the 1st saw the publication in an underground journal of a death sentence on Václav Narowal, a farmer from the Nowy Sącz region accused of betraying Jews and Poles who were in hiding from the Germans. Also on November the 1st, German forces north of Vitebsk were forced to launch 2 anti-partisan sweeps, Operation Snipe and Operation Wild Duck, in order to protect the supply lines of both Army Group Centre and Army Group North. That same day, Field Marshal von Weichs, the German commander-in-chief in the Balkans, noted in his diary, the grim partisan situation puts a completely different complexion on things. Not that you can speak of partisans anymore. Under Tito, a powerful Bolshevik army has arisen, rigidly led, acting on directives from Moscow, moving from strength to strength and growing deadlier every day. In addition, Weix added, it has strong British support. In 9 days, in mid-October, Goebbels noted in his diary on November the 2nd that more than 9,000 German soldiers had been killed on the Eastern Front. We can't stand such a drain for long, he wrote. If it went on, we're in danger of slowly bleeding to death in the East. On the day that Goebbels wrote these words, a bloodletting of a different sort had begun at the Majdanek concentration camp near Lublin. Within a week, 45,000 survivors of the Warsaw Ghetto were killed, shot by machine gun fire in ditches behind the gas chamber, 18,000 of them on a single day. Also killed that week were 5,000 former Jewish soldiers of the Polish army. These soldiers had been held in a prisoner of war camp in Lublin for the previous 4 years, since October 1939. In mocking imitation of a military operation, this mass killing was given the code name Harvest Festival. On November the 3rd, in Italy, 200 Jews from Genoa and a further 100 Jewish refugees from Central Europe, who had found a haven in Genoa before the war, were deported to Auschwitz. Among them was the rabbi of Genoa, Riccardo Pasevici, who was killed with his congregation. That same day, in Germany, the Catholic pastor Bernhard Lichtenburg, who had been held in prison in Berlin for just over 2 years as a result of having prayed publicly for the Jews, was transferred to Dachau. He died during the journey. On November the 5th, the Red Army approached Kiev, the Soviet Union's third largest city after Moscow and Leningrad. As the battle for Kiev raged, demolition charges were set off and many ancient churches and public buildings destroyed. That evening, Czechoslovak soldiers of the 1st Czechoslovak Independent Brigade, urged by their commander, Colonel Svoboda, to fight for Kiev as if they were fighting for Prague and Bratislava, captured the main railway station. On the following morning, Kiev was once more in Russian hands after more than 2 years of German rule. For Hitler, the loss of Kiev was a blow. Nor did the Red Army halt at Kiev, but still driving the Germans before it, advanced a further 30 miles on November the 7th, taking the town of Fastov, an important railway junction for German supplies moving southeast towards the Dnieper Bend. Fastov lay to the west of the Panther defense line, which Hitler had established less than 2 months earlier. For the Red Army, even amid the devastation of Kiev, a sense of victory had now emerged. Indeed, on November the 8th, an Order of Victory medal was created for senior commanders who successfully carried out such military operations on one or several fronts as to result in a radical change of the situation to the enemy's disadvantage. The order, made of platinum, contained 91 diamonds. A roll of honor with the names of the recipients was to be set up in the Kremlin. That same day, an Order of Glory was created for the lower ranks and for Air Force lieutenants for deeds of personal valor. Those holding the order would have the right to a pension for life and free education for their children. On November the 8th, in Munich, Hitler made his annual beer hall speech. "Even if, for the present, we cannot reach America," he said, "thank God that at least one country is near enough for us to tackle, and on that state we are going to concentrate." Hitler's scientists had assured him that the rocket bomb would be ready by the end of the year, but on November the 8th, Albert Speer noted that the research is not as complete as the development team would have people believe. It was also on November the 8th, in Britain, that scientists and military experts, having studied the drawing of one of the sites smuggled out by Michael Hollard, decided to re-examine existing aerial photographs of the whole of northern France and to take as many new photographs as possible in order to try to work out what was happening at them. The existence of an actual rocket or of a flying bomb had yet to be proved. That same day, the first of the new reconnaissance flights took place. Breaking the secret of the ski sites was now a British priority. That day, in Italy, a train left Florence for an unknown destination. The 400 Jews on the train had been rounded up in Siena and Bologna, as well as Florence. Not one is known to have survived. On the battlefield, the scale of casualties had risen during the second week of November. In the Pacific, where on November the 9th the Americans began their advance into the interior of Bougainville, in Italy, where the Allied forces had now to accept that Rome was beyond their grasp, and on the Eastern Front, where the Germans were blocking any further Soviet advance west of Kiev, but further north were forced to give up Zhytomyr, only 75 miles from the pre-war Polish-Soviet frontier. In the eastern Mediterranean, too, the clash of arms suddenly intensified when a landing by German forces on the island of Leros on November the 11th was resisted by 10,000 British and Italian troops, with heavy casualties on both sides, until after 5 days the defenders were overwhelmed. On November the 14th, during an American daylight air raid over Germany, 20 German fighters, hitherto the scourge of such raids, were shot down. The Americans are now flying in by day with fighter protection, Goebbels noted in his diary. This, he commented, was a thing that is naturally very hard for our anti-aircraft to cope with. On the Eastern Front, too, Goebbels saw the danger looming for Germany, despite the recapture of the western Ukrainian city of Zhytomyr on November the 15th, and the death in action that week of as many as 20,000 Russian soldiers. "Where will it ever end?" Goebbels wrote. "The Soviets have reserves of which we never dreamed in even our most pessimistic estimates." Himmler was determined that it would not all end until the racial theories of Nazism had been put fully into practice. On November the 15th, an order was published whereby nomadic gypsies and part gypsies were to be put on the same level as Jews and placed in concentration camps. In cases of doubt, local police commanders would decide who is a gypsy. Following this order, several hundred gypsies then in labor camps were deported to Auschwitz, the first 20 being brought from Grodno. Also deported to Auschwitz on November the 15th were 1,149 Dutch Jews, followed a day later by 995 more. Of this later group, 531 were gassed on reaching the camp, including 166 children. At the same time, 164 Poles were brought to the gas chamber and killed. 12 of them were women members of a Polish resistance group. Dutch Jews and Polish patriots perished together, their deaths witnessed by a Jewish slave laborer who managed to note down and to hide the exhortation of one of the Polish women on the threshold of death. "Tell our brothers, our nation, that we went to meet our death in full consciousness and with pride." Thus she died. The slave laborer was also killed not long afterwards, but his note and her words survived. Another eyewitness of the extermination that November was Józef Reznik, a Polish Jew who had been held prisoner of war by the Germans since his capture on the battlefield in September 1939. With 300 other Jews, his life had been spared during the Harvest Festival killings, which began at Majdanek on November the 2nd, in order to create a further Blobel commando, digging up and then burning the corpses of those who had earlier been murdered. This particular commando was sent to a camp in the Borki woods outside Chelm. Reznik later recalled how he and his fellow captives dug up more than 30,000 corpses in the Borki woods that winter. Most of them were former Soviet soldiers who'd been taken prisoner in 1941. There were also several thousand Jews, among them many children from the nearby town of Hurbizo. The most recent corpses, Resnick noted, were those of Italian soldiers, brought to Borghi as prisoners of war after Italy's defection, and likewise murdered. On the night of November the 15th, British Special Operations Executive carried out Operation Conjurer, flying in 6 agents from Tangmere in southern England to a hilltop landing strip in France near Angers. One of these brought in was Victor Gerson, organizer of the Vic escape line for Allied prisoners of war and air crew evaders. 3 of those brought in were arrested on reaching Paris. Leaving the field on the return flight were 12 people, one of them, François Mitterrand, using the code name Monnier, had for more than a year been in charge of the Morland Group, active in maintaining links with French prisoners of war and civilian deportees. In 1940, he had himself escaped from a prisoner of war camp in Germany. 2 months later, Mitterrand returned to France, being taken by depot ship from Dartmouth to a motor gunboat out at sea and then across the Channel by night to a small beach at de Bégenfry. Back in France, he formed a new resistance committee to organize help for all French prisoners of war and deported labourers. 38 years later, he was elected President of France. As British reconnaissance flights continued to search out and photograph the mysterious ski sites in northern France, the hopes placed in another of Hitler's potential victory weapons were finally eliminated, when in Norway, on November the 16th, 160 American bombers, flying from bases in Britain, struck at the hydroelectric power station and heavy water factory at Vermork. 20 Norwegian civilians were killed in the raid, which, although missing the factory, did such serious damage to the power station that no further heavy water could be produced there. Such stocks of heavy water as existed were ordered to be brought back to Germany. Norwegian secret agents passed this information back to London, where plans were made to destroy these stocks on their journey. On November the 18th, 2 days after the American daylight raid on Vermork, 440 British bombers struck by night at Berlin. The raid, intended to hit at industrial areas, killed 131 Berliners but did little damage to factories. 9 British bombers were shot down and 53 of the aircrew killed, among them Wing Commander John White, who had earlier played a vital part in the raid on Peenemünde, placing his markers in exactly the right place and drawing the bombing back from the camp for foreign workers onto the correct target. On November the 20th, in the Pacific, the Americans launched Operation Galvanic against 3 atolls in the Gilbert Islands, Makin, Tarawa, and Abemana. On Makin, where more than 6,000 Americans landed, there were a mere 300 Japanese soldiers and 500 Korean labourers, but the Japanese were determined to fight to the bitter end. 550 of the defenders were killed before the rest, almost all of the surviving Koreans, surrendered. 64 Americans lost their lives during the assault, 35 of them as non-battle casualties. But an American escort carrier, Lissam Bay, was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine, and in a terrible explosion which blew the ship apart, 644 of her crew of 900 were killed. A further 43 Americans were killed on the battleship Mississippi when a turret accidentally exploded during the pre-landing bombardment. The native islanders on Makin were effusive in their welcome of the Americans. Lieutenant Clarence B. Selden, the Navy beachmaster, later recalled meeting a native chief who said to him in a single breath, "I am so glad you have come. We have waited many months. We are happy you have come. May I get your men coconuts?" On Tarawa Atoll, more than 5,000 Japanese defenders met a similar number of American attackers on the beaches of Baitio Island. At the end of 76 hours of savage fighting, only 1 Japanese officer and 16 men and 129 Korean labourers were still alive. 1,000 Americans, a fifth of the invasion force, had been killed in overcoming the fanatical resistance of the 5,000. The battle on Tarawa greatly shocked American opinion, indicating as it did how costly the total defeat of Japan would be. Nor was it a shock confined to statistics. Newspaper photographs of American corpses floating with the tide or piled up on the beaches next to burned-out landing craft shocked an American public which had hitherto been protected by censorship from such scenes. Against the small Japanese garrison on Albemana, it was decided, after one Marine had been killed during an attempted landing, to use only naval gunfire. This was effective, a native islander reporting to the Americans on November the 25th that all the Japanese defenders were dead. 14 had been killed by naval gunfire, the rest had committed suicide. On November the 22nd, as the Americans struggled to overcome Japanese resistance on Macon and Tarawa, the British had carried out another night raid on Berlin, with 764 bombers sent against the German capital. To Hitler's chagrin, considerable damage was done to the government section of the city, including the Admiralty, the Air Ministry, and the Ministry of Armaments and War Production. Even Hitler's chancellery was damaged, as was much of his train, Amerika, then in a railway siding. Hitler himself was at Rastenburg. For the Berliners, this raid involved two civilian disasters, 100 people being crushed to death trying to get down the steps of an underground shelter, and 500 being killed when a 4,000-pound bomb exploded just outside a public shelter in the basement of a school. In all, 1,737 civilians were killed that night in Berlin. Hell itself seems to have broken loose over us, Goebbels noted in his diary that night. Mines and explosive bombs keep hurtling down upon the government quarter. One after another of the important buildings begins to burn. Although 167 British air crew had been shot down and killed in the raid over Berlin on November the 22nd, a further raid took place on the following night, when 127 more air crew died. For Berliners, this second raid was hardly less severe than the one the night before, with 1,315 recorded deaths, a total for the two consecutive nights of more than 4,000. The second air raid equalled the first in intensity, Goebbels noted in his diary. Though at first we thought it might be weaker, this hope was not realized. His own official residence had been hit and its upper rooms destroyed. Gradually we're learning to accustom ourselves again to a primitive standard of living. In his own house that morning there was no heat, no light, no water, and he added, one can neither shave nor wash. One must get up in the shelter by the light of a burning candle. On the morning of November the 23rd, in Lille, 200 German soldiers surrounded the house in which the British agent Michael Totobas was hiding. In the ensuing fight, Totobas killed the Gestapo officer who had come to arrest him, and then kept on firing until he himself was killed. His fellow agent, Denise Gilman, received a wound in the stomach from which she too died. After the war, a resistance medal was named after Totobas, the Croix du Capitaine Michel, the only medal awarded to the French resistance which was dedicated to the memory of a British officer. Despite Totobas's death, his farmer group remained active, harassing German installations throughout northeastern France. In the Far East, the Japanese suffered a blow to their prestige on November the 25th, when American bombers attacked Shinchiku airfield on Formosa. In all, 42 Japanese aircraft were destroyed, some in combat, others while still on the ground. That same day, in New Guinea, after an 8-day battle, Australian forces captured the 2,400-foot-high Saddleberg summit on the Kokoda Trail, the turning point in the battle being an attack on the last day, led by Sergeant Thomas Derrick. For his courage in action, he was awarded the Victoria Cross. In the slave labour camps on the now completed Burma-Thailand Railway, disease still took a heavy toll. At Tarseo camp on November the 25th, Colonel Dunlop recorded 364 deaths in the previous 4 months, noting in his diary, "The captains of the Man of Death were dysentery, cholera, malaria, deficiency diseases, and tropical ulcers. Dysentery was much the most common cause." On November the 26th, on the Eastern Front, the Russians captured Gomel, only 400 miles from Hitler's headquarters at Rastenburg. That night, British bombers struck again at Berlin, destroying the main workshops of the Ulket tank factory. Hitler, learning of the raid, ordered fire engines to rush to Berlin from as far away as Potsdam and Brandenburg, but these efforts were in vain. As well as Ulket, several other weapons and munitions factories were badly damaged, as was a factory making radar sets. During this raid, the 4th in a month, 196 British and Canadian aircrew were shot down and killed or died in crashes and accidents. 470 Berliners were also killed, 92 of them when a bomber crashed onto a building, destroying the building's air raid shelter. On the Eastern Front, 6,473 German soldiers had been killed in action in the previous 10 days. The civilian deaths in Berlin in the same period totaled 3,653. Of the military deaths, Goebbels noted in his diary on November the 27th, "That is bearable. On the other hand, sickness has increased, and above all, the troops' morale has sunk, physically and spiritually, because of our continuous retreats." November the 28th saw a brief turn of the tide on the Eastern Front when Field Marshal von Manstein's Army Group South surrounded a large Russian force in the Korosten area, northwest of Kiev, inflicting heavy casualties on them. At this moment of Soviet setback, Stalin was not in the Soviet Union. He had travelled outside Russia for the first time since the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 to meet both Roosevelt and Churchill at Tehran. There, amid tight security, Churchill outlined the Anglo-American plans for a cross-channel invasion the following spring or summer. On November the 29th, during the discussion at Tehran of Operation Overlord, Churchill told Stalin, somewhat to the Soviet leader's unease, of the conditions decided upon 3 months earlier, upon which the launching of Operation Overlord depended. First, there must be a satisfactory reduction in the strength of the German fighter forces in northwest Europe before the assault. Second, that German reserves in France and the Low Countries must not, on the day of the assault, be more than about 12 full-strength first-quality mobile divisions. And third, that it must not be possible for the Germans to transfer from other fronts more than 15 first-quality mobile divisions during the first 60 days of the operation. In response to this, Stalin asked Churchill if the Prime Minister and the British staffs really believe in Overlord, to which Churchill replied that, provided these conditions were met, it will be our stern duty to hurl across the Channel against the Germans every sinew of our strength. Also, on November the 29th at Tehran, Stalin told Roosevelt and Churchill that the Soviet Union would enter the war against Japan the moment Germany was defeated. This, Churchill told the British Chiefs of Staff, was a momentous decision. It was also one which had to be kept absolutely secret, so much so that it was not recorded even in the secret record of the Tehran talks. As the Tehran conference continued on November the 29th, Stalin was not told, however, that the American scientists working on the atomic bomb had reached that day a decisive stage, the modification of a B-29 bomber, to enable it to carry and to drop the bomb. 4 days later, 15 atomic scientists arrived in the United States from Britain to join the American atomic bomb team. One of the 15, Klaus Fuchs, was a Soviet spy. Unknown to any of the big three that November, there had been an attempt earlier in the month to kill their principal enemy, when a German army officer, Baron Axel von dem Busch, undertook to model a new type of army greatcoat, which Hitler wished to see. Von dem Busch proposed putting a bomb in one of the pockets, and while Hitler was examining the coat, to detonate the bomb, killing both himself and Hitler. Unfortunately for the conspirators, the demonstration dates were repeatedly postponed, until, by even greater mischance, the prototypes of the coats were destroyed in one of the November air raids on Berlin. Von dem Busch, meanwhile, had returned to active service on the Eastern Front, where he was severely wounded. Hitler now seldom left Rastenburg, but on November the 26th he had driven the 45 miles to Insterburg airfield to inspect a flying bomb which had been brought specially from its test site at Peenemünde. The test site itself was photographed by a British pilot on November the 28th. 2 days later, a photographic reconnaissance expert, Flight Officer Constance Babington Smith, looking at earlier pictures as part of the November the 8th directive, thought she saw, in what had earlier been interpreted as dredging equipment, a possible flying bomb launch site. The November 28th photograph confirmed that an actual pilotless plane could be seen on a ramp. In the erroneous belief that the warhead of this new secret weapon might weigh as much as 7 tons, the British government made urgent plans to set aside several million hospital beds for those who might be injured once the flying bombs began to arrive. But plans were also made to try to minimize and even to avert the danger. On December the 4th, the whole northern French coast containing the mysterious ski launch sites, now mysterious no longer, was re-photographed from the air to make sure that no sites had been overlooked. On the following day, the systematic bombing of the sites began, codenamed Operation Crossbow. Another air raid on Berlin had taken place on the night of December the 2nd. During the raid, 228 British air crews were killed, and also 2 Allied war correspondents. The Berliners' death toll was 150. One bomber, falling behind the others and missing the target, dropped its bombs on Cottbus, 50 miles southeast of Berlin. On the night of December the 3rd, Leipzig was the target. The centre of the city was especially hard hit, Goebbels noted in his diary. Almost all public buildings, theatres, the university, the Supreme Court, exhibition halls, etc., have either been completely destroyed or seriously damaged. Another air raid on Berlin had taken place on the night of December the 2nd. During the raid, 228 British air crews were killed, and also 2 Allied war correspondents. The Berliners' death toll was 150. One bomber, falling behind the others and missing the target, dropped its bombs on Cottbus, 50 miles southeast of Berlin. On the night of December the 3rd, Leipzig was the target. The centre of the city was especially hard hit, Goebbels noted in his diary. Almost all public buildings, theatres, the university, the Supreme Court, exhibition halls, etc., have either been completely destroyed or seriously damaged. In German-occupied Poland, the cowing and terrorizing of the local population continued. On December the 3rd, in Warsaw, the SS and Gestapo publicly executed 100 municipal tramway workers as reprisal against a recent act of sabotage. 6 days later, Polish underground forces announced the condemnation and death by shooting of 2 Poles, Tadeusz Karcz and Antoni Pejo, accused of betraying Jews to the Gestapo and denouncing Poles who were sheltering Jews. Helped by information smuggled into Allied prisoner-of-war camps in Germany, Allied soldiers, sailors and airmen made repeated attempts to escape and to return to active duty. One such attempt, made on December the 9th, was remarkable because of the clothing in which the escapee, Lieutenant D.P. James, Royal Navy, chose to make his way to the Baltic Sea. Owing to the large number of uniforms to be seen in Germany, he later explained, I resolved to attempt to escape in full British naval uniform, carrying a card purporting to be a Bulgarian naval identity card. The name and initial which Lieutenant James chose for his card contained a scarcely concealed message, E. Begorov. Changing his disguise in due course to that of a Swedish sailor, James eventually boarded a Finnish ship at Danzig for neutral Stockholm. At his Rustenburg headquarters, 110 miles from Danzig, Hitler found time on December the 10th to design for his Bavarian retreat at Obersalzberg a special protective tunnel against bomb blast. He was particularly concerned, one of his staff noted, to design an effective barrier or baffle against the blast created by an explosion. No day passed without some crime being committed in German-occupied Europe. On December the 14th, 9 members of the Polish Communist Party were taken from a local prison at Herby, near Czestochowa, and shot. To this day, a memorial cross marks the site of their execution. As the Russian forces moved forward, they uncovered more and more German atrocities, and on December the 15th at Kharkov, 4 SS men were brought to trial, accused of using gas fans to murder Soviet civilians. One of the accused was a 24-year-old SS Lieutenant Hans Reitz. On first having heard the words gas fan mentioned in Kharkov, Reitz told the prosecutor, I remembered the vehicle from my stay in Warsaw, when I witnessed the evacuation in it of the unreliable sections of the Warsaw population. While in Warsaw, Reitz added, I got to know that part of the Warsaw population were evacuated by railway and another part were loaded into the gas vans and exterminated. Hans Reitz also gave evidence of the mass shooting in sand pits and stone quarries of tens of thousands of people in the Soviet cities of Krasnodar, Vitebsk, and Taganrog. During the shooting of some 300 people at a village near Kharkov, Reitz recalled, a woman trying to save her child covered it with her body, but this didn't help her because the bullet went through her and the child. After 3 days of hearings, Lieutenant Reitz and his 3 fellow SS men were found guilty and condemned to death. They were executed publicly on December the 19th. On the battlefronts, the 3rd week of December saw yet another intensification of military activity. On the Eastern Front, Soviet forces launched an offensive on December the 14th in the central sector of the front against Nivelle. In Italy, Allied troops renewed their assault on the German line east of Cassino. On December the 15th, a German panzer battalion, defending the village of San Pietro Infini, inflicted heavy casualties on the American attackers before being forced to withdraw. In the artillery bombardment, the village itself was almost completely destroyed. A year later, a film made by Don Huston about the battle gave such a stark picture of the terrible reality of war that it had to be cut from 5 reels to 3. In the Pacific, American troops landed on December the 15th on the Araway Peninsula at the western end of the island of New Britain, the capital of which, Rabaul, although much bombed, remained a formidable Japanese strongpoint. Above Berlin, a further bombing raid on December the 16th resulted in the deaths of 294 British and Canadian aircrew, 438 Berliners, and 279 foreign forced labourers, of whom 186 were women. 70 of the foreign labourers were Poles and Ukrainians, killed when their train was hit at the Halensee station. Railway stations and marshalling yards had been the main targets of the raid. As a result of it, an estimated 1,000 railway trucks with weapons and munitions for the Eastern Front were blocked in the city. On being given details of this latest air raid, including the fact that 25 of the 482 bombers had failed to return, Churchill instructed the Secretary of State for Air, "Compliment officers and crews from me on all this series of great attacks." 4 days after this Berlin raid, Bishop Wurm, a leading German churchman, protested about the mass murder of Jews in a letter to Dr. Hans Lammers, the State Secretary of Hitler's Chancellery. "We Christians," he wrote, "consider the policy of exterminating the Jews as a grave injustice and of fatal consequences for the German people. Our people see the suffering imposed on us by the air raids as an act of punishment for what was done to the Jews." In Warsaw, on December the 22nd, 2 days after Bishop Wurm's protest, the Polish underground reported that the Gestapo had discovered 62 Jews in hiding in a cellar in Warsaw. All 62 were killed. On Christmas Eve, 1943, the British again bombed Berlin. The most serious damage was done by bombs which fell at Erkner, 15 miles southeast of the aiming point, severely damaging a ball-bearing factory. That night, 178 Berliners were killed and 104 aircrew. 16 aircrew were taken prisoner. On Christmas Day, in one of a series of air attacks on flying bomb sites in northern France, American bombers attacked 24 sites. 7 were totally destroyed. More than half of the aircrew who were shot down were able to avoid capture and go into hiding. Many were then able to join one of the escape lines into Spain, returning in due course to fly again. But at one site, 30 French civilian workmen were killed. "The war is now reaching the stage," Roosevelt warned the American people that Christmas Day, "and we shall have to look forward to large casualty lists, dead, wounded, and missing." And he added, "War entails just that. There's no easy road to victory, and the end is not yet in sight." On Sunday, December the 26th, 2 days after Roosevelt's broadcast, American troops in the Pacific launched Operation Backhander, a landing at Cape Gloucester on the extreme western tip of New Britain. Within a week, the Americans had secured an important airfield for their attacks on the as yet unconquered half of New Guinea. But once again, the Japanese fought for every mile of the inhospitable marshy ground, which the Americans soon named the Green Hell and the Slimy Sewer. That same Sunday, German warships, including the battlecruiser Scharnhorst, embarked upon Operation Rainbow, an attack on 2 Anglo-American convoys in the Arctic, between Bear Island and the North Cape. But British warships, alerted by the Germans' own naval Enigma signals, moved in to attack the attackers, and Scharnhorst was sunk. 2,000 of her officers and men were drowned, including 40 cadets on board for training. Only 36 men were rescued. "The Arctic convoys to Russia have brought us luck," Churchill telegraphed to Stalin on the following morning. In Italy, British and Canadian forces captured the coastal town of Ortona on December the 28th, after a 5-day struggle. On the night of December the 29th, in yet another British air raid on Berlin, 182 Berliners were killed and 81 aircrew. A particular success that evening was scored by a German Air Force night fighter ace, Lieutenant Schnaufer, who shot down 2 bombers, one over Holland and the other over Germany, to reach a total of 42 bombers shot down thus far. 2 days later he was awarded the Knight's Cross. Later in the war, with 121 successes, he was to receive the Oak Leaves with swords and diamonds, only one of 2 night fighter pilots to be awarded this highest of all the grades of the Iron Cross. There was nothing heroic in German actions in occupied Poland as 1943 came to an end. On December the 31st at Karpioka, as a reprisal for the participation of individual villagers in anti-occupation activities, 59 villagers were locked into a granary, which was then set on fire. All 59 were burned to death. Death had also come that year, on Polish soil, to several 100,000 Soviet prisoners of war, whom the Germans had imprisoned in several dozen camps, subjecting them to brutal forced labour, deliberate starvation, and the denial of even the most primitive of medical help. A traveller through Poland today will constantly come across monuments to these Russian victims. 10,000 at Bukowica, a further 10,000 at Blitzen, 12,000 at Svite Kric, 7,000 at Baric, 7,000 more at Skrodo, 46,000 at Krizwolka, 12,000 at Zambro, and at least 10,000 more at Tonkiele. An obelisk in this latter village, overlooking peaceful meadows running gently down to the banks of the river Bug, is one of many monuments throughout Poland to these frequently forgotten victims of Hitler's tyranny. In Italy, in front of Cassino, the German forces couldn't be dislodged, despite a renewed American attack on December the 31st. It was now clear that the battle for Italy would be a long and costly one, and not only for the armies. In the previous 3 months, more than 6,000 Italian civilians had been killed in Allied air raids on the peninsula. In southwestern France, now under direct German rule for more than a year, December the 31st saw the first major act of resistance, a sabotage operation organized from London, carried out simultaneously against several key railway centres, including Yme and Bergerac. One of the organizers of the explosive charge was Edgar Baron Philipp de Gunzburg, a grandson of one of the Tsarist Russia's leading Jewish philanthropists. His controller was Hilaire, a British agent, George Starr. Both were to play an active part in sabotage efforts behind the lines at the time of the cross-channel invasion 6 months later. As 1943 came to an end, Germany and Japan could look forward only to further and relentless attacks, both from the unconquered nations ranged against them and from the rising tide of partisan and resistance activity. The United States alone now had 1,600,000 servicemen ready to be deployed against Germany, and 1,800,000 more in action against Japan. Yet both Germany and Japan were determined to fight on, still believing that they could break the power of those united nations, whose armies, navies, and air forces had vowed to fight them until unconditional surrender. Chapter 35. Anzio, Cassino, Quarjalane, January to February 1944. The new year of 1944 opened with the establishment of yet another German concentration camp on Polish soil at Pladzau, a suburb of Krakow. A forced labour camp since March 1943, ruled by a notorious sadist, Amnon Goeth, it now joined the ranks of those places at which tens of thousands of people were toiled and tortured to death. The total death toll at Pladzau was to reach 80,000, Poles, Jews, Gypsies, Italians, Hungarians, and Romanians. A special branch camp was set up nearby specifically for Soviet prisoners of war, thousands of whom likewise perished. Not only death, however, but also resistance characterized the world behind the lines that New Year's Day. On the Eastern Front, as the Red Army battled for Vitebsk and Orsha, more than 60,000 partisans were active in 5 widespread areas, a constant threat to the German troops and supplies moving up to the front. In another partisan area at Mogilev, on the very axis of Hitler's Panther defense line, 6,000 partisans had at their disposal 5 underground hospital bunkers and 2 more underground bunkers for men with contagious diseases. In the Philippines, an American mining engineer, Wendell Fertig, who in May 1942 had decided to go into the jungle rather than surrender, had built up a force of several thousand Filipinos, willing to suffer the considerable privations and hazards of jungle life in order to harass the Japanese, whose rule had become increasingly tyrannical. In Burma, it was an Englishman, Hugh Seagrim, who organized a guerrilla force of 200 native Karens and, for 2 years, struck at Japanese outposts and lines of communication. So savage were the Japanese reprisals against the Karen tribes that Seagrim decided to spare them further slaughter by giving himself up, The Japanese executed him, but the reprisals continued. So did Karen resistance. The British had planned a further air raid over Berlin for the first night of the new year. Bad weather forced its brief postponement until the early hours of January the 2nd. More than 400 bombers took part. 28 were shot down or crashed, and 168 crewmen killed. The Berliners had 79 dead, 21 of whom died when there was panic at the entrance to their shelter, although no bombs fell anywhere near it. For failing to control the panic, several police officers were transferred to the Eastern Front. It was on the Eastern Front that dramatic Soviet advance now caught the headlines of all Allied newspapers. Russians 27 miles from Poland was the banner headline in the Sunday Express on January the 2nd, followed by a second line, 300 more towns taken in great surge towards frontier. Along a 200-mile front, the newspaper added, Field Marshal von Manstein's forces were reported to be everywhere, falling back in disorder, leaving vital bridges intact and villages unscorched. Even as Western newspaper readers rejoiced at this news, Russian forces captured Radovel, a mere 18 miles from the 1939 border. The Allied planners were less exultant than the newspapers, for they knew, through their clandestine reading of neutral diplomatic telegrams, that Hitler's deliberate policy was to yield space in the East in order to build up his forces and defences in the West. That night, in yet another air raid on Berlin, 383 British bombers dropped more than 1,000 tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs. 26 bombers were shot down, mostly to German night fighters, which were able to exploit the bombers' radar transmissions. A total of 168 air crew were killed, but only 77 Berliners. Those who had to carry out these regular air attacks had begun to fear such a high rate of attrition. When the air crews walked into their briefing room and saw that Berlin was to be their target for the second night running, there was then, one flight commander recalled, the nearest thing I ever saw to mutiny. A rumble of what I might call amazement or horror or disbelief. The raid had gone on. On every front, the war with all its terrors was uninterrupted and insatiable. On January the 2nd in the Pacific, the Americans launched yet another seaborne landing, Operation Dexterity, against the Japanese fortified bastion of Saido on New Guinea. In capturing Saido, 55 Americans were killed for the cost of 1,275 Japanese lives. The success of the landing brought an even greater disaster for the Japanese than the loss of a single garrison. 20,000 Japanese troops and civilians who had earlier retreated from Leh and Salamoa were now forced to begin a 200-mile inland retreat through the jungle to Madang. Starving, dispirited, attacked by the Australian forces based on Finschhaven, 10,000 perished on the march. The American forces, steadily advancing in New Guinea and New Britain, were still a long way from Japan, but with every day the Red Army drew closer and closer to Germany. On January the 3rd, it reached Olewsk, only 10 miles from the 1939 Polish border and 280 miles from the border of East Prussia. On the following day, American and British aircraft began Operation Carpetbagger, the dropping of arms and supplies to resistance groups in France, Belgium, Holland, and Italy. Hitler, with his mind as much on the problem of a cross-channel invasion as on that of a Russian breakthrough, now put his faith in jet aircraft. Allied aerial photographic reconnaissance had already revealed that the development of the German jet was more advanced than that of Britain or the United States. Nor did the Soviet Union have any jet designs sufficiently advanced for operational use in 1944 or 1945. If I get the jets in time, Hitler told Albert Speer and Field Marshal Milch on January the 4th, I can fight off the invasion with them. More than a momentary respite was at stake. If I get a few hundred of them to the front line, Hitler remarked a few days later, it will exorcise the spectre of invasion for all time. German propaganda broadcasts were beginning to reflect concern about a possible cross-channel invasion. Can the ordinary British soldier understand, William Joyce, Lord Haw-Haw, asked on January the 4th, why he should have been expected to die in 1939 or 1940 or 1941 to restore an independent Poland on the old scale, whilst today he must die in order that the Soviets may rule Europe? On January the 6th, the Red Army crossed the 1939 Polish-Soviet border and advanced 12 miles inside it to capture the Volhynian town of Rokitno. 5 days earlier, Stalin had established a Polish National Council to be the supreme organ of democratic elements in Poland. It was to have its own armed forces and its own administration, in direct challenge to the Polish government in exile in London. To combat the growing resistance to German rule in Denmark, a German group headed by Otto Schwert had arrived in Denmark to carry out a series of terror killings. The first of these took place on January the 4th, when the victim was the clergyman and poet Kaj Munk. Far from deterring resistance, Munk's death served only to stimulate it. His funeral, a few days later at Vederso, was a powerful demonstration of Danish national unity and defiance. The murder of Danish patriots also continued, including the shooting of 4 doctors at Odense and of 11 members of the resistance killed after their capture. On January the 9th, 2 German soldiers were shot dead in the French city of Lyon. In reprisal, 22 Frenchmen held in Lyon prison were shot dead. We were in the right, the Gestapo chief in Lyon, Klaus Barbie, commented many years later, because they shouldn't have shot our soldiers in the back. It was against all the laws. On the day after the shooting, the chief of the French milice in Lyon, Joseph Lecoussin, arrested the former national president of the League of Human Rights, the 84-year-old scholar and philosopher Victor Bache, and his 79-year-old wife. They were shot a day later, and a placard hung on Bache's corpse with the words, "Terror against terror. The Jew pays with his life for the death of a national." Payment of a very different kind was exacted that week on 5 former Italian fascist leaders brought to trial in Verona by the remnants of the fascist regime, Mussolini's Republic of Salo. All 5 were executed on January the 11th, including Mussolini's own son-in-law and former foreign minister, Count Ciano, and his former military commander, Marshal de Bono. On the following day, with the connivance of local fascist militia, 32 Jews were deported from Trieste to Auschwitz. Still determined to break the German front line in Italy and to reach Rome, the Allied forces launched an assault on January the 12th on the heights of Monte Cassino. The attack was led by the French corps under General Juin. Progress was made, but not enough. The combination of a determined German defence and appalling winter weather made the capture of the town of Cassino impossible. That night, a new Allied bombing offensive was begun, aimed at the total destruction of the German aircraft industry. 3 aircraft factories were hit that night at Halberstadt, Braunschweig, and Aschersleben, and considerable damage was done. But as with the British bomber raids over Berlin, the cost was high. Of the 650 American bombers which took part in the raids, 60 were shot down. On January the 14th, the Red Army resumed the offensive in the Leningrad region, determined once and for all to break the German grip on the city. That same day in the central sector, Russian troops drove the Germans from Mozyr and Kalinkovichi on the eastern edge of the Pripet marshes, creating a deep salient in the German front line. Hitler, pressed by his commanders to make a tactical withdrawal, refused to do so. Instead, he ordered a series of counterattacks. Our armies have indeed achieved success of late, Stalin wrote to Churchill that day, in thanking Churchill for his congratulations on the most recent advances, but, he added, we are still a long way from Berlin. What's more, the Germans are now launching rather serious counterattacks. What was now needed, Stalin told Churchill, was that Britain should not slacken but intensify the bombing of Berlin as much as possible. In France, January the 14th saw the arrest by the Gestapo of Captain Gustave Billet, a Canadian who had been parachuted into the Montargis region in November 1942. Although seriously hurt on landing, he had managed to set up a sabotage network near the Belgian frontier, disrupting German rail movements. Repeatedly tortured, he revealed nothing. After 3 months in prison at Fresnes, he was taken to the Flossenburg concentration camp and held there in the prison section in solitary confinement for 3 more months. Taken out of his cell one day and led to the prison courtyard, Captain Billet was executed by a firing squad. Elsewhere in German-occupied Europe, partisan and resistance activity was continually on the increase. In France, in Yugoslavia, in Greece, even in Albania. In each area, British agents were parachuted in to try to coordinate the work of sabotage. German reprisals were fierce, particularly in the Balkans, where whole villages were burned to the ground and villagers shot almost daily. In yet another attempt to crush the Yugoslav partisans on January the 15th, the German army launched its 6th offensive in just over 3 years. Tito's headquarters at Yajats were attacked, and he was forced to move 40 miles westward to Drvar. By now, however, he was receiving considerable aid by air from the British and Americans. On January the 15th, the Red Army finally broke the German ring around Leningrad, the city's defenders and those driving towards it from the east linking up at the village of Ropsha, scene long before of the assassination of Tsar Peter III, the Prusso-maniac. The fierceness of the fighting was such, one Soviet soldier later recalled, that we didn't take many prisoners. Within hours, Pushkin, Slutsk, and Gatchina to the south of the city, and Magar in the east, fell to the Red Army. As the whole Leningrad province was cleared of the Germans, more than 60,000 German soldiers were killed. That same day, in Italy, the first Allied shells fell on the monastery above Cassino. British troops now joined the French in the assault on Cassino, launching Operation Panther on the morning of January the 17th and crossing the Garigliano River between Cassino and the sea. But the further assault on Cassino itself was repulsed. Behind German lines, the second week of January saw no diminution in terror. On January the 18th, a German military sweep using tanks searched in the Buchach area of eastern Galicia for Jews who had escaped deportation 9 months earlier and were still in hiding. 300 were found and killed. That same day, in Greece, a German intelligence officer, Lieutenant Kurt Waldheim, reported that there were as many as 25,000 Greek partisans active in northern Greece, as well as 4,000 Italian soldiers. Operations against these forces were continuous, as were reprisals against the villages which sheltered them. Also on January the 18th, in Paris, the Gestapo arrested the 23-year-old Baron Jean-François de Nothomb, who for almost a year had been organizing under the code name Franco, an escape route to Spain for Allied airmen and escaped prisoners of war. Tortured and then imprisoned, he was to survive the war. On the day after Nothomb's arrest, 2 British saboteurs, Captain George Hiller and Lieutenant Cyril Watney, both of whom had been parachuted into France, organized the destruction of an aircraft propeller factory at Figeac. Production was never resumed. That day, in further preparation for an invasion which they knew must soon come, the German Armed Forces High Command designated as fortresses all the principal ports along both the Atlantic and Channel coasts. Each fortress was given a commander, who took an oath to defend his fortress to the death. On January the 20th, Franklin Roosevelt was inaugurated President of the United States for the 4th time. In Italy, the armies of which he was commander-in-chief reached the Rapido River and were in action north of Cassino. They were also in the final 48 hours of planning for a landing from the sea at Anzio, just south of Rome. That night, as more than 1,000 Jews were deported from Paris to Auschwitz, crossing Germany by rail from west to east, 759 British bombers, also flying from west to east across the North Sea, struck at Berlin. Their 2,456 tons of bombs was the heaviest load for 2 months. 35 of the bombers were shot down, and 172 aircrew killed. During the raid, the main railway line to Hamburg was cut, and a factory making radar components for the German Air Force was put out of action completely. A total of 243 Berliners were killed during the raid, and a further 13 people outside the city. One bomber, dropping its bombs 30 miles from the target, possibly because the pilot was not prepared to risk a flight through the center of the target area, caused considerable damage entirely by mistake to a tote organization depot and workshop. In London, on January the 21st, General Eisenhower, the Commander-in-Chief designate of the Allied cross-channel invasion forces, held his first meeting with his commanders. The long-awaited Operation Overlord was now little more than 4 months away. As the commanders began their discussion, British and American troops, escorted by 28 warships, were sailing from Naples for Operation Shingle, landing at Anzio, designed to turn the German flank in Italy and open the way to Rome. A few minutes after midnight, in the early hours of January the 22nd, the first troops went ashore. They were unopposed. The Germans, having been taken by surprise, 227 of them, who were based in the landing area, surrendered. Within 24 hours, more than 36,000 Allied troops were ashore. Only 13 had been killed. On January the 21st, when the British bombers' target was the city of Magdeburg, 2 German fighter aces died. One of them, Major Heinrich Prinz zu Wittgenstein, a descendant of Franz Liszt's celebrated mistress, had 83 British, American and Russian bombers on his kill list. During the Magdeburg raid he shot down 4 more, but was himself shot down while attacking a 5th. At the time of his death, Prinz Wittgenstein was already a legendary figure in Germany. Hitler recognized this by conferring on him posthumously the oak leaves with swords to his existing Knight's Cross with oak leaves. The second German ace who was killed that night over Magdeburg was Captain Manfred Meurer. As the 3rd highest-scoring German night fighter pilot, he had already shot down 65 Allied aircraft. As he was about to shoot down his 66th, it blew up above him, causing him to crash. That night, 447 German bombers attacked London, the first of a series of short, sharp raids, all that the German Air Force was now capable of, codenamed Operation Ibex. But of 500 tons of bombs carried, only 32 were dropped on the capital. On January the 23rd, German aircraft struck at the Anzio beachhead forces and their supplies, sinking the British destroyer Janus. On the following day, the hospital ship St. David's was also sunk. On land, the American commander, General Lucas, hesitated to advance before tanks and heavy artillery had been landed. As he waited, the Germans were able to rush up reinforcements. On January 24th, in a special order of the day, Hitler instructed his troops to hold the front line in Italy at all costs. In a counterattack that day, they retook Castelforte and Monterotondo from the British, but with heavy loss of life. That same day, Hitler told the Japanese ambassador to Germany that he was now having to conduct the war in Russia on the principle of not jeopardizing the defense of Western Europe. He had been obliged, he told the ambassador, to reinforce his armies in Italy and the Balkans by 35 German divisions at the expense of the Eastern Front. Using his most secret method of radio communication, the Japanese ambassador sent Tokyo a full account of his interview with Hitler. As with all his most secret messages, this one was intercepted and read in Britain and the United States. Also intercepted were most of the actual German army and air force movements, both to the Anzio bridgehead and to the front line, as well as to the Balkans. These intercepts became of additional importance from January the 25th, when the Anglo-American Combined Chiefs of Staff agreed to Plan Jail, a comprehensive scheme to lure German attention away from Normandy. This was to be done by creating several entirely fictitious land, sea, and air operations, intended to force the Germans to divert troops and resources. For several months, in preparation for the cross-channel invasion, British and American deception experts had sought to give the Germans the impression that it was not Normandy, but the Pas-de-Calais, which was to be the overlord landing area. One plan involved the creation of a vast military formation, the 1st United States Army Group, FUSAG, which did not in fact exist. It was given a commander, General Patton. Bases, training grounds, a communications network, plans, orders of battle, and a specific target, the French coast between Calais and Boulogne. The first indication that the deception was working came in 2 Enigma messages sent on February the 9th, in which, through the Germans' own most secret method of communication, German troops in the Balkans were ordered from Split to Skopje and from Mostar to Sarajevo in order, the message explained, to be available for rapid movement in the event of an Allied landing in Greece. Further messages, decrypted at Bletchley 2 weeks later, revealed to the British planners of the Normandy landings that, for the Germans, the 1st United States Army Group was a reality. The Phantom Army could therefore go on threatening Calais. Not only was a fictitious United States Army Group to participate in these operations, but also an equally fictitious 12th British Army, containing among its forces the 15th British Motorized Division, the 34th British Infantry Division, the 8th British Armoured Division, and the 7th Polish Infantry Division, all to be equipped, deployed, moved, trained, and communicated with, and all existing only on paper. It was by reading Germany's own top-secret messages that the combined chiefs of staff would know whether the Germans had fallen for these deceptions, intended to ensure the widest possible dispersion of German forces, and to do so by the skillfully leaked preparation of 7 separate, but each of them spurious, British landings: Operation Fortitude North against central Norway, centred on Trondheim; Operation Grafham against central Sweden; Operation Royal Flush against the triply deceptive coastlines of southern Sweden, Spain or Turkey; Operation Zeppelin, a triple assault against the Romanian Black Sea coast, Crete, and the western coastline of Greece and Albania; Operation Ironside against Bordeaux; and Operation Fortitude South against Calais. A careful scrutiny at Bletchley of the ultra-decrypts revealed just how seriously the Germans were taking these non-existent threats. Reports had been received, Churchill told General Wilson, the commander-in-chief of the British forces in the Mediterranean, that the islands off the Dalmatian coast are being equipped with naval guns. Churchill's telegram was dated February the 13th. Ultra was his source. That same day, the Allied planners finalized Operation Fortitude, that part of Operation Jail intended to persuade the German army to make faulty strategic dispositions in northwest Europe before the cross-channel invasion, and also to induce it to make faulty tactical dispositions not only during but even after the Normandy landings, by making the Pas-de-Calais the apparent location of the principal invasion force. On January the 26th in Poznan, Heinrich Himmler spoke to 300 German generals, admirals, and officers of the General Staff. One of his listeners, Count von Gersdorf, later recalled Himmler's declaration that day that when Hitler had given him the order to carry out the total solution of the Jewish question, he had hesitated, uncertain whether I could demand of my worthy SS men the execution of such a horrid assignment. But, Himmler added, this was ultimately a matter of a Führer order, and therefore I could have no misgivings. In the meantime, the assignment has been carried out, and there is no longer a Jewish question. This was indeed true as far as Poland was concerned, since almost all Poland's 3 million Jews had been murdered. From Western Europe, however, the deportations to Auschwitz, part of a monthly quota, continued. From France, almost 1,000 Jews were being deported every week. From Italy, 563 were to be deported from Milan on January the 30th, and a further 462 from Fossoli 3 weeks later. Nor, as yet, had the 750,000 Jews of Hungary, or the 6,000 Jews of central Greece, or the Jews of Corfu, Rhodes, or Kos come within the Nazi deportation net. This didn't lessen, however, the chilling note of Himmler's message. His own speech notes contained the words, "Racial struggle, total solution. Don't let avengers arise to take revenge on our children." On the battlefield, the Allies were now in constant motion. On January the 26th, German troops were being attacked at all points still held by them on the Moscow-Leningrad Railway, between Tosno and Lyuban. In Italy, American troops crossed the Rapido River, establishing a small bridgehead north of Cassino. In the Pacific, more than 200 American bombers and fighters struck so forcefully at the Japanese air bases at Rabaul that the Japanese were no longer capable of launching any effective air counter-strike on General MacArthur's forces in the Solomon Islands or on New Guinea. On January the 27th, the Moscow-Leningrad line was cleared. The 880-day siege of Leningrad was finally at an end. That night, the Soviet warships anchored in the Neva fired a salute of 324 rockets. Determined to crush the rising tide of resistance throughout German-occupied Europe, Hitler told his generals on January the 27th, "You can't smash terror by philosophizing. You have to smash it by using even greater terror." 24 hours later, in Warsaw, 102 Poles were executed publicly on Jerusalem Avenue. At Anzio, the Allies were now pinned down by the Germans to a bridgehead from which they could neither link up with the main Allied force to the south nor drive to Rome. On January the 27th, off the bridgehead, German bombers sank the British destroyer Spartan and the cargo ship Samuel Huntington, on which 4 crewmen died. That night, over Berlin, 33 British bombers were shot down, and 182 aircrew killed. Of the 474 dead in Berlin, 132 were foreign workers. In a further raid on the following night, 254 aircrew were killed. On January the 29th, German bombers struck at London, their second raid of Operation Ibex. In contrast to the 1,887 tons of bombs dropped on Berlin the night before, the tonnage of German bombs dropped on London was less than 40. That day, 800 American bombers struck at industrial targets in Frankfurt on Main. 50 were shot down. In this shooting down of American airmen over Germany, several hundred surviving the crash landing of their plane or parachuting to the ground avoided capture and sought out the various escape lines which were in operation. So confident were airmen that these escape lines could help them, that when on January the 25th a British flying officer, H. Furniss Rowe, was shot down over France for the second time in 5 months, he sent back a final radio message from his cockpit to his base in England, back in 2 months. He was back, in fact, only 3 weeks later than the date he set himself. On January the 29th, a new Allied escape organization, codenamed Shelbourne, involved a motorboat run from the channel port of Dartmouth to the French beach resort of Blois. In the 5 months before Shelburne was discovered by the Germans, 135 Allied airmen were brought back to Britain. The first 19, brought back on January the 29th, were 13 American airmen and 4 British airmen. With them were 2 French civilians who wanted to join the Allied forces. One particularly successful evasion line was in the Aegean, where A.C. Tony Simons organized a large number of clandestine journeys by small boats, which, wending their way among the Greek islands, brought to safety in Turkey more than 700 people in December 1943 and January 1944. These 700 included 425 Greeks, 121 Britons, 41 Jews, and 39 Americans, as well as several hundred wounded Allied soldiers taken off the German-occupied islands of Kos, Leros, and Samos. Far more Allied servicemen were captured than could escape. In the British bombing raid on Berlin on January the 30th, a total of 193 air crew were killed and 43 taken prisoner of war. More than 2,400 Berliners perished, nearly half of them under rubble so deep they couldn't be dug out that night or for many nights to come. Among the buildings damaged in the raid was Goebbels' propaganda ministry. Industrial production, however, suffered little. On the day of the Anzio landings, a British soldier, Christopher Hayes, had found a 6-year-old Italian girl wandering in one of the minefields behind the beach. Her name, she told him, was Angelita. She didn't know where her mother had gone and stayed with Hayes' unit for 10 days. And then, on February the 1st, she was riding with the unit on a lorry when it was hit by a shell and all its occupants thrown out. My rifle was shattered, Hayes later recalled. I lifted Angelita out of the trench. She died, and I left her by the roadside. 3 Allied offensives were launched on the first day of February 1944. The first, an attempt at a series of American landings on 3 of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific, Kwajalein, Roi, and Namu, succeeded after 4 days of fighting when on Roi and Namu 3,742 Japanese were killed and 99 taken prisoner, for a loss of less than 200 American dead. On Kwajalein, 7,870 of the 8,000 Japanese defenders were killed, for the loss of 372 Americans. Although the 8,000 Japanese on Kwajalein and the 3,841 on the Roi and Namu had been numerically overwhelmed from the outset, on Kwajalein by more than 40,000 Americans, they had chosen once more to fight, literally, to the end. The second Allied offensive, begun on February the 1st on the Eastern Front, saw the Red Army reach the town of Kingsiep, cross the river Luga, and push on to within a mile of the Estonian frontier of 1940. The third Allied offensive, in Italy, brought the Allied forces even closer to Cassino than before, although the breakthrough still eluded them. Behind the lines, the pattern of killing continued. On February the 1st, 3 gypsies were killed at Auschwitz as they tried to escape from a labor gang. At Dachau, a group of Soviet prisoners of war, all officers, were shot by a firing squad. In Warsaw, on February the 2nd, Polish partisans killed SS General Franz Kuchera, the commander of the Warsaw SS and of the district police. In reprisal, 300 Poles were executed in the city on the following day. Poland was much on Churchill's mind that week as news reached London that 2 former Polish towns, Rowno and Lutsk, had both been liberated by Soviet troops. Now that the Russians were advancing into Poland, Churchill told his senior military advisers, it was in our interest that Poland should be strong and well supported. Were she weak and overrun by the advancing Soviet armies, the result might hold great dangers in the future for the English-speaking peoples. A prospect of post-war conflict was now quickly opening up, with the Soviet Union on one side of the divide and the Anglo-American alliance on the other. A divide of conflicting ideology, backed by territorial control. On the day of the fall of Rovno and Lutsk, Churchill argued in favour of diverting some of the Royal Air Force's responsibilities over Germany to helping the Polish resistance movement being organised by the Polish government in London. At the same time, Churchill was spending endless, patient hours trying to persuade the London Poles to give up their claim to a return of Polish sovereignty over eastern Poland. This substantial territory had been secured by Poland in 1921 under the Treaty of Riga, following the Polish victory in the Polish-Soviet War. It was a treaty which pushed the Polish border eastward from the proposed Curzon line along the river Bug to the Pripet marshes and into White Russia. Stalin welcomed this pressure on Poland to give up as much as 1/3 of the territory of pre-war Poland, the very towns and villages from which his armies were even then driving the Germans. During the first week of February, several Red Army units had come to within 50 miles of Brest-Litovsk and of the post-First World War Curzon line, which Stalin wished to see as the new post-war border between Poland and the Soviet Union. Stalin didn't intend, however, to rely upon Churchill to persuade the London Poles to accept this considerable reduction of Poland's interwar territory. He was also supporting the claims of the Polish National Council, a predominantly communist group still based in Russia, to be the post-war government of Poland. This council had already accepted the Curzon line. Churchill, meanwhile, stood by the legitimacy of the London Poles to return to Poland as the country's post-war government, pointing out to Stalin in a telegram sent to Moscow on February the 5th that a Polish division established by the London Poles had already entered the line against the Germans in Italy, and that a second Polish division was at that very moment under training in England as part of the Allied forces preparing for the cross-Channel invasion. That cross-Channel invasion had become a massive commitment of planning, energy and resources, absorbing the combined skills of soldiers, sailors, airmen, scientists and technical experts of all sorts, as well as a formidable intelligence effort which had begun in 1941. Overlord was also a cause for daily concern to those who knew of its detailed planning. The more one goes into it, King George VI wrote in his diary on February the 3rd, the more alarming it becomes in its vastness. That day in Italy, the Germans showed that they still had considerable reserves of force and willpower, launching Operation Fish Trap against the Allied forces on the Anzio beachhead, pushing back the borders of the bridgehead, and ensuring that a landing which was originally intended to break the German line in Italy would remain little more than an irritant. On the main front, similar German tenacity still denied the Allies control of Cassino, even though on February the 4th American troops came within 1,000 yards of the monastery which dominated the town. On February the 5th, in France, the Gestapo arrested Michel Hollard, the man who had done so much to alert the British to the dangers and indeed to the existence of the German flying bomb. Despite terrible tortures to which he didn't succumb, he was sent to a concentration camp. Unlike so many who were caught and imprisoned, Hollard survived the war. In German-occupied Poland, resistance brought rapid and violent retribution. On February the 9th, at Leszno, 60 Polish women railway workers were killed as a reprisal for a local act of sabotage, while on the following day 140 Poles were executed in the Warsaw suburb of Ochota as a further reprisal for the murder of SS General Franz Kuchera 9 days earlier. For the Germans, these acts of sabotage had for a long time made it a clear sign that it wasn't only the Allied armies, but the captive peoples who were making progress and gains. On February the 10th, French resistance fighters so seriously damaged a Peugeot factory making aircraft parts at Sochaux-Montbéliard that production was halted for 5 weeks. When replacement machine tools were sent from Germany, they were destroyed on arrival. The public mood in Germany was the subject of a German security service report on February the 10th. In spite of all his stupidity and obtuseness, the report read, the enemy is getting his claws upon us, and no one can imagine how we can shake him off again, however often he's been, or may be, cracked over the head. Such moods led to no relaxation of terror. On February the 11th, on the German-occupied Channel Island of Guernsey, the Gestapo arrested Charles Macon, founder of a clandestine news bulletin. Deported to the mainland, Macon died in prison in Germany at Naumburg-on-Seine 8 months later. He had been betrayed. In Italy, the second week of February saw no progress in the battle for Cassino. Yet without the capture of Cassino, there could be no Allied advance on Rome, and no linking up with the now trapped bridgehead at Anzio. On February the 12th, leaflets were dropped on Cassino, addressed to Italian friends, warning that the monastery of Monte Cassino, hitherto exempt from shelling, was about to become a target. The time has come, the leaflets declared, when we must train our guns on the monastery itself. We give you warning so that you may save yourselves. We warn you urgently, leave the monastery. Leave it at once. Respect this warning. It is for your benefit. In northern Italy, there was a setback to the Allies on February the 13th, when the Germans attacked one of the main Italian partisan formations, numbering about 500 men, under the leadership of Filippo Beltrami, who was killed in the action. It was to be more than 6 weeks before the routed units could be regrouped. 2 days after Beltrami's death, Allied bombers struck at the monastery on Monte Cassino. In 4 hours, more than 400 tons of bombs were dropped on one of the shrines and showpieces of early medieval Christian culture, killing the bishop, who had remained in the monastery despite the warning leaflets, and some 250 civilian refugees who were sheltering in the upper levels. The monastery itself was reduced to ruins. An infantry assault later that day, however, in which Maori, Indian and Gurkha troops fought with bayonets against the German defenders on the slopes, failed to dislodge them. Indeed, the Germans, having driven off the assault, managed to find the strength to counterattack, forcing 2 Maori companies back across the Rapido River. That night, 875 British bombers attacked Berlin. Of the Allied air crews, 265 were shot down and killed. 500 Berliners also died, as did 80 foreign slave labourers. As with the Korean labourers killed in every Pacific battle, so in Europe, those whom the Germans had forced from their homes and brought to the Reich suffered both as victims of the Germans and as victims of the Allied bombing of Germany. On February the 16th, the Germans launched a second attack on the Anzio bridgehead, and did so with sufficient forces to drive the Allies back to the seashore. Their detailed plans were sent to the troops, however, over their top-secret Enigma communication system, and were thus known to the Allied defenders, who were able to halt the new offensive and then to throw it back. Elsewhere, on February the 16th, the Allies were massively victorious. On the Eastern Front, at least 20,000 German soldiers were killed. The Soviet estimate was 55,000. As at Korsun, Soviet forces destroyed the last German forces in the Dnieper Bend. In the Pacific, on the island of Truk, in the Carolines, American bombers and torpedo planes, launching Operation Hailstorm, destroyed 15 Japanese warships, 25 merchant ships, and 265 aircraft, 220 of them on the ground, for the cost of only 25 American aircraft. While on Eniwetok Island in the Marshalls, in Operation Catchpole, American Marines overwhelmed the 2,677 Japanese defenders, all but 64 of whom were killed, at the cost of 195 American lives. On the Eastern Front, on February the 18th, Soviet forces drove the Germans from Staraya Russa, south of Lake Ilmen. That same day, in Germany, Admiral Canaris was dismissed from his post as head of German military counterintelligence, his responsibilities being transferred to Ernst Kaltenbrunner, already in charge of the Gestapo and concentration camp system. Canaris went on extended leave. That day, on the eve of the intended execution of 12 members of the French resistance, then in prison at Amiens, German intelligence suffered a blow to its prestige and rule when 19 British bombers carried out Operation Jericho, breaching the walls of the prison and enabling 50 members of the resistance to escape. 96 prisoners were, however, killed in the raid, including 56 members of the resistance, a heavy toll. The pilot who led the Amiens raid, Group Captain Charles Picard, who 2 years earlier had led the raid on the Bruneval radar installations, was also killed. Killed was one of the navigators on the raid, Flight Lieutenant Sammy Sampson of the Royal New Zealand Air Force. Among those who did escape from Amiens was Louis Vivant, leader of the resistance in the department of the Somme. The Germans were never to catch him again. On the following night, more than 800 British bombers struck at Leipzig, followed within 12 hours by an American daylight raid. In this twin assault, of a type which was to become increasingly frequent, 969 German civilians were killed and more than 50,000 made homeless. But during the raid, 78 of the attacking aircraft were lost, and nearly 400 aircrew were killed, the largest aircrew deaths so far in any bombing raid over Germany. In the Pacific, the American death toll at sea rose on February the 21st when off Iwo Jima 2 American warships were hit by Japanese torpedo bombers. On one of the warships, the Bismarck C, 119 men were killed. A further 123 died on the Saratoga. To those survivors who had no means of defending themselves, the Japanese showed no mercy. On February the 22nd, 2 boats and 4 rafts containing survivors of a British merchant ship, the British Chivalry, torpedoed in the Indian Ocean, were machine-gunned by the same submarine which had torpedoed them. 4 days later, the survivors of the merchant ship Sutlej were likewise machine-gunned as they clung to the rafts and wreckage of their ship. 3 days later, another British merchant ship, the Ascot, was torpedoed in the Indian Ocean on its way from Colombo to Diego Suarez. 4 of the crew were killed when the ship was hit, but the remaining 52 managed to get away in 2 of the ship's boats. The Japanese submarine which had sunk the Ascot then surfaced, and as had happened twice before that week, began to machine-gun the survivors. 10 survivors were killed. The submarine then left the scene, but returned half an hour later and once more opened fire. Only 8 survived this second ordeal. On February the 20th in Norway, Norwegian saboteurs, acting on instructions from London, blew up the ferryboat Hydro as it carried all Germany's existing supplies of heavy water across Lake Tinzio on their way to Germany. The sinking of the ferry, in which 4 German guards and 14 Norwegian civilians were killed, was yet another setback to Germany's ability to produce an atomic bomb. That same day, over Germany, American bombers launched Operation Argument, a week-long series of massive attacks, also known as Big Week, against German aircraft and ball-bearing factories and port installations within the triangle Brussels-Rostock-Pola. On the first night of the Anglo-American Big Week raids, the Germans were also bombing London. 4 people were killed just outside the Prime Minister's residence at 10 Downing Street, although Churchill himself was out of London that night. Returning to London 2 days later, he revealed to the House of Commons that since the beginning of the war, 38,300 British pilots and aircrew had been killed, and 10,000 aircraft lost. The most recent 4 raids, including the one on Leipzig, constitute, he said, the most violent attacks which have yet been made on Germany, and they also prove the value of saturation in every aspect of the air war. The air offensive, he added, constitutes the foundation upon which our plans for overseas invasion stand, and he went on to tell the House of Commons in words which summed up the feeling of millions of people on the Allied side as they contemplated the daily and nightly rain of bombs on Germany. The air power was the weapon which both the marauding states selected as their main tool of conquest, This was the sphere in which they were to triumph. This was the method by which the nations were to be subjugated to their rule. I shall not moralize further than to say that there is a strange, stern justice in the long swing of events. As Churchill spoke, 248 American bombers, guarded by 185 fighters, struck at the German aircraft factory at Regensburg on the upper Danube, while a further 288 bombers and 596 fighters attacked aircraft factories at Fürth, as well as the German airfield at Graz, railway lines at Zell am See, and harbour installations, warehouses and storage sheds in the Adriatic ports of Fiume, Pola and Zara. In the air battles above the targets, more than 170 American aircraft were shot down. In the following day, 2 further raids on a similarly heavy scale were made on German aircraft and ball-bearing factories at Steyr, Gotha and Schweinfurt. The main tool of conquest had been turned against the would-be conqueror. Yet the considerable damage done during Big Week was, in many of the bombed factories, quickly repaired. At Augsburg, the main aircraft factory was back in full production in little more than a month. At Aschersleben, however, production of aircraft engines remained at only half its pre-bombing capacity for the whole of March and the first half of April. Nevertheless, whereas the average German monthly production of single-engine fighters was 851 in the last half of 1943, it rose to a monthly average of 1,581 in the first half of 1944. Despite the massive damage done by air attack, Germany's aircraft factories continued to produce substantial numbers of aircraft, though in the end this productivity was not matched by the training of sufficient pilots. For the Americans, the losses during Big Week were considerable, with 2,600 crewmen either killed in action or seriously wounded or taken prisoner. Chapter 36. Bombing, Deportation, and Mass Murder. February to March 1944. On the Eastern Front, the Germans were now in retreat in every sector. In the north, German SS units recruited outside Germany had been thrown into the battle. On February the 20th, the commander of the Walloon region of Belgian SS volunteers, Léon Degrelle, was awarded the Knight's Cross to add to his Iron Cross after the Legion was in action near Narva. But on the following day, the Germans were driven from Köln, nearly 200 miles south of Leningrad. 24 hours later, they were driven from Dnyo. Further south and west, the Red Army was consolidating its positions inside the pre-1939 Polish frontier, but it was still 300 miles away from East Upper Silesia, too far to help the hundreds of thousands of slave labourers in southern Poland. On February the 22nd, a German survey noted that there were 73,669 Jewish slave labourers in the Auschwitz region alone, 24,637 of them women, working in 10 separate industrial enterprises, more than 6,000 of them at IG Farben's petrochemical factory at Monowitz, the Burner Works, located only 6 miles from the gas chambers of Auschwitz. Also working at Monowitz were several hundred British prisoners of war, held in special camps adjacent to the Jewish one. It was for his exceptional courage in helping to save the lives of Jews at Monowitz that one of the British prisoners, Sergeant Charles Coward, was later awarded a high honour by the State of Israel. At Dachau, on February the 22nd, 31 Soviet prisoners of war, all of them officers, were taken from the barracks and executed. The 2 youngest were both 21 years old, Anatoly Dunov and Konstantin Atamasov. Their names and those of the other 29 victims are known because a Polish priest, Jan Domagala, a clerk in the camp, later took away several hundred lists of such executions to ensure that the facts would be preserved. On the night of February the 25th, in the Barents Sea, 14 German submarines attacked a convoy of 43 merchant ships on their way to Russia. One of the submarines torpedoed an escort vessel, the British destroyer Maratha. Of the ship's crew of more than 200, only 17 could be saved from the icy waters by another destroyer, Impulsive. In the battle of the escorts, 2 German submarines were also sunk. The convoy continued intact. In Germany, bizarre ideas were now being thought up in a search for some way out of a losing war. On February the 28th, when the test pilot Hannah Reich visited Hitler at Berchtesgaden to receive the Iron Cross First Class, she suggested the creation of a suicide group of pilots to fly specially designed suicide planes. Hitler's first instinct, she later recalled, was to reject the idea completely. But he did agree to her request to start experimental work on the type of plane that would be most suitable and effective. Shortly afterwards, when a suicide group was set up, Hannah Reich was one of the first to sign the pledge. I hereby voluntarily apply to be enrolled in the suicide group as pilot of a human glider bomb. I fully understand that employment in this capacity will entail my own death. That February, Hitler had a more personal problem to deal with. For nearly a year, his meals had been cooked by Frau Marlene von Exner, a Viennese dietitian originally recommended to him by the Romanian dictator Marshal Antonescu. In due course, Frau von Exner became engaged to an SS adjutant at Hitler's headquarters, whereupon it was discovered that she had a Jewish great-grandmother. You will understand, Hitler told her, that I must pay you off. I can't make one rule for myself and another for the rest. Frau von Exner left Hitler's employ, and her relatives were forced to leave the Nazi Party. But there were no further repercussions. Meanwhile, on February the 23rd in Warsaw, 26 Jews were discovered in hiding and deported to Auschwitz, followed 2 days later by 37 Jews from Vienna, Frau von Exner's own city. Nor did the deportation end there. On March the 3rd, it was the turn of 730 Dutch Jews to be deported, followed on March the 7th by 1,501 Jews from France. Nearly 2,000 of them were gassed. On March the 1st, the German Air Force resumed its bombing offensive over Britain. In 6 raids that month, 279 British civilians were killed. The principal raids were over London, Hull, northeast England and South Wales, but they were small compared to the British bomber raids on Germany that month, in which 6,000 bombers dropped 27,000 tons of bombs on Stuttgart, Frankfurt, Essen, Nuremberg and Berlin. It was during these raids that the British dropped 4,000-pound bombs for the first time. British agents also continued to be parachuted into occupied Europe. On March the 2nd, Alek Rabinovich, codenamed Arno, dropped near Nancy, his second mission into German-occupied France, to set up a sabotage network. With him was a French-Canadian, Roger Sabourin. By mischance, the dropping zone was under German control, and both men were arrested. Rabinovich was sent to a concentration camp at Rawicz in Poland. Sabourin was sent to Buchenwald, where after 6 months as a prisoner he was hanged. Also captured that March and later executed were 2 other members of the French resistance, Robert Benoist, the pre-war motor racing champion, hanged at Buchenwald, and Denise Bloch, codenamed Ambroise, executed at Ravensbrück. March the 2nd saw the first Allied bombing mission from bases in southern Italy in support of the Yugoslav partisans. In an attack on the rail junction and marshalling yards at Knin, the lines were hit. That same day, a strafing mission along the Dalmatian coast struck at German petrol supply dumps at Vodice and along the coasts at Zlarin and Zirhi Islands, and destroyed 5 motor vehicles at Sukusan. That same night, from a field near Châteauroux in France, a British agent of the French barrister Jean Savy was flown back to Britain with information about a German ammunition dump near the town of Creil, which contained 2,000 flying bombs being made ready to fly against London. Thus pinpointed, they were later bombed and destroyed. Meanwhile, on March the 3rd, another bomb was dropped, a dummy atomic bomb, at Muroc Army Air Force Base in California. It was the first of a series of tests that were to culminate 5 months later in the setting up of a special Air Force unit, the 393rd Bombardment Squadron, which would be given the task of delivering the real bombs once they were ready for action. At March the 3rd, as the Thin Man atomic bomb reached yet another stage in its long evolution, 2 more war trials took place, one in Africa and one in Europe. The trial in Africa, in Algiers, was of 2 Germans accused of the brutal killings in 1941 in a German punishment camp in the Sahara of 9 Jewish and non-Jewish prisoners. The camp at Hajarat Maguil had contained many German and Austrian refugees from Nazism who had fled to France, joined the Foreign Legion in 1939, fought against Germany in 1940, and been sent as prisoners to the Sahara after the Franco-German armistice. The accused guards were both sentenced to death. The second trial of March the 3rd took place in German-occupied Poland, when a Polish woman, Anna Zwarich, was accused for the second time of sheltering a Jewish child. 8 months earlier, in a lower court, she had been acquitted of this charge because she'd kept the child openly and made known to everyone that it was Jewish. This acquittal had been challenged by Dr. Joseph Ganser, a senior official in the Ministry of Justice in the general government. It would be most unjust, he said, if one who granted shelter openly and audaciously should go unpunished, while one who does the same thing secretly incurs the death penalty. Dr. Ganser's challenge was successful. On March the 3rd, Anna Zwarich was sentenced to death. 20 years later, her accuser was Senate President of the Patent Court of the German Federal Republic. The Jews are a race which must be wiped out, Hans Frank told a meeting of Nazi Party speakers in Krakow on March the 4th. Whenever we catch one, he warned, he will be exterminated. That same day in Warsaw, 4 Jewish women caught in the city were shot in the ruins of the ghetto, together with 80 non-Jews. The bodies of those who'd been shot, some of whom had not been killed but wounded, were thrown into the basement of a ruined house. The basement was then doused with an inflammable liquid and set on fire. For 4 to 6 hours, the historian of this episode has written, there could be heard the screams of the wounded as they burned alive. The names of the 4 Jewish women killed in Warsaw that day are unknown, like so many of the millions who perished in the war of every race, nationality, and creed. Some of the victims of these terrible times, their names and careers are a part of the history of their people, of their national struggles, their fate, and their aspirations. Thus, on March the 5th, at the Drancy Deportation Center in Paris, awaiting deportation, was the 60-year-old Jewish poet Max Jacob. That day, he died of bronchial pneumonia. Jacob had been baptized in the Catholic Church in his late 30s. Picasso had been his godfather. Despite his devout Catholicism of more than 30 years, Max Jacob had been forced to wear the yellow star and had been sent to Drancy for deportation. On March the 4th, in Moscow, Soviet intelligence and military experts gave their approval to the Anglo-American deception plans for the Normandy landings. Fictitious Soviet military activity would make its contribution to the Allied plan for a spurious landing on the coast of Norway. By a coincidence of timing, March the 4th was also the day on which a German intelligence document discussing the Allied plans for the decisive Atlantic front noted that the Allied strategists, having been successful in the creation of an active subsidiary front in Italy, might have come to a like decision in the Scandinavian area. As the British and American cross-channel planners prepared what was to be the largest amphibious landing in the history of modern war, the battles on the Eastern Front, in Italy, in Burma, and in the Pacific, continued with all their previous severity. On March the 5th, British, Indian, and Gurkha forces were sent in by glider to a site behind Japanese lines in Burma as part of Major General Ord Wingate's 2nd Chindit expedition. Their first landing was at Broadway, a clearing more than 100 miles inside Japanese-occupied Burma, and nearly 300 miles from the nearest Allied supply base. During the first landings, 23 men were killed, but more than 400 reached the landing area safely. On the next day, as further gliders landed at Broadway, a second glider landing was made at Chowringhee, across the Irrawaddy River, followed by a third landing at Aberdeen 2.5 weeks later. More than 9,000 officers and men were behind the Japanese lines in Burma by early April. These glider-borne forces were then joined by a 4th Chindit Brigade, which had set off early in February, marching overland from the Naga Hills, across precipitous 6,000 feet mountain ranges, and across the Chindwin River. 2 more land forces, one of American and Chinese troops, the other of Gurkhas and Kachins, were at the same time making their way through Upper Burma, from Lado and Fort Hertz, respectively, towards Mogoing and Myitkyina. "We have inflicted a complete surprise on the enemy," Wingate told his men when the landings were done. "All our columns are inside the enemy's guts. The time has come to reap the fruit of the advantage we have gained." Wingate himself was killed in an air crash before the end of March. On the Eastern Front, beginning on March the 2nd, 4 Soviet armies had advanced against the Germans along the whole southern sector, from the Pripet marshes to the lower Dnieper. While the line remained static north of the Pripet marshes, the Germans in the south were driven steadily back, and with such force that within a month they had been forced back across the southern Bug, the Dniester, and the Prut. The former Romanian city of Czernowicz, once part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was now under the control of the Red Army, its German masters driven southward. Of the German conquests of the summer of 1941 in southern Russia, stretching from the Prut to the Don, only Odessa and the Crimea remained under German occupation. Hitler's dream of a colonial empire with its Russian slaves, its motorways, and its German settlers was over. Now there remained little more than the nightmare of continual battle, devastation, retreat, and retribution. On the night of March the 6th, in preparation for the Normandy landings, now only 3 months away at the most, 263 British bombers dropped more than 1,000 tons of bombs on the railway centre at Trappes to the southwest of Paris. Tracks, engine sheds, engines, and railway wagons were so badly damaged that the centre was unable to function for more than a month. During that month, 8 other rail centres were attacked with similar effect. The prospect of a third battleground in Europe didn't deter the continued killing of Jews. On March the 7th, at Auschwitz, 3,860 Czech and Slovak Jews, including hundreds of children, brought to the camp some months earlier from the Theresienstadt ghetto and put in a special barrack, were taken to the undressing room next to one of the 4 gas chambers. Realizing that they were about to be killed, those among them who were strong enough, after the terrible privation of Theresienstadt and Auschwitz, tried to resist, attacking the SS guards with their bare hands. All but 37 were killed. Those 37 included 11 pairs of twins, kept alive on the orders of Dr. Mengele so that he could perform medical experiments on them. Also on March the 7th, Hitler received a report from Poznan, from Arthur Greiser, Gauleiter of the Wortgau, informing him that not only had 1 million Germans been settled in the region and 700,000 Poles been forced to leave it, but that the remainder of Jews in the Wartgau was down to a very insignificant remnant. In Warsaw that day, 38 Jews, in hiding since the destruction of the ghetto nearly a year earlier, had been betrayed. Seized in their hiding place in Aryan Warsaw, they were taken away and killed. Among them was the historian Emanuel Ringelblum, his wife and son. In the Pacific, March the 8th marked the start of a massive Japanese counterattack on Bougainville in the Solomon Islands, designed to drive the Americans from their positions around Empress Augusta Bay, which they had secured 4 months earlier. In 3 days of violent fighting, the Americans drove off their attackers. A further Japanese thrust on the following day was likewise repulsed. In 4 days, 5,000 Japanese were killed for the deaths of less than 300 Americans. Once more, fanaticism in attack had served only to prolong and intensify the conflict, ensuring that wherever the opposing forces met, men would die in their thousands on remote islands far from either homeland. In the lands under German rule, perversity and killing knew no pause. On March the 9th, Professor Halvorsen, a German neurologist, wrote to Professor Nietzsche, who was in charge of the euthanasia program, "Dear colleague, I have received 697 brains in all, including those which I took out myself in Brandenburg. Those from Dosen, a mental hospital near Leipzig, are included in this figure. The greater proportion of them have already been studied, but whether I'll be able to make a histological study of them all, only time will tell." Professor Halvorsen's method was to remove the victims' brains immediately after they were killed. There was wonderful material among those brains, he later told his American interrogators, beautiful mental defectives, malformations, and early infantile diseases. After the war, Professor Halvorsen continued to use these brains in his researches, publishing the results of one particular case in 1949. Part of his collection later went to the University of Frankfurt. Plans for mass killing were also being discussed that week as part of the preparation for Operation Margaret, the imminent German military occupation of Hungary. On March the 10th, Adolf Eichmann and his principal subordinates met at Mauthausen concentration camp to work out a program for the deportation of 750,000 Jews from Hungary to Auschwitz. The German plan to occupy Hungary arose from the imminent arrival of the Red Army on Hungary's eastern border. A British plan was also being prepared at that time, Operation Chicken, to set up an invasion line through Hungary to Yugoslavia, for Allied airmen now being shot down deeper inside Europe than before as the bombing itself went deeper. To establish this line, 25 Allied agents were parachuted into Yugoslavia, the first group of them on March the 15th at Metlika, and made their way toward the Hungarian border. Most of these agents were Jewish volunteers from Palestine, among them the 22-year-old Hannah Zenes, who had immigrated from Hungary to Palestine in September 1939. Codenamed Minnie, her arrival at the Hungarian border 4 days after landing at Metlika coincided by tragic chance with the German occupation. On crossing the border, she was immediately arrested, and later, after being imprisoned in Budapest, she was taken out of her cell and shot. In Italy, the Allies tried once again on March the 15th to capture Monte Cassino. The infantry attack was preceded by one of the heaviest aerial bombardments of the war on a single building, 992 tons of bombs in 3.5 hours. But many of the bombs fell not on the monastery but several miles away, killing 96 Allied soldiers and 140 Italian civilians. The airstrike was followed by an artillery bombardment of 195,000 rounds, yet again one of the heaviest attacks on a single building. But in the bitter hand-to-hand fighting that followed, in which British, Maori, Indian and Gurkha troops were the main Allied participants, the Germans could still not be dislodged. Their tenacity in defence amazed even their adversaries. "I doubt if there are any other troops in the world," General Alexander told Churchill, "who would have stood up to it. The artillery barrage, and then gone on fighting with the ferocity they have." By the end of the battle, with Monte Cassino still in German hands, 863 New Zealanders and more than 1,000 Indians had been killed. Both Anzio and Rome were still beyond the reach of Alexander's army. Against the German forces on the Dalmatian coast, a combined British, South African, American and Yugoslav partisan operation was launched on March the 17th, when a raid was carried out on Salta Island. At the same time, German units in the port of Split and on the Metkovic-Mostar road were attacked from the air. Also on March the 17th, on the eastern front, the Red Army entered Dubno, a road and rail junction 25 miles inside Poland's pre-war borders and only 170 miles from the eastern border of Hungary. On the following day, Hitler summoned the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, to Klesheim Castle, south of Salzburg. There, Horthy was forced to accept Hitler's terms. A new government headed by Dome Soce, a former Hungarian chargé d'affaires in Berlin, the entry of German troops into Hungary, German control of Hungary's oil and other raw materials, including the oil wells at Nagy-Kanica, and the deportation to Auschwitz of Hungary's 750,000 Jews, who had up until then survived 4.5 years of war unharassed and unharmed, apart from the deportation of nearly 20,000 to slave labour and eventual execution at Kamenets-Podolsk in the autumn of 1941, and a further 10,000 at Hitler's insistence to the copper mines at Bohr, one of Germany's essential raw material sources. In the early hours of March the 19th, German troops entered Hungary. Horthy returned to Hungary several hours later to be received at his residence in Budapest by a German guard of honour. At Anzio, on March the 17th, more than 50 men were drowned when the ship they were unloading was hit by German shellfire. On the following day, in the Indian Ocean, a Japanese submarine sank the British cargo ship Nancy Moller. Her crew took to 2 lifeboats and got safely away from the sinking ship. A few minutes later, the submarine rammed the lifeboats, smashing both of them to pieces. The survivors were then machine-gunned as they swam in the sea or clung to life rafts. Of the 69 crewmen, only 16 survived. Also, on March the 18th, off Okinawa, Japanese aircraft sank the American warship Franklin. 724 of those on board were drowned. In Russia, as the Red Army continued its advance in the south, taking Vinnytsia on the southern Bug on March the 20th and crossing the Dniester north of Kishinev, there was particular cause for celebration that day when the regular Red Arrow express train resumed services between Moscow and Leningrad. 2 days later, over the Baltic, a Soviet Air Force major, Viktor Kashtankin, attacking a German naval task force and finding his plane on fire, drove it at full throttle towards the deck of one of the German ships. His last words, carried over the plane microphone to his divisional headquarters, were, "Dying is simple. We must win." For his final act, Kashtankin was posthumously made a hero of the Soviet Union. On the day of Kashtankin's heroic deed, a revolt broke out against dire odds in a slave labor camp at Koldichevo in German-occupied White Russia. The revolt was led by a Jew, Shlomo Kuzhnir. During the revolt, 10 Nazi guards were killed, and hundreds of laborers reached the forests and the partisans. Kuzhnir and 25 others were caught. Kuzhnir committed suicide before he could be tortured and shot. On the following day, in the Bialystok region, a Soviet partisan group led by a Jew, Sergeant Andrei Zimbal, with a large number of Jewish fighters under him, destroyed a German military train carrying armoured cars to the Eastern Front. On March the 23rd, the German authorities in Greece began the deportation to Auschwitz of more than 4,000 Greek Jews seized in towns and villages throughout Greece. but for every Jew caught and taken away, another was able to find shelter and safety with local peasants or to join the Greek partisans. The largest number taken to their deaths were the 1,687 Jews of Yanina. In Rome, on March the 23rd, Italian partisans threw a bomb at an SS unit. 33 of them were killed. In reprisal, 335 Italians were taken on the following day to the Ardeatine caves and shot. 253 were Catholics, and 70 were Jews. The remaining 12 victims were never identified. On the night of March the 24th, as part of the continuing British air raids over Berlin, 811 bombers struck at the German capital. 72 of them were shot down or crashed, and 392 aircrew killed, the largest death toll of any of the 19 raids on Berlin. Less than 80 Berliners died that night, though much damage was done, including direct hits on the Swedish embassy, 3 breweries, a butter warehouse, 5 hospitals, a gasworks, and Himmler's personal bunker. Himmler himself, however, was unhurt. Even as British bombers were over Berlin, 79 Allied prisoners of war, all airmen, escaped through a tunnel from their prisoner of war camp at Sagan. 3 of the escapees, a Dutch pilot, Flight Lieutenant van der Stok, and 2 Norwegians, Sergeant Bergsland and Second Lieutenant Miller, managed to reach Stettin, go by boat to Sweden, and thus return to Britain. All the rest were captured, 3 close to the exit of the tunnel, and 1, Roger Buschel, as far west as Saarbrücken. Hitler learned of the escape on the morning after the Berlin air raid. He was outraged at the thought of so many aircrew on their way back to Britain, and to their bombers, telling Himmler, "You are not to let the escaped airmen out of your control." 50 of the escaped airmen, handed over to the SS after their recapture instead of to the German Air Force, were shot without trial. German fury was also evident on March the 25th, when 8,000 German soldiers, supported by 2 air squadrons, launched an attack on 450 members of the French resistance on the Plateau des Glières, high above Annecy. More than 400 of the resistance fighters were killed. On the Eastern Front on March the 25th, the Germans were driven from Proskurov, less than 50 miles from eastern Galicia. That day, Field Marshal von Manstein asked Hitler's permission to retreat further westward. He was at once dismissed from command of Army Group South and retired to his estate. On the following day, Russian troops reached the River Prut on a 56-mile front. The Red Army had advanced more than 900 miles in the past year. Its advances, Churchill told his listeners in a broadcast on March the 26th, constitute the greatest cause of Hitler's undoing. In Paris, March the 27th saw a meeting of 2 German officers who were so disturbed at Hitler's leadership as to be determined, despite the risks, to discuss the need for his overthrow. One of the 2, Ernst Junger, noted in his diary how the other, Cäsar von Hoffacker, was not at his ease in my workroom, and begged me to accompany him to the Avenue Kléber, so that he could speak freely. While we were pacing up and down between the Trocadero and the Étoile, he confided a number of details coming from men he could trust. As conspirators talked, neither military setbacks nor civil tyranny abated. At the front on March the 27th, the Red Army entered Kamenets-Podolsk, on the border of eastern Galicia. To protect the southern flank of Greater Germany, the German army, already in occupation of Hungary, moved into Romania. All military energies had now to be put into the protection of the borders of Greater Germany. But even as Soviet troops overran the sites of previous mass murder, the killings continued. That same March the 27th, in the Kovno ghetto, 200 miles behind the front line, all surviving Jewish children below the age of 14 were seized by the SS, thrown into trucks, and driven off to their deaths. 37 Jewish policemen, among them the commander of the Jewish ghetto police and his 2 deputies, refused to take part in this roundup of children. They were killed on the spot. The children's action in Kovno took 2 days to complete. Several thousand children were rounded up, driven off in trucks, and shot. Only a tiny fragment survived, among them the 5-year-old Zahar Kaplanas. This young boy was saved by a non-Jew, a Lithuanian, who smuggled him out of the ghetto in a sack. The Red Army now thrust forward in the south across the frontier of Greater Germany, occupying Kolomyia on March the 29th. On the following day, Soviet forces reached to within 16 miles of the Hungarian frontier. That night, Churchill left London by train for Yorkshire for a visit to British troops preparing for the cross-Channel invasion. As his train travelled northward, 800 British bombers carried out Operation Grayling, a night raid over Nuremberg, but 95 were shot down or crashed on landing, and 545 aircrew were killed, the largest death toll of the aircrew on any Allied raid over Germany. The Germans lost 110 civilian and 19 Air Force dead. 59 foreign slave labourers were also killed. 3 airmen had died for every person on the ground. Hardly any damage was done to Nuremberg's war industries, though 256 buildings were damaged and several thousand citizens made homeless. On the return flight from Nuremberg, Pilot Officer Cyril Barton sought in vain to bring his badly damaged Halifax bomber back to its airfield. Crossing the Durham coast at Ryhope, Barton skillfully avoided hitting 4 rows of miners' cottages. His plane finally crashed in the yard of a coal mine, killing 1 miner. Barton himself was also killed. For his exceptional skill and courage in avoiding the miners' cottages, he was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, the only one awarded to a Halifax crew member throughout the war. At the same time as the Nuremberg raid, and using it as a cover, a British bomber flew to Belgium on a resistance mission. During the flight it was shot down and 5 of the 10 people on board were killed. One of the dead was a Belgian resistance leader, Robert Desprez. 3 of the survivors were captured and sent to prisoner of war camp. 2 others, the pilot and co-pilot, were sheltered by Belgian families in the village of Zelzat on the Belgian-Dutch border, where 47 other Allied airmen were already in hiding, waiting the opportunity to join an escape line. Jews, too, were being taken to safety by the escape lines, one of which, run by John Weidner, a Dutch Seventh-day Adventist, passed on his escapees from Holland to Switzerland. As many as 150 people helped Weidner to operate his line. 40 of them were arrested by the Gestapo and killed, including his own sister, Gabrielle. In the Far East, the Japanese, advancing on March the 30th across the Indian border, began the siege of Imphal. The garrison, supplied by air, held out. By the time the siege was lifted 3 months later, 13,000 Japanese soldiers had been killed. An even larger number of German soldiers were killed in a far shorter time when, on April the 1st, they were surrounded in the East Galician town of Skala. In the course of a 9-day battle, 26,000 were killed. That same April the 1st, 16 members of various Polish resistance groups were hanged in Suwałki, including a 14-year-old boy. On the following day, in France, as a reprisal for the derailment of a German troop train at the village of Ask, near Lille, in which no one was killed, 86 villagers were taken from their homes and shot. One of the victims, Lucien Albert, was a former prisoner of war who, a month earlier, had been allowed by the Germans to return home because of illness. Another victim was Abbé Henri Guillon, shot down outside his church. His curate, Abbé Maurice Cousin, was beaten to death in the street outside. 3 weeks after the reprisal massacre at Ask, an informer, who has never been identified, gave the Gestapo the names of 8 local civilians. 6 of them were found guilty of the sabotage and shot. In Operation Tungsten, on April the 3rd, British carrier-borne aircraft struck at the German battleship Tirpitz now recovering from the damage inflicted 6 months earlier by British midget submarines at Kajfjord, its Norwegian haven. 128 German sailors were killed, but the Tirpitz remained afloat. It was, however, too badly damaged to put to sea again under her own steam. On April the 4th, a South African Air Force reconnaissance plane, coming from Foggia in southern Italy, flew at 26,000 feet over the IG Farben synthetic oil and rubber plant at Monowitz. This plant was a known factor in the German war effort, and one of the potential Allied bombing targets in East Upper Silesia. The technique of aerial photography then in use involved the pilot turning on his camera shortly before reaching the site to be photographed, and turning it off when he judged that he had flown past his objective. Monowitz lay 2.5 miles east of Auschwitz. The pilot turned on the camera when he was approaching his target, and turned it off some 6 kilometers later. The result, 20 exposures, on 3 of which Auschwitz itself appeared for the first time. The intelligence personnel who developed and studied the photographs of April the 4th at the Royal Air Force Station at Medmenham in the Thames Valley west of London were looking for specific industrial installations. These were quickly identified, including a power station, carbide plant, synthetic rubber plant, and synthetic oil Bergius plant. Each of these plants was then analysed in detail. The oil production method was seen to be similar to that already in use at Blechhammer South, one of the existing high-priority bombing targets. Both the synthetic oil and rubber plants at Monowitz were clearly in partial production already, and while work was still in progress to complete both plants, they were already producing the oil and rubber on which, because the Russian advance was now threatening all Germany's sources of natural petroleum, the German war machine depended. Monowitz would soon be capable of producing synthetic oil on a scale similar to the largest of the plants elsewhere. The Monowitz Interpretation Report of April the 4th was sent to both American and Royal Air Force intelligence. With so much relevant and important detail visible in the factory zone, the interpreters found no need to comment on the row upon row of huts at Auschwitz. Huts which resembled hundreds of other barracks, army camps, prisoner-of-war camps, and labour camps in the Silesian region. Nor did these first photographs include the gas chambers and crematoria, and the far more extensive hutted area of the Birkenau section of Auschwitz, where at that moment some 52,000 Jews were being held captive, in addition to the 15,000 Jews in barracks at Monowitz itself. It wasn't for another 7 weeks until May the 31st that Birkenau itself was to be photographed from the air. At Birkenau itself, the process of gassing continued without respite. On April the 4th, the day on which its huts were so nearly photographed, a train reached the camp from Trieste. Of its 132 deportees, most of them Italian Jews, 29 were sent to the barracks, registered and tattooed, while the remaining 103 were gassed. In India, April the 4th saw the unexpected landing of Japanese parachutists at Kohima, where the local garrison of 150 held on tenaciously to as much of the town as possible before being relieved 2.5 weeks later. To help the defenders before reinforcements could arrive by land, British bombers from bases in Assam flew more than 2,000 sorties against the Japanese besiegers, whose losses were in the thousands. As the Kohima battle began, the British public were told of the scale of the war casualties so far. It was Churchill who gave the figures in the House of Commons. 120,958 British soldiers, sailors and airmen had been killed, as had 49,730 civilians in German bombing raids, and 26,317 merchant seamen killed at sea. In addition, the British Commonwealth deaths were made known: 12,298 Australian servicemen, 9,209 Canadians, 5,912 Indians, 5,622 New Zealanders, and 3,107 South Africans. A total British and Commonwealth death toll in just over 4.5 years of more than 232,000. On April the 5th, death lay in wait for both soldiers and Jews. The soldiers were 6 British commandos who set off that day for the German-occupied Alimnia Island in the Aegean Sea. Intercepted by a German patrol boat and taken prisoner, they were first interrogated and then sent for special treatment. Also designated for special treatment on April the 5th were 559 Jews deported from northern Italy to Auschwitz, including several small children, among them the 5-year-old Rosetta Scaramella, born in Venice, and the 3-year-old Roberto Zavazzi, born in Rome. In France, even children being cared for in remote villages were found and taken away. On April the 6th, German soldiers and French milice drove from Lyon to the remote and tiny village of Izieu, where it was alleged that Jewish children were being hidden in a school run by a Jew, Miron Zlatin. There were 43 Jewish children in the village. All were taken away, together with the 10 adults, 5 men and 5 women, who were looking after them. Zlatin and 2 of the children were deported to the Estonian city of Tallinn, where they were shot. The others were sent to Auschwitz, where all but one, a young woman helper, Lea Feldbaum, were gassed. As the Izieu roundup was taking place, Hitler at Berchtesgaden was agreeing to send 2,500 SS men of the 2nd Panzer Division from the Eastern Front to southern France. In this uneasy period of waiting for invasion and retribution, and also for a change of fortunes in the East, a security service report from the Reich noted that day, "Many are wondering what would happen if we couldn't hold out. People are asking themselves whether the many severe sacrifices and hardships which the war demands and will continue to demand are worth it." The people of Germany, the report concluded, are gradually beginning to long for peace. The British effort to sustain and stimulate the French resistance was continuous. On April the 6th, a French-Canadian from Montreal, Jean-Paul Archambault, was parachuted into France near Lyon. As an agent of Britain's Special Operations Executive, SOE, he helped to form 3 groups of local saboteurs. One in the Bourges area consisted of 250 men. For Eisenhower as Supreme Commander, and for Montgomery as Commander-in-Chief, whatever disruption could be made to the movement of German troops and supplies in France gave a welcome added element of strength. On April the 7th, a further German sweep against French resistance fighters was launched in the hills around Gex and Oyonnax in the Jura Mountains. Codenamed Operation Spring, it involved 6 German regiments and also a regiment of Cossacks, Soviet citizens who, having been taken prisoner of war in South Russia 1941 and 1942, had volunteered to fight for the Germans. On the first day of the sweep, 5 members of the resistance were killed and 13 captured. That same week in northern France, near Angers, German agents captured 20 Frenchmen who a month earlier had pieced together for the British a detailed 55-foot map of the German defences in the Cotentin Peninsula, on the eastern edge of which a part of the cross-channel invasion was to take place. All 20 were executed once the invasion began. On the Eastern Front, the Russians now prepared to drive the German army from the Crimea, the last of Russia's interwar territories still under German rule. The attack, under the overall command of Marshal Tobulkin, began on the morning of April the 8th. Within 4 days, 2 German defensive lines had been broken, and German and Romanian troops quickly put to flight. Only Sevastopol, the fortress which the Russians had themselves defended with such tenacity in 1942, held out against its would-be liberators. April the 8th, the first day of the Crimean offensive, was also the first day of Operation Gardening, when 3 American and 19 British bombers flying low along the river Danube near Belgrade, dropped 40 mines in the river. Within 10 days, the total number of mines dropped had risen to 177, their purpose being to disrupt the barge traffic, bringing Romanian oil from the oil wells at Ploiești to Germany. This disruption was to be achieved with conspicuous success. On April the 10th, American bombers began a series of attacks on German shore batteries along the Normandy coast in preparation for the cross-channel landings. They also bombed anti-aircraft batteries between Rouen and Dunkirk to ensure that the deception of a landing in the Pas-de-Calais should be maintained. Indeed, in order to maintain this deception, it had been laid down that 2 batteries had to be bombed elsewhere for every battery bombed in the actual assault area. Also bombed that week, on April the 11th, in a precision raid, was a 5-story building in The Hague, which contained the principal Gestapo records about their captive Dutch population. 6 British aircraft of number 613 Squadron, led by Wing Commander R.N. Bateson, approaching the building at only 50 feet, destroyed almost all of the Gestapo's card index system. During the raid, 61 Dutch officials were killed. It had been impossible to warn them without endangering the plan, but the lives of many more Dutch patriots were saved by the destruction of the files through which those active in the resistance were being monitored and tracked down. On the day of this British air raid on The Hague, a 14-year-old Jewish girl in nearby Amsterdam, Anne Frank, a refugee from Germany, now in hiding in Holland with her parents and her sister, wrote in her diary, "Who has inflicted this upon us? Who has made us Jews different to all other people? Who has allowed us to suffer so terribly up to now?" And she went on to answer her own question with the words, "It is God that has made us as we are, but it will be God, too, who will raise us up again." 4 months after writing these words, Anne Frank and her family were betrayed and then deported. She was to die in Belsen concentration camp, together with her sister Margot, early in 1945, at about the same time that her mother died in Auschwitz. Her father alone survived. Behind the lines on the Eastern Front, mid-April marked the beginning of another German anti-partisan sweep between Lepel and Borisov, and Lepel and Polotsk, where SS troops, advancing village by village, destroyed everything in their path. According to the Germans' own estimates, 7,000 Soviet partisans were killed. Many of those killed were ordinary villagers. This anti-partisan sweep didn't go unopposed. As it proceeded, Soviet aircraft flew over the region, attacking the partisan hunters. Even after this major sweep, within a few weeks, railway demolitions by partisans throughout the region had regained their former intensity. Further north, on April the 15th, 60 Jewish slave labourers, who for several months had been forced to dig up and burn the corpses of Jews who had been murdered at Ponar, outside Vilna, in the summer and autumn of 1941, rose up in desperate revolt. Only 15 managed to break out to the woods and to join the Soviet partisans. The rest were killed. Further south, across the former Polish border, April the 15th saw the capture by the Red Army of Tarnopol, one of the principal cities of eastern Galicia. In the Pacific, on April the 15th, the United States began the planning stage of Operation Wedlock against the Kuril Islands of northern Japan. Like Operations Yale and Fortitude in Europe, it was a totally spurious plan devised to deceive the Japanese into diverting men and resources away from the actual operation being planned against the Marianas Islands. Operation Wedlock involved a fictional force of American and Canadian troops, complete with their own supplies, signals, and staging posts, as well as giving the actual staging post and communication center in Hawaii the appearance of an integral part of the Kuril Island attack. A largely phantom 9th Fleet was also created and began sending and receiving messages from the very real Third and Fifth Fleets, as well as carrying out entirely fictitious practice manoeuvres. To add to the credibility of the deception, American bombers were instructed to bomb Japanese military, air and naval installations on the Kuril Islands every day, weather permitting. On April the 16th, on the Eastern Front, Soviet forces entered the Black Sea coastal resort of Yalta. On the following day, in Britain, to protect the secrecy of the preparations for the cross-channel landings, all foreign diplomats were forbidden to send or receive any uncensored message or to leave Britain. That day, Grand Admiral Dönitz issued a proclamation to Germany's armed forces, warning that a large-scale landing could come at any moment. "Throw yourself recklessly into the fight," he declared, and went on to warn, "Any man who fails to do so will be destroyed in shame and ignominy." Far worse than shame and ignominy was meted out in Germany that April the 17th to a Catholic priest, Max Joseph Metzger, who had written privately to a fellow clergyman about the need for a new government. Found guilty of assisting the enemy, he was executed in Brandenburg. In the Pacific, April the 18th marked the beginning of Operation Stamina, an airlift to the British and Indian troops besieged in Imphal. By the end of the month, 1,479 men and 1,929 tons of supplies had been flown in by air. By the end of June, 12,561 men and 18,824 tons had been delivered, and on the return flights 13,000 wounded men and 43,000 non-combatants flown out of the Japanese trap. On April the 19th, British, American and French warships bombarded Japanese positions at Sabang in the Dutch East Indies, a warning to the Japanese that they no longer had naval mastery in the Indian Ocean. Hitler too received a setback that week when the Turkish government declared on April the 20th, Hitler's 55th birthday, that it would no longer send chrome to Germany. The Soviet reconquest of the Crimea made it dangerous for Turkey to continue with her absolute neutrality. Now, more than a year after Churchill had gone specially to Adana in southern Turkey to try to persuade the Turks to enter the war, it was announced that Turkey was no longer a neutral, but a pro-Allied nation, though not a belligerent. As of April 1944, Germany's stocks of chrome were sufficient for no more than a year and a half's further production of the high-grade steel needed for the manufacture of tanks. Yet Hitler had hopes that new tanks, faster and more powerful, some of which were demonstrated to him on April the 20th at Klesheim Castle, could halt the Soviet thrust on the Eastern Front and check any cross-channel invasion at the shore. Perhaps he never saw the security police report from the Reich on April the 20th, in which it was stated that developments in the East and the continually deferred hope of a saving miracle are gradually producing signs of weariness among the people. He certainly had no inkling that one of his own most top-secret ultra messages, setting out the Western itinerary of General Guderian as Inspector General of Panzer Troops, had not only enabled the German tank commanders to prepare for the visit, but also British intelligence, who also read it, a clear picture of the location and distribution of Germany's armoured forces less than 2 months before the Normandy landing was due to take place. The first lap of Guderian's itinerary was the tank headquarters at Mailly-le-Camp, near Reims. Even as Guderian moved on to his next stop at Amiens, British bombers struck at Mailly-le-Camp, killing as many as 100 soldiers and injuring many more. But it wasn't always the Germans who suffered from the intensification of Allied bombing over France that month. When, on April the 21st, a heavy night raid over Paris struck at the marshalling yards of Saint-Denis and the Gare de la Chapelle, 640 Parisians were killed. The growing number of German divisions known through Ultra to be in northwestern France was now causing alarm among the Allied leaders. But intelligence was also able to show that their actual strength was not excessive, and that the scale of German strength needed to postpone or cancel D-Day would not be reached. Guderian's journey had helped to confirm this. On April the 22nd, in the Pacific, the Americans launched Operation Persecution, landing 84,000 men in a twin assault on Hollandia and Aitape, on the northern coast of New Guinea. The Japanese, whose total strength didn't exceed 15,000, many of them administrative troops, ought, if logic ruled, to have abandoned the fight. Instead, they prolonged the battle for more than 3 months, but it was at a terrible cost, even by European standards. 12,811 Japanese dead, for the loss of 527 American lives. In Western Europe, it was French civilians who had begun to suffer as Allied bombers carried out the transportation plan for the destruction of German railway yards and junctions throughout the Normandy, Seine, and Pas-de-Calais regions. On April the 24th, 400 people were killed during an American daylight raid on the railway yards at Rouen, where many bombs fell on the centre of the town. That same day, 2 South African Air Force pilots, Lieutenant Charles Barry and Lieutenant I. McIntyre, flying an aerial reconnaissance mission from southern Italy deep across eastern Romania, photographed German and Romanian army defences in the Galatz Gap between Foxani and Galatz. So clearly did the photographs reveal the nature and scale of the defences which would confront the Red Army about to attack the gap, that they were flown to Russia by special courier. On April the 25th, an American bomber was shot down over northern Italy. One of its crewmen, Lieutenant Charles F. Kingsman, was injured when he landed by parachute. An Italian family hid him. While in hiding, he gave secret lessons to Italian partisans in how to use and maintain the machine guns which they had collected from other crashed Allied aircraft. Also behind the lines in German-occupied Crete, plans were being made by British special operations to kidnap the German general commanding the island, General Heinrich Kreiper. One British agent, Major Patrick Lee Fermor, was parachuted into Crete. Another, Captain Stanley Moss, with 2 Greek partisans, was brought ashore by boat. Helped also by 3 Greek partisans on the island, the agents ambushed and captured the general on the morning of April the 26th, as he was driving from his headquarters at Arhans to his villa on the road to Heraklion. General Kreiper's captors then crossed Crete on foot with him, and after a 17-day trek covering 75 miles, brought him to a remote beach near Rodakino. He was then taken by boat across the Mediterranean to Mersa Matruh, flown to Cairo, thence to Gibraltar, and on to London. After interrogation, he was sent by ship across the Atlantic and by train across Canada to a prisoner-of-war camp near Calgary. For their remarkable exploit, Major Lee Fermor and Captain Moss were awarded the Distinguished Service Order. There were no immediate reprisals following General Kreiper's capture. The British made it clear that this would affect the general's safety. 4 months after his capture, however, German military units in Crete destroyed the town of Oinoia and the village of Kedrous, killing more than 500 of their inhabitants. In Britain, during March and April 1944, the preparations for the cross-Channel invasion had reached the stage of practice landings on various beaches in southern England. One such practice, Exercise Tiger, was carried out at Slapton Sands near Dartmouth between April the 26th and 28th. The mass of Allied shipping assembled to make the simulated assault was observed by 7 German torpedo boats on a routine patrol from Cherbourg, whereupon 2 tank landing ships were torpedoed and sunk, 1 other badly damaged, and 639 American soldiers killed. Many of them were specialist engineers who couldn't easily be replaced. For mounting the attack on the Slapton forces, the German commander of the naval patrol, Captain Petersen, was awarded the oak leaves to the Knight's Cross which he had won in 1940. 10 of the American officers drowned off Slapton Sands on April the 28th were in possession of secret information relevant to the actual cross-channel invasion, information given under the code name Bigot only to those who needed to know it. In order to ensure that none of the 10 had been picked up at sea by the Germans, a vast search was carried out, and all the corpses which could be recovered were carefully examined. Although more than 100 bodies were never recovered, those of each of the 10 Bigot officers was found. The cross-channel secrets were safe. In the Pacific on April the 28th, in their second attack on the island of Truk in 10 weeks, 30 American aircraft were shot down, but 25 of their pilots were saved. With the almost total destruction of Japanese fuel and ammunition depots on the atoll, any possible flank attack on the American forces in northwestern New Guinea was removed. On the last day of April 1944, more than 200 Jews were gassed at Auschwitz. They were originally from Poland, but had been sent to Vittel in France, supposedly as the first stage in being allowed to proceed with South American passports to Lisbon and on to safety. Instead, after being held at Vittel for several months, they were deported back eastward and killed. Among them was the poet Yitzhak Kaznelson, author of songs and poems which, reflecting youthful pleasures and the joys of life, had been particularly popular among Polish Jewish children before the war. He was gassed at Auschwitz with his 18-year-old son. His wife and his 2 younger sons had been deported from Warsaw to Treblinka more than a year and a half earlier. Thus perished, amid separation, deception, and horror, yet another talented family of the millions of victims of the Second World War. Chapter 37. Resistance, Sabotage, and Deception. Spring, 1944. During May 1944, the Germans intensified their efforts to crush resistance activity in Europe. In France, a blood and ashes campaign against resistance fighters in the Auvergne led to the public hanging of 99 of those caught. But as many as 35,000 active members of the French resistance had now been identified region by region by British intelligence, which sent them regular supplies of arms in preparation for a general uprising in support of the cross-channel attack. In Yugoslavia, Tito's partisans launched their own offensive that May, Operation Bearskin, to disrupt German road and rail communications northward through Slovenia, in an effort to make it more difficult for the Germans to move troops from the Balkans to France once the landings had begun. In Britain, on May the 2nd, despite the disaster 4 days earlier at Slapton Sands, the last of the practice landings, Operation Fabius was held at the same assault training area which included Slapton. On May the 2nd, in Germany, the journalist Erich Knauf, who had declared publicly not only that a German victory would be the greatest misfortune, but also that Himmler only keeps his job by ordering between 80 and 100 executions a day, was himself executed. On the previous day in London, a British court had sentenced to death a Belgian subject, Pierre Ricard Nijkramans, found guilty of having flown from Lisbon to Britain in order to spy against Britain. He was executed at the end of June. The Allies continued to use the Germans' own top-secret ultra-radio messages to improve their invasion plans. On May the 3rd, a newly formed German division reached France. 4 days later, as a result of reading the German army's ultra-signals, the Anglo-American planners knew not only of its existence, but of its strength, defensive only, and location at the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. Thus, the most secret triumph of British intelligence and the hard, often laborious work of more than 5,000 cryptographers and their helpers, work which 4 years earlier had been fraught with uncertainty and difficulty, reached a high point of decisive achievement averting all danger of a blind landing in France. One by one, every German military formation was precisely located. On May the 5th, in a rare success for their intelligence services, the Germans were able to eavesdrop on a telephone conversation between Churchill and Roosevelt. Something was in preparation, but what it was or where or when they could neither overhear nor deduce. Particularly galling for those who read the transcript of the discussion were Roosevelt's final words, "Well, we will do our best. Now I'll go fishing." Allied fishing was of a high order. Also on May the 5th, as a result of clues received by Enigma, South African Air Force pilots flew a reconnaissance mission from Italy, deep over southern Poland, to Blitzin, where they photographed a German flying bomb assembly and test center. Both the rocket and its firing platform were identified by the Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Medmenham in Britain. To accelerate flying bomb production on May the 6th, German rocket scientists, including Werner von Braun and senior SS officers, agreed that 1,800 skilled workers should be brought from France to work in the underground tunnels and facilities at Nordhausen. They were to be housed at the nearby Dora concentration camp and treated as concentration camp inmates. Few of them were to survive the war. On May the 7th, against Hitler's wishes, General Schorner, commander of the South Ukraine Army Group, realizing that his forces could no longer hold the Crimean city of Sevastopol, ordered it to be evacuated by sea and air. More than 30,000 soldiers were taken off before, on May the 11th, the last of the strongpoints was given up. But already on May the 10th, the city was sufficiently in Soviet hands for Marshal Tolbukin to report its capture to Stalin. That same day, in a somewhat disingenuous communiqué, the German High Command announced the ruins of Sevastopol were evacuated in the course of a disengaging move. A defeat had become disengagement. In Western Europe, the planning and deception for Overlord were in their final month. On May the 9th, United States bombers struck at the principal German airfields in northwest Europe: Léon, Florène, Thionville, Saint-Dizier, Juvincourt, Orléans, and Avord. That same day in Stockholm, a deliberate British manipulation of the Swedish Stock Exchange, whereby Norwegian stocks rose by almost 20%, was intended as part of Operation Grafum to give the impression that the liberation of Norway was near, that Norway, not France, was one of the destinations of the Allied forces being assembled in Britain. Even the imminence of the landing was hidden from the Germans. On May the 9th, Admiral Dönitz told the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, Count Oshima, that the Allies would not be able to invade for some time. Oshima's radio report of this conversation sent to Tokyo was decrypted at Bletchley on May the 13th, providing welcome relief to the Anglo-American planners. At 11 o'clock on the evening of May the 11th in Italy, nearly 2,000 Allied guns opened fire in a simultaneous artillery barrage from Cassino to the sea. 45 minutes later, the infantry began their attack, Indian, British, French, Polish, and Moroccan troops among them. In this, the fourth battle for Cassino and its monastery, General Alexander had assembled a numerical superiority of 3-1, but it was to take 7 days before even this advantage could overcome the tenacious German defense. Meanwhile, on May the 12th, the United States Air Force launched a massive attack on German synthetic oil plants. The 7 plants which were bombed that day produced together far more than a third of Germany's total output of synthetic oil, on which the German forces were now almost entirely dependent for their capacity to continue at war. Only 80 German fighters were available to meet this air onslaught by 800 bombers. Since the beginning of the war, the Germans had lost more than 3,000 fighter pilots, either killed in action or taken prisoner after their planes were shot down. Nevertheless, the German fighter pilots fought with skill and determination, shooting down 46 bombers for the loss of 30 fighters. All 7 targets were hit, 3 of them so seriously that they were temporarily shut down. The Germans' own ultra messages revealed to the Allies the extent of the German alarm. Acts of sabotage were also accelerated as the cross-channel invasion drew nearer. On May the 13th, at Bagnères-de-Bigorre, in the Pyrenees, a factory producing the carriers for self-propelled guns was put out of action for 6 months, after an attack by British agents and French resistance fighters. That day, along the Channel coast, Rommel completed 2 formidable lines of underwater obstacles. Altogether, 517,000 obstacles had been laid down in 6 feet of water for high tide and half tide, 31,000 of which were fitted with mines. But 2 further lines of obstacles, intended for 6 feet of water or low tide, and for 12 feet of water at low tide, were not yet in place. On May the 8th, Rommel had warned the German High Command that the systematic Allied destruction of railways throughout northern France had begun to disrupt his supplies and troop movements. This most secret signal was decrypted in Britain on May the 14th. This was certainly an encouragement for the Americans to continue their attacks. The bombing of German airfields had also been effective, so much so that Goering ordered the Todt organization to carry out work at airfields which were no longer used or hardly used, so as to deceive the Allies into diverting bomber resources against them. Unfortunately for Goering, his order, sent by a top-secret ultra-radio signal, was decrypted by British intelligence on May the 14th, exposing the ruse. The Germans were far more vulnerable to deception than the Allies. On May the 15th, the German High Command was informed that a good army intelligence source had reported the presence of units of the 1st United States Army Group in Yorkshire and Norfolk. The good source was, in fact, a former German agent who had long been working for Britain. The army group on which he was reporting so assiduously existed only in the minds of Britain's deception planners. Yorkshire and Norfolk were the starting points for the fictitious attacks on Norway and the Pas-de-Calais. On May the 15th, after 2 months of careful preparation and amid massive and successful deception, the Germans began the deportation of hundreds of thousands of Jews from Hungary to Auschwitz. 4,000 were deported every day. On their arrival at Auschwitz, sometimes 2/3, sometimes a half would be gassed. Those who were not killed were sent to the barracks to swell the ranks of slave labourers, including Polish, British, Yugoslav, French, and Soviet prisoners of war, forced to work and to suffer appallingly cruel privations in the many factories set up specially around Auschwitz, or already in existence there. At the Upper Silesian industrial city of Gleiwitz, 4 factories received slave labourers from Auschwitz. One, for the production and packing of black smoke for smoke screens, had been opened on May the 3rd. The others were for repairing railway carriages and oil wagons, for making railway bogies and gun carriages, and for repairing and remodelling military motor vehicles. In the East Upper Silesian power station and coal mine at Neudachts, known also by its Polish name, Jarozno, more than 1,600 prisoners were employed by May 1944. At the synthetic petrol plant at Blechhammer, opened on April the 1st, 4,000 prisoners were employed. At Bobrek, from April the 22nd, the 250 prisoners employed by the Siemens Schuckert works included 50 children. All were employed making electrical apparatus for aircraft and submarines. A further labour camp at Myslowicz provided 1,300 slave labourers for the Fürstengrube coal mines, working the old mine and constructing a new one. Another 1,000 prisoners were employed at the Laurhuter steel works, making anti-aircraft guns. At the Guntergrube coal mines, there were 600 prisoners, most of them Jews brought from Auschwitz, working the old mine and constructing a new one. In May 1944, with the start of the mass deportation of Hungarian Jews, a new labour camp was opened at Sosnowiec, the second there, in which 900 prisoners worked at the gun barrel foundry and in shell production. Between the barracks and gas chambers at Birkenau and Auschwitz main camp, fuses for grenades were manufactured at the Union factory. Several thousand Jewish women prisoners were employed there. At Monowitz, the vast Buna synthetic oil and rubber factory was already absorbing tens of thousands of Jewish workers, as well as some British prisoners of war, all non-Jews. Hungarian Jews were also to be sent from Auschwitz to the labour camp on the site of the Warsaw Ghetto to clear the rubble and to search for valuables. It wasn't only in the Auschwitz region that slave labour was being used for the German war effort. On May the 15th, the day of the first deportation of Hungarian Jews, 1,000 Jews already at Auschwitz were sent to a factory at Wurstergersdorf. Others were to go to factories at Blunlitz, Swartzheide, and Hamburg, as well as to a building site at Ullersdorf, southeast of Berlin, which was even then under construction as an SS recreation and rest centre. It was on that fateful May the 15th, as the wheels of death began to roll from 1,000 Hungarian towns and villages towards Auschwitz, that a Palestinian Jew, Enzo Sereni, who had been born in Italy, was parachuted by British intelligence into the German-occupied half of the Italian peninsula. His mission was to contact Italian partisan groups near Florence, collect maps and military information for the eventual Allied advance into Tuscany, and help British prisoners of war who had escaped captivity. Immediately on landing, Sereni was captured. After 4 days of interrogation and torture at Verona, he was sent to a prison camp at Greece, then on to Dachau. There, 6 months after his capture, he was summoned from his barracks and was never seen again. From the Italian city of Fossoli, 575 Jews were deported to Auschwitz on May the 16th. When they reached Auschwitz 7 days later, 518 were taken to their deaths, and only 57 to the barracks. Among those who were gassed immediately on their arrival was a baby girl, Gigliola Finzi, born at Roccastrada 2.5 months earlier. Also gassed that day was Carolino Carlo and her 4 small children, the youngest of whom, a boy, had been born on the first day of the 7-day journey to death. Carolino Carlo's husband, Eugenio, a prominent Italian partisan leader, was even then capturing German soldiers in Tuscany and preparing to take them southwards across the war zone to the Allied lines before returning to German-occupied Italy to continue the fight behind the lines. On the morning of May the 18th, after almost a week of continuous fighting, Polish troops raised their flag over the ruins of the monastery of Monte Cassino. The 6-month struggle to push beyond Cassino was over. In the final battle, 4,267 Allied troops were killed, and a further 4,068 missing, their bodies so pounded by shell fire that they were never found. On the following day, the Polish commander, General Władysław Anders, visited the battlefield. Corpses of German and Polish soldiers, he wrote, sometimes entangled in a deathly embrace, lay everywhere, and the air was full of the stench of rotting bodies. As Anders walked over the battlefield, he noted that crater after crater pitted the sides of the hills and scattered over them fragments of uniforms and tin helmets, Tommy guns, Spandaus, Schmeissers, and hand grenades. That day from Washington came the announcement that in the most recent campaign for the successful capture of the Admiralty Islands, 326 American soldiers had been killed and 3,820 Japanese. Only 75 Japanese had been taken prisoner, mostly those who were too gravely injured to be able either to fight to the death or to kill themselves rather than surrender. 2 days later, on May the 20th, an American task force completed the conquest of Wadke Island, all 800 Japanese defenders having been killed for the loss of 53 American lives. On May the 20th, a mere 17 days before the Normandy landings, the Germans still didn't know where those landings would be. The German Navy was even then mining the Bay of Biscay. When Rommel asked that it should start mining the Bay of the Seine, his request was refused. He was also refused troop dispositions which could cover Normandy and Brittany at the same time, a refusal that was due, he later wrote, to fears of a possible enemy airborne landing in the neighbourhood of Paris. The Allied preparations now moved into high gear. On May the 21st, British and American aircraft launched Operation Chattanooga Choo-Choo, a systematic attack on railway engines and rolling stock throughout northern Europe, including Germany. So effective were these attacks that within 24 hours German municipalities were urgently seeking foreign slave labourers and even Jews from concentration camps to help repair the bomb damage. For the Allies, secrecy remained the key to the possibility of success on the day of the Normandy landings, D-Day in military parlance. On May the 23rd, at Sutton Coldfield in Britain, an American officer in an army postal unit who was privy to some of the bigot secrets disclosed the objectives of the United States First Army to a member of the Adjutant General's Department who was not in the know. He was sentenced to confinement for 1 year with hard labour at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Greenhaven, New York, to be followed by dismissal from the service. The capture of Monte Cassino on May the 18th had opened the way for a rapid Allied advance northwards, first to link up with the Anzio beachhead and then to drive on to Rome. At Anzio on May the 23rd, more than 150,000 Allied soldiers broke out of the perimeter in which they had been trapped for 4 months. Along the coastline of those areas under German occupation, British and American patrol boats searched for escaped prisoners of war whom they could take off from danger and return to the Allied armies. On the night of May the 24th, in one such operation, Darlington II, 2 boats setting off from Termoli to the mouth of the River Tena rescued a total of 153 escaped prisoners of war and airmen who had managed to avoid capture altogether after having been shot down. By the end of November, 2,156 escapees had been recovered by such means. Behind the lines in Greece, German forces were being increasingly harassed by Greek guerrillas. On May the 24th, the entire population of the village of Pogonion was deported to a camp near Yanina to be held as hostages. When, shortly afterwards, a German division was attacked by guerrillas, all 325 hostages were shot. In German-occupied Yugoslavia, May the 25th saw the launching of Operation Knight's Move, an attempt by use of parachute and glider-borne troops to seize the partisan leader Josip Broz Tito while he was at the village of Drvar. As the German troops moved in, one partisan, shot through the head, died in agony at Tito's feet. Tito escaped, but the villagers in whose midst he had been living were almost all killed, women and small children as well as men. In Italy on May the 25th, the troops who had broken out at Anzio linked up with the advancing Allied forces. That day, American troops entered Velletri, less than 25 miles from the centre of Rome. In German-occupied Greece, a young intelligence officer, Kurt Waldheim, was writing to his superior, General Schmidt-Richtberg, with criticism of the most recent sweeps against the guerrilla bands and the reprisals that accompanied them. The reprisal measures imposed in response to sabotage and ambush, he wrote, have, despite their severity, failed to achieve any noteworthy success, since our own measures have been only transitory, so that the punished communities or territories soon have to be abandoned once more to the bands. On the contrary, Waldheim added, exaggerated reprisal measures undertaken without a more precise examination of the objective situation have only caused embitterment and have been useful to the bands. It can be demonstrated that the population broadly supports the bands and supplies them with excellent information. From each German report, one can see the extent of the terror and of resistance. On the same day that Lieutenant Waldheim was sending this report from Greece, SS Brigadier General Edmund Wessenmeyer was reporting to the German Foreign Office in Berlin that 138,870 Jews had been deported to their destination in the past 10 days. That destination was Auschwitz. At Auschwitz itself, on the evening of Wessenmeyer's report, as several hundred Hungarian Jews were being led to one of the 2 more distant gas chamber buildings in Birkenau, they sensed that something was wrong. and scattered into the nearby woods. Special searchlights installed around the gas chamber were at once switched on by the SS, who opened fire on those seeking to flee. All were shot. A similar act of revolt, similarly suppressed, took place 3 days later. Hungary, Hitler exhorted his generals at Obersalzberg on May the 26th, the entire country subverted and rotten, Jews everywhere, Jews and still more Jews right up to the highest level, and the whole country covered by a continuous network of agents and spies waiting for the moment to strike, but fearing to do so in case a premature move drew us in. Here too I intervened, and this problem is now going to be solved too. As the Germans were more and more pressed back in the war zones, so in Hungary and in other regions of Central Europe, in Italy, Holland, France and Greece, Hitler and his subordinates hastened to solve the Jewish question by deporting every Jew they could find to Auschwitz, several thousand every day. At the same time, the Western Allies, while on the verge of a cross-channel invasion of Northern Europe, were almost at the gates of Rome, and were bombing German industrial centres and war factories without respite. As the outcome of the war became more starkly apparent, it was as if two victories were on offer. For Germany, a victory over the Jews, and for the Allies, a victory over Germany. There could no longer be victory for Germany, that was clear. Even Goebbels had declared in a newspaper editorial on May the 24th, Germany must be made more desolate than the Sahara. Nothing must be left which the Allies, and in particular the dreaded Bolsheviks, could plunder. On May the 25th, British intelligence decrypted a top-secret message from Rommel, sent 6 days earlier to Berlin, in which he revealed that one SS Panzer division had no tanks and was not expecting any. It was seriously short of officers, motor transport and vehicle spares. Its transport included horses and bicycles. A further decrypt of a German Air Force Enigma message showed that it was expected that it was in the region of Dieppe that, in the German view, the landing would most probably come. It was the continual bombing attacks on the bridges over the River Seine which had led to this conclusion. On May the 26th, in a daylight air raid on Lyon, intended to block the German reinforcement routes from the south, railway lines, power stations and military installations were massively bombed, and 717 French civilians killed. Despite a protest by the regional resistance leader, Alban Vistel, that the local population were painfully indignant, resistance continued. On the day after the Lyon bombing, in an ambush set by the Maquis, 12 members of the collaborationist milice were killed. There were also many acts of sabotage. At Amberieu, a railway engine depot was destroyed, and 52 railway locomotives made unusable. At Bar, in the Corrèze, a hydroelectric station was so badly damaged that on May the 26th it was put out of action for the next 4 months. That day, British intelligence decrypted a message from Rommel, sent to Berlin 16 days earlier, warning that the locomotive situation had become so serious that forced labour and even prisoners of war would have to be used at the repair shops. The French civilian workforce was not responding. Not only did the ultra-decrypts reveal to the Anglo-American planners the German army's weaknesses and problems in France, and the strength of individual units, they also showed precisely where those units were still being sent. A series of decrypts between May the 24th and May the 27th showed a southern and considerable transfer of troops to the Cotentin Peninsula, to the very area around La Haye-du-Puy, where it was intended to drop American parachute troops in order to protect the landing beaches from attack from the Cherbourg Peninsula. On the evening of May the 27th, scarcely a week before the date originally set for the landings, the Americans had therefore to abandon the plan to drop men at La Haye-du-Puy. They had also to put back the date for the capture of Cherbourg itself by 7 days. Ultra had saved the Allies from the potential disaster of landing men at a point strongly held by German troops. On May the 28th, American bombers made their second raid on 5 of the German synthetic oil plants which they had already damaged on May the 12th. That night, British bombers attacked the reinforced concrete fortifications at Saint-Martin-de-Varaville, overlooking the invasion beaches. A blockhouse, command posts, and signals equipment were destroyed. The air bombardment of railway marshalling yards had also continued, resulting not only in a disruption of German military movements by rail, but also in a total of 3,000 French civilian deaths in 48 hours. "Terrible things are being done," Churchill wrote to Eden on May the 28th. On the following day, after reading the reports of the attacks during May the 28th, Churchill wrote again to Air Chief Marshal Tedder, the Deputy Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force. "You are piling up an awful load of hatred." Hatred or not, the bombing was effective. On May the 28th, the destruction of the German naval wireless station at Château-Terlandin near Bruges made it much more difficult for German intelligence to hear the extra volume of Allied wireless traffic which would indicate the imminence of an Anglo-American land, air, and sea assault. The German Air Force, once so boastful under Goering and capable of sustained and devastating bomber attacks, no longer had the resources both to bomb Britain and to prepare for the inevitable air battles of a cross-channel attack. For their part, the Allies had continued with Operation Crossbow, attacking the flying bomb ski sites from the Pas-de-Calais to Dieppe. By the end of May, these sites were protected by 520 heavy guns and a further 730 guns of lighter caliber. In the crossbow attacks, 154 Allied aircraft had been shot down by the end of May, with 771 aircrew dead or missing, but as many as 2/3 of the ski sites had been put out of action. An Allied air raid over northern France on May the 31st was effective in another way. By cutting the German Air Force overland telephone cable at a point between Paris and Rouen, it interrupted telephonic communication between German headquarters in Paris and Air Force bases around both Rennes and Caen for 3 crucial days. On May the 31st, a South African Air Force reconnaissance plane made its first flight over Auschwitz since the beginning of April to photograph once more the German synthetic oil plant at Monowitz. 2 of the frames of its photographic cover showed for the first time not only the main camp at Auschwitz, but also the gas chambers, crematoria, and extensive barracks of the Birkenau section, where tens of thousands of Jews were being held, and more than 1.5 million Jews had already been killed. But the barracks and installations at Birkenau were not examined by the Photographic Reconnaissance Unit in Britain, whose only task was to identify in as much detail as possible the oil production process at Monowitz, with a view to bombing it. At Auschwitz, on the day of this reconnaissance flight, the SS camp administration recorded that a total of 40 kilograms of gold had been taken from the teeth of the corpses of Hungarian Jews who had been gassed in the 15 days between May the 17th and the end of the month. And this included those gassed on May the 31st itself, from 2 trains, out of which 1,000 men and 1,000 women had been sent to the barracks, and more than 6,000 gassed, among them the 2,000 Jews deported from the Hungarian city of Baja. During their 3.5-day journey in sealed wagons without food or water beyond that which they had managed to take with them, 55 had died and 200 had gone mad. On June the 1st, the Anglo-American planners of the Normandy landings, now set for June the 4th, were shown the decrypt of a telegram from the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, Count Oshima, to Tokyo. In it, Oshima reported on a conversation which he had had with Hitler 4 days earlier, when Hitler told Oshima that the Allies had completed their preparations, that they had assembled 80 divisions, 8 of which had combat experience and were very good troops, that after diversionary operations in Norway, Denmark, southwest France, and on the French Mediterranean coast, they would establish a bridgehead in Normandy or Brittany, and that after seeing how things went, they would embark on establishing a real second front in the Dover Strait. Several things were clear from Hitler's conversation. that while the Germans regarded an invasion either in Normandy or Brittany as definite, they didn't know which it would be, nor did they regard it as imminent. Several diversionary operations elsewhere were expected to come first. Also, it was believed in Britain that the Pas de Calais would be the true focus of the main assault on Fortress Europe. On the night of June the 2nd, British bombers again bombed the French railway marshalling yards at Trappes. This raid marked the culmination of the transportation plan begun on March the 6th, whereby more than 8,000 British bombers had dropped 42,000 tons of bombs on railway marshalling yards in France and Belgium. American bombers had dropped a further 11,000 tons of bombs in May alone. June the 2nd also saw the first of a new series of bombing operations over Central Europe, when American bombers flying from Foggia and other air bases in southern Italy struck deep into the industrial regions of Silesia, Hungary and Romania, and then flew on to Soviet air bases in and around Poltava. By flying straight on to Poltava, the bombers didn't have to face a return flight, which their fuel consumption would have made impossible. Devised to help the Red Army during its Romanian offensive, as a result of an urgent appeal from Stalin, these flights were given the code name Operation Frantic Joe. To avoid offending Stalin, this was quickly modified to Operation Frantic. On the first run, the railway marshalling yards at Debrecen were hit on the way out, and the airfield at Foxani on the return flight. On June the 2nd, the Normandy landings were fixed for June the 5th. But bad weather seemed to make a postponement inevitable. In a most secret radio signal to Berlin, Field Marshal von Rundstedt had stated that the Allies would need 4 consecutive days of good weather in order to carry out a cross-channel assault. No such 4-day clear period was forecast. He, Rundstedt, was therefore certain that the invasion could not take place in the first week of June. The secret communications code which von Rundstedt had used for his message about the weather was in a cipher which the British had broken. His message was therefore decrypted at Bletchley, where more than 6,000 people were now employed, and passed on immediately to Eisenhower. From that moment, as a result of reading not only the message but the mind of his opposite number, Eisenhower knew that if he could launch the invasion in conditions ruled out by von Rundstedt, he would catch the Germans unawares. The weather over the Channel, bad on June the 2nd, began to deteriorate in the early afternoon of June the 3rd. The German forecasters predicted bad weather for the next 3 or 4 days. This ruled out June the 5th or June the 6th as days on which an assault would be launched. Increased Allied wireless traffic might have caused this confident assumption to be reviewed, but on June the 3rd, the German wireless intercept station on the Cherbourg Peninsula at Urwil-Haag was destroyed by air attack. Ironically, it had not been identified as an intercept station, but only as an important installation of a special character. That was enough, however, for it to become a target. Thus, the 2 chief intercept stations covering the landing area, Chateau Terlinden and Urwil-Haag, were out of action. Eisenhower knew that the bad weather made it impossible to go ahead on June the 5th. But both the juxtaposition of the moon positions, plus the knowledge that the Germans expected no assault anywhere for the next 3 to 4 days, made it desirable that too great a delay beyond June the 5th should be avoided. On the morning of June the 4th, there was a forecast of a brief spell of better weather. But it wasn't the 4 clear days which the Germans regarded as the Allied minimum. It was therefore unlikely that the Germans would be alerted or alarmed. Thanks to knowledge provided by Ultra, the risks to the Allies of launching the invasion under the poor prevailing weather conditions would be more than compensated for. On the evening of June the 4th, American troops reached the centre of Rome. "How magnificently your troops have fought," Churchill telegraphed that day to Roosevelt. On the following day, after a formal and triumphal entry into the Italian capital, the Allied troops continued their northward pursuit of the retreating Germans. But for those in charge of the Allied fortunes, the thrill of the fall of the first Axis capital to Allied arms was offset by the knowledge that on the morning of June the 6th, the largest amphibious operation of all time was to be launched, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of men put at risk. "I feel so much for you," Churchill's wife Clementine wrote to her husband on June the 5th, "at this agonizing moment, so full of suspense, which prevents one from rejoicing over Rome." Waking on the morning of June the 5th, Eisenhower knew that within 24 hours the die would already have been cast. That same morning, confident that the continuing bad weather meant that no invasion was imminent, Rommel left his headquarters at La Roche-Guyon by car on his way to Germany, where he intended to speak to Hitler personally, and to impress upon him the extent of the manpower and material inferiority we would suffer in the event of a landing, and to request the dispatch to northern France of 2 further Panzer divisions, an anti-aircraft corps, and other reinforcements. It was the bad weather on June the 5th which kept almost all the German Air Force reconnaissance aircraft grounded. 5 reconnaissance sorties were flown, but none reported any unusual activity in the ports of southern England. At 9:30 that evening, a coded British wireless message, sent openly on the BBC, instructed French resistance operatives to cut railway lines throughout France. German intelligence, which had partially broken the code, warned Rommel's headquarters at La Roche-Guyon, but in Rommel's absence no notice seems to have been taken of the warning. Of 1,050 planned breaches of the railway lines, 950 were carried out. A message sent by the German Air Force High Command shortly before midnight on June the 5th showed the extent of German weakness in the air as a result of the growing shortage of fuel oil. The message was an instruction to the 1st Parachute Army based at Nancy to conserve its consumption of aircraft fuel as much as possible. "With reduction of aircraft fuel by Allied action," the message read, "most essential requirements for training and carrying out production plans can scarcely be covered by quantities of aircraft fuel available. Wherever possible," the High Command added, "the supply of goods to air units and duty journeys in general must be made by rail." On the night of June the 5th, more than 1,000 British bombers struck at the 10 most important German gun batteries in the assault area, dropping 5,000 tons of bombs. That same night, more than 3,000 ships, British, American, Polish, Dutch, Norwegian, French, and Greek, Operation Neptune, were crossing the Channel. As this vast armada drew closer and closer to the Normandy beaches, a series of deceptions was launched on other possible destinations. The largest of all, Operation Taxable, involved the dropping of dummy parachutists near Boulogne, and the dropping of a vast number of radar jamming strips in such a way as to produce on German radar screens the appearance of a large, slow-moving convoy edging its way across the Channel towards the Pas de Calais. A further spurious raid, using motor launches and electronic deception to simulate the movement of a large convoy, was made towards the beaches between Le Havre and Dieppe. A third deception that night by motor launches off Harfleur was designed to suggest a similar threat east of Le Havre. So successful was one particular dummy parachute drop, Operation Titanic, at Marigny, that as its planners intended, it drew a whole German infantry regiment from its position in reserve at Bayeux, a mere 6 miles from the real landing beaches, as far west as the Carentan-Isigny area. Deception had played its part to the end, Ultra having revealed in detail just who needed to be deceived, now revealed that the deception had been successful. At 11:55 on the evening of June the 5th, British infantrymen, members of the 6th Airborne Division, landed by gliders at the village of Bénouville, 6 miles north of Caen. Operation Overlord had begun. Chapter 38. D-Day, June 1944. By dawn on June the 6th, 18,000 British and American parachutists were on the ground in Normandy, capturing essential bridges and disrupting German lines of communication. At 6:30 that morning, the first troops landed, Americans coming ashore at Utah Beach with amphibious tanks. Less than an hour later, at 7:25, the first British soldiers were ashore at Gold and Sword beaches, followed at Juno Beach by 2,400 Canadians, supported by 76 of the amphibious tanks. At 10:15 that morning, the news of these landings was brought to Rommel, who was still in Germany. He at once flew back to France, instructed by Hitler to drive the invaders back into the sea by midnight. By midnight, 155,000 Allied troops were already ashore. Only at Omaha Beach had the German defenders been able to pin down the American assaulting force of nearly 35,000 men to a perimeter no more than a mile deep. At all the other landing grounds, much greater progress inland had been made. Hitler, convinced that the Normandy landing was not the real second front, hesitated to commit his full resources to the bridgehead. That day, German naval units were warned to be prepared for surprise attacks elsewhere. This message was decrypted by the British that evening, giving the Allied commanders some assurance that even on June the 7th, D-Day +1, the full force of the German military might would not be thrown against them. The Allied casualties on D-Day itself had been relatively low. 355 Canadians had been killed in action or died of wounds, as compared with more than 900 Canadian dead at Dieppe in 1942. Both the Americans and the British each lost more than 1,000 men killed during the first day of battle. That same day in the Mediterranean, the Germans on Crete took 400 Greek hostages, 300 Italian prisoners of war, and 260 Jews by boat 100 miles out to sea, where the boat was scuttled. None of the captives survived. On June the 7th, as the Allies consolidated their positions on the Normandy beachhead and sought to enlarge them, the German Air Force High Command was still warning its units in Western Europe that further landings could be expected either for a thrust towards Belgium or in Norway or near Lorient on the French Atlantic coast, or on the western coast of the Cotentin Peninsula. During the second day's fighting in Normandy on June the 7th, a German Waffen-SS unit captured 34 Canadian soldiers near the villages of Bouron and Auty. Most of the Canadians were wounded, some of them badly so. All 34 were then shot or bayoneted to death. A local stonemason, Constance Raymond Gilbert, later recalled seeing one of the wounded Canadians, who was lying under a tree, move his arm and leg a little. One of the German soldiers took a bayonet and hit him, opening his head. 43 more Canadian prisoners of war were killed in the following 48 hours. One of them, Rifleman D.S. Gould, still wearing his Red Cross armband, was a stretcher-bearer. "What should we do with these prisoners?" the SS commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kurt Meyer, had asked. "They only eat up our rations." It was on June the 7th that British intelligence decrypted the German Air Force Enigma message sent to the 1st Parachute Army at Nancy about the growing shortage of aircraft fuel. On the following day, the Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Charles Portal, informed Churchill that he regarded this as one of the most important pieces of information which we have yet received. In the light of it, there seemed little doubt in Portal's view, and that of the War Cabinet's Joint Intelligence Committee, that Britain's strategic bomber offensive should be turned over to synthetic oil plants as soon as Overlord can spare them. Churchill noted on Portal's suggestion, "Good." That same day, the head of the American bomber forces, General Spaatz, directed that the German oil plants should be first priority targets for the United States Strategic Air Forces. Henceforth, the installation's most crucial element in Germany's ability to make war, fuel oil, were to be bombed with mounting force and effectiveness, a sustained aerial bombardment, which was to be as effective in the defeat of Germany as the amphibious landings in Normandy. 4 days after Portal's letter to Churchill, a British night bombing raid on the German oil installations at Gelsenkirchen was so effective that the plant was put out of action for several months and 5,000 tons of stored oil destroyed. On June the 8th, British troops from Gold Beach reached the American troops on Omaha Beach at Colleville-sur-Mer. Above the battlefield, the Germans had less than 100 operational aircraft. On the ground, crucial secret orders were being decrypted. One, on June the 8th, enabled the British to pinpoint the exact location of the headquarters of Panzer Group West. 2 days later, the headquarters at La Canne was bombed so severely and so many staff officers, 17 in all, killed, that the heavy counter-attack being planned for the following day had to be put off for 24 hours. "Overlord is a source of joy to us all," Stalin telegraphed to Churchill on June the 8th, and he promised to launch Russia's own summer offensive shortly in accordance with the agreement at Tehran at the end of 1943, whereby the Soviet Union would bring its own forces into action along the whole Eastern Front once the Western Allies were ashore, thus preventing the Germans from transferring extra forces to Normandy just when such a transfer would be most needed. For the Russians, the human cost of the war had already become almost unbearable, with an estimated 90% of all young men between the ages of 18 and 21 already killed in action. With concern for the future, on June the 8th, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet adopted a decree on mothers of large families and motherhood care. Mothers of more than 10 children were to receive a new title, Heroine Mother. Special family allowances would be given to large families. Even unmarried mothers would receive benefits. On June the 9th, in the town of Toul, in the Corrèze, the SS Das Reich Division carried out a widespread reprisal against civilians in the town for acts of sabotage committed against the division by French resistance fighters nearby. A woman from Toul later recalled, "I came home from shopping on the 9th of June 1944 to find my husband and my son hanging from the balcony of our house. They were just 2 of 100 men seized at random and killed in cold blood by the German SS. The children and the wives were forced to watch while they strung them up to the lampposts and balconies outside their own homes. What else is there for me to say?" It was on June the 9th that Stalin informed Churchill, "Tomorrow, June the 10th, we begin the first round on the Leningrad front." The artillery preliminaries had already begun, 240 Soviet guns bombarding the Finnish defences to the northwest of the city. The Germans were already in action against the Russians in Romania and against the Western Allies in Italy and Normandy, but they remained convinced that a further Western assault was imminent, and that Normandy was a diversion. At 10:30 on the evening of June the 9th, German intelligence chiefs received, and at once passed on to Hitler, a message from Juan Pujol Garcia in Britain, their trusted agent Arabelle, that after consultation on 8th of June in London with my agents Donny, Dick and Doric, he was of the opinion that the Normandy landings were a diversionary manoeuvre designed to draw off enemy reserves in order to make a decisive attack in another place. This report, Hitler was told by German intelligence, confirms the view already held by us that a further attack is to be expected in another place. That other place, intelligence felt, was possibly Belgium. Britain's agent Garbo had thus successfully maintained the fortitude deception 3 full days beyond the Normandy landings. Just over 3 years had passed since Garcia had set up his Arabelle network, with at various times 27 spurious agents working under him. The three agents mentioned by him on June the 9th each had a carefully built-up history. Donny, recruited in December 1943, was an ex-seaman and leader of the World Aryan Order. Dick, recruited in February 1944, was an Indian fanatic, and Doric, also recruited in February 1944, was a civilian living at the North Sea port of Harwich. At German Army headquarters in Zossen, it was likewise felt that Normandy was only a diversion. The main thrust, Colonel Alexis von Rehn, Chief of the Army General Staff's Intelligence Division, informed General Jodl on June the 9th, must be expected at any moment in the Pas-de-Calais. That same day, the German admiral commanding in the Atlantic suggested to Admiral Dönitz that the hesitant and slow progress of the Allied landings in Normandy might indicate an intended second landing at another point. This message was decrypted in Britain on June the 10th. Not only was deception continuing to keep a protective shield over the Allied armies, but the fact that the deception was working was known to the Allied commanders. During June the 10th, there was fighting on 6 battlefronts: in Normandy, in Italy, on the Leningrad front in Finland, in New Guinea, in Burma, and in China, where the Japanese had launched an overland offensive along the river Liuyang towards Changsha. Tens of thousands of soldiers fought not only far from home, but in diverse causes. Among the soldiers fighting alongside German troops in Normandy were Cossack troops from Russia and Indian troops loyal to Subhas Chandra Bose, who were committed to the violent overthrow of British rule in India. Thousands of soldiers were killed each day in these struggles, each so distant from the other, each with its own catalogue of dangers and torments. In Europe, the additional torments behind the lines knew no pause. On June the 10th, in German-occupied Poland, more than 40 villagers were killed in the tiny hamlet of Pikule as a reprisal for sheltering Polish partisans, 3,000 of whom were trying to escape a German force of 30,000, which had been sent against them, Operation Hurricane. That same day, in the tiny French village of Oradour-sur-Glane, as a reprisal for a resistance attack on a military formation moving towards the Normandy beachhead, SS troops murdered 642 villagers, including 190 school children. Only 2 villagers managed to escape, a woman, Madame Roufanche, and an 8-year-old boy, Roger Godefroy. Among those killed were several Jews to whom the villagers had given refuge, including the 45-year-old Maria Goldman, who had been born in Warsaw, and the 8-year-old Sergei Bergman, born in Strasbourg. That day at Salon-la-Tour, a British agent, Violette Szabo, who had been dropped into German-occupied France on D-Day, was captured by the Gestapo, interrogated and tortured. She was then sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp. On the Normandy beachhead, the Allies had consolidated their landings and continued to advance inland. They'd done so despite yet another of Hitler's secret weapons, an unscupperable mine known to the Allies as the Oyster, and showing a technology far more advanced than the Allied mines. These oysters had been laid on the Normandy beaches after D-Day, causing grave inconvenience by forcing ships to limit their speed virtually to 1 mile an hour. The new weapon was defeated because of the sheer numerical and technical superiority of Allied resources, which enabled the losses to be sustained. On the beachhead itself, the Allied forces met strong opposition, but its organizer knew its limitations. During the day, Rommel wrote on June the 10th, practically our entire traffic on roads, tracks, and in open country is pinned down by powerful fighter-bomber and bomber formations, with the result that the movement of our troops on the battlefield is almost completely paralyzed, while the enemy can maneuver freely. Every traffic defile in the rear areas is under continual attack, and it's very difficult to get essential supplies of ammunition and petrol up to the troops. Rommel sought to focus his attacking forces against the American bridgehead in the Carentan-Magdeburg area, a move which could prevent the cutting off of the German forces in the Cotentin Peninsula. Hitler, however, intervened to veto this plan and ordered Rommel to attack instead from Caen against the British bridgehead. The British troops, however, were reinforced more quickly than Rommel's and were able to advance against him before his own attack was ready. The Allied D-Day objective, the vital communications centre at Caen, through which German reinforcements to the bridgehead would pass, was not taken on that day, however, nor indeed for another 2 months. The German reinforcements thus brought in were to tie down the Allies in bloody fighting in a region which they had expected to overrun on their first day, and were to prevent them from breaking out. By the night of June the 10th, more than 325,000 Allied soldiers were ashore on the Normandy beaches. That night, and on the following night, in a desperate attempt to halt the flow of men and materials, German motor torpedo boats broke into the Utah Beach anchorage, sinking the American destroyer Nelson. In the channel itself, several components of the Mulberry artificial harbour were sunk before they could reach their anchorages. But of the 15 German motor torpedo boats operational on June the 6th, 9 had been put out of action a week later, a fact known to British intelligence through the ultra decrypts. Also known to British intelligence as a result of eavesdropping on the German ultra messages was a German plan to launch a motor torpedo boat attack from Le Havre against the invasion fleet. Forewarned, 344 British bombers were made ready for a sustained daylight operation against the German torpedo boat pens at Le Havre. On June the 11th, in Normandy, there was yet another episode when Allied troops, in this instance British, were pushed up against a wall after being captured and shot. One man, feigning death, was able to escape. It was through him that details of the massacre became known. On June the 12th, Canadian prisoners of war being marched towards Rennes were accidentally strafed by American fighters. 15 were killed. On the Indian border on June the 12th, a Gurkha soldier, Ganju Lama, the son of a priest, sent on a tank-hunting mission against the Japanese forces besieging Imphal, knocked out 2 tanks with his anti-tank gun. Wounded in both arms and the leg, but still able to throw his grenades, Ganju Lama called out, "Give me some grenades," and then killed the surviving Japanese crewmen. He was awarded the Victoria Cross. In the early hours of June the 13th, the Germans at last launched their long-awaited and, by those who knew that it was in preparation, much feared secret weapon. A small, pilotless, jet-propelled plane carrying a ton of explosives that detonated on contact. Known to the Germans as the V-1, Vergeltung, or Reprisal 1, and by the British as the Flying Bomb, its first efforts were dismal. Of the 10 that were fired from Watton near the Channel coast, 5 crash-landed almost immediately in the vicinity of the launch site. 1 went missing, probably crashing in the Channel. 4 reached England. Only 1 caused any casualties, 6 people killed in London, at Bethnal Green. The Germans had intended to mount a bombing offensive at the same time as the first flying bombs were launched, to add to the alarm and terror. By a coincidence, the bomber force involved was destroyed on the ground on the afternoon of June the 12th, when Allied bombers, on a systematic raid of German airfields, bombed their airfield at Beauvais. By another chance, June the 13th was the day on which an experimental V-2 rocket, fired from the Baltic test site at Peenemünde, fell not in the Baltic Sea as intended, to sink without trace, but at Backebo in Sweden. Examined in Stockholm by 2 British officers, their conclusions were sent to London, followed in due course by the rocket itself. The secrets of a second secret weapon were thus being gradually unravelled just as the first was coming into operation. In Italy, on June the 13th, Italian partisans blew up road bridges used by German military traffic between La Spezia and Reggio Emilia. This was known in London 4 days later as a result of a decrypted German signal. In Thessaly, Greek partisans were in action against the Germans on June the 14th, as they tried to deny the Germans the use of the Greek harvest. Among the partisans was Leon Sakis, a Greek Jew, killed by machine gun fire as he tried to help a wounded colleague. As the Normandy battle entered its 11th day, 2 German armoured divisions remained in the south of France. The ultra-eavesdroppers at Bletchley scrutinised their decrypts to see if it would be ordered to move north. But the decrypts made it clear, as the War Cabinet's Joint Intelligence Committee reported in London on June the 14th, that the Germans still feared subsidiary operations not only in the south of France, but in the Pas-de-Calais, southwest France and Norway, with the Dutch-Belgian coast to the east of the Pas-de-Calais still seen as the intended landing place of the main invasion force. Determined to forestall the planned German motor torpedo boat attacks on Allied supply ships crossing the English Channel to the Normandy beaches, the British air raid was carried out on June the 14th against the torpedo boats' pens at Le Havre. The raid was led by Leonard Cheshire, who had already received the Victoria Cross for his outstanding leadership in many earlier raids. Not only did Cheshire and his fellow pilots destroy the pens, but of the 16 torpedo boats then at Le Havre, only a single one remained serviceable. In the Pacific War, June the 14th saw the first American super-fortress raid on the Japanese mainland, when 60 of these new heavy bombers, based on the Chinese city of Chengdu, attacked the iron and steel works at Yawata on Kyushu Island. Not very much material damage was done, but the announcement of the raid in Washington gave a boost to American morale. In Europe, June the 14th saw an episode in the partisan war in Italy, when 2 Italian partisans, helping 2 British soldiers to blow up a bridge at Norcia, were surprised by a German patrol. The 2 British soldiers escaped. One of the partisans, Sergio Forti, a 24-year-old Jew from Trieste, then persuaded the Germans to let the other partisan go off in order to bring in the British. As prearranged, neither the partisan nor the British came back. Forti was tortured and killed that same day. He was posthumously awarded the Gold Medal of the Resistance. Not resistance, but bewilderment was in the minds of the 1,800 Jews of Corfu on June the 14th, as they were deported by ship to mainland Greece, then taken by truck across Thessaly to Larissa, then on by sealed train through Salonika northwards, more than 700 miles, to Auschwitz. They had been told that they were to be resettled in Poland. On reaching Auschwitz, 1,600 were sent at once to the gas chambers, 200 to the barracks. Hitler's war against the Jews was to continue even as his war against the Allies reached its most critical stage. 3 groups of armies were now on soil once controlled by Germany. In eastern Galicia, where the Red Army awaited its order to renew the offensive, in Italy, where the Americans had reached the river Ombrone, and in Normandy, where the Cotentin Peninsula was in imminent danger of being overrun. But Hitler's ability to take the initiative had not entirely been lost. On June the 15th, the German ski site commander, Colonel Wachtel, launched a second flying bomb raid on Britain. This came much closer to the scale and impact that had been intended. In all, 244 missiles were fired from Wotan that day. 45 of them crash-landed immediately after being launched, destroying 9 of the launch sites and killing 10 French civilians. Of the missiles which reached Britain, 12 were shot down by anti-aircraft fire and 8 by fighters. But 73 flying bombs reached London, killing more than 50 civilians. To prevent civilian panic, the British government ordered that the number of newspaper obituary notice for people killed by enemy action should be limited to 3 from the same postal district on any one day. On June the 15th, in the Pacific, the Americans began Operation Forager against the Marianas Islands. On Saipan Island, 20,000 American soldiers came ashore, meeting the same Japanese refusal to surrender that they had come to know and to fear on almost every island. Robert Sherrod, correspondent of Time, wrote of one episode typical of many when a Japanese sniper, found under some logs, came out into the open waving a bayonet. An American tossed a grenade and it knocked the Jap down, Sherrod wrote. He struggled up, pointed his bayonet into his stomach and tried to cut himself open in approved harakiri fashion. The disemboweling never came off. Someone shot the Jap with a carbine. But like all Japs, he took a lot of killing. Even after 4 bullets had thudded into his body, he rose to one knee. Then the American shot him through the head, and the Jap was dead. In the 3-week battle for Saipan, 20,000 Japanese and 3,426 Americans were killed. Then, on July the 9th, 3 days after the suicide of the Japanese commander, Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito, a further 7,000 Japanese committed suicide. On Guam, 2,124 Americans were to be killed, and on Tinian, 290. Few Japanese survived on either island, several thousand being killed in battle and several thousand more either dying in deliberately suicidal banzai charges or committing suicide. Similar Japanese fanaticism was being shown at Imphal and Kohima, inside the Indian frontier. There, in 3.5 months, 2,700 British and Indian troops were killed, for the loss of 30,000 Japanese. Behind German lines on June the 16th, the Jews, working as slave labourers for the German war production in the Lodz ghetto, were asked to volunteer for labour outside the ghetto. They were needed, so the Germans themselves said, for the clearing away of debris in cities that had been bombed. The first 3,000 would go to Munich. Those who volunteered for this work could collect their rations immediately, without waiting their turn. The 3,000 left the ghetto, but Munich was a deception. They were taken to Chelmno, where in gas chambers built on the site of the former death camp. All of them were gassed. In German-occupied France, 2 Jews were shot on June the 16th, Marc Bloch, the historian, who had been active in the resistance, and Jean Zay, a former Minister of Education in pre-war France. These killings came as the Allies launched Operation Gain, a parachute landing near Orléans, by a British Special Air Service unit, to cut the railway lines along which the Germans were now sending reinforcements to Normandy. But even with the need to reinforce Normandy, the German High Command still believed that the Normandy landings were only a diversion. Early that week, there were fears in Berlin of a landing on the west coast of Denmark, and on June the 16th, the German Naval Group West reported strong indications of an imminent Allied invasion against Holland and Belgium. These indications, including the jamming of radar and air activity, were deliberate, the last brilliant efforts of the Fortitude deception. On June the 17th, as Hitler travelled to Soissons to see his commanders, Juan Pujol Garcia, his best agent in Britain, Arabelle, was awarded the Iron Cross. Hitler's visit to Soissons, his first return to France since he had travelled there in triumph 4 years earlier, led to a clear order. The fortress Cherbourg is to be held at all costs. At the same time, the German 15th Army, then at the Pas de Calais, was not to be moved to Normandy, but was to stay near Calais to await the still expected main invasion. On June the 17th, Free French forces carried out Operation Brassard, capturing the Italian island of Elba. That same day, General de Gaulle made a 1-day visit to the Normandy beachhead, his first visit to French soil for 4 years. In the Normandy battle zone at the village of Mouhon, 7 Canadian soldiers, taken prisoner by the SS troops opposing them, were interrogated for several hours, marched to the outskirts of the village, and shot. Over Britain, a third flying bomb attack was launched on June the 17th. At St. John's Hill near Clapham Junction, 24 shoppers and passers-by were killed. At St. Mary Abbott's Hospital, Kensington, 13 patients, most of them children, and 5 members of the staff were killed. These figures were kept secret for the next 3 months. One flying bomb, going wildly off course and turning southward, fell near Hitler's headquarters in Soissons. Rommel saw considerable advantage in the flying bombs. "The long-range action," he wrote to his wife on Sunday, June the 18th, "has brought us a lot of relief." That Sunday in London, a flying bomb hit the Guards' chapel at Wellington Barracks, killing 121 of the congregation, 58 civilians and 63 servicemen. A second flying bomb, falling that same morning in Battersea, killed 19 civilians, while a third flying bomb, falling in Putney, killed 28. This brought the flying bomb deaths in the 3 days of attacks so far to more than 250. Behind the German lines in Poland, the Germans launched a second Operation Hurricane on June the 18th against Polish partisans, killing 700 partisans in a 6-day sweep in the region of Osuchi, near Lublin. In China, on June the 18th, Japanese forces captured Changsha, the first success of the Japanese Operation Ichigo, against the towns being used by the Americans to launch their air attacks on Japan itself. On June the 19th, off the northwestern coast of New Guinea, General Eichelberger launched an American attack against the defenders of Biak Island, who, since the American landings 3 weeks earlier, had resisted all attempts to dislodge them. The Japanese, defeated in open battle, retreated to caves, where they could only be destroyed by flamethrowers. By the end of the struggle, there were 5,093 Japanese dead on the island, killed for the loss of 524 Americans. As Eichelberger's troops renewed their assault on Biak on June the 19th, 2 new Japanese carrier-borne aircraft, Jill and Judy, led an attack on American naval forces protecting the landing force on Saipan Island in the Marianas. But despite the increased range of Jill and the faster speed of Judy, 346 Japanese aircraft were shot down for the loss of only 30 American aircraft. In the ensuing naval battle, 3 of the 9 Japanese aircraft carriers involved, Taiho, Shokaku, and Hiyo, were sunk, and 4,000 Japanese sailors drowned. On the afternoon of June the 6th, the 2nd SS Panzer Division, equipped with the latest German heavy tanks, had been ordered to move from Toulouse, where it was based, to Normandy. But what should have been a 3-day journey reaching the still struggling Allied forces on June the 9th or 10th took 17 days. The extra 2 weeks, which relieved the Normandy bridgehead of a major danger, had been forced upon the division in part by the successful Allied destruction of all the bridges on the Loire between Orléans and the sea. The division, however, as a veteran of the Russian front, had its own bridging train, and ought to have been able to cross all the rivers in its path without undue delay. Its efforts were frustrated, nevertheless, by repeated acts of sabotage along its road. First, the British agent, George Starr, alias Hilaire, was so successful in blowing up the petrol dumps on which the division's tank transporters depended that it had to abandon its road journey and go by rail. Then it was the turn of another British agent, Baron Philippe de Gunzburg, Edgar, and those under his command to blow up the railway bridges between Bergerac and Périjou, forcing the division further east, where another Special Operations Executive Circuit, led by Jacques Poitier, Nestor, set up a series of ambushes around Brive and Toul. All this exceptional effort was combined with the continuing Allied air attack on the division, as its own top-secret ultra-signals, many of them about its urgent need for fuel, alerted the Allies to its whereabouts and movements. On June the 15th, it was at Champs-Secret, still 20 miles from the Normandy bridgehead. Not until June the 18th had the division reached its reserve positions in the area of Torigny, Canisy, and Tessy. On June the 19th, a British bombing raid on the Watten destroyed a large number of flying bombs as they were being prepared for launching. 3 days later, American bombers were equally effective against a suspected flying bomb supply railhead at Neucourt, 15 miles northwest of Paris. But the flying bombs were now reaching Britain every day. In the 24 hours up to 6 in the morning on June the 20th, 26 flying bombs had reached London, and a further 27 had been shot down. By midnight on June the 20th, 500,000 Allied soldiers were ashore in Normandy. In the first 2 weeks of fighting, 4,000 had been killed. From German-occupied France, news reached London that the French resistance forces had declared a general uprising. Churchill at once instructed the Special Operations Executive, SOE, to fly in whatever was needed in the way of arms and ammunition to prevent the collapse of the movement and to extend it. Behind the German lines on the Eastern Front on the night of June the 19th, more than 10,000 demolition charges laid by Soviet partisans damaged beyond immediate repair the whole German rail network west of Minsk. On the next 2 nights, a further 40,000 charges blew up the railway lines between Vitebsk and Orsha, and Polotsk and Molodechno. The essential lines for German reinforcements linking Minsk and Brest-Litovsk and Pinsk were also attacked, while 140,000 Soviet partisans west of Vitebsk and south of Polotsk attacked German military formations. All this was but a prelude to the morning of June the 22nd, when the Red Army opened its summer offensive. Code-named Operation Bagration, after the Tsarist general, it began on the 3rd anniversary of Hitler's invasion of Russia, with a force larger than that of Hitler's in 1941. In all, 1,700,000 Soviet troops took part, supported by 2,715 tanks, 1,355 self-propelled guns, 24,000 artillery pieces, and 2,306 rocket launchers, sustained in the air by 6,000 aircraft and on the ground by 70,000 lorries and up to 100 supply trains a day. In 1 week, the 200-mile-long German front was broken, and the Germans driven back towards Bobruisk, Stolberitzy, Minsk, and Grodno, their hold on western Russia broken forever. In 1 week, 38,000 German troops had been killed, and 116,000 taken prisoner. The Germans also lost 2,000 tanks, 10,000 heavy guns, and 57,000 vehicles. German Army Group North, on which so much depended, was broken into 2 segments, one retreating towards the Baltic states, the other towards East Prussia. On the first day of the Soviet offensive, a group of German socialists and army officers, members of the clandestine Kreuzau Circle, decided to make contact with the German communists whom hitherto they had shunned. Count Klaus von Stauffenberg approved of these contacts, which were initiated by the former Social Democrat politician and teacher Adolf Reichwein and the Social Democrat leader Julius Leber. As a result of their discussions, it became clear that the German masses were not ready for action against Hitler. If such action was to be taken, it would have to be through the agency of senior army officers. Count von Stauffenberg agreed. 9 days later, he was appointed Chief of Staff to General Fromm, the commander of the Reserve Army, who was also privy to the conspiracy. Von Stauffenberg's new appointment gave him access to Hitler's headquarters at both Rastenburg and Berchtesgaden, but the Reichwein and Leber, betrayed by one of the 3 communists whom they had met on June the 22nd, were arrested. Behind the German lines in Italy, near Arezzo, on June the 24th, Italian partisans took on German forces attacking units on their way to the front line further south. In fierce reprisals, more than 100 partisans were killed. In Britain, the flying bombs had revived the terrors of the Blitz. On June the 24th, 51 soldiers were killed when a flying bomb shot down by anti-aircraft guns at Newlands in Kent while on its way to London fell on their barracks and exploded. In France, on June the 25th, American troops reached the suburbs of Cherbourg. The German commander of the fortress, General Karl Wilhelm von Stlieben, appealed to Rommel to be allowed to surrender. Among the troops defending the town, von Schlieben explained, there are 2,000 wounded who cannot be treated, and he went on to ask, is the sacrifice of the others still necessary? Rommel replied, in accordance with the Führer's orders, you are to hold out to the last round. That day, more than 100 German fighters flew from their bases in France to support von Schlieben's defence. All were beaten back, whereupon Allied warships, now masters of the Channel, began to bombard von Schlieben's positions from the sea. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was still not convinced that Normandy was more than a diversion. On June the 25th, in his weekly situation report, he referred to the non-existent 1st United States Army Group, which he believed was in Britain ready to embark. This force, in his view, was even larger than Montgomery's 21st Army Group, and might be used at any moment for landings between the right bank of the Somme and the mouth of the Seine, to encircle and capture Le Havre. With this fear in mind, von Rundstedt kept many thousands of German soldiers in the Pas-de-Calais area, who might otherwise have tipped the balance in Normandy. On June the 26th, the German naval commander at Cherbourg, Admiral Hennecke, ordered the total destruction of all port facilities. For this act, Hitler awarded him the Knight's Cross to add to his Iron Cross. That day, on the Eastern Front, after an aerial attack by 700 bombers, the Red Army entered Vitebsk. The bodies of 6,000 German soldiers were found in the streets. The German forces at Vitebsk, like those at Cherbourg, had been ordered by Hitler to fight to the last. But after the fight came defeat. In Germany that day, Professor Walter Arndt, a physician and zoologist, was executed. His crime was to have remarked, after a particularly heavy Allied bombing raid, this is the end of the Third Reich, and the guilty can now be brought to punishment. The guilty still had work to do. On June the 26th, from Fossili and Verona, 485 Jews were sent to Auschwitz. 4 days later, 1,153 Jews were deported from Paris. At the beginning of the month, 496 had been deported from Holland, while from Hungary a total of 381,000 Jews had reached Auschwitz in 6 weeks, and more than 250,000 of them gassed. It was to alert the world to these killings that 4 Jews had managed to escape from Auschwitz with extraordinary luck and courage, and had brought news of its gas chambers to Jews in Slovakia. They, in turn, had managed to get the news to neutral Switzerland, from where the terrible details had been sent on June the 24th to both Washington and London, with an appeal that the Allies should bomb the railway lines leading to Auschwitz. The names of 20 stations on those lines was included in the appeal. On June the 26th, the revelations about the mass murder of Jews at Auschwitz were being studied in London and Washington. When on the following day Churchill himself read the report, he wrote to Anthony Eden, "What can be done? What can be said?" Eden's answer was the one which had just been put to him by 2 Zionist leaders, Chaim Weizmann and Moshe Chertok. This was a request for the bombing of the railway lines, as asked for in the telegrams from Switzerland on June the 24th. Churchill's reply was sympathetic and immediate. "Get anything out of the Air Force you can," he wrote to Eden, "and invoke me if necessary." The response to Churchill's appeal was, however, negative. The British Air Ministry was sceptical of losing British airmen's lives for no purpose, as one official noted in the secrecy of his departmental correspondence. The bombing would in any case have to be done in daylight, that is, by the Americans. But in Washington, the American Assistant Secretary of War, John J. McCloy, rejected 4 separate appeals to bomb the lines. His instructions on getting each request was, as his deputy noted, to kill this. The deportations continued, but no plans were made to bomb the lines. In Burma, on June the 26th, British, Indian, Gurkha and American troops captured Mogoing. This was the first Japanese-held town in Burma to be wrested back from them. 8 days later, Myitkyina was also captured. On every front, in Burma, in the Pacific, in Italy, in Normandy, and most dramatically of all in White Russia, the Axis powers were now firmly in retreat. Chapter 39. Germany Encircled, July 1944. On the 27th of June 1944, the Cherbourg dockyard surrendered, leaving only a few strongholds still in German hands around the port. But the German power of retaliation elsewhere was not yet over. In Britain, 1,600 civilians had now been killed by flying bombs. After 5 years of war, the Minister of Home Security, Herbert Morrison, told the War Cabinet in London, the civil population were not as capable of standing the strains of air attack as they had been during the winter of 1940–41. That day, a flying bomb, falling on Victoria Station in London, killed 14 people. In Russia, June the 27th saw the first ton of steel produced by the rebuilt Izorsky steel mill in Leningrad. That day, as Mogilev was liberated in White Russia, Soviet troops on the Karelian front entered Petrozavodsk, releasing several thousand Soviet citizens held in a concentration camp there. On June the 28th, as the Normandy battle continued, with the last German strongpoints in Cherbourg on the verge of surrender, but with Caen still held by the Germans, the figures of Allied dead since June the 6th were calculated. 4,868 of the deaths were American, 2,443 British, and 393 Canadian. In Paris, on June the 28th, in an act of revenge by the resistance, the milice leader Philippe Henriot was shot dead. On the Eastern Front that day, the advancing Soviet troops approached the Mali-Trostenets concentration camp near Minsk. Russian aircraft attacked the camp itself. That day, the camp guards, Latvian, Ukrainian, White Russian, Hungarian and Romanian, SS auxiliaries, were replaced by a special SS detachment, all German, under German SS officers. This detachment locked all the surviving prisoners, Russian civilians, Jews from the Minsk ghetto, and Viennese Jews who had been brought from Theresienstadt, into the barracks, and then set the barracks on fire. All those who were able to flee from the blazing buildings were shot. About 20 of the Jews from Theresienstadt managed to escape the blaze and the bullets and to hide in the forest until the arrival of Soviet forces 6 days later. On June the 28th, the Red Army entered Bobruisk, killing 16,000 German soldiers and taking 18,000 prisoner. This is the moment, Churchill telegraphed to Stalin 3 days later, for me to tell you how immensely we are all here impressed with the magnificent advances of the Russian armies, which seem, as they grow in momentum, to be pulverizing the German armies which stand between you and Warsaw, and afterwards Berlin. Every victory that you gain is watched with eager attention here. Churchill went on to tell Stalin, I realize vividly that all this is the second round you have fought since Tehran, the first which gained Sevastopol, Odessa, and the Crimea, and carried your vanguards to the Carpathians, Sereth and Pruth. That day in Italy, General Alexander continued to push the German forces northward. In Normandy, more than 750,000 British and American troops were now ashore, and 40,000 Germans had been taken prisoner. The enemy is burning and bleeding on every front at once, Churchill telegraphed to Stalin, and I agree with you that this must go on to the end. On June the 29th, the last German strongpoints in Cherbourg surrendered. That day, Rommel and von Rundstedt went to see Hitler at Berchtesgaden to demand massive reinforcements, particularly of aircraft and anti-aircraft guns, for Normandy. Both of them also asked Hitler how he imagined the war could still be won. Within 3 days, von Rundstedt was relieved of his post. to be replaced by Field Marshal von Kluge. On the Eastern Front, by June the 29th, more than 130,000 Germans had been killed in a week of fighting, and 66,000 had been taken prisoner. In Berlin, Heinz Bellow, a 25-year-old sergeant in the German Army Medical Corps and a holder of the Iron Cross Second Class, the East Medal and the Badge for Wounded Soldiers, had expressed while on fire-watching duty his hostility to Nazism and militarism. Denounced by two friends, he was found guilty of undermining morale and sentenced to death. He was executed on a machine gun range. In the Far East, June the 29th saw the execution by the Japanese of a leading Malayan resistance fighter, General Lim Bo Seng. Over London, the flying bombs continued to wreak their havoc. On June the 30th, in the Strand, 198 people were killed, while at Westerham in Kent, 24 babies under a year old and 8 staff at a children's home were killed when a flying bomb was brought down by anti-aircraft fire on their rural refuge. 5 of the babies were only 1 month old. They had mostly been evacuated to Kent for safety. In 16 days of bombardment, the flying bomb had killed 1,935 British civilians. On the last day of June, the 1,795 Jews deported from Corfu reached Auschwitz. An eyewitness of their fate was a Hungarian Jewish doctor, Miklos Nitzli, himself a deportee, who later recalled that these Greek Jews had travelled for 27 days in sealed railway wagons with only the food and water that they had taken with them at the start of the journey. When they arrived at Auschwitz's unloading platform, Nitzli wrote, "The doors were unlocked, but no one got out and lined up for selection. Half of them were already dead, and the other half in a coma. The entire convoy, without exception, was sent to No. 2 crematorium." In Denmark, on the last day of June 1944, a strike began against the curfew and other occupation restrictions. By the time it ended, 4 days later, 100 Danes had been killed. In Belgium, however, the lack of reprisals led to the recall of the German military governor, General von Falkenhausen. Accused of being too lenient, he was placed under arrest and then sent to Dachau. In Italy, an anti-partisan sweep began on July the 1st. That day, Field Marshal Kesselring, the commander-in-chief of the German forces in Italy, issued an order stating that his earlier warning of severest measures against the Italian partisans must not prove to have been an empty threat. 200 partisans were killed during this sweep, carried out between Parma and Piacenza. 43 of the partisans captured alive were brutally tortured and then shot. On the night of July the 1st, 64 British and American bombers renewed Operation Gardening, a general code name for aerial mine-laying, dropping a total of 192 mines in the river Danube near Belgrade. 60 more mines were dropped on the following night. Further north in Budapest, Admiral Horthy now demanded a halt to the deportation of Hungarian Jews to Auschwitz. On the morning of July the 2nd, Budapest was already under air bombardment, oil refineries and oil storage tanks being hit by American bombers flying from southern Italy and set ablaze. Hundreds of bombs had fallen on residential areas. Several hundred Hungarian civilians had been killed, as were 100 Hungarian Jews holding British or American nationality, when the villa in which they were confined received a direct hit. As well as bombs, the Americans dropped leaflets over Budapest informing the authorities in Hungary that the United States government was closely following the persecution of the Jews with extreme gravity, and warning that all those responsible for carrying out orders to persecute Jews would be punished. Within 48 hours of the American raid and its leaflets, Admiral Horthy informed the Germans that the deportations would have to stop. As a result of publicity given to the report of the 4 escapees from Auschwitz, protests had been made to him by the International Committee of the Red Cross, the King of Sweden, and Pope Pius XII. The Germans, whose deportation plans depended upon the support of Hungarian policemen and railway workers, had no choice but to halt the deportations. A total of 437,000 Hungarian Jews had already been deported from the provinces and countryside, but more than 170,000 remained in Budapest, saved from deportation on the very eve of their intended departure. The deportation of Hungarian Jews stopped on July the 8th. On the following day, a Swedish diplomat, Raoul Wallenberg, reached Budapest from Sweden with a list of 630 Hungarian Jews for whom Swedish visas were available. No longer in danger of deportation to Auschwitz, these Jews were desperate, nevertheless, for whatever protection they could receive. Raoul Wallenberg, a man who now sought to protect the Jews of Budapest from further disasters, was the great-great-grandson of Michael Bendix, one of the first Jews to settle in Sweden at the end of the 18th century, and a convert to Lutheranism. In Germany, the army officers close to Count von Stauffenberg were nearing their planned assassination of Hitler, calling it Operation Valkyrie. Their first idea was to kill Hitler, Goering and Himmler with a single bomb at Berchtesgaden on July the 2nd. As, however, Hitler was alone that day, the attempt was called off. Meanwhile, the build-up of Allied forces on the Normandy beachhead continued. By July the 2nd, 1 million men were ashore, together with 171,532 vehicles. Even in the narrow perimeter under Allied control, 41,000 Germans were being held prisoner of war. On the Eastern Front, the German position had become precarious by the beginning of July, with 28 German divisions encircled on July the 2nd, and more than 40,000 soldiers killed fighting inside the trap or trying to break out of it. On July the 3rd, Soviet forces entered Minsk, the capital city of White Russia. More than 150,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner and 2,000 tanks captured. That day, Count von Stauffenberg went to Berchtesgaden. There, within Hitler's own headquarters, he was given by the chief of the organization branch of the Army High Command, Major General Helmut Stief, a bomb with a silent fuse, small enough to hide inside a briefcase. Stauffenberg took the bomb away, determined to use it on July the 11th, when he would have to return to Berchtesgaden. Since the first day of the Normandy landings, a British Special Air Service team, headed by J.E. Tonkin, had been parachuted into the Poitiers region. For nearly a month, the team, eventually nearly 50 strong, and codenamed Operation Bullbasket, hampered German rail traffic between Poitiers and Tours, as well as providing valuable information for the Royal Air Force, including the best petrol fire of the campaign at Châtellerault. But on July the 3rd, the team was trapped by an SS infantry battalion, and a third of them captured, and then shot. Tonkin was also captured, but survived torture and captivity. The other survivors of Operation Bullbasket were brought out of France by a Special Operations Executive flight. For his successful sabotage activities, Tonkin was awarded the Military Cross. Over London, throughout the first week of July, the flying bombs continued to cause damage and death. On the morning of July the 3rd, a flying bomb fell in Lambeth. From across the river, 29 American servicemen, then at their central base section at Turk's Row in Chelsea, were loaded into a truck to go to the aid of the wounded, while 70 others waited for more trucks to arrive. At that moment, a flying bomb fell on Chelsea, hitting the loaded truck and bringing down the fronts of the buildings on either side of the road. 64 of the Americans were killed, and 10 British civilian passers-by. The British Chiefs of Staff, alarmed at the rate of deaths from the flying bombs and their possible adverse effect on morale in London, authorized the diversion of bomber resources from the Normandy beachhead to the flying bomb sites. On July the 4th, in a precision bombing attack using deep penetration bombs, an underground storage depot at Saint-Lô was hit, and 2,000 flying bombs buried in the ruins. A German top-secret message, decrypted in Britain, indicated that flying bombs intended for the store at Saint-Lô would be diverted to Nieuwkoop. 6 days after the Saint-Lô raid, Nieuwkoop was therefore the target of a similar bombing attack. After 2 attacks, Nieuwkoop's flying bombs were also buried. Meanwhile, the death roll continued to rise. By 6 o'clock on the morning of July the 6th, as Churchill told the House of Commons that day, 2,754 flying bombs had been launched and 2,752 people killed, almost exactly 1 person per bomb. The drug, penicillin, Churchill added, which had hitherto been restricted to military use, would be made available to treat all those wounded by flying bombs. The Germans were also taking special measures to deal with the effects of bombing. On July the 4th, 1,000 Jewish women, then in the barracks at Auschwitz, were sent away from Auschwitz altogether and taken by train to Hamburg, where they had to demolish houses which had been too badly bombed to be repaired. Throughout German-occupied Europe, slave labourers were being used to clear rubble and repair roads and railways. Also on July the 4th, more than 200 prisoners in a camp on the Channel Island of Alderney, most of them Jews who had been deported from France, were put on board ship to be sent to tasks on the mainland. The ship was attacked by British warships and sunk. All the prisoners on board were drowned. By July the 4th, as ultra-decrypts revealed, the Germans were still concerned that further Allied landings might be imminent between the Seine and the Somme, against one of the ports in Brittany or on the French Mediterranean coast. This latter landing was in fact being planned, using forces from Italy. In northern France, the only activity outside the Normandy bridgehead was sabotage. In Operation Gain, a British Special Air Service group commanded by Ian Fenwick, a popular cartoonist, was attacking German supply columns 30 to 50 miles south of Paris between the Loire and the Seine. On the night of July the 4th, however, a reinforcing party from England arrived to find their dropping zone under fire. Fenwick was killed during the struggle. A dozen of his men, unable to get away, were captured, interrogated for a month by Josef Kiefer of the German Security Service, and then shot. One of them managed to escape. His testimony was later fatal to his captor. Executed on July the 6th in a wood outside Paris was the former French Minister of Colonies, Georges Mandel, a leading government opponent of the capitulation in 1940, and a Jew. "To die is nothing," he said as he was handed over by the German Security Service to the French milice. "What is sad is to die without seeing the liberation of the country and the restoration of the Republic." French soldiers were already fighting on French soil to liberate France when Mandel, a French patriot, was murdered by Frenchmen. The murderers, in their turn, were later brought to trial, found guilty, and executed. In the Pacific, on Saipan Island, on July the 7th, the 4,300 surviving Japanese troops threw themselves against the Americans in a final banzai charge. In bitter hand-to-hand fighting, almost all 4,300 Japanese were killed, for the loss of 406 American lives. A few hundred Japanese soldiers managed to swim out to the coral reefs. A small flotilla was sent across to persuade them to surrender, but clinging to the reef, the Japanese opened fire on the Americans, who returned the fire with devastating effect. On one reef, the Americans saw a Japanese officer beheading his men with his sword. He was shot by the Americans before he could commit suicide himself. As the Americans on Saipan searched the caves for Japanese survivors, but found none, they came across the remains of the bodies of 2 senior officers who had committed suicide rather than surrender. General Saito had opened his artery with a sword, after which his adjutant shot him in the head. Admiral Nagumo, the former commander of the Pearl Harbor striking force, had killed himself with a pistol shot. That day in northern France, British bombers dropped 2,500 tons of bombs on Caen in preparation for an attempt to capture the town. On the following day, as Caen was bombarded by 16-inch shells from the British battleship Rodney from a safe anchorage in the Channel, Hitler issued a new directive, warning that the Normandy bridgehead must not be allowed to increase in size. Otherwise our forces would prove inadequate to contain it, and the enemy will break out into the interior of France, where we do not possess any comparable tactical mobility with which to oppose him. Every square kilometre must be defended tenaciously. This was the final message of Hitler's directive of July the 8th. It was certainly obeyed, as the Americans found on the following day as they tried to advance from La Haye-du-Puy towards Perrier. After a month of fighting, the bridgehead had still not turned into a spearhead. But for the Germans, the spectre not only of retreat but of defeat had begun to loom. Hardly had Hitler's new directive to fight for every kilometre reached the German commanders who had to carry it out, than an SS general, Kurt Meyer, ordered his men to pull back from their forward positions into the suburbs of Caen. In the previous month's fighting, every one of Meyer's battalion commanders had been killed. Officers and men know that the struggle is hopeless, Meyer wrote that day, and he added, silent but willing to do their duty to the bitter end, they wait for their orders. On July the 9th, the day of Meyer's order to withdraw into Caen, the German military conspirators, their date for Hitler's assassination only 3 days away, contacted Rommel at his headquarters at La Roche-Guyon. Their emissary was Colonel César von Hoffacker, a member of the staff of the German military command in Paris. Another of the conspirators of the group centered in Paris was Major von Falkenhausen, the nephew of the German military governor in Brussels, who had just been arrested for leniency. On the Eastern Front, the evening of July the 10th marked the start of the Soviet offensive against the German Army Group North. Within 48 hours, the Soviet commander, General Yeremenko, had torn a 50-mile gap in the German line and was advancing deep into German-held territory. One by one, the German strongpoints fell, first Drissa, then Opochka, then Sebez. Germany's last line of defense inside Russia was broken. On July the 11th, Count von Stauffenberg was ordered to Berchtesgaden to report to Hitler on the military situation. He took his bomb with him, but didn't use it. Hitler was about to go to his East Prussian headquarters at Rastenburg, and the Count had been summoned there also. On the day that Stauffenberg was at Berchtesgaden, Churchill, in London, was shown further details, based on the information set down by the 4 escapees from Auschwitz, of the murder there of 1,700,000 Jews, some gassed, some shot, some buried alive, in the previous 2 years. There is no doubt, Churchill wrote that day to Anthony Eden, that this is probably the greatest and the most horrible crime ever committed in the whole history of the world, and it has been done by scientific machinery, by nominally civilized men, in the name of a great state and one of the leading races in Europe. It is quite clear, Churchill added, that all concerned in this crime who may fall into our hands, including the people who only obeyed orders by carrying out the butcheries, should be put to death after their association with the murders has been proved. Against any partisans or resistance fighters who were caught, German savagery continued. On July the 8th, 30 captured Polish partisans had been shot in public at Garwolin, outside Warsaw. That same day in France, the resistance leader, Lieutenant Joly, code-named Valentin, had been killed in an anti-Marquis sweep around Ecco. On July the 12th, 48 Italian partisans, led by Eugenio Callo, were captured near Arezzo. After being cruelly tortured for 2 days, but having revealed nothing, they were forced to dig a deep pit, then buried in it up to their necks. Sticks of dynamite were put next to their heads, but still no one talked. The dynamite was then ignited. Eugenio Callo was posthumously awarded the Italian Gold Medal for military valour. On July the 12th, a German spy was hanged at Pentonville Prison in London. Joseph Jan van Hove was a Belgian waiter who had claimed to have escaped from German-occupied Europe to Sweden in order to enlist in the Allied armies. While in northern France, his job had in fact been to betray French and Belgian forced labourers who were sympathetic to the resistance. He had been taken into custody on reaching Scotland in February 1944. Tried at the Old Bailey in May, Van Hove was found guilty of treachery. His appeal had been dismissed in June. He was the 16th German spy to be executed in Britain during the war, and the last. On July the 13th, a Russian army under General Konev began a two-pronged offensive to cross the river Bug and to capture the East Galician city of Lvov. As the Red Army advanced to the town of Brody, it encircled 40,000 German soldiers, of whom, after a 7-day battle, 30,000 were killed. The river Bug marked the Curzon Line, which Stalin, with Churchill's support, wished to establish as the western border of the Soviet Union. Lvov, one of the principal cities of pre-war Poland, lay on the Soviet side of the new line. To the north of Konev's assault, July the 13th saw the fall of Vilna, another city which pre-war Poland claimed, but which now lay within the Soviet sphere. With each military victory, the post-war political map of Europe was being drawn. On July the 14th, Soviet forces entered Pinsk, less than 200 miles from East Prussia. That very day, Hitler left Berchtesgaden for his East Prussian headquarters at Rustenburg. In Kovno, a mere 130 miles from Rustenburg, more than 100 Jews, then in hiding in a cellar, were discovered by the Gestapo, who locked them in the house beneath which they had been hiding and set the house on fire. None survived. Nor, on July the 14th, Bastille Day in France, were there any survivors of the 28 French prisoners at the Santé prison in Paris, who rose up in defiant revolt on that day of historic defiance. All were put up against the prison wall and shot. It was at this time also that 4 British women agents, Vera Lee, Diana Rowden, André Borel, and Sonia Olshanesky, who had been held in prison at Karlsruhe since their capture, were taken to Natzweiler concentration camp in Alsace. 2 British agents already at Natzweiler, among them the Belgian doctor, Colonel Gieriss, saw them arrive. That same evening all 4 were taken to